Okay, so we're starting with this massive castle, beautiful sunset, but things are about to get dark, trust me. Huge warning sign pops up. This episode is straight up not okay, like abuse and all that, so be warned. This dude, Margrave Cladine, is reading a document and seems super pleased with himself, like, really pleased. Turns out he's secured a certificate of surrender from the Principality of Sidet, and is planning major territory expansion. He brags this is something his late father desperately wanted but couldn't achieve, which is a choice, honestly. We get a wide shot of a fancy staircase, with a procession coming down, and this dude is getting praised for his work. Someone tells Margrave Cladine they enjoyed figuring out how to reward him. Already getting creepy vibes, y'all. Close-up of this dude's smug face, and the jewelry on his robe, signaling he's feeling very powerful right now. He's getting all the praise, and honestly, it's clear he's a bit of a power-hungry jerk. Our girl is getting married off to him, but she's faking insanity to survive her brother's abuse, so this is already a mess. Someone asks how old the person needing compensation is, and it's revealed to be only 24 years old. The king looks intense, and we quickly learn he's the one hearing this request. This dude, Eric, is apparently a noble and is being asked for money due to a tragedy. The king's advisor is giving him the side eye, like, are you really considering this? But the king is considering it. He's got a calculating look and is definitely weighing his options. Cut to a close-up of a blonde man, and honestly, he's giving off major scheming vibes. He declares he'll provide whatever the king asks for, but it's clear he wants something in return. We see a tear roll down someone's face. It's the king, and he looks genuinely upset. Apparently, no one has ever seen the princess before. She's shrouded in mystery, which is a little much. Final shot of the princess's hands clasped tightly, hidden by black gloves, and our girl is a total enigma. The king is straight up losing it. He can't believe someone wants his son to marry her. A blonde man is talking to someone off-panel, saying they've never met the princess before. Creak, the door opens and it's our girl, looking totally fragile and pale. We get a glimpse of her bare feet, and honestly, it's a little unsettling. The blonde man boasts about his sister, claiming he treasures her above all else. Then, a name drops Misa Squealer. That the princess? No way! Another glimpse of her feet, and it's clear something is seriously wrong. But hold up, this is where it gets wild. She's walking on the floor with bare feet. She's clearly putting on an act, and the king is probably seeing right through it. However, the blonde man seems genuinely concerned, like he doesn't get what's happening. This dude, the brother, tells Misa to come to him, and she totally freezes, eyes wide with fear. She tries to run, but he grabs her and she straight up flops to the floor. It's a rough grab likes. He's looming over her now, and her hair is fanned out around her head, looking like a golden halo. But it's all a show. She's pretending to be helpless, and honestly, it's a little disturbing. He's got her pinned, and she's looking up at him with these huge, tearful eyes, playing the victim perfectly. He's trying to figure out what's wrong, but our girl is acting like she can't even speak. Total masterclass in manipulation. She's pretending to be fragile, but there's something so calculated about it, and it's giving me chills. Her brother seems genuinely confused, like he doesn't understand why she's reacting this way. But here's the kicker. She's intentionally falling into his arms, playing up the helpless act. However, her eyes are darting around. She's watching everything, assessing the situation, and she's definitely not as innocent as she seems. Everyone is staring at Misa, and honestly they look shocked, like, is this really the princess? Is written all over their faces. This dude, her brother, is all bowing and saying how honored he is to be in her presence. Total fake. He swears he'll do his utmost to cherish this privilege of hers, but we know better, right? Then the military husband, looking stoic as ever, joins in, promising to do his best too. Smooth move. But wait, the blonde man from before is watching all this unfold with a creepy smile, and it's giving me major villain vibes. He casually flicks something, and suddenly everyone's attention is on him. What is this dude planning? The husband starts walking, taking purposeful steps, and it feels like a power move. He's not playing around. Everyone's staring at the husband, and it's clear Misa's act is working. They all think she's fragile. However, Misa's brother is still suspicious, and he's totally sizing up the husband. The tension is real. The husband's got this intense look on his face, and he's definitely not buying Misa's whole act. I can feel it. He takes her hand, and our girl, despite looking totally broken, grips his fingers back tight. But hold up, she's squeezing so hard his knuckles are white, and her gaze is fixed on him. She's testing him. The husband doesn't flinch though, he just stares right back, and honestly, he sees straight through her. Misa tries to pull away but he holds on, refusing to let go. This dude is not playing her games. She finally breaks free and dashes away, running like her life depends on it. And it probably does. But her brother is right there, blocking her path, and he looks seriously pissed. Uh-oh. Our girl collapses, pretending to be overcome with emotion, and starts rambling about being unworthy. However, she's secretly clutching her own arm, hiding what looks like fresh bruises. No way, this is just acting. Her brother falls for it, of course, showering her with fake concern. But the husband is still watching, unreadable. And just when you think things can't get more intense, the blonde villain is back, smirking like he owns the place. This dude, Misa's brother, straight up demands she apologize. Can you believe the nerve? She's kneeling, looking wrecked, but she's also squeezing her own hands, like she's fighting herself. He starts petting her hair. It's creepy, controlling, and she flinches hard, but tries to hide it. But the husband's expression doesn't change. He's just watching the whole thing unfold, totally stone-faced. Okay, so our princess is getting absolutely wrecked by her brother, tortured, basically, and she's faking insanity to survive. She's married off to this stoic military commander, and he immediately suspects something is off with her madness. He's checking her out, and I mean checking out, looking for wounds, but she's been covering them up well. But this dude is straight up shocked when he finds evidence of serious abuse, like bruising and scars under her sleeves. He's reeling, questioning who would do this to a princess. But then he remembers she's the brother's wife. He's furious, realizing someone's been mistreating her, and it takes a lot to make him visibly angry. He's thinking no one would dare harm the princess, but then it hits him. Unless the king himself ordered it. He's clenching his fists, totally losing it, and the look in his eyes is terrifying, unbelievable, honestly. He's realizing the depth of the situation, and it's clear he's about to do something drastic to protect her. He asks if she's okay, and our girl's all of course. But this dude sees right through it. He notices the ropes digging into her wrists, and straight up realizes how long she's been tied up. He declares he's going to free her, and you can see him reaching for the knots. Finally taking action. The sound of the ropes loosening is intense, and it's clear he's being super gentle with her. He's untying her, and then he pauses, looking at her wrists, and honestly, it's heartbreaking. He's thinking she's been bound for ages, her fingertips are turning purple, and it's hitting him hard. He's realizing at this rate, she might not recover. It's a total turning point for him. He's thinking he has no other choice, like he's got to do something drastic to fix this situation. He's completely focused on her, and you can see the determination in his eyes. This dude is all in, and that's it. He's just holding her hands, but it's such a powerful moment, like he's promising to protect her. He's gripping the bedpost, declaring he'll go under the covers with her for a moment. Total knight in shining armor move. This dude Eric introduces himself as the son of House Cladina, 24 years old, and an only child, laying it all out there. He explains he's been stationed at the borders due to the war, but earlier today they became married. What? He's telling her all this, but her eye is locked on him, and she's asking him not to be alarmed, suspicious much. He continues, saying he used to think she was just a fragile princess, but now he knows she's hiding something. He reveals she was tied up for a long time, and he's starting to piece together what her brother did to her. It's brutal. Eric admits he's been watching her, testing her reactions, and he's realizing she's been acting this whole time. No way! He's confessing he's known all along she was faking, and honestly, our girl is totally caught off guard. He's staring into her eyes, and she's clearly panicking. She thought she had him fooled, but he's seen through it all. He's just staring, and the tension is insane. This dude is about to expose everything, and it's a cliffhanger. Eric admits he hasn't told her everything, but he doesn't feel right keeping secrets. He's starting to genuinely care. He launches into this explanation about the harsh winters near the kingdom, and how frostbite affects circulation. It's a weird tangent. He's squeezing her hand, explaining that restoring circulation will help her recover, and it's intense. He's staring at her and she's looking back, clearly confused by the whole frostbite speech. What is happening? She's finally starting to regain color in her face, and he notes she's looking a little better. Thank goodness. He's thinking she'll be completely healed after a good night's rest. This dude is optimistic, to say the least. But hold up, he's actually relieved she's faking, and it's a total 180 from his earlier intensity. What a twist. He's whispering about how much he's been watching her, testing her, and finally understanding her deception. Creepy but effective. She's frozen, and he's just staring, and it's clear she's realizing she underestimated him. Major oops moment. He's lost in thought, and honestly, our girl is totally exposed. This situation is getting wilder by the second. He's pacing, muttering about needing something. Seriously, what is this dude planning? He finds a basket of bread, and it's a little unsettling. Honestly, it's like a weird offering. A servant announces it's morning, and this dude straight up declares the bread is proof of their consummation. No way! He's staring at her again, and she's losing it. She's realizing this isn't going to be easy. She's holding a bloodied cloth, and the servants are freaking out. Something definitely went down. She demands to know what's happening, and the servants are spilling everything. The truth is coming out. She's telling them to pause, grabbing the door handle. She's about to confront him, and it's about to get real. She's stopping everything, demanding answers. She's finally taking control of the situation. He's lost in thought, and she's totally exposed. Our girl is cornered, and it's intense. He's revealing he's been watching her, testing her, and finally understanding her deception. This is a whole other level of creepy. He sighs, clearly frustrated, and then starts to eat her dress. What in the world is happening? She's gnawing on the fabric, and this dude is just standing there, totally speechless. It's a chaotic scene. He finally finds his voice and tells her that's not food, and she just mumbles. Our girl is fully committed to the act. He demands to know if she's hungry, telling her to wait a moment. But seriously, what is he even planning now? He turns away, and she's staring intensely. She's trying to figure out his game, but he's a total enigma. A close-up on his eye, it's intense, piercing, and honestly, it's sending chills down our spines. He's walking away, and she's still watching. This dude is playing 4D chess, and she's trying to keep up. He's heading towards the window, and she's clearly suspicious. Something is definitely brewing. He says she must be hungry and promises food, but is this a genuine offer or another test? He's preparing something, and she's still watching. This whole situation is a total mind game. He offers her a pastry, telling her to try it instead of her dress. Seriously, this dude is wild. She slowly turns her head, accepting the food, but her gaze is intense. She's sizing him up, calculating everything. She takes the pastry, and her hand brushes against his. It's a brief touch, but charged with tension. No way! She's leaning in close, and he doesn't pull away. Our girl is playing this so well, it's mesmerizing. Okay, so we're in the kingdom of a squiller, and it's got a complicated history, trust me. This kingdom is built around these huge mountains and coastline, kinda epic if you ignore the drama. A squiller is ruled by 3 powerful houses. They're basically the pillars holding everything up, super important. First up is the House of Salakays. They manage all the kingdom's internal affairs, keeping things running smoothly. Then there's the House of Crispin, who are in charge of the military. They're all about protecting a squiller. And finally, the House of Cladonay, the last line of defense against any threats from outside the kingdom. Each house has serious power over the kingdom's affairs and military, which is a lot of influence to juggle. But honestly, these houses are about to become way more important than they seem, because our girl is caught in the middle. She's faking insanity to survive her brother's abuse, and it's a dangerous game she's playing. She's married off to this military dude who shockingly sees right through her act. This is where things get really interesting. So, the first queen had a daughter. She's the key to everything, apparently. But this dude, Burmalik II, is straight up a tyrant king, ignoring his duties and ruling with an iron fist. He oppresses the land with violence, and honestly, it's brutal. Under the guise of protecting the crown, Burmalik does the unthinkable. He massacres the House of Salakays, his Odebian mother's family. No way! But it doesn't stop there. He persecutes the remaining 2 houses too, just because. Unable to bear his abuse any longer, the houses decide to unite against him. Finally, they secretly set up an engagement between the heirs, planning a coup the moment the war ends. Talk about a power move. They're playing the long game, and our girl is right in the middle of it all. This is getting intense, and I have a feeling things are about to exp loud. The people cheered for the House of Cladonay. They were heroes after the war, and everyone loved them. But Burmalik decides this popularity is a threat, and straight up orders a massacre of their supporters. He's in his throne room, drinking wine, while everyone's terrified. This dude is ice cold. His advisor notices the princess is barely holding it together, clutching her arm. The advisor asks her to dismiss everyone, and she agrees. but it's clear she's barely functioning. Someone points out she can't even feed herself. She's a complete mess, but everyone pretends otherwise. They say she was perfectly sane before witnessing her brothers slaughter the kingdom's people. Her aunt, the one who ordered her marriage, pleads with Burmalik to have some compassion. But Burmalik just shouts, demanding to know why anyone would pity her, and honestly, he's a monster. This whole scene is just heavy. Our girl is trapped, and Burmalik is spiraling. Her aunt suggests appointing a new heir, and Burmalik just looks down at her, so dismissive. But someone immediately calls her out, saying that madwoman endangered her position. Wow, harsh! Suddenly, a woman with long white hair throws herself onto Burmalik, and it's a lot. He's trying to maintain composure, but she's practically all over him, and the scene is insane. Burmalik's eyes flicker. He's clearly unsettled, but trying to hide it, which is kinda creepy. Someone nearby is losing it, ranting about how she's a feeble-minded coward. Seriously, the nerve. We get a close-up of this guy, and you can see the rage simmering in his eyes. He's about to snap. Then, boom, we cut to black and a voice announces Archduke Hargale, the king's cousin. The music swells and the tension is building, because you just can't know this is a major reveal. Burmalik is speechless and honestly, that's a first. What is going on? So, it turns out Burmalik is this only surviving royal. No wonder he's got issues. He was essential to legitimize the coup, but then he couldn't have kids. Major problem for the new dynasty. Now he's a total recluse, barely leaving his mansion, which honestly, makes things even weirder. Suddenly, this dude slams a door open and starts yelling about everything falling apart. Total meltdown. He's freaking out, throwing a wine glass, and just generally losing control. It's a mess. He curses under his breath, then yanks something. What is even happening right now? We see someone standing in a grand room, looking down on the chaos. She's judging hard. She straight up says he can't even control his temper. Ouch, burn. This woman is savage. Then she turns her head, and we get a glimpse of her face. She's stunning, but icy. She just stares, and it's clear she's not impressed. This is getting good. You guys. Eric asks what our girl thinks about uniting the two houses through marriage. It's a political move, obviously. This dude Burmalik straight up says the whole plan was doomed from the start. Harsh, bro. The Marcus's daughter argues there's no point in a wedding, since the king already distrusts them. She points out succession is still up in the air and convincing the nobles will take years. But she's confident a prominent Marcus's daughter won't be single for long. She's playing the long game. Another noble totally agrees, and honestly, she's giving Major Queen vibes right now. Burmalik reaches out and adjusts the Marquis's daughter's collar. It's a small gesture, but intense. He's sizing her up, and it's clear he's assessing her value. This is getting complicated. Our girl is calculating, and it's obvious she's not just a pretty face. She's a force to be reckoned with. Burmalik's hand lingers, and the tension is THICK. Something is definitely brewing between these two. Our girl fixes her gaze on someone, and it's icy. She's radiating danger right now. She threatens anyone who even thinks about harming her child. No way is she playing around. Burmalik calmly suggests they wait and observe. He's playing it cool, but we know he's powerful. He turns his head and honestly, his expression is intense. This is getting serious fast. Okay, so our girl is living in a seriously massive palace, straight up royalty vibes, but things aren't what they seem. She's adjusting to this new life, but honestly, it feels like a gilded cage, all beautiful on the outside, but trapping her. Breakfast is served, and it's a whole production with servants everywhere. But this dude, her husband, is watching her closely. He's offering her some kind of stew, but she's clearly hesitant, like she's expecting something to go wrong. And it does. Her husband asks if she got some rest, but she just stares back, totally unreadable, and it's giving me chills. He suspects she's still struggling with the change, and tries to feed her, but she's barely touching the food, just existing. She makes a weird noise, like she's struggling with something, and her husband's expression is unreadable. He's analyzing everything. He tries to get her to eat, gently raising the spoon, but she's avoiding his gaze, lost in her own head. It's so tense. Her husband's face is so intense, like he's trying to figure out what's really going on with her. Bro is a detective. She's clearly faking it, but he's not falling for it, and honestly, this whole scene is a masterclass in subtle power plays. He insists she finish the food for energy, but she just stares back, completely blank. Suddenly, she violently throws the stew across the table. No way, what a mess! Stew's flying everywhere, splattering on the table, and even on him. It's chaos. She's gripping her hand, covered in the sticky stew, and her face is a total mess. He's frozen, staring at the scene, speechless and completely shocked by her outburst. She starts to eat, but it's messy, with sauce dripping down her chin. It's a performance. More sauce drips from her hand, creating a sticky, golden trail. It's getting gross. She's making these weird eating noises, nom nom and suck, but he's just watching, unblinking. He's completely silent, and you can see the gears turning in his head. Bro is processing. Still no reaction from him, just a long drawn-out silence as he takes it all in. This is intense. The last few days have been totally chaotic since the princess arrived, straight up. The atmosphere around the mansion has shifted. Everyone's on edge since Eric married her. Suddenly, training is interrupted by the sound of clashing swords. It's intense. We see soldiers sparring, but it's clear this isn't just practice. Something's up. The captain strides forward, and his men immediately snap to attention, greeting him. He's walking with purpose, and honestly, he looks like he owns the place. More soldiers call out greetings as he passes, showing total respect for this dude. But the scene cuts to a close-up of his boot, and you can hear another clang. What was that? It's a broken piece of a sword, lying on the ground, hinting at a struggle. This whole scene feels like a setup, and our girl's arrival is definitely the catalyst. Eric asks if the training is finished, and honestly, the tension is thick enough to cut with a knife. One of the soldiers flinches as Eric casually demonstrates a sword technique. This dude is a beast. But it turns out Eric stopped eating with his family, and it's all because of the princess. No way. The mere sight of her makes him lose his appetite, which is super awkward, especially for Lady Cladonay. Lady Cladonay is straight up irritated by his lack of control, and you can see she's not amused. We get a flashback to the vassals who served the Cladonay household. They all seem pretty shaken up. These vassals also look totally lost by the recent turn of events, and honestly, we are too. Eric stands overlooking everything, completely stoic, while someone watches him with concern. The sky is dramatic, the scene is dramatic. It's a lot, but you know things are about to go down. And that's where this chapter ends, leaving us on a total cliffhanger. What is happening? Eric is totally brooding, wiping sweat from his face, and someone asks where Cladonay is. Apparently, she's been wandering the mansion this morning, and is now in the maid's working area. Weird. Eric looks absolutely wrecked, but tries to play it cool as if nothing has changed. No way. He's clearly struggling to keep it together, though, and honestly, this dude is a mess. The servant explains she was wandering this morning, and Eric's face is unreadable, super suspicious. He questions why she's in the maid's area, but the servant just says she seemed lost and confused. Eric's grip tightens, and you can tell he's not buying it for a second, bro. He demands to know everything she did and who she spoke to, but the servant doesn't know much. Eric straight up threatens the servant if they're hiding anything, and it's intense. But the servant insists they told him everything, leaving Eric even more frustrated and on edge. Okay, so Eric bursts into the room and the maids are all gossiping. It's a full-on scene. They're totally fixated on Cladonay, who is just lying on a pile of clothes, passed out. Seriously. One maid thinks she's comfy, claiming she's slept all day, but another points out those are Ray-worn clothes. Then they start talking about her hair, saying it's brighter than silver. These maids are obsessed. They're gushing about how adorable she is, and honestly, they're not wrong, but also weird. But before they can say more, there's a knock, and it's Eric, who storms in looking furious. He demands to know why they're not working and asks if they've been neglecting their duties. The maid explains they were just checking on the mistress, but Eric isn't buying any of it. He's clearly suspicious and wants answers, but the maids are playing dumb. Classic tension. And just like that, Eric's off to find Cladonay, leaving the maids to exchange worried glances. Eric orders someone to tell Lady Cladonay that the mistress is here, and he sounds so stern. The servants lay Cladonay down on their clothes because the floor is too cold. So sweet, honestly. But then Eric finds them and basically tells them to get back to work. No sympathy from this dude. He's standing over Cladonay, looking all brooding and powerful, and it's a whole mood. Okay, so things are flashing back. Our girl's dad suddenly decides she needs to be engaged to this guy from the House of Crispin. Apparently her father is patching things up with the Crispin family, and she's the bargaining chip. No way. She's recalling how her father and this dude, Lord Crispin, were getting chummy after a battle, and it felt off. At first glance, the proposal seemed perfectly normal. Everyone thought it was a great match. But our girl, she knew something was up. She remembers staring at Lord Crispin, and it just didn't feel right, like he was hiding something. But for some reason, she can't shake the feeling that there's something seriously odd about all of this. Since that day, she's been watching her father like a hawk, trying to figure out what the heck is going on. And now she's determined to keep an eye on her father's dealings. She's not trusting anyone. And honestly, good for her. She's keeping watch, and we can see she's suspicious. And something big is definitely brewing. Our girl is straight up determined to uncover whatever her father is hiding, and I am cheery for it. Okay, so around that time, she finds out a barmaid is getting awfully close to her father, like visiting his quarters close. It's the first time she's ever seen her father act improperly, and she's understandably disappointed. But she doesn't make a scene, because honestly, surviving the front lines is a bigger priority for her. She investigates the woman, suspecting she's being used, but finds nothing suspicious at all. However, the flashback shifts. We see the barmaid and her father in a seriously compromising position. And now it clicks, her father wasn't just patching things up with the crisp bins. He was being manipulated. She realizes the barmaid was sent to distract her father, and that this whole marriage scheme is a setup. But it gets worse. Shadowy figures surround the barmaid, and it's clear she's caught in something huge. She decides to turn a blind eye to the whole thing. She's got bigger fish to fry, and this drama is exhausting. Seriously, this is a lot for our girl to handle, but she's determined to play it cool and figure out the real game. So, she sends a letter detailing everything to someone, evidence and all, but it's a desperate move. She was counting on Sir Kelvinegg, her husband's right-hand man, to take her as his second wife, but it backfires. Lady Cladney, though, she's completely uninterested in hearing about it, straight up dismissing the whole thing. She tells her maid to tell Sir Kelvinegg to let him have the old, wasted man, and honestly, savage. She's relieved she won't have to dine with him anymore. Talk about a power move. But here's the kicker, Lady Cladney clearly orchestrated this whole situation. She wanted Sir Kelvinegg forced into a marriage, and she doesn't care who gets hurt in the process. This whole thing is a calculated game, and our girl is realizing just how ruthless Lady Cladney is. And now she's reflecting on everything that's happened, piecing together the puzzle. Those were Lady Cladney's exact words, and it's clear this is just the beginning of her scheme. He's combing through the letters but finds nothing new. It's a dead end, honestly. But then he leans in close, and it hits him, this house only gets visits from Sir Kelvinegg. He's piecing it together, realizing his mother's reaction wasn't surprise, but confirmation. She and Sir Kelvinegg are business partners at best, and he wasn't shocked to hear it. Cold. So perhaps that's why she's so calm, but then a rustle breaks the silence. He whips around, and there she is, standing in the doorway. No way! She's in her nightgown, looking vulnerable, and he's clearly caught off guard. The room is lavish, but it feels suffocating, and he's stuck staring at her. This dude is seriously conflicted, and our girl is playing the part perfectly. But everything is a performance, and he's starting to suspect it. She asks if she woke him, playing all innocent and fragile, but honestly, it's a total power move. He's caught completely off guard, questioning why she's even here, and she limps forward, acting lost. She keeps limping, drawing his attention, and he's starting to see through her act. It's so obvious. He asks what she needs, trying to maintain composure, but she just stares him down. This is getting intense. She's totally messing with him, and he's realizing she's not as helpless as she seems. Our girl is a mastermind. He demands she go back to sleep, but she ignores him, inching closer and closer. The tension is unreal. She's practically breathing down his neck, and he's frozen, completely captivated by her. Wow. He finally snaps, asking what she wants, and she just gives him this knowing look. She's playing him big time. She's got him wrapped around her finger, and it's clear she's after something. But what? This dude is so confused, and she's playing the helpless card again. Seriously, she's good. She straight up asks if this is what he wants, and this dude is visibly reeling. Wow, the audacity! He doubts she'll find the document interesting, but she grabs it anyway, and his grip tightens on her hand. She's fumbling with the papers, and he's watching her every move. It's so tense, you could cut it with a knife. She's tearing the document, and he's clearly shocked, but she's totally unfazed. Our girl is a savage. She says seeing the princess suddenly come to him like this feels different, and honestly, it's a total mind game. She laughs softly, and it's creepy AF. Is she enjoying this too much? She rips the paper again, and he's completely lost for words. This dude is officially spiraling. She explains how, after avoiding him for so long, his reaction feels good, and it's a power play. No doubt. She's totally got him hooked, and he's just standing there, letting her destroy the document. What is happening? But this is just the beginning. She's playing a long game, and he's falling right into her trap. She admits she hadn't given their marriage much thought, distracted by the king. Ooh, that's a burn. But then she starts laughing. A seriously unsettling laugh, and he's completely thrown off guard. She's clutching letters, and it's clear she's been reading them, obsessing over what he thinks. This is getting twisted. However, she's unraveling, and this dude is witnessing a breakdown. But is it real or another act? Okay, so our girl and her companion realize they're totally trapped. They have to do whatever the royal family demands. But the real problem is they have no clue what accusations are about to be thrown their way. And that's seriously stressing her out. She admits she's worried and lets out a huge sigh. This whole situation is clearly weighing on her. Idol is brought in and her lady-in-waiting asks if she can go to her room, sounding pretty upset. She's aching, but insists she needs to be alone for a bit. Something is clearly eating at her. Our girl decides she'll retreat to her room, seeking a moment of peace amidst all the drama. And honestly, this whole scene is giving off major something bad is about to happen vibes, right? The title card flashes on screen, behind Her Highness's smile, setting the stage for more secrets and schemes. We get a glimpse of the opulent interior, hinting at the wealth and power at play in this story. But the gorgeous setting can't hide the tension. It's clear this isn't going to be a fairy tale. One of the maids brings Cladine a bottle she keeps by her bed, and this dude, her brother, gives the order. He approves the delivery with a simple good work, but the vibe is so creepy and controlling. The head maid relays the message to Cladine honestly. Something feels off about this whole exchange. Cladine is laying there, looking totally vulnerable, and it's clear she's letting someone get close, way too close. Another maid arrives with migraine medication, but Cladine just lets her place it down without a word, which is super weird. The maid leaves and Cladine is totally still. But someone notices she's letting this other person get way too near her legs. Someone is thinking Cladine wouldn't normally allow someone to rest against her legs, and they're starting to suspect something is wrong. The head maid asks if she should call the doctor to check on this child, but the phrasing is so suspicious. What's really going on? The head maid is examining the bottle brought to Cladine, and she's starting to realize this isn't normal at all. The head maid is questioning why this bottle is being brought to Cladine, and it's like she's finally putting the pieces together. Someone overhears whispers about Cladine's past, and it's B80. Apparently, half the court was slaughtered when she was a kid. This other noblewoman straight up says it's no wonder Cladine went mad, and honestly, we're starting to see it. Cladine is laying in bed, looking totally vacant, while someone rambles on about how everyone only uses her. But wait, a tear rolls down the noblewoman's cheek, and she calls Cladine a sweet child, which is so unsettling. The head maid sees a single tear roll down Cladine's face and is clearly worried, and honestly, we are too. The head maid is questioning what is happening, but Cladine doesn't respond, and the tension is building. Cladine is staring blankly, and the head maid is starting to realize something is seriously wrong. However, Cladine suddenly asks if the head maid thinks she's pretending, which is a total curveball. The head maid insists she doesn't think that, but Cladine is pushing, demanding a straight answer. Cladine is getting increasingly agitated, and the head maid is totally caught off guard. This is escalating fast. This dude, the Duke, is admiring Cladine's features, her eyes specifically, but then suggests she needs to gain weight. Rude. The maid overhears and is visibly disturbed, and Cladine just lies there. It's creepy and unsettling, honestly. The Duke orders the maid to turn Cladine over, and she's hesitant, but obeys. Something is so off about this. Cladine is completely unresponsive as she's turned, and the Duke is staring intently at her eyes. What is happening? He's thinking about her eyes looking familiar. Like someone else's? This is a twist. The maid flinches, clearly realizing what the Duke is thinking, and the tension is through the roof. The Duke's eyes narrow, and we see a flashback, or maybe a memory, of someone with the same striking blue eyes. He's connecting the dots. Cladine's eyes look like his sister's, but our girl is pretending to be totally out of it. No way. He's remembering his sister being sick, and now he's staring at Cladine like she's a ghost. This is getting dark. But Cladine's finally reacting, her eyes widening slightly. She knows he's figured something out, and she's not happy. The maid is fussing over Cladine, insisting her nails are too long and she needs her hair brushed. It's a weirdly domestic moment. Cladine responds with a quiet ouch. But it's clear this is triggering something for the Duke, who's listening nearby. Suddenly, everything goes dark, a black screen, and we get a text revealed. This whole scene reminds the Duke of his own sister. No way. Someone asks if Cladine is with her mother, and the Duke confirms it with a simple yes. So mysterious. The Duke stares off into space, looking conflicted, and then he just says, I see. What does he see? We cut to a shot of boots approaching. Someone is walking toward them, and the atmosphere is super tense. The Duke is clearly processing something huge, and honestly, his expression is sending chills down my spine. The Duke insists he's done enough for today, but the head maid protests. Misa needs her feet cared for. She's saying a sudden change might startle Misa, but the Duke is already starting to trim Cladine's toenails. Seriously. Someone finally asks what this dude is doing, and the Duke just responds with, oh, super creepy. He starts snipping at her toes, and Cladine is clearly shocked, asking what he's up to. The Duke keeps going, and the maid is freaking out, but he's totally ignoring her protests. Cladine's trying to pull her foot away, but the Duke is holding it firmly. This is getting intense. He's staring at her foot, and it's clear he's lost in thought again. What is going on in his head? But suddenly, he stops, his expression changing. He remembers his sister having the same habit of hiding her feet. He's recalling his sister's illness, and how she couldn't bear to have her feet touched. This is heartbreaking. And honestly, the realization hits him like a ton of bricks. He finally understands Cladine's behavior. The Duke casually drops that he was about to cut Misa's toenails. Talk about awkward. This noblewoman is giving major side eye, straight up judging the Duke's choice of conversation. Someone finally voices what we're all thinking. Mother wanted to cut Misa's toenails? What? But it hits him. His sister also hated having her feet touched, and this is why Cladine hides them. Okay, so our girl Cladine is just chilling, pretending to be totally out of it, while leaves fall around her castle. She's literally lying on the floor, and the maids are freaking out because she won't get up. It's all part of the act. One maid calls for Cladine, and another insists the floor is too cold, telling her to lie down instead. Cladine just mumbles, neat, but refuses to move, and honestly, it's a little extra even for a fake insanity routine. The maids are whispering, wondering why she's talking to herself, and decide to help her onto a blanket. They try to roll her onto a blanket, but she's limp as a doll, and they're all like, we told you the floor's too cold. One maid is fixing Cladine's clothes, saying it's better, and then suggests getting her something to put on top. They're so concerned. But wait, one of the maids suddenly asks why Cladine keeps talking to herself, and something feels off. One maid straight up says Cladine is weird, and Mistress Cladine can't even understand her. Harsh. Another maid jumps in, saying the young master does the same thing, and that he treats Cladine like she gets it. They all agree it's strange, especially because he's never shown interest in other women before. But then one of them gets a little too curious and starts thinking the young master actually prefers her. Excuse me? The other maids immediately shut that down, asking if she has a problem with their master and his wife. She tries to backtrack, saying that's not what she meant, but another maid warns her to watch her tongue. Suddenly, the young master walks in, asking what all the whispering is about. Talk about bad timing. The maids immediately clam up, and one of them just says it's nothing, trying to play it cool. No way. They're all trying to act normal, but the tension is THK, and you can tell they were definitely gossiping. This is good. They're all trying to hide what they were saying, and our girl is playing the confused card perfectly. The maids are now fixated on Cladine's messy eating habits. Seriously, it's all they can talk about. One of them suggests making Cladine a bib, like she's a child, but another one wants to embroider it with pretty patterns. Oh no, they're already arguing over flower designs and colors. This is getting ridiculous. They're deep in a crafting debate, totally oblivious to how insulting this all is. However, the young master overhears the whole conversation, and his expression is intense. The maids freeze, realizing they've been caught gossiping, and try to pretend everything is fine. Cladine is playing the confused innocent perfectly, acting like she has no idea what they're discussing. The young master demands to know what they were saying, and the tension is so thick you could cut it with a knife. They stammer and lie, claiming it was nothing, but he's clearly not buying it for a second. And just when you think it can't get more awkward, the screen cuts to black. Cliffhanger. This dude, the young master, is straight up assessing the situation. He looks annoyed, but also thoughtful. He casually comments that it looks like Cladine skipped lunch, and honestly, the shade is real. The maids pile on, saying she hasn't even bothered to play with them or leave her room all day. They're painting a picture of her as completely listless, and it's clear they're trying to make him think she's a problem. But the young master just calmly states she probably hasn't eaten, and the maids keep adding to the narrative. They insist she hasn't even played with the maids, and he's starting to look like he's actually considering their claims. He turns and starts walking, and you can tell he's not happy. He doesn't look like he'll tolerate much more. He mutters he doubts he can entertain her as well as the maids did, and the audacity is incredible. Our girl is playing it cool, but she's clearly listening in, and the tension is building. However, it's clear this whole situation is a setup, and she's walking right into their trap. He hears about Cladony supposedly falling into the stream and looks genuinely shocked. Wait, what? Someone pipes up that she was with her mother, and this dude is processing everything way too calmly. But then he turns, a small smile playing on his lips, and you know something's up. He's definitely hiding something. He asks to be turned around, and it's all very intense, like he's about to drop a bomb. Suddenly we get a flashback of a ridiculously cute, tiny Cladony being showered with gifts and affection. He's remembering all the lavish things his mother-in-law used to give her, and honestly, it's a little creepy. He calmly reveals Mistress Cladony doesn't care for the chapel, and bro is dropping hints left and right. However, it's clear he's using this information to manipulate the conversation, and it's a masterful move. He's playing everyone like a fiddle, and our girl is probably realizing she's in way over her head. And just when you think he's done, he casually steps forward, completely owning the situation. This dude is cold. So, they head to the chapel, but Lady Cladony straight up refuses to go inside. She starts whimpering at the gates. She's forced to wait outside with the ladies in waiting, and honestly, it's a total power move by someone. But then our mysterious husband is observing everything, a thoughtful escaping his lips. He spots Cladony and, no way, he's asking his attendant to bring sugary treats to his desk. This dude is scheming, and he wants a constant supply of sweets. It's a weird flex, but okay. He instructs his attendant to check the treats daily, ensuring they never run out. Controlling much. And the attendant just replies, yes, young master, like this is totally normal behavior. However, he's not just obsessed with sweets. It's all part of a plan, and it's about to get interesting. He remembers how lavishly Cladony was spoiled as a child, gifts, affection, the works. But he realizes she doesn't care for the chapel, and it's a crucial piece of the puzzle he's building. She's spying on the dining room and sees her brother and someone else having a private meal. Talk about awkward. Our girl is straight up horrified by what she witnesses. It looks like a secret rendezvous is happening. She lets out a huge gasp, completely losing it. It's a full-on scream of shock and betrayal. But this isn't just shock, it's realization. She's finally connecting the dots and understanding the whole scheme. Okay, so everyone's getting ready for a poem recitation this Wednesday. Sounds harmless enough, right? This dude, the husband, is all like there's gonna be a ton of people, and worries Misa, our girl, will get scared. Misa's stepbrother straight up asks if they need to go through with this whole event, like it's optional. But the stepmother's quick to shut that down, saying they absolutely are going through with it, no question. She lays it on thick, saying they are doing this, and Misa looks totally overwhelmed, honestly. Miisa is clearly spiraling, and the stepmother just stares down at her with this smug look. Ooh, she's the worst. We cut to a title card of poem recitation. Sounds sweet, but trust me, it's anything but. Turns out this isn't just a cute noble gathering. It's a meeting of the ladies from all the allied houses, a power play. They're all gathered, looking fancy and judgmental, and honestly, the tension is THSK. The scene fades to black, and you just know something big is about to go down, because this family is mess sy. So, the Marchioness and her daughter Lacane are definitely attending the recitation. Major players, huge drama. Everyone expects a scandal since Misa's engagement is cancelled, and all eyes are on her and Eric. Eric casually asks Misa if she had fun today, but it's SO loaded, like he's testing her bro. The stepmother jumps in, acting all sweet, and saying Misa did have a good time, but it feels super fake. Misa's lounging all dramatic, and the stepmother's giving Eric this side eye. She's suspicious, for sure. Eric calls her out, saying she talks like a doting father asking about his child, and ouch, that's savage. The stepmother insists Misa enjoyed herself, and honestly, she's laying it on THCK, trying to control the narrative. Eric doesn't buy it for Ev's second, and his expression is basically saying I see right through you, lady. Miesa meanwhile is looking totally exhausted. This whole charade is clearly taking a toll on our girl. But Eric just keeps pressing, and you can tell this conversation is about to explode. Because this family is a mess. Misa pretends she just stopped by to see their faces, then starts munching on something. It's a total distraction tactic. Eric gives her this icy stare, and straight up asks if she's lying, because he's not falling for it. But Misa insists she's just tired and needed to see them, and Eric surprisingly agrees to give her a few minutes. Suddenly, a bunch of people rush into the garden, and Misa's eyes light up. Something's definitely happening. She bolts towards the crowd, yelling "Wee!" And honestly, it's a little unsettling, like she's losing it. We get a bird's eye view of the garden, packed with guests, as Misa weaves through them all. Misa is searching for someone, and you can tell she's desperate to find them, bro. She spots a familiar figure, but it's not who she expected and her expression shifts. Major plot twist. Misa pushes through the crowd, determined to reach this person, and it's clear this is important. However, she's quickly blocked by someone else, and the scene ends on a cliffhanger. No way, what happens next? Thankfully, everyone thinks Misa looks like a little kid or a pet again. Total cover for her act. She spots Lady Cladney, and suddenly needs flowers, which is weird, but okay, she's playing the innocent card. Someone asks if she can take a look, and then this blonde lady, Eric's sister, is totally freaking out over the flowers. Misa asks for more flowers and the blonde lady is visibly relieved. This is working, bro. But then Misa takes a step and Eric is right, giving her this intense look. Talk about awkward. The blonde lady is breathing a sigh of relief, saying the encounter loosened the tension around her heart. But something feels off. Misa is now fully following Eric, and honestly, this is a power move. She's leading him around like a puppy. Someone calls out mistress, and it's clear Misa is making a scene, but Eric doesn't seem to care. She's playing the helpless card, but Eric is totally seeing through her, and this whole situation is a mess. However, Misa is acting like she's lost, and is leaning on Eric, which is a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off. Someone asks why Misa didn't come by earlier, and then drops a bomb. They missed her. Seriously? The bird in the cage is staring daggers, and it's clear this isn't a friendly reunion. This bird hatches her. Eric picks up the cage and the bird calls out mistress. Things are getting intense, fast. Misa looks up at Eric, and she's totally playing the innocent, vulnerable card, but her eyes are calculating. Suddenly, the bird bursts free of the cage, wings flapping like crazy, and Misa is shocked. The bird is flying straight toward Eric, but Misa is faster, reaching out to grab it. No way. She catches the bird, holding it close, and it's a total power move. She's reclaiming control. But the bird is struggling and feathers are flying everywhere. This is a messy, dramatic rescue. Eric is watching Misa intently, and she's clutching the bird like her life depends on it. What's going on? The bird finally calms down and Misa looks relieved, but Eric's expression is unreadable. Oh, the tension. Misa's bird, she's straight up begging for forgiveness on behalf of her mommy. It's wild. She insists her mommy deserves punishment if she's done something wrong, and Eric is just watching, stoic as ever. Then, the bird blurts out an apology. Mommy's not going to, but gets cut off before finishing the sentence. Suddenly, the bird lets out a deafening screech and Eric's face finally cracks. He's furious. The bird's eyes glow, and it's looking directly at someone behind Misa. Who is that? We get a glimpse of a figure looming over them, shrouded in darkness, and honestly, it's terrifying. Eric's about to intervene, but Misa grabs the bird, shielding it with her body. She's protecting it. But the bird is fighting her, squirming and struggling. What is going on with this bird? The bird is pulling away, and Misa is losing control. She's desperate to hold on to it, no matter what. Everything goes black, and honestly, this cliffhanger is brutal. We need to know what happens next. Misa is screaming, a raw, desperate sound. She's losing it, and it's terrifying to witness. She's still screaming, but now it's a full-on, repeated wail. She's completely unraveling before Eric. Eric finally explodes, his own yell cutting through her screams. This dude is beyond furious now, no doubt. He's towering over someone, hair flying, and the sheer power radiating off him is insane. But who is he yelling at? This dude, the Duke, is walking toward Cladney, and she's totally faking being asleep on the bench. Someone whispers that Mistress Cladney is sleeping, but the Duke's face falls. He knows something's up. He's clearly processing something, and it's not good, judging by the look on his face. He asks if anyone has seen her wake up, and straight up demands to know if she's acting like her old self. Someone asks if he should wake his precious bride, but the Duke just stares intensely. The Duke reveals there are rumors swirling around them both, and even his household is talking. He's got a steely glint in his eye, and it's clear he's about to confront whatever's going on. He gently lifts Cladony's head, and she finally opens her eyes, but she looks confused, asking who it is this time. Our girl reveals her uncle is trying to rally people to replace her, and the Duke's expression darkens. But honestly, the Duke looks like he's about to unleash some serious fury on anyone who threatens her. Someone spills that there's a maid named Vina among their servants, and the Duke's eyes narrow. He's definitely connecting dots. Another servant chimes in, saying Vina is new and is spreading rumors with another maid. Uh-oh. They describe the other servant as having brown hair and being skinny, and the Duke's face knows this person. The Duke recalls that this servant, Amberic, supported him over his own father. Seriously, loyalty runs deep with this dude. He remembers Amberic enjoying his freedom a little is too much, and it's clear a plan is forming in his head. Flashback time. We see Amberic and another knight looking intense, apparently plotting something during a battle. The Duke reveals Amberic was the one who saved him during the battle, risking everything. No way, this is intense. He turns back to the servants and calmly thanks them for the information, saying he owes them one. Smooth. But honestly, the Duke's expression says he's already decided what he's going to do with Amberic and Vina. Our girl Cladony is safe for now, but this situation is about to explode. The Duke is not playing around. The Duke is carrying Cladony, and someone asks what's going on with her. Like, seriously? She gives a confused look, but then someone drops a bomb. They've heard she hasn't touched the ground since arriving. Another voice cuts in, accusing the Duke of being head over heels and even cutting her toenails himself. No way. The Duke just sighs, and then, okay sure, he says, but there's more to this vibe. He glances at Cladony, and it's a look, like he's questioning everything, but also still protective. He admits that she might be right about something, and honestly, the suspense is killing me. He turns to the servants, looking for answers. What is it they want to say? What do they know? Someone reveals people are saying her feet haven't touched the ground since she got here. It's getting weirder, and the Duke is carrying her through a grand hall while everyone stares. Straight up royalty treatment. Two maids exchange glances, and you just know they're plotting something. This is about to get messy. The Duke straight up assumes someone is manipulating Cladony, and that she's getting into trouble without supervision. But someone else points out he can't just drag her around like her ladies in waiting did that day. A major mood. He gets it though, realizing she's been treated like a delicate object, and admits he thought there was a reason for all the fuss. He even says she's surprisingly responsible and tender-hearted. This dude is clearly falling for her act. Then bam, he tries to stand but someone yells a stand, and the Duke freezes, looking totally shocked. Someone accuses him of being devoted to Cladony, and honestly, it doesn't make sense to them either. The Duke looks confused, asking what they don't understand, like, what is going on? Someone reveals they first thought the whole thing was a charade, a trick to fool the king, a total act. But then they ask why he's being so devoted to her, and it's clear they're not buying his story. The Duke's expression is intense. This dude is starting to unravel, and our girl is right in the middle of it. Someone is laying into the Duke, questioning his entire marriage. Like, does he even plan to stay with her? The Duke snaps, telling them to shut up, but they don't back down, asking if he's truly okay with this arrangement. They're straight up suggesting he ditch her ASAP, reminding him he was supposed to marry Lacane Crispin. No chill. The Duke finally loses it, yelling enough, and laying down the law. It doesn't matter who he marries, as long as they benefit his family. He explains the king will leave them alone now that the princess is part of the family. It's all political, y'all. But then, the blonde princess, who's been listening, reveals her marriage was unavoidable, yet still the best option. She casually drops that her kindness towards the Duke is strategic, leaving him completely speechless. The Duke is reeling, and honestly, this whole situation is a power play. She's not as innocent as she seems. Our girl is definitely playing the long game, and this dude just walked right into her trap. And the Duke is left staring, realizing he's underestimated her big time. The Duke is processing everything. She's playing him, and he knows it now. He thinks about how she doesn't realize how badly she's being treated. But that's not true at all. This dude admits he doesn't want to make her any more miserable, but then drops a bomb. Everyone sees her as a plague. He repeats it, a plague, and honestly, the delivery is just cold. He's spiraling, and we get a close-up of his face as he struggles with this realization. He repeats a plague, under his breath, like it's a horrifying discovery. But then, a few days later, the poem recitation happens, a social event she's expected to attend. Falling leaves are symbolic, I guess. It's giving ominous vibes. More leaves, more tension, and honestly, this feels like the calm before the storm. And the scene shifts to a grand hall. Prepare for drama, because our girl is about to make a statement. Ladies from families connected to the House of Cladone are gathering in the greenhouse. It's a social event, and our girl is right in the middle. Among the guests are Highness Crispin and her daughter, and they immediately start sizing up our girl. Talk about a power move. But wait, the Marchioness isn't just observing, she's actively spreading rumors about our girl being unwell, straight up questioning her sanity. However, our girl isn't fazed. She's playing the part of the delicate, fragile princess perfectly, and honestly, she's killing it. Okay, so Lady Lacane is playing the fragile card with all her ladies in waiting, looking totally distressed. She's clutching her dress and looking down. She's definitely putting on a show, but everyone's buying it. But hold up, someone notices her handkerchief is missing, and Lady Lacane is straight up the center of attention. Turns out in high society, dropping a handkerchief isn't clumsy, it's basically a love confession. And the fact an unmarried woman left her handkerchief, scandalous, everyone is whispering. The ladies are all gossiping and glancing around, trying to figure out who the handkerchief was for. It's chaotic. Someone suggests it's Highness Crispin's, and our girl's aide is tasked with spreading the rumor. She wants to squash any other gossip, so the focus stays on this romantic mishap. The aide agrees, and honestly, this is a brilliant manipulative move by Lady Lacane. She's playing everyone like a fiddle, using societal rules to create a narrative. This woman is a mastermind. Someone spots the head maid and immediately starts questioning her. The rumors are swirling fast. The maid, though, is totally unfazed, calmly nodding and confirming she saw the handkerchief. But wait, the head maid is actually playing along, fueling the gossip and acting like she's shocked. Lady Lacane sees this and is visibly annoyed. She wanted a simple scandal, not a full-blown investigation. She confronts the maid, demanding to know what she's doing, but the maid just gives her a knowing look. The maid explains she's simply answering questions, and honestly, she's a pro at this game. Lady Lacane tries to change the subject, but the maid smoothly steers it back to the handkerchief. And then, the maid drops a bomb. She heard whispers about Lady Lacane and the Duke. Our girl is straight up furious, but the maid just calmly states she'll keep things brief. This dude is playing a dangerous game, and Lady Lacane is realizing she's met her match. This dude, the Duke, offers to have whatever she needs done completed by tomorrow if she asks, but our girl shuts it down immediately. She insists they can't rush things or it'll ruin everything. She's playing the long game, and honestly, it's smart. More importantly, she wants a way to communicate more freely, because sneaking around is getting old. She states they can't keep making excuses to visit the Cladony mansion, and suggests meeting in town instead. The Duke is all about it. He says he's free to venture out whenever, and will adjust his schedule to hers. However, she suddenly announces their family will be having dinner together tonight. Total curveball. And then, she drops the location. Misa. No way, that's a super public place. The Duke's got a sly look on his face, and it's clear he's totally reading between the lines. This is getting good, because she's clearly trying to force his hand and make a statement. Our girl is straight up daring him to show up, and honestly, this is a power move we love to see. Okay, so our girl is pretending to lose it, nibbling and gnawing on her hand, but straight up tells the Duke to ignore her. However, the Duke is totally unbothered, and casually says she can do whatever she wants as long as she eats enough. He starts brushing her hair and demands she sit still. Talk about a power play, this dude is smooth. But then, the Duke's brother walks into the room, and our girl's face drops. She's playing a dangerous game. She's giving Major Eyes Man vibes, and the Duke's side eye says he sees right through it, bro. The Duke's brother is looming, looking all intimidating, and honestly, he's giving off major bad vibes. She's grabbing at her food, desperately trying to appear to eat, but it's clearly a performance. However, the Duke just watches, a strange look on his face. He's definitely figuring things out. And then, he just drops a fork onto her plate with a loud CLNG. Talk about a tense moment. This dude is straight up messing with her, and our girl is officially trapped in a very awkward situation. The Duke's brother is losing it, demanding Misa use her hands to eat. Talk about a power play! But the Duke straight up tells him Misa is just practicing, and to not say such things to her. The brother is soaked, asking what. He's not used to being talked to like that. The dude doubles down, saying it's easier for her to use her hands, and starts demonstrating himself. Misa tries to copy him, but is clearly struggling, and the brother is absolutely horrified. She's failing so badly that the Duke snaps, declaring she's too old to be spoon-fed. The brother tries to intervene, but the Duke just whips around, looking furious. Someone suggests ignoring Misa if it's so hard for him. Ouch, that's cold. He pours himself a glass of wine, seemingly trying to regain control of the situation. And honestly, the tension is THK and this family dynamic is a mess. The Duke just snatches the wine bottle right off the table. No way, this is escalating fast. He whirls around and straight up accuses Misa of having a huge appetite, but his brother is not buying it. The brother claims she's eating like a pig, and the Duke is like, I'm happy she's enjoying her meal. So passive-aggressive. But then the Duke drops a bomb Misa needs to chew properly, and not just swallow everything whole. Misa's hand flies up and smashes the plate. Total chaos, and the Duke is clearly furious. He's absolutely losing it, face red and everything, while the brother looks totally stunned. The Duke demands they remember they have to meet the king soon, and Misa better not be bruised or scratched by then. The Duke storms off, leaving everyone in shock, and his brother follows, still reeling from the outburst. Meanwhile, Eric is calmly eating, looking unbothered by the drama, and Misa just stares at him. And honestly, she looks completely lost, and we're left wondering what she's planning next. Okay, so the Duke's all you have just a few days before meeting the king, laying down the pressure. Then he straight up asks if she's prepared a gift for the king. Talk about a loaded question? Eric, this dude, finally speaks, and he says he trusts she'll do well. What? But there's a but coming, and it's huge, because he clearly doesn't think she's up to the task. Okay, so the episode kicks off with Behind Her Highness's Smile. The title is kinda ominous, right? Huge content warning flashes on the screen. This episode gets dark, dealing with serious harassment. Our princess is greeting her husband, the Duke, but something feels off. She's putting on a show. She's mid-greeting when this dude, a court official, straight up grabs her arm, and it's super aggressive. No way, he's getting way too close, and our girl visibly tenses up, bracing for something awful. She asks Lemps, looking totally defeated, and the Duke immediately steps in, grabbing her to support her. The Duke is shielding her body, and you can see how furious he is, protecting her from this creep. She's completely overwhelmed, leaning on him, and it's heartbreaking to see her so vulnerable. Everyone stares as another woman bursts in, screaming at the Duke, and it's a total power play. But honestly, the Duke just looks unimpressed, and this woman is about to get rid to filth. Okay, so the Duke's wife, our girl, expects they'll be together soon. Isn't that sweet? But the Duke is totally stonewalling, giving zero reaction to her words. It's icy. He's saying he hopes for the same, however, he has no intention of forcing her. We see two courtiers whispering behind them. Major side eye, they're plotting something. The Duke drops a bomb. He's worried about her health, but doesn't want to waste time talking about it. And then, this dude straight up calls her a silly monkey. The 8 of Sati. The Duke's face changes. He's grinning now, and it's a seriously unsettling look. He's not just grinning, he's looking down on her with this smug, superior expression. The Duke is totally shutting down the conversation. It's like he's dismissing her existence. Our girl is playing the fragile act, but honestly, he's not buying it, and it's getting tense. Okay, so word on the street is the princess' wedding night was intense. They say the sheets were soaked in blood. But hold up, apparently, not a single drop of blood was found on her body after she was bathed. Suspicious, right? Someone's spilling tea to another courtier, saying the same thing happened every single night after the wedding. Zero blood. This dude is thinking hard, and it's clearly hitting him. Something isn't adding up with the princess story. He's starting to suspect this whole insanity act as a front, and it's giving him major vibes. He walks toward the princess, who's looking all delicate, and honestly, he's radiating power. He stops right in front of her, and it's a total power move. She's practically shrinking away. He's thinking about royal blood and what it means to have it, and it's a little creepy, TBH. He starts walking, and guards are falling into step behind him, and it's like a royal procession. He's totally ignoring the fallen princess and strides on, like she's nothing, cold as ice. He demands she tell him everything, and honestly, the tension is THK, you can cut it with a knife. She denies keeping the princess alive to cancel the marriage, but her answer feels off, like a total lie. He squeezes her hand, and it's not gentle. It's a warning, a power play, and she flinches. She smirks, a creepy little curve of her lips, and it sends chills down my spine. She's definitely hiding something. Her eyes are locked on him, calculating, and it's clear she's playing a dangerous game right now. He realizes the House of Cladony was trying to deceive the crown, and he's absolutely furious. He turns away from her, dismissing her completely, and she's left reeling, total cold shoulder. She collapses, falling to the floor, but honestly, I think it's part of the act, a calculated move. She cries out, and it sounds so forced, like she's putting on a performance for an audience. But this dude isn't falling for it. He's seen through her, and our girl is about to face the consequences. He's thinking aloud, wondering if this all looks like treason, and it's a total power move. He stares down at her, eyes narrowed, and she's trying to play innocent, but it's not working. He grabs her arm, and it's intense, like he's about to expose everything, and she's visibly shaken. She tries to pull away, but his grip tightens, and you can see the pain flash across her face. He's digging his fingers into her arm, and she cries out. But honestly, it feels so manufactured. He's demanding to know what she's hiding, and she's desperately trying to convince him it's just weakness. But he doesn't buy it for a second. He knows she's faking, and it's about to blow up in her face. He declares the word treason, and it's a death sentence. Escape is officially off the table. A woman steps forward, claiming she doesn't care about her own life, but she'll protect her parents. Another figure joins them, and it's clear this family is caught in a web of secrets and danger. He asks about their servants and vassals, basically everyone who follows her family, and it's a loaded question. He reveals they only brought 70 knights to the capital, and it's clear he's setting a trap. This dude straight up says the royal soldiers and capital guards will destroy anyone who follows her house, and the threat is huge. He beckons Misa forward, and our girl is clearly terrified, but she has to obey. She crawls toward him, and honestly, it's heartbreaking to watch her pretend to be so weak. He declares she'll do as he says, and she meekly agrees, playing the submissive role perfectly. He strokes her hair, and it's a total power move. He's asserting dominance right in front of everyone. He asks if her husband did something to her, and the implications are insane. He's accusing him of abuse? No way. She's fully leaning into the act now, and it's a masterful performance, even if it's awful. But her brother is definitely buying it, and our girl just secured a temporary win for now. She lets out a choked cry, and it's clear this performance is taking a toll on our girl. She's fidgeting with her hands and rubbing her arm, desperately trying to appear fragile and scared. But then, she suddenly collapses onto the cushions with a dramatic onk. Total commitment to the act. No way, her brother is absolutely falling for it, and it's terrifying how easily he's manipulated. Okay, so our girl Misa is laying in bed looking gorgeous, but she's clearly playing a role. She straight up asks her husband, this cold, calculating dude, why he doesn't just ignore her. It's a bold move. Misa doubles down, saying he doesn't even want her attention, which is a little savage, honestly. Suddenly, this dude is at her bedside, and it's super creepy. Like, what is he even doing? He's looking at her with this intense smirk, and you can tell he's definitely not buying her act. He starts to move towards her, and Misa looks genuinely startled for the first time in ages. We get a wide shot of the room, and it's all opulent luxury, but the tension is thicker than ever. He's now looming over her on the bed, and it's a full-on power play. She's trapped. Misa's completely still, eyes wide, and it's like time has stopped. The silence is deafening. But then nothing happens. It cuts to a shot of the room, and we're left hanging with a whole lot of unanswered questions. He tells her everyone will gossip, but they'll use it to show the world how powerful they are. Total power move. Misa's hands start to tremble, and honestly, it's the first real crack in her head we've seen. He's gripping her hand so tightly, and she's clearly shaken, but she's trying to hide it. He leans in close, saying he didn't mean to corner her, but his expression says otherwise. Major red flag. She's cornered, literally and figuratively, and this dude is just watching her reaction. He clenches his fist, and you can tell he's fighting some serious internal battle. What is going on with him? Misa's still laying there, playing the helpless act, but her eyes are giving everything away. He's staring at her, and the tension is insane. It's like a silent standoff between two master manipulators. Our girl's still trembling, and he's just observing her. It's a super unsettling dynamic. But then, he looks away, and it's like the pressure releases slightly. What does this mean? Whoa, hold up. Someone just tried to kill Misa, and everyone's wondering what's been going on with her. Straight up, a bloody knife falls right in front of her, and it's a terrifying sight. The imagery is intense. People are gossiping, and we get a flashback. Maze's siblings were brutally murdered by the king, one by one. But here's the twist: to survive, Misa chose to let her family die, and it's a heartbreaking reveal. She's now pregnant, and it's clear the king spared her for a reason, but it's a twisted, awful reason. No way. Ghostly hands reach for her, and it's like her dead siblings are haunting her from beyond the grave. She's being treated like an animal, and it's absolutely gut-wrenching to watch this unfold. These spectral hands are closing in, and it's a super creepy visual. The tension is building like crazy. We get a close-up of Misa's face, and she looks completely broken. Her eyes are filled with pain and regret. Our girl is trapped in a nightmare, and it's clear this is far from over. The stakes are so high right now. He's imagining her life, all the pain she endured, and honestly, he's speechless, completely wrecked. We see her from behind, hair falling, and she looks utterly broken, haunted by everything she's been through. This dude is staring intently, a cold expression on his face, and you can tell he's processing everything. He's clenching his fist, struggling with what he knows, and desperately trying to find the right thing to say. But there are no words, no comfort he can offer. It's a heartbreaking realization for both of them. He turns away, shoulders slumped, and it's clear he's overwhelmed by the weight of her past. No way, she's lying in bed, seemingly lifeless, and he rushes to her side, panic in his eyes. He's cradling her, and it's a raw, emotional moment. He's finally breaking through her facade. He desperately wants to say something, anything, to reach her, but he's lost for words. And then silence. The scene fades to blue, hinting at a long, painful road ahead for these two. Okay, so this morning starts with someone whispering good morning to our girl. It's super eerie and unsettling. A whole crew of staff bustles in, setting up breakfast, and this gray-haired dude is clearly in charge, looking intense. We get a close-up of one of the maids. She's giving major side eye, straight up judging everything. This dude, the husband, is standing in the doorway, observing everything, and the room is seriously fancy. He walks toward the bed, and the maids part like the Red Sea. Talk about power move. He tells her it's time to wake up and eat, but she doesn't respond, and he calls her princess? What is going on? He leans in close, and she finally opens her eyes, but she's totally blank, staring right through him. He's thinking about how he thought the people who lied to the king would be executed, but somehow they've gotten away with it. He's clearly suspicious of those people, and honestly, he's got every right to be. And just like that, she's still not responding, and the tension is so thick you could cut it with a knife. The maid is questioning why he won't let her rest, claiming she's still tired from yesterday's journey. Suspicious. Much. He brushes it off with a simple ice, of course, but honestly, it feels super forced and weird. This dude, the husband, is totally shutting down the conversation. He's giving off major don't bother me vibes. The maid and the gray-haired butler exchange a look. They're definitely plotting something. You just know it. He asks why she isn't eating breakfast, and she just lies there, completely unresponsive. It's heartbreaking, honestly. Breakfast is served. A huge spread of meat and veggies. But it's like she doesn't even notice it's there. He's starting to suspect something is seriously wrong, and the sound of silverware clattering only adds to the tension. She's still asleep, covered in blankets, and the maid and butler are just watching. It's so creepy. He finally turns away, seemingly defeated, but the butler and maid are still exchanging those shady glances. No way. The butler and maid are clearly up to something, and our girl is stuck in the middle of it all. Okay, so he's offering her a tiny bite of food on a fork, trying to get a reaction. It's kinda sweet, but she actually takes it, nibbling delicately, and it's a total breakthrough. He's shocked, and so am I. She nibbles again, but it's lipstick. She's straight up eating her lipstick, and it's a weird, unsettling moment. However, this is her act. She's faking insanity. She's testing him, seeing how he'll react to her bizarre behavior. Okay, so it's nighttime, and our girl's clearly lost in thought, staring at the moon. Probably scheming. We cut to a super formal dinner, and honestly, the spread is Iansayan, lobster, steak, the works. This dude, her husband, straight up asks if she can manage to eat without his help, which is rude. She doesn't respond, just stares back, and the tension is THC. You can cut it with a knife. She's silent, and the scene shifts, but she's clearly giving him the cold shoulder. No way is she impressed. She starts to eat, but it's all very deliberate and frosty, while he just watches her. She makes a show of using her utensils, but then she blurts out she doesn't like him. Ouch, brutal honesty. She wonders why they're even having this overly formal dinner, and honestly, same question, bestie? He starts eating, but he's being extra, picking at his steak, and then he drops a line about the servants being inefficient. He's being a total snob, but our girl is clearly not faced. She's playing a long game, and I'm here for it. She admits she hasn't held cutlery in nearly 10 years, and you can see her hands are shaking. It's heartbreaking. She attempts to pick up a piece of steak, but her hand trembles so badly she can't even manage it. She confesses she can't get a grip, and honestly, it's a super vulnerable moment for our girl. This dude casually remarks she's proficient at this, but it's clearly a dig, total gaslighting. She straight up calls him out, saying there's not a chamg proficient about her struggling like this. And then disaster strikes. She drops the fork, and the tension is so palpable. She loses it, grabbing a pastry and just munching on it with her hands. It's messy and raw. He's visibly judging her, and the munch sound effect is just adding to the awkwardness. He continues to eat, looking down at her while she's literally eating with her hands. The nerve of this guy. She's completely unbothered, just munching away, and honestly, it's a power move. She's licking her fingers clean after demolishing that pastry, and he's visibly annoyed. Like, seriously? She asks what the point is of making him suspicious, and honestly, it's a great question. She's calling his bluff. She slumps back in her chair, playing the helpless act again, but he's not buying it for a second. This dude straight up clutches his head, looking totally stressed. It's almost satisfying to watch him squirm. He tries to cut his steak, but his hand is shaking, mirroring her earlier struggle. The tables are turning. She's watching him intensely, and you can see she's realizing his facade is cracking. She's onto something. She drags herself up from her chair, looking distraught, and starts walking away. It's a calculated move. He gets up and follows her, but she's clearly playing on his guilt, wondering if she's angered him. He's stepping closer and closer, and the tension is building. This is about to go OW. But wait, she's turning back, a strange look on her face. No way, what's she planning now? She's thinking it's not the first time he's seen her eat like an animal. She's so unbothered. It's wild. But she quickly realizes she still needs to tread carefully around this man. He's unpredictable, bro. He asks her to lift her face, and she flinches, but he's surprisingly gentle as he reaches for her. He starts wiping the crumbs off her face, and she's totally caught off guard. This is a new level of close contact. She nods, letting him continue, and thinks he's not as oblivious as she thought. He's definitely playing a game. Then, out of nowhere, he asks for her hand, and our girl is Sioka. What is this dude planning? He starts carefully cleaning her hand, and she's staring at him with a single tear rolling down her cheek. It's intense. However, that tear isn't from happiness, and honestly, it feels like she's about to snap. The pressure is building. She's trying so hard to maintain her composure, but this dude is clearly unraveling her carefully constructed facade. And just when you think things can't get more complicated, she's starting to question if he's actually seeing through her act. The servants are rattled by something happening off-screen. Things are clearly escalating. They're setting out a ton of fancy desserts, but our girl is about to ruin the whole scene. Suddenly someone, we can't see who, splashes a drink right in her face, and she's totally stunned. She's reeling from the shock, and this dude is already looking down at her with a cold expression. She thinks, then I could get a few days rest. Is she actually hoping to be confined? The servant who splashed her is standing there, looking smug, but our girl's about to make her regret it. She's straight up playing the helpless victim, letting the water drip down her face. What a master manipulator. The servant looks shocked, realizing our girl isn't broken at all. This is a power move. But this isn't about getting rest. She's setting a trap, and honestly, this servant walked right into it. Our girl is thinking about how she can finally get some peace, and it's chilling how calm she is. She's letting the tears flow, claiming her maid usually does all the washing. It's a total setup. She wonders why the maid bothered showing up herself, but we know she's baiting her, right? The maid goes for her, and our girl screams, flailing like she's being attacked. It's a performance. The maid's got her pinned, but our girl is playing helpless, eyes closed, looking totally vulnerable. She whispers, why? And this dude is straight up furious, calling her a wretched little thing. She pushes the maid away with a surprising burst of strength, and it's a total power shift. Everyone is shocked. What is she even doing? And honestly, the maid definitely didn't expect that. She's demanding to know what the maid is doing, and the whole scene is a mess of accusations and drama. No way, she's totally flipped the script, making herself the victim and the maid the aggressor. But this isn't just about control, she's setting up a bigger plan, and it's going to be epic. She's practically sobbing, clutching her arm and claiming the maid injured her. Total Oscar-worthy performance. But her husband is right there, watching her with a steely gaze, and he's clearly not buying a single tear. She's demanding answers, but she's also subtly showing off her uninjured arm. She's so clever, it's insane. However, he steps forward, and it's clear he's about to expose her lies. This is gonna be good. Our girl is straight up calling the king, whispering his name like it's a secret, and a dangerous one. She's being undressed by someone off screen, and she looks totally lost in thought, like this isn't happening. Okay, this is intense. She's completely bare, and it's clear she's bracing herself for something awful. But then this dude, the king, is there, sighing and looking completely exasperated with everything. He's reaching for her, and honestly, it's super confusing. Is this a rescue or something else entirely? She's staring up at him, a little blush creeping onto her face, but her expression is unreadable. Bro. He's got a grip on her, looking down with such intensity, you can practically feel the tension building. This dude is confused, which is hilarious because she's the one playing a whole role, right? She's clearly rattled, like his actions are throwing her off her game. No way she expected this. She admits he's confusing her, and it's a huge moment. Our girl, the one who fakes insanity, is genuinely thrown. He's warning her she'll catch a cold. Like, seriously? He's worried about her health right now. Splash! He straight up dumps a pitcher of water on her, and she's totally shocked, thinking he's furious. But she realizes this isn't anger, it's something else. He's cleaning her, gently, in the tub. This dude is kneeling beside the tub, looking way too intense, and she's questioning everything. He asks her to tell him if she's uncomfortable, which is a total 180 from how she expected him to react. He admits he's never done this before, and it's so awkward. Our girl is clearly flustered by his vulnerability. He's grabbing oils, prepping to care for her skin, and it's a major power shift. She's used to being treated horribly. She's thinking he'll just wash her roughly, like an animal, since that's all she's known. But wow, she's wrong. He's carefully applying the oil to her skin, and she's just stunned, bro. It's a total mind blow. She's reeling, realizing how different his touch is, and it's completely dismantling her carefully constructed facade. He's gently washing her hair, and she's completely losing it. This is a level of kindness she's never experienced. She's spiraling, her thoughts racing, and she can't process why he's being so gentle with her. She whispers that it feels nice, and it's a huge crack in her icy facade. Our girl is actually enjoying this. He's stroking her hair, and she's fixated on the touch, realizing how starved she is for simple affection. She's speechless, staring up at him with wide eyes, and honestly, he looks a little flustered by her gaze. She's questioning everything, her act, her expectations, and this dude who's turning her world upside down. He's so close, his expression unreadable, and she's realizing just how much she's been bracing for pain. She thinks he's going to demand something, but he just continues to care for her, and it's messing with her head. She's practically unraveling, admitting to herself that he's being unbelievably gentle. It's a total shock. He's watching her, a subtle expression on his face, and it's clear this whole situation is affecting him too. He says he'll wash her body thoroughly, and our girl is completely thrown. She's not used to anyone offering care, let alone this kind. He starts to wash her, and she's ticklish, giggling softly. It's a total surprise even to herself. She's twitching, overwhelmed by the sensation, but he's so gentle, and she's starting to trust him. She lets out a small, involuntary sound, and he turns his head, clearly affected by her reaction. He's completely captivated by her vulnerability, and it's a huge moment. He's seeing past the act, and she knows it. She's realizing how deeply she's been starved for affection, and this dude is filling a void she didn't even know existed. She's bracing for the other shoe to drop, expecting him to demand something. But he just continues to care for her. She's questioning everything, her act, her expectations, and this dude who's turning her world upside down. He's watching her, a subtle expression on his face, and it's clear this whole situation is affecting him too. She's unraveling, admitting to herself that he's being unbelievably gentle. It's a total shock. He leans in super close, and she's totally caught off guard, like majorly flustered. This dude straight up says a madwoman shouldn't care who washes her, and wow, that's a lot. She's reeling, trying to process this, and blurts out a confused She's so thrown. He's blushing now, completely flustered by his own words, and it's kinda adorable, honestly. She's thinking, realizing normal people would be embarrassed in this situation. The irony isn't lost on her. She's straight up admitting she's caught off guard by his care, questioning what he wants. He's silent, staring at her, and she's bracing for a demand. But he doesn't say anything. She's realizing this dude is actually gentle, and it's messing with her head big time. He continues washing her, and she's losing it internally. Years of abuse versus this kindness. He's still watching her, and she's now questioning everything. Her act, her expectations, everything. She says it makes her feel strange, and it's clear she's completely unraveling right now. He collapses onto the bed with a flop, and our girl is instantly worried. This dude is exhausted. He lets out a breath, and she realizes just how drained he is, thinking he's completely spent. She tells him he needs to lie down and rest, and you can see she's genuinely concerned for him. He's out cold, face buried in the pillow, and she's staring at him. It's a vulnerable moment. She gently touches his hand, and honestly, the tenderness is a total surprise even for her. She's thinking about how different this is, how she's used to being feared, not cared for. Our girl is straight up questioning everything, her act, his motives, the whole situation. She's realizing this kindness is throwing her off balance, and it's messing with her head big time. He's completely out, and she's left alone with her thoughts, wondering what's going on with this dude. She's literally pulling the covers over him, deciding he needs rest more than she does. Talk about a twist. But she can't bring herself to just leave him, so she ends up lying down beside him, completely barefoot. Our girl is spiraling, straight up questioning why she's doing this, why she's even caring for him. However, she quickly shuts down the thought. She's still acting, reminding herself he needs her help, not the other way around. Okay, so the story starts with the title card behind Her Highness's smile. Sounds dramatic, right? Then another title card pops up, smile, and honestly, the art is gorgeous, all intricate swirls in gold. We cut to our girl and her husband chilling in this super fancy garden, like a total greenhouse dream. He notices she seems bothered by the birds, so this dude straight up orders his staff to move them. Talk about a power move! He asks if she actually dislikes birds, and she gives this vague hawk. She's hiding something, as usual. But here's where it gets interesting. She's visibly fidgeting, twisting her hands together, totally anxious. We get a close-up of her hands, and you can see she's really messing with her rings, like she's trying to ground herself. He's watching her, observant as ever, and you can tell he sees right through her act. This man is intense. She's all tense and he's watching, and honestly, the tension is shaky enough to cut with a knife. She's clearly uncomfortable, and he's just studying her. Something's brewing, bro, and I'm here for it. She mutters something about a bird eating something, but it's super vague and doesn't make sense. He's instantly like 8 knew it, clearly confused, and honestly so are we. She turns away, giving him this icy glare, refusing to meet his eyes, and the tension is real. He's clearly not buying it. This dude is a master at reading people. It's kinda scary. She finally turns back to him, and demands to know why he keeps pressing her for answers. And then, she drops the bomb. She's just annoyed he won't leave her alone, straight up. But she adds that he keeps pestering her, which feels like a massive understatement, honestly. She's basically saying he's suffocating her with his attention, and it's a little unsettling. He's still trying to figure out what's going on, but she's shutting down, refusing to elaborate. Our girl is clearly hiding something and this dude is determined to uncover the truth. This is gonna be good. He asks if she has trouble speaking, trying to be gentle, but she flinches like he's struck her. She mutters she's good at talking as, inside her head. Wow, that's a mood, honestly. But then she stops herself, and it's clear she's battling something internally. He's staring intently, trying to read her, and she's avoiding his gaze at all costs. We get a flashback to her sitting on a bench with him, but it's hazy and dreamlike. They're close, but separated by a wall of overgrown plants, symbolism anyone. She's lost in thought, and he's watching her, looking super concerned. He's clearly worried about her, but she's just distant and unreachable. But the scene shifts, and we see a glimpse of something else. A hidden sadness in her eyes. Our girl is a mess of secrets and pain, and this dude is about to be pulled into it all. He extends his hand, offering a space for her to respond, but she just stares back. It's intense. He realizes she hasn't actually spoken to anyone in a long time, and it hits him hard. He gently suggests it's because she's not used to voicing her thoughts, but she's clearly lost in her own world. She admits she hasn't given it much thought, which is a massive understatement, honestly. She looks away, lost in thought, and he's left staring at her, totally captivated by her mystery. She finally nods, acknowledging what he said, but it's subtle, a tiny movement that says so much. He's trying to break through her walls, but our girl is a fortress, and it's heartbreaking to watch. But this dude is determined to understand her, even if she's completely shut off. He's a persistent one. She avoids eye contact, but there's a flicker of something in her expression, a hint of vulnerability. And just when you think she's completely withdrawn, she gives a small nod, like she's starting to trust him. He suddenly realizes she was imitating others' words, which explains her skill with language. It's a total defense mechanism. This dude gently urges her to speak whenever she can, instead of just nodding, and honestly, it's a sweet moment. He points out she was able to give short answers earlier, and it's like a light bulb goes off. Our girl looks away, lost in her own head, and it's clear she hasn't really thought about why she's so quiet. He stares at her, totally captivated, and bro is clearly falling for her despite, or because of, her walls. But something shifts in him, and he admits that seeing her struggle actually makes him want to break through his own reservations. She finally responds with a hesitant, okay, and it's a tiny victory, a crack in the ice, honestly. He's so focused on her, and she looks so fragile, it's like time stops for a second. She closes her eyes, and it's like she's bracing herself for something, or maybe letting go. And just when we thought things were calming down, her expression shifts, hinting at a hidden depth. She tries to speak, but her voice cracks. It's so awkward, she immediately covers her mouth. Our girl is mortified, and she wonders why this keeps happening, but this dude, he's not having it. He straight up tells her the more she speaks, the better she'll become, and it's a surprisingly bold move. He reaches out and grabs her hand, and wow, the tension is real. She's totally caught off guard. He suggests she imitate him, like right now, and she looks at him with a glimmer of hope. She subtly studies his expression, and it's clear she's trying to figure out how to copy his confidence. But the moment is interrupted when she accidentally mimics his scowl, and it's both hilarious and a little unsettling. He's a bit taken aback by her sudden imitation, but she's clearly making an effort to break out of her shell. However, she quickly drops the act, and it's like the weight of her past crashes down on her again. She avoids his gaze, and you can see the struggle in her eyes. She wants to change, but it's not easy. He's holding her hand, and straight up points out where most people's voice boxes are located. It's intense. He asks if she can feel it, and our girl looks so confused and unsettled, questioning what he even means. She tries to respond with a questioning, but she's clearly reeling from his touch and bizarre question. But wait, he's squeezing her hand tighter, and she's starting to realize this isn't about her voice at all. Okay, so things are getting wild-y. Our girl and her husband are about to rub lips like a ritual thing. Suddenly, she remembers something. A memory surfaces, and it's clearly not a happy one. A priestess apparently recited the whole process of a wedding night, and it's intense. Two bodies becoming one, no way! We cut to her lying in bed, and honestly, the scene is super unsettling. Something's definitely off. The priestess is back, reading from her book, and it's becoming clear this isn't a normal wedding night ritual at all. The process is described as bizarre and grotesque, like straight up horrifying. This is not a romantic moment, people. She starts scratching at herself, clearly in pain, because the priestess mentioned it might hurt. Understatement of the century. Our girl is suffering, and it's awful. The whole thing feels forced and wrong, and she's clearly a victim here. But wait, it's revealed this isn't just a wedding night ritual. It's a twisted, dark practice. Seriously messed up? This dude thinks he's saving her, but he's stumbled into something so much bigger and darker than he imagined. Oh boy. She thought this whole ritual was just a huge hassle, something she could ignore. But now she realizes it's become a way to save her marriage. But ever since their conversation a few days ago, her husband is avoiding her, making excuses to delay things. She's lying in bed, staring at him, and it's clear she's desperate to understand why he's acting this way. She blurts out that the king might even execute him for what's happening, and honestly, the tension is THK. Our girl is clearly distressed, clutching a pillow to her chest and looking absolutely terrified. He asks if there's something she wants to say, and she's clearly holding back a massive secret. She finally reveals the truth: the ritual isn't about pleasure. It's a way to bind them together, a desperate attempt to secure their union. He's listening intently, and we can see he's starting to understand the gravity of the situation. She explains that if he doesn't participate, the king will punish him, and it's a no-win scenario for both of them. But this dude is reeling. He thought he was protecting her, but now he realizes he's been caught in a political trap. He's about to cut into his steak, but pauses. Something about her expression throws him off. She's staring at him, her eyes narrowed, and starts spiraling, wondering if all his kindness was a lie. Our girl is convinced he's just buying time to kick her out, and she's absolutely devastated. She calls out his name, Maisa, barely a whisper, as she braces for the worst. But he responds just Maisa, and it's clear he's seen right through her act. She's speechless. She's completely undone, her carefully constructed facade crumbling around her. He's stepping closer, and honestly, the look on his face is unreadable, sending chills down her spine. She's desperately trying to figure out what he's thinking, but her mind is racing with doubt and fear. He's staring at her, and the silence is deafening. She's completely at his mercy. And just when you think things can't get more intense, he finally speaks her name again, Misa. He's laying it all out. He wants to solidify their marriage, which is a lot, honestly. She's reeling, remembering every small kindness from his household, and it's triggering her trauma. These anxious thoughts are consuming her, spiraling into a place where she can't think straight. But he's right there, watching her unravel, and the tension is absolutely insane right now. He calls her name, Miesa, and the way he says it is sending shivers down her spine, for real. She's trying to read him, desperately searching for any sign of what he's planning, but it's impossible. He says her name again, and it's like a punch to the gut. She's completely exposed and vulnerable. He declares he wants to solidify their marriage, and this dude is straight up not messing around. Her father and stepmother are there, looking shocked, and honestly, they deserve a front row seat to this drama. But our girl is completely broken. Her carefully built walls are crumbling, and she has nowhere left to hide. Her ladies in waiting are fussing over her, and it feels like a distant memory, a sweet, fragile moment. But the warmth is shattered when she hears his voice. He's calling for her, and she flinches hard. He's demanding to know if she's okay, but honestly, it feels more like an accusation than concern. She tries to play the part of the fragile, unwell princess, but her composure is cracking. It's so heartbreaking. He's not buying it for a second, and his gaze is intense. This dude is seeing right through her act. She's lost in memories, replaying the past, and it's clear her brother's abuse still haunts her every second. He's practically begging her to share what happened, and it's a total 180 from his usual coldness. She finally breaks down, whispering his name, Misa, and it's a raw, desperate sound. He's completely undone by her pain, and his expression is one of pure anguish. No way this is a facade. But her face, she's remembering something else entirely, and it's a total cliffhanger. She mutters she can't blame him, and suddenly, a voice cuts through the air. It's Lady Maleka, straight up yelling. He flinches at the sound, and is clearly furious. Who dares speak to his wife like that? It's a total mood shift. Our girl looks up, confused, and realizes it's all about her. Apparently, Lady Maleka is airing out her grievances. He's holding her close, protecting her, and she's finally understanding what's going on. It's about to pop off. She pieces it together. Malika's screeching tone gave her away, and now she knows the source of the drama. He lets out a little oomph of annoyance, and it's clear he's not thrilled about this interruption, but he's playing it cool. And then a splash! Something lands on this dude, and he's totally caught off guard. What even age is happening? It looks like someone just threw something at him, and he's definitely not amused. No way this is going to end well. He's absolutely seething. This dude is about to unleash his wrath, and honestly, Lady Maleka has it coming. But our girl, she's watching everything unfold, and something tells me she's enjoying the chaos. This is gold. He turns away, lost in thought, and straight up tells her they barely know each other. Ouch, that's cold. She looks up at him, a little stunned, and it's clear she's processing what he just said. It's a heavy moment. But she quickly recovers, and her expression shifts, like she's suddenly seeing things from a new angle. Interesting. She meets his gaze, and it's a total power move. Our girl is about to take control of this conversation, for sure. Okay, so everyone thinks our princess is totally out of it, playing the insane card to survive. Her maid and another servant are checking the bed, and it seems like absolutely nothing happened overnight. They notice the sheets are only rumpled on one side. She apparently didn't even share the bed with her husband. The maid straight up says they didn't even make contact, and this dude, the husband, is listening nearby. This dude's face is intense, like he's piecing everything together, and honestly, he looks a little scary. He asks if she thinks she should lean closer to the princess, like he's about to do something. He leans in, and the maid looks confused. What is this dude planning, seriously? He's staring at the princess, and he's realized something huge about her. She's been faking it. He's calling her a brat in his head, but the way he says it, it's not sweet, it's threatening. He's got this dangerous look on his face, and the maid is totally giving him the side eye. Things are about to go WN. He starts to question her, demanding to know a little what. And honestly, the intensity is ramping up. We get a close-up of his eye. That green is piercing, and he's totally seeing through her act now. Cut to the blonde sister. She's crying and looking pathetic, but our girl is not having it. The husband and maid are standing over her, and the scene is super dramatic. It's like a judgment. Someone is watching from the shadows, and it's creepy, but also, who is it? The maid tries to say something about the husband meeting with another family, but she gets cut off. She almost spills the info, but then decides never mind, which is so suspicious. The blonde sister tries to act okay, but she's clearly a mess, and we all know she's playing a part too. The maid brings up the meeting again, and it's clear this family is important to the plot. Our girl is playing the long game, pretending to be weak, but she's a mastermind, seriously. Okay, so our girl's heart is ing, like badum all over the place. She's clearly processing something huge. She's trying to play it cool, but her survival instincts are screaming, and it's all coming together. The maid gets her sister up, talking about getting dressed, but honestly, the blonde is a mess. The maid hopes this other family will be useful, but our girl is already plotting. She's a straight-up strategist. Someone asks what this family could possibly offer, and our girl's expression? Intense. She's thinking 10 steps ahead. We get a close-up of her eyes, and you can see the gears turning. This isn't a damsel in distress, people. She's admitting she's honed her survival skills over the last decade, and it's kinda terrifying how calculated she is. Another badum moment as she reveals she spent years perfecting her act. No way. Another heartbeat. She's so good at this. It's almost scary, and she's about to unleash it. This girl is a master of deception, and she's ready to play whatever game this dude throws at her. This dude, the third pillar of the kingdom, is straight up disappointed in everyone. Talk about a mood. He demands to know how long they have to stay, and honestly, it's giving major I'm better than you vibes. The maid admits it's taken longer than expected, but our girl is already sizing up the situation. She declares they must take action today or else. She's not messing around, and we love to see it. He lets out a creepy huh, and the background goes wild with lines, like something big is brewing. Two maids are whispering, clearly worried about something, while another blonde is being supported. It's raining hard, super dramatic, and he's laughing. A truly sinister here. This is bad news. He's thinking about something, and it's clearly not good, while the rain continues to pour down. Our girl is totally playing the long game, and this dude thinks he's in control. Oh, he's so wrong. She's using her skills, honed over a decade, to manipulate everyone, and it's absolutely brilliant. Our girl is pretending to be frail, but she's seriously calculating. She's worried someone will discover her secret. It's pouring rain outside, creating this super ominous vibe, and she's convinced someone is eavesdropping. Two maids are bringing gifts to the mistress, hoping she'll love them, and they're practically beaming with excitement. But wait, one maid overhears something and her face drops, like instantly. The other maid asks what's wrong, and she says she heard someone shrieking. No way, that's terrifying. The first maid isn't sure, but she definitely heard something unsettling, and now they're both freaked out. They try to play it cool, but their fear is radiating, and our girl is totally picking up on it. This is intense. She's pretending to be weak, while secretly trying to figure out what's going on with the maids. She's playing the long game, and this dude thinks he's in control. Oh, he is so wrong. But someone is listening, and it's clear our girl's carefully constructed facade is about to be tested. Our girl straight up loses it, screaming as she sees someone approaching. Total panic mode. She tries to run, dodging past a looming figure, but it's like a maze in there. This dude is closing in, and she's weaving through the room, desperately trying to escape. She barrels into a maid, sending a basket of stuff flying. Total chaos erupts. But the maid isn't mad. She's terrified. She saw something too, and her face says it all. Our girl grabs the maid, pulling her close, and they both look completely shaken up. The other maid asks what happened, but the first one can barely speak. She's freaking out. She manages to choke out that she saw a ghost, and honestly, we believe her at this point. Our girl pretends to faint, collapsing dramatically, but she's totally playing everyone here. However, the maids are more concerned with the ghost than her act, and that's exactly what she wants. She whispers that was, and honestly, we're all on the edge of our seats right now. Suddenly, someone shouts Mistress Cladina, and it's clear this is about to explode. Everyone freezes and the scene fades to white. Talk about a cliffhanger. But the white lines aren't just a transition, they're building tension, and it's intense. Okay, so this dude, the brother, is demanding to know what our girl has been up to, straight up accusing her of something. She's clearly freaking out, hands shaking, clutching at her bandages, like she's trying to hold herself together. He's just standing there, all smug, and she's trying to play it cool, but her hands are visibly trembling. He asks her to explain herself, but honestly, he already knows she's faking, and is just trying to provoke her. Our girl sighs. She's so tired of this game, but she has to pretend to be fragile and scared to survive. He demands she tell him everything, promising to be gentle, but we all know that's a lie. This dude is a monster. He moves closer, and she's absolutely terrified, sinking back into the bed as if trying to disappear. He plops down beside her on the bed, and she's bracing herself for the worst, but he's just staring at her, and honestly, it's so unsettling. Like he's trying to figure out what makes her tick. But the tension is thick. He's clearly hiding something, and our girl knows it. She's playing a dangerous game. He's staring at her, all intense, and straight up tells her she needs to never hurt herself again. She just says okay, but her eyes are darting around, like she doesn't trust his sudden concern. But her expression shifts, her eyes flash red for a split second, and she's clearly masking something. He reaches out and gently cups her face, but she's so tense it's almost painful to watch. He's whispering now, saying it's hard to explain, and honestly, it's super creepy. What is he hiding? He's holding her hand, and she's looking away, but it's a total power move. He's controlling the situation. He's so close, and she's visibly struggling to maintain her facade, but she's trying so hard. He's just watching her, and it's clear he knows she's been putting on an act this whole time. She finally meets his gaze, and for the first time, it feels like she's actually letting him see a piece of herself. She's still fragile, but there's a flicker of something else in her eyes. Maybe, just maybe, a tiny bit of hope. He's laying down the rules. She can do whatever she wants, but absolutely cannot hurt herself, and honestly, it's so controlling. She nods, promising him on this very day, but it feels less like agreement and more like a desperate plea. This dude sighs, like he's carrying the weight of the world, but we all know he's playing a long game. She's clinging to his hand, looking up at him with those tear-filled eyes, and it's a total manipulation tactic. He's staring off into space, lost in thought, but we can tell he's processing everything she just said. He's back to looking at her, all intense and unreadable, and our girl is visibly flinching. She's terrified. He's whispering something again, and it's probably another cryptic clue, but she's nodding along, pretending to understand. She's gripping his clothes, and he's just watching her, letting her unravel. It's so messed up. She's really falling apart now, tears streaming down her face, but she's desperately trying to hold it together. And then silence. Just 3 dots and a whole lot of unanswered questions. What is he planning? He asks if there's something she wants to say, and she straight up asks about his lady in waiting. She's lying in bed, clearly unwell, and he's thinking about giving her the role. What is happening? He asks if that displeases her, and she shakes her head, relieved he's even considering it. She's glad he likes the lady in waiting, revealing she's the daughter of a famous doctor. A strategic move. But then he drops a bomb. She's surprisingly strong, capable of taking down wolves. No way! We cut to a figure running full speed, and honestly, it's a little ominous. What's the rush? Suddenly, a wolf lunges, teeth bared, and it's a total ambush. She's in serious danger. She's fighting back, but this wolf is relentless, and it's a brutal struggle, bro. However, she manages to fend it off, but it's clear she's exhausted, and still more are coming. He finishes his thought. She's strong and she knows how to keep a secret, and that's exactly what he needs. He doubts she'd fall for a bribe, and our girl's hands immediately clench. She's not happy. This dude's eyes narrow, and he asks if she remembers who was there the day they met, straight up challenging her. He's laying it on thick, saying he intends to have someone guard the 2nd floor at all times. It's a power move. Cut to him brooding with 2 guards, and he's clearly wrestling with something, lost in thought. He's remembering a past conversation, but it's fragmented and unclear. What's he hiding? He's realizing she's stronger than she lets on and capable of keeping secrets, which is exactly what he needs. He's thinking about the lady-in-waiting skills. She can take down wolves. No way! Suddenly, someone is running full tilt, and honestly, it feels super ominous. Something's about to go down. A wolf attacks, and it's a total ambush, but our girl is already fighting back, fierce as ever. She's exhausted, surrounded by more wolves, but she's determined to survive. This is intense. He tells her he trusts her more than anyone, and our girl is visibly shaken, fidgeting with her hands. She tries to play it cool, but she flinches when he gets close, and something is definitely up. This dude announces he'll only work mornings now and then return right after, and she's beaming. It's a little too sweet. He gently strokes her hair, and she's totally lost in the moment, eyes sparkling with happiness. But it's all a facade, because he's thinking about how to protect her, and how much he despises the Emperor. He's determined to keep her safe, and honestly, we love to see a protective husband. It's a total mood. He's recalling the attack, piecing together what happened, and realizing she's more than capable of handling herself. She's still reeling from his declaration, and he's watching her closely. This is getting intense. He's promising to shield her from danger, and she's clinging to his words, hoping he means it. But the look in his eyes is so intense, and the fact that he's holding back is sending serious signals. He's smiling at her, a genuine, soft smile, but it's clearly masking a lot of inner turmoil. She's absolutely floored, eyes wide and sparkling with excitement, totally caught off guard by his sweetness. She's reeling, practically vibrating with joy, and it's a total 180 from her usual guarded demeanor. But this moment is interrupted by a pink screen and the word is PRNG. Something big is happening? Okay, so our girl is clearly having a rough day, just a gorgeous view of the sky, but you can feel the tension. She's at this massive, imposing estate, and the word Sion literally appears, like a bad omen or something. This place is huge, towers, spires, the whole 9 yards, and she's clearly walking into a situation she did not sign up for. This dude, her husband, is getting dressed and looking all stoic, but he immediately senses something is off. Excuse me, is a mode. Someone is straight up accusing him of something, and the housekeeper is looking Sado as heck, like she's hiding a secret. The housekeeper is clutching his arm, and everyone is looking at her. But this dude's wife is freaking OT. She's seeing red. She yells cardinal, and honestly, it's a total bombshell. Everyone is stunned, and this housekeeper looks like she's about to faint. But the husband is like, huh? Is that it? He's not buying whatever drama is unfolding, and I respect the skepticism. Unbelievable is right. She's accusing someone of poisoning her, straight up claiming someone tried to kill her. She's grabbing at a bowl, dipping her finger in it, and eating it. No way, this is intense. She's gulping it down, and the husband is looking at her like she's lost it, which fair. But then she starts choking, gasping for air, and shouting. It's a full-blown panic attack. She claims she's fine, perfectly fine, but her face says otherwise, total denial mode. The husband is questioning everything, and honestly, who wouldn't be? This is a mess. The housekeeper is trying to play it cool, but she's definitely hiding something. The look on her face. Our girl is pushing everyone away, insisting she's okay, but she's clearly unraveling before their eyes. She's making a scene, claiming it was the cardinal, and this dude is starting to suspect something is seriously wrong. This whole situation is spiraling, and I have a feeling we're about to find out some dark secrets. The husband steps toward the bed, and our girl promises she'll be back before lunch. Smooth, right? He gives her this little smile, but it feels off, like he's playing a game, and she has no idea. He's leaving the room, and the 3 women, the housekeeper, the maid, and another lady, are all staring after him. The husband is walking away, and the maid is whispering something to the housekeeper. They're definitely plotting, but the housekeeper is straight up defiant, refusing to listen to the maid's concerns. This is getting good. He's back at the bed, stroking our girl's hair, and she looks so fragile, it's heartbreaking. He tells her to rest, promising to return soon, but that smile is still there. It's sending chills. The women watch him leave, and honestly, the housekeeper's face is screaming trouble. She's clutching her hands, and the other 2 are looking at her expectantly. What are they up to? The housekeeper is clearly worried, but she's trying to hide it. She's a master of deception, I swear. The husband is standing there, looking all regal, but he's clearly stewing over Misa's behavior yesterday. He knows she's putting on an act, but he's determined to figure out what she's hiding, and it's kinda intense. He's got a plan brewing, to find out her true intentions, and it involves taking away her isolation. He finds her looking all vulnerable and starts comforting her, but the smile, still creepy, bro. He's promising to return soon, but it's a total power move. He's controlling the situation. The housekeeper is seriously stressed, whispering to the others, and you can tell something is about to go down. She's worried about Misa, but she's playing it cool. This woman is a pro at keeping secrets. But the husband is already back, and he's catching the housekeeper red-handed. No way, the tension is rising. He's confronting her, demanding to know what she and the others are up to, straight up intimidating. She tries to play innocent, but he sees right through her. And honestly, this dude is not messing around. The housekeeper and another servant are whispering, plotting something about Misa. It's shady, seriously. The husband interrupts, demanding answers, and the housekeeper tries to deflect, playing the innocent card. But he's not buying it, pressing her for the truth about what she's hiding from him. This dude is relentless? She cracks under pressure, revealing they've been sending letters to Misa's brother. No way, that's a betrayal. The husband is furious, realizing they're secretly communicating with the very person Misa fears most. He storms off, leaving the housekeeper trembling. She knows she's messed up big time, and honestly, she should. He finds Misa alone, looking fragile, and she tries to play the helpless act. But he's seen right through it. He's gently brushing her hair, seemingly comforting her, but it's a calculated move. He's gathering information. Our girl is pretending to be weak, but she's secretly analyzing him, trying to figure out his intentions. He promises to protect her, but it feels more like a threat. This dude is playing a dangerous game. He asks our girl to be in charge of night training. Can you believe the nerve? He says it's only temporary, but she's clearly suspicious, and honestly, she should be. This dude, her brother, is straight up insulting her husband, saying he's useless except for chasing women. Her husband flinches, but tries to play it off, and the brother announces she starts training tomorrow morning. Suddenly, a servant rushes in, looking panicked. Something's definitely wrong. The brother turns, looking furious, and you can tell he's not about to tolerate any interruptions. He's about to yell at the servant, but then stops. It seems Misa's recovery is the priority now. He's saying she can train until Misa gets better, and our girl is probably realizing this is a setup. He's trying to make it look like he's helping Misa, but it's a power move, and she's definitely catching on. But honestly, this whole situation is screaming trap, and we know our girl is walking right into it. Her husband thanks the servant, but it's so stiff. He's clearly hiding something, bro. He reveals he's placed knights to secretly tail both Crispin and Lady Malika. No way, this is getting intense. But wait, he's being super casual about it, like it's no big deal, and our girl is not fooled for a second. However, she's playing along, pretending to be naive, and honestly, it's a masterclass in deception. Okay, so this dude walks in on our girl and straight up asks if she's been playing with paint. Like she's a kid. She's standing there, covered in paint, looking totally lost, and he's just observing her, which is creepy AF. Ben's place he throws water on her, and it's not a sweet gesture, trust me. He's letting the water drip from his hand while she looks up at him. And she asks for children's books. But she corrects herself. She doesn't want children's books. She wants adult books, and the shade is real. This dude's face is so intense, you can cut the tension with a knife, and she's staring right back. He tells her she should read books to help her speak. Like she's incapable or something. Honestly, it's a power play, and our girl is not amused. She's giving him a serious glare. He's so condescending, and she's clearly not backing down from this. The tension is building, but she's playing the part of a fragile, speechless princess while secretly plotting her revenge. She's a mastermind. She starts rambling about how he knows so little about the world, it's impossible to even talk to him. Major shade. But this dude is unfazed, calmly saying he'll get her books to help her with that, like she's a child. He asks if they should go now, and our girl visibly tenses up. She's definitely not thrilled. She takes a step back, and her eyes widen. Something is clearly freaking her out. She turns her head, and we get a close-up of her wide, panicked eyes. No way she's okay with this. Seriously, her expression is screaming, "Get me out of here." And she's starting to fidget like crazy. She's turning away from him, and her hands are clasped tightly. This is so awkward and tense. She's seriously stressed, but trying to play it cool, and we can see the tension in her shoulders. But she's forcing herself to turn back, and it's clear she's bracing for whatever's about to happen. And honestly, this dude is playing mind games, and our girl is caught right in the middle of it. She straight up tells Eric she's embarrassed by his face and needs him to leave her alone. Ouch! This dude is shocked she said that, and demands to know if she's embarrassed of him. She tries to brush it off, saying she wants to wash up alone, but he doesn't buy it for a second. He starts to adjust his tie, and she reaches out. Is she going to touch him? She points emphatically at the door, demanding he leave, but her hand is shaking. He grabs her wrist, and she's clearly not thrilled, but she can't pull away. He points out her injured arm, questioning if she can even wash herself. He's totally seeing through her act. She scowls, trying to hide her discomfort, but he's not letting it go. But she's cornered. He's not backing down and is clearly determined to stay. And honestly, she's fuming but trapped, and this dude is playing her like a fiddle. He asks if she'll accept his help, and our girl is visibly squirming. She's totally conflicted. She's fidgeting with her hair, clearly trying to avoid eye contact, but this dude isn't letting up. She glances away, trying to appear unaffected, but her blush is a dead giveaway. She's flustered. Suddenly, he's pulling her into the bath with him, and it's a total splash moment. No personal space. She's submerged, and he observes that she communicates with gestures more than words, which is observant. His hand slides across her skin, and she tenses up, but he's watching her reaction closely. He states that practice makes perfect, and our girl looks straight up stunned. What is this dude planning? He continues to touch her, and she's frozen, but he's definitely testing her boundaries. She's completely exposed and vulnerable, and honestly, this is getting intense. Her hands are clasped tightly, and she's clearly struggling to maintain her composure. This is a power play. She's pushing him away, insisting she's fine and telling him to leave Ev now, but she's totally shaking. He ignores her protests and asks if she's sure she'll be okay, and honestly, it's a power move. He's staring right through her, his expression unreadable, and it's sending chills down her spine. She's turning away, trying to hide her distress, but he reaches out and gently cups her face. He's whispering that she can call him if she needs anything. Anything at all. And it's intense. He's totally focused on her, but she's glancing at the door, clearly wanting to escape this situation. He's adjusting his tie, looking all put together, and our girl is staring at his hands. Something's up. Suddenly, a crash echoes through the room, and this dude doesn't even flinch. He's unfazed. He slowly turns his head towards the sound, a dangerous glint in his eyes, and it's a total cliffhanger. He's got a smirk on his face, and it's clear he was expecting something to happen. No way. He turns around, totally confused, and then, splash! Water starts flying everywhere. No way! This dude is getting drenched, and he's just standing there with a smirk, like he as wanted this to happen. He's got water dripping down his face, but he's still looking all smug and collected. What is going on? Suddenly, the blonde is revealed, looking absolutely furious and soaking wet, and honestly, she's a mood. She's glaring daggers at him, and he just casually tells her to have Jella wash him tomorrow. Straight up. She's completely frozen, a frown forming on her face, but he's not backing down from this bizarre request. She's practically radiating fury, water streaming down her body, but he's just watching her, calm as can be. He's casually ordering her around, and it's clear he's intentionally pushing her buttons. This is wild. Our girl is speechless, and honestly, I'm right there with her. What a power move! He's still smirking, completely unfazed, and it's clear this whole thing was planned. Rose playing a game. This dude notices her nightgown is on backwards and straight up comments on it. The nerve! He orders her to come closer, like he wants her to get even more upset, and honestly, it's working. She's fuming, absolutely soaked, but he's just standing there, totally unbothered. What a power play. He casually suggests Jella wash him, and our girl is speechless, but bro is definitely enjoying this. Okay, so this dude is straight up telling our girl she needs to close her eyes. Super creepy, right? He's leaning in close, and honestly, the tension is THEK, you can feel it building. But she's not backing down, she's staring right into his eyes, totally defiant and holding her ground. He tells her to go on, and she's clearly conflicted. Like, what is he even asking her to do? Then, out of nowhere, he commands her to shut up, and our girl is visibly shaken. No way! She's struggling, clearly upset, but he's trying to soothe her, saying there's no need to be nervous. However, she's losing it. She's gasping for air, and it's clear something is seriously wrong. Her heart is pounding. We get a BADUM sound effect, and he's telling her she can relax. Like that's going to help? And honestly, the whole situation is just messed up. The power dynamic is so off. This dude thinks he's in control, but our girl is playing a much deeper game than he realizes. He kisses her, straight up, a full-on kiss, and she's totally caught off guard, hands flying up. She's reeling, confused, and honestly, she has no idea what's happening right now. Her fingers twitch, grabbing at his clothes, but he's holding her tighter. This dude is relentless. She's trying to process everything, asking herself what this is all about, but it's not making sense. She thinks there's something in his mouth, maybe food, but he straight up says there isn't. Weird flex. He's kissing her again, and she's clearly starting to respond. But it's complicated, because of everything. She's lost in the moment, but still trying to figure out what he wants, and honestly, it's a mess. He pulls back slightly, and she's breathless. This dude is seriously messing with her head. Her heart is pounding, another BADUM moment, and she's still completely lost. What is going on? But she's starting to realize this isn't about control, and it's definitely not what she expected. He's kissing her again, and she's losing it. She's gasping for air, completely overwhelmed. She's desperately trying to pull away, but he's got a grip on her, and honestly, it's intense. She's struggling, making little noises, and he's looking down at her with this unreadable expression. She's clutching at his clothes, trying to create some space, but he's just tightening his hold. She finally manages to break the kiss, and this dude just laughs, a short, almost bitter sound. He's close, so close, and she's staring up at him, totally confused and panicking, asking what he's doing. He doesn't answer, just kisses her again, and she's totally spiraling. She's really losing control. She's fighting him now, pushing him away, but he's strong, and she's clearly exhausted. She manages to get a little distance, but she's still breathless, and honestly, it's heartbreaking. He finally pulls back, and she's left with a mark on her neck. No way, this dude is playing with fire. He's leaning in for another kiss, and our girl is totally spiraling. She's whispering, "Wait," but it's too late. He kisses her again, and she's gasping. It's like she's drowning, and everything is spinning out of control. She's trying to push him away, but it's no use. He's too strong, and she's completely trapped in this moment. She finally breaks away, and he's just staring, a completely unreadable expression on his face. She's breathing heavily, demanding to know what he's doing, but he doesn't even bother to answer. He's pulling her closer, and she's desperately trying to fight it, shouting that this isn't what she wants. She's pleading with him to stop, but he's ignoring her. It's like he's not even hearing her cries. He's got her pinned now, and she's looking up at him with this haunted, broken expression. He's looming over her, and she's repeating, "No, not this." This dude is straight up ignoring her boundaries. And honestly, the scene cuts to him looking shocked, so something is definitely about to go down. He asks if she's ever done this before, like he's genuinely confused. But she's calling him out, demanding to know what's happening. She's spiraling, insisting he doesn't know what he's doing, but he's straight up dismissing her protests. He claims it's to make the process less painful, and she's shocked. She learned this from the priestess. She's shouting that he's wrong, that he must have been taught incorrectly, and is trying to pull away. But he's not letting up, insisting she needs to do as he says, because this is the only way. He says it's to save her life. Seriously. And she's desperately trying to reason with him, but he's not listening. She's practically begging him to stop being so stubborn, but he's completely fixated on his plan. And honestly, the way he's looking at her is terrifying. He's totally lost in whatever this is. He leans in, and she's completely broken, looking up at him with this helpless expression. He's explaining this is the only way he knows how to do this, but our girl is visibly distressed. No way this ends well. He whispers he hates causing her pain, since she cares so much. But she's not buying it, and calls him out. She's spiraling, insisting he's not listening, and demands he just hurry up already. This is a mess. He straight up tells her she might find it more helpful if she just stayed silent. Rude. He's leaning in close, and she's squirming, trying to get away, but he's not letting her go. He says that's exactly how he feels about her sometimes. What? And she's completely taken aback. She tries to say they understand each other, but he cuts her off, doubling down on his earlier statement. And honestly, the palace looks gorgeous in the background, but the tension in this scene is unreal. She's totally broken, and he's just there, looming over her, looking intense as ever. He's explaining his reasoning, but she's clearly distressed. This dude is digging his own grave. Our girl is clearly not okay, and this whole situation is just what is even happening? 2 monks are questioning what happened, wondering if they actually did it. Talk about suspicious. Meanwhile, the blonde is lounging in bed, totally unconcerned and wondering what all the fuss is about. She's completely dismissive, but our girl is spiraling, demanding to know what's going on. This dude thinks he's being reasonable, but honestly, he's just making things worse for everyone. Okay, so our girl is having a moment with this stoic dude and it's kinda sweet. He's all up in her business, and she's questioning what he means by something. It's a little tense. She asks what he's getting at, but she's clearly doubting herself. Like, is she worthy of his time? This dude straight up says it's okay, that taking her time isn't a problem for him at all. She's still hesitant, like, are you sorry? And he's just looking at her with this intense gaze. But then, he sweeps in and picks her up, like a total fairy tale moment, honestly. He carries her through a fancy hall, and everyone's staring, and it's giving major, I don't care what anyone thinks vibes. No way, he's just showing her off to everyone, and she's blushing like crazy. Our girl is totally flustered, but she's also melting into his arms. It's a lot. This dude is so extra, but we're here for it. It's a power move, and she's loving every second. Okay, so a servant offers our girl food, but some random woman starts commenting on the size of her baby. Rude. She's in the garden with this dude, and people are actually talking more around them now that she's around. She admits she likes how people open up when she's with him, and he's just listening, kinda intense. He barely reacts, but she thinks he seems upset for some reason, moody much. However, he straight up admits he can see why she's enjoying this, and she's all confused. She's starting to question what's going on with his sudden change of heart, and he looks so serious. He says if she insists on going around with Jella, he'll allow it, but it's clear he's not thrilled. She's clearly shaken, and he gently pats her hand. It's a weirdly comforting gesture. He stares off into the distance, looking all broody and mysterious, like what is he planning? He says he understands she can't be extravagant, since she's always changing. Is he hinting at something? Someone asks why she's dressed so poorly, and our girl's brother is like, oh, there's a reason. He wants her to wear better clothes, but it's not about fashion, it's a calculated move. No way, her brother, Maleka, deliberately had her dressed down so people would look down on her. He wanted the Cladanese to see her as inferior, and the royal palace could use that against them later. She's constantly reminded she's their enemy, and honestly, it's messed up. He's making sure everyone calls her princess all the time. It's a power play. This dude is straight up using her as a pawn, and it's a total betrayal. But our girl is playing along, and she's definitely got a plan of her own. He calls out princess, and she's probably loving how perfectly he's falling into her trap. She's determined to make the Cladanese constantly remember she's their enemy. Game on. Our girl's still digging under the maho tree, and she's not thrilled about it, honestly. She realizes if she wore nice dresses, they'd just get ruined while she's getting her hands dirty. Someone observes her husband is extra wary of anything pointy or bulky lately. Weird. A door creaks open, and she's clearly thinking something dark, refusing to voice it. Her husband stands in the doorway, looking all intense, and she's worried he's about to lose it. She understands he's going to do something dangerous if provoked, and she's ready to counter. She declares she'll change his clothes to something softer. A total power move, right? She takes his hand, and it's kinda sweet, but then she drops a bomb. From now on, he's only allowed to use a spoon or tool to eat. No more hands. She looks genuinely surprised, but is she faking it? This girl is a mastermind. He notices she has a slight tan, and bro is immediately complimenting her skin. So sweet, right? She's all bashful, but she's thinking back to how pale and weak she used to be. He's pointing out she seems so much more energetic now, and she's absolutely loving the attention. Being outside, smelling the grass, she's genuinely happy, but she's terrified he'll take it all away. However, her husband's already spotting the gardener approaching. Talk about perfect timing. He's turning away, and our girl is desperately hoping he doesn't ruin her newfound peace. This dude is so observant. He notices the slightest changes about her before she does herself. She's basking in his attention, thinking how much better things are now. He's got this intense look on his face, but is it protective or something else? The gardener is getting closer, and honestly, something feels off about this whole situation. She rushes toward her husband, totally panicked and sweating. It's a lot to take in. She blurts out that she's been keeping an eye on the plants, making sure they don't grow too wild. He gives her a simple good job, and honestly, it feels like a huge deal to her. She thanks him, and it hits her. He's completely changed her life, given her a reason to live. But then, this random gardener shows up, scratching his head and looking a little lost. She wonders what he's thinking, but it's clear this dude is surprised by something. Maybe it's because her husband has been so attentive, or maybe it's something else entirely. However, she realizes his words often catch her off guard, and she's starting to wonder why. He's watching her, and she's getting lost in his gaze. It's intense, to say the least. And honestly, she's starting to feel something more than just gratitude towards this man. Our girl is spiraling, convinced her husband frowns whenever she gardens because he doesn't like her. She straight up thinks he doesn't care for her, and it's honestly heartbreaking. She's so insecure. But then he says her name, Maisa, and it's like a total mood shift, super tender. She realizes he's stern with her sometimes, but it's coming from a place of concern, not dislike, and it hits her hard. Okay, so our girl is playing the fragile, insane princess card to survive her brother's abuse. It's rough. She's married off to this stoic military commander, and honestly, he sees right through her act, which is kinda scary. But now her old housekeeper is laying it on thick, saying it's her duty to save the family from ruin. This housekeeper is straight up intense, demanding our girl get to the point of whatever scheme she's cooking up. Our girl's husband is not amused. He's giving the housekeeper the cold shoulder and demands she stop beating around the bush. The housekeeper clenches her fist, then drops a bomb. She thinks he should take a concubine to produce an heir. No way. She's basically suggesting he replace our girl, who is pretending to be delicate but is actually plotting everything. He's clearly shocked. He's staring at the housekeeper like she's lost her mind, and honestly, she kinda has. The housekeeper doubles down, insisting it's a necessary move for the family's future, and starts to explain herself. And the husband. He's gripping the table, looking like he's about to explode. This is about to get messy. He's reeling, asking if she's suggesting he take a concubine. Like, seriously? Our girl is not happy, straight up demanding to know if he thinks loyalty means forcing her into another woman's bed. But then her husband's second in command bursts in, interrupting the drama. Talk about bad timing. He's all, I don't understand, but his narrowed eyes tell a different story. This dude is suspicious. He accuses her of neglecting the nights and spending all her time with Mistress Cladene. Ouch, low blow! He continues, saying she can't possibly have a real relationship with someone she can't even talk to. Our girl's husband is fuming, glaring at the second in command. This is escalating fast. He demands to know why she'd give power to someone who could replace her, and honestly, valid question. He's ranting about how she only seems to care about replacing Cladene's ladies in waiting. Sheesh. The second in command tries to defend the ladies, saying they're lazy and pose no threat, but he's quickly shut down. This dude, Margrave Cladene, is still obsessed with the maid. Sigh, what a mess. He's basically saying while our girl is wasting time, Cladene is hung up on someone else. He accuses her of focusing on pointless tasks while the situation spirals, and honestly, he's not wrong. She turns, radiating coldness, and he's about to get a serious dressing down. She drops a bomb. She remembers him, being the one who suggested the maid in the first place. He's speechless, clearly not expecting her to call him out on his hypocrisy. But then, she pivots, revealing she knows he's been investigating her and the ladies in waiting. She's laying it all out. He's suspicious of everyone, and she's playing right into his hands. Our girl is straight up daring him to accuse her further, challenging his assumptions. He's frozen, realizing she's far more aware than he thought, and she's totally in control. He's spiraling, convinced he's neglected his duties because he's been so focused on her, but his loyal advisor is quick to correct him. No way has he been slacking. Apparently, he recently solved the food shortage in the Cladene estate. A huge deal. He did it by giving the scrap metal they won in the war to Marquis Hedub. Smart move. And it's not just food. He's been supplying everyone with tons of resources. Honestly, a total hero. She's been watching this all unfold, clearly realizing her assumptions were way off. He's expecting her to be furious, but she's shockingly silent. This dude is totally overthinking it, thinking she's plotting something even worse. But she's just processing, finally seeing how much he's been doing for the estate. Our girl is straight up stunned. She misjudged him completely, and it's a huge realization. So, the advisor explains that while Marquis Hedub's estate is rich in food, they're desperately short on metal. But they've already got 2 mines plus the Harlock iron mines Lord Amberic gifted them. That's a serious upgrade. And get this, their blacksmiths are already working overtime repairing weapons, so they're totally prepared. Lord Amberic started overseeing the knights, but honestly, his reputation is tanking fast. Everyone's been gossiping about how great of a captain he used to be, but now not so much. They're straight up saying the knights are training under an incompetent leader now, which is brutal. Lord Amberic overhears all of this, and he's clearly devastated. He thought he was helping. He's reeling, realizing his efforts are being seen as a failure, and it's a rough moment. But our girl just looks at him, and the look on her face is intense. She simply says, "I see. And you know that's going to change everything." She tells Lord Amberic she understands, and this dude is immediately suspicious. Like, what's going on? He asks if she's figured out his plan, and she confirms she sees he's been controlling everything this whole time. But he denies it, saying it's just an important task. Total lie, obviously. She calls him out, saying he always prioritizes rationality, and it's a gut punch. Our girl straight up apologizes for her insolence, but her face says she's anything but sorry. And then, slum, the door flies open, and we see a blonde woman storming in. No way, it's the princess's sister. She looks furious. The panel fades to black, and honestly, the tension is insane right now. The sister and another woman rush forward, clearly shocked by something. Oh no, it's about to go dobuin. The blonde sister is freaking out, clutching a handkerchief, and it's clear she's heard something awful. Our girl stands her ground, facing the sister and a looming figure. She looks so composed, it's intimidating. But the sister's outburst is about to change everything, and honestly, this whole situation is a powder keg. So, this dude, the Duke, is laying it all out for our girl, Misa, and it's heavy. Apparently, all the young men who should be working the land and hunting are still recovering from 12 years of war. That means providing food for over 17,000 men is a massive problem for any estate, and Misa realizes the scale of it. She thinks she understands their situation, but honestly, she's totally missed the mark. She's buried under a mountain of documents, trying to piece things together, and this Duke is just there, watching. Misa pores over the papers, gathering intel, and she starts to see what's really going on. She's figuring out the full extent of the issues, and it's clearly dawning on her that things are way more complicated than they seem. But then she sees the family crest, a black panther with crossed blades, and it's clearly a symbol of power and maybe danger. She's processing all this information, and it's clear she's realizing the Duke's family is involved in something big. Our girl is putting it all together, and it looks like she's about to uncover a seriously dark secret. Misa realizes the Duke's family likely expected this food shortage. They're not surprised at all. She remembers how she often had to ask for definitions of even simple words, because she lived such a sheltered life. But since she spent her entire life in the royal palace, she just assumed things would be handled, that someone would fix it. She figures it's natural to reach that conclusion, especially with the ongoing food crisis and war. The Duke cuts in, explaining that the war also crippled trade, severely impacting tax collection. He's standing so close to Misa, and she's clearly catching feelings, but she's still so focused on the problem. Now that everyone is returning to their daily lives, this Duke is clearly about to drop some heavy news. He looks intensely at Misa, and it's obvious something is weighing on his mind, something serious. Misa is so perceptive, and she's definitely picking up on the Duke's troubled expression. And honestly, she's starting to suspect this isn't just about food, something else is going on. The Duke thinks Misa has misunderstood their situation, but honestly, she's got a theory brewing. Or perhaps she's onto something. She suspects Misa feels her life is lacking somehow, which is a huge clue. He explains they don't have many luxuries because his parents weren't big spenders, but that's not the whole story. This dude reveals they have a very active trade route through the Northern Ocean's port, so they're not hurting for income. The blue fox pelt, only found on their estate, is a steady source of wealth, and that's where things get interesting. The Duke's gaze is intense, and it's clear he's connecting the dots, realizing Misa is smarter than she lets on. He's laying it all out. They've been secretly profiting off the food shortage, and Misa is not impressed. She realizes they've been manipulating the situation, and this dude is straight up admitting it. But Misa isn't backing down. She's challenging him, demanding to know why he's telling her all this now. He's playing it cool, claiming he just wanted her to understand their position, but we know there's way more to it. Misa blurts out something about sounding like a man, then Ayamandatel regrets it. She's mortified. The Duke looks genuinely confused, and she's spiraling, questioning what she's even doing right now. She tries to cover, claiming she apologized for causing worry, but it's a weak attempt. He leans in so close and she's clearly flustered. Is he displeased? The tension is insane. The Duke's hand fidgets, and he asks if she's displeased, but she insists everything's fine. She doubles down with a ridiculous excuse about not finishing her snacks because of the lack of food. No way. She's trying to play it off like it's normal to be worried about snacks right now. But the Duke is not buying it, and he's staring at her with that intense gaze again. Misa's realizing she's in over her head, and the Duke clearly knows she's hiding something. Our girl is straight up trapped. She's trying to act innocent, but this dude sees right through her. The Duke is floored. He had no idea Misa was faking her illness, and she's just admitted it. He orders guards to protect the carriage, and honestly, he's moving fast, like he suspects something's about to go down. One guard responds immediately, but the Duke's expression is still tense. He's clearly on high alert. He stares out the window, and it's obvious he's replaying everything in his head, trying to figure out what Misa's been up to. Misa tries to act innocent, claiming she's just tired, but this dude isn't falling for it. He's seen right through her act. The Duke asks if she's been pretending all along, and she tries to deflect, saying she was just worried about causing trouble. But he pushes her, demanding the truth about why she's been faking, and she's clearly scrambling for an answer. She claims it was to avoid punishment from her brother, but the Duke doesn't buy it for a second. There's way more going on. He asks what she's really hiding, and Misa finally cracks, admitting she feared for her life. She confesses her brother tortured her, and the Duke is absolutely stunned. This is a whole new level of darkness. Misa remembers a confectionery shop nearby and suggests they stop, trying to seem normal. The Duke, still reeling from her confession, agrees and tells her to stay in the carriage. But Misa's mind is racing. She realizes this family isn't poor at all, and it's a total shock. She's piecing things together, and it's clear she's wondering what the Duke's been up to. The Duke returns, and he's completely focused on her, staring intensely as if reading her thoughts. He asks what she's thinking, and our girl tries to play it cool, claiming she was just daydreaming. However, he doesn't believe her for a second. This dude is way too perceptive. He insists she's been thinking about him, and Misa is flustered, but she doesn't deny it. The Duke's expression softens, and he reaches out to gently touch her face. It's a surprisingly tender moment, and honestly, the tension is thick. These two are playing a dangerous game, but it's heating up fast. Okay, so Misa is reeling from all the Duke's intensity. It's just embarrassing for her. Suddenly, the carriage hits a bump and rumbles, and she feels him staring right into her soul. She finally looks up and sees him watching her from outside the carriage window. Bro, it's intense. Misa clutches her hands, trying to regain composure, but he's totally reading her. It's a power move. Okay, so our girl is riding in a carriage, heading towards her new life, or so she thinks. She arrives at this massive estate, and it's clear this dude, her husband, is super powerful and important. They enter the mansion, and it's all dramatic lighting and tension, because she's pretending to faint right in front of him. She's laying there, playing the helpless princess, and honestly, it's a little extra, but she needs to survive. This dude, her husband, is holding her so carefully, but she's internally panicking, wondering what her next move is. She thinks she's pulled off the act, but she's straight up analyzing his expression, trying to figure out if he bought it. But he's not fooled. He's definitely seeing through her, and she's starting to realize she underestimated him. She's all alone with her thoughts, questioning what she should do next, because this situation is spiraling quickly. She claims she fainted, but it's clear she's just pretending, and bro, the tension is TSK. She's trying to stay calm, but her face is giving her away. She's frowning, and he's totally onto her game. She's spiraling, questioning why she even acted so childish in the first place. But the real problem, this man is the only one who knows her secret, and she desperately needs his cooperation. She's gripping these chains, realizing they might literally hold both their lives in the balance. She admits she acted childishly, but now she needs to figure out how to fix things fast. We see she's crying in bed, totally vulnerable, and this dude is suddenly right there with her. He reaches for her hand, and honestly, it's a total power move. She's completely at his mercy now. She's bracing herself, preparing for whatever comes next, because this is about to get intense. Her hand trembles as she reaches for his, but she's determined to maintain control. This dude's grip tightens, and she's realizing this isn't going to be the easy game she planned. But wait, he's pulling her closer, and she's completely speechless, wondering what his intentions are. Our girl is straight up spiraling, admitting she let her feelings and pride get in the way. She feels like a fool, clenching her hands, but then her eyes land on those chains. Oh no. These glowing red chains are tightening, and she realizes she needs to stay on good terms with this man, no matter what. She's planning her next move, smile and agree with everything he says once they get home. A total strategy shift. She peeks at him, hoping he won't be angry, but her face is a mess of worry and desperation. Suddenly everything goes dark, like pitch black, and we only see the top of his head. Then, bam, we get a close-up of this dude, and he looks intense, gripping her hair tightly. She makes a sound, a little gasp, and then, CeeLo and K, something locks into place. The chains tighten again, and our girl is officially trapped, realizing she messed up big time. She's freaking out, realizing his expression isn't his usual blank stare. It's something way darker. She desperately tries to remember if he's as always been this intense, but she can't quite place it. Still, she's frozen, and then, Duechum, he pulls her into a tight embrace, and it's super unsettling. A curtain squaws, and a maid bursts in, completely shocked to see them like that. The maid announces her return, but this dude is straight up Jilum, and she looks confused. He's holding her so tightly, she can barely breathe, and honestly, it's a little scary. She's trapped, and he's just holding her, and she's starting to feel like she's lost control of everything. No way. He's squeezing her hand, and she's questioning everything she thought she knew about this man. She's panicking, wondering what he's planning, but he seems completely lost in thought. But now, she's realizing she played this whole thing wrong. She tried to manipulate him, but he's the one in control. He demands to know why she closed the curtains, and his voice is different, icy and unsettling. Sunlight floods the room as the curtains fly open, revealing a gorgeous estate, but he's still fixated on her. We get a glimpse of the grounds, a fancy courtyard, and a carriage. It's clear this dude lives large. He's staring intently, and she's totally thrown, questioning what he's thinking, but he doesn't answer. A carriage clip clops across the courtyard, and another clip sound means someone is arriving. The carriage rolls up to the grand entrance, and another clip clop tells us it's stopping. Inside the carriage, a man, presumably a visitor, is looking around, and then in Aiki, the horses are restless. Another clip, and she realizes this isn't just a visit. Someone important is here, and this dude is totally blocking her view. She's starting to suspect this is about her brother, and honestly, she's right to be worried. But our girl just got played. She thought she was controlling the situation, but he's been one step ahead the entire time. He grabs her hand and she flinches, straight up recoils from his touch, but he doesn't let go. He declares he's leaving first, and honestly, it's a power move showing her who's boss. But she's not backing down, telling him blindly following orders isn't loyalty. Our girl is fierce. A woman, seemingly a servant, looks on with a worried expression, sensing the tension. He's walking away, and she's left standing there, questioning everything. No way this is over. We get a close-up of his polished shoes, and it's clear he's completely shutting her out. He's walking toward the carriage, and she's left wondering if he'll ever see her again. The drama! But here's the kicker, she realizes this isn't about him leaving her. It's about someone else arriving. He's exiting the carriage, and it's clear this is a visit she did not see coming. The scene cuts to black, and honestly, this cliffhanger is killing me. What just happened? The carriage rolls into the estate, but our girl immediately feels something's off. He doesn't even acknowledge her. She's watching him, and it's clear she's expecting some kind of reaction. But this dude is straight up ignoring her. She thinks he's dismissing her, but she realizes it's not about him. Someone else is here, and he's focused on them. Our girl is stewing, convinced he doesn't care, and honestly, it's a major misunderstanding that's about to explode. This dude, the Duke, is straight up confronting our girl, demanding to know why she was so icy earlier. He asks why she's upset, and honestly, the tension is TASK enough to cut with a knife. She stammers, asking what he means. Sweat is already forming, and she's clearly rattled. He drops a bomb he already knows. He's seen through her act, and she's losing it. Our girl tries to play dumb, asking if he means everything, but she's basically begging for confirmation. The Duke sighs, like dealing with her fake insanity is exhausting, and then he delivers the final blow. He casually reveals she's been talking in her sleep, spilling all her secrets while she's unconscious. No way, she's totally exposed, and he's just standing there judging her. He finishes his little speech, saying it seems like she's confessing everything while snoring. So brutal. And honestly, this dude is a master manipulator, letting her think she's hidden everything, when he knows all along. He's staring at her, trying to figure out if she's really asleep, or if this is some new level of manipulation. But then he straight up pinches her cheek, Rude, she flinches, but doesn't wake up, or at least, pretends not to. He thinks it's fine that she's keeping secrets, that she's unwilling to share everything with him. However, something about her demeanor bothers him. He can't put his finger on it, but it's definitely bugging him. And we get a flashback. Over the time he spent with Misa, he's been observing her closely. He's realized she's been acting, putting on a show, and it's driving him crazy. He's intensely focused on her, and honestly, this dude looks kinda scary right now. But she's still pretending to sleep, snoring softly. It's a total power play. He's just staring, trying to decipher her motives, and it's giving me chills. No way. He's getting more and more frustrated, and you can tell this is about to explode. She's totally pushing down her childhood trauma, pretending it doesn't affect her. It's heartbreaking, honestly. But she's doing it while this dude holds her, and it's making him even more suspicious. He thinks she doesn't even realize what she's doing, like she's completely disconnected from her past. Cut to a flashback, we see a young version of our girl looking terrified. So, whatever happened in that carriage ride is clearly a symptom of something way bigger. Something seriously messed up. And now we jump to him growing up on the battlefield. Talk about a rough childhood. He's seen so much death and survival, it's shaped who he is. This is getting intense. From all those soldiers he learned something. But what is it? The suspense is killing me. He stares at a wounded soldier, a look of understanding on his face. It's a powerful moment. He finally realizes. He understands why she hides things, why she acts, and it's a total game changer. Up until now, Misa has acted so carefree. But she's admitting she's been masking things. She confesses she's almost shameless in how she's hidden her pain. But then it hits her. She remembers her tortured past, the things she's buried deep, and it's a total gut punch. We cut to black, and the weight of her trauma is crushing. This is heavy stuff. The screen turns blood red, and we see a figure in a crimson dress. It's a flashback, obviously. She's holding a dagger, covered in blood, and honestly, it looks like she's the one who's been hurt. Blood drips from the blade, pulling at her feet. This isn't just a memory, it's a haunting image. And the final line, her past could become an irreversible tragedy. Talk about a cliffhanger. A white title card appears behind Her Highness's smile. We're getting a story title drop. The credits roll, telling us this story is by Studio Wordle. They're seriously talented. It's been a few days since whatever went down, and things are weirdly domestic. Dinner was delicious, apparently. This dude, her husband, says he'll tell the cook, which is sweet, but our girl is clearly lost in thought. He stares at her, and honestly, the intensity is off the charts. He's totally reading her. He keeps staring, and we get a close-up of his eye. It's like he's trying to see right through her soul. He leans in close, and it's a major power move, but she's not backing down. She meets his gaze. He kisses her, and it's tender, but she's frozen. She's still reeling from her memories. No way. However, they continue talking every night. And this kiss, it feels different, like a turning point. She's completely shut down, processing everything. This dude has no idea the weight she's carrying. But the fact that he keeps trying to connect, despite her distance, is seriously endearing. He's a keeper. And honestly, this whole situation is a mess of trauma, secrets, and slow burn romance. I'm hooked. She tells him the sun was too strong for her to play outside all day, which is a weird excuse, honestly. But she quickly adds she doesn't like being stuck inside, and this dude is immediately suspicious. He admits he feels the same way. He doesn't want her cooped up either, and it's kinda sweet. Then, he leans in and kisses her, and our girl is still totally frozen. She's miles away. He pulls back, realizing she's still not present, and confesses he had no idea how to quiet his own troubled heart. She looks up at him, questioning if that's it. If that was all he wanted from the kiss. And honestly, the look on her face is heartbreaking. She's bracing for disappointment, you can feel it. He sighs, and it's a heavy, loaded sigh. This is a complex dude with a lot going on. He's clearly conflicted, and the close-up on his face shows he's wrestling with his feelings. But this isn't a happy moment. Her expression is distant, and it's clear she's still holding back. He asks if there's anything else she'll tell him, and our girl gives this super vague answer. It all depends. She straight up says everything she's shared can be told to a total stranger, which is a lot to unpack. But then she adds she wouldn't mind if someone destroyed things or threw a tantrum. Talk about a mood. However, it's clear she's testing him, seeing how far he'll go to understand her hidden pain. Okay, so things are intense. We're diving straight into the drama with Behind Her Highness's Smile. It's nighttime, and our girl's husband is up late, working through a stack of documents. Total workaholic. He's clearly stressed, scribbling away, and honestly, the lighting is giving major brooding vibes. He's so focused, but someone is watching him, and it's definitely not a friendly face. This dude is lurking in the shadows, and he's got info. Lady Maleka was seen at a pawn shop today. Our husband sighs, hoping his sister-in-law will just stay quiet, but we all know that's not happening. He's staring off into the distance, and you can just feel the weight of everything on his shoulders. But wait, it turns out Lady Maleka is pawning off something valuable, and it's connected to our girl's past. He's piecing it all together, reading through letters, and the mystery is thickening with every line. This is huge. He's starting to understand what our girl has been hiding, and it's about to explode. This dude straight up asks our girl to sit on his lap like old times. Talk about a power move, but she's not having it, telling him no, and demanding he stop right there. She says she came to see him because she has something to say, and the tension is thick. We get a gorgeous wide shot of her, and honestly, she looks absolutely regal despite everything. The detail on her dress is insane, sparkly lace and layers of fabric, total princess vibes. He tries to turn her away, but she's determined to get her message across, no matter what. She's standing her ground, and we're on the edge of our seats, waiting to hear what she's gonna say. Our girl declares she's going to reveal everything, the truth about her brother and her past. He demands to know what she means, and she starts spilling the tea about the abuse she endured. However, he cuts her off, insisting she's lying and refusing to believe a word she says. He's giving her the floor, and she takes a deep breath before admitting she's changed her mind about him. She straight up tells him she doesn't dislike him anymore. Talk about a bombshell confession. And the impact is immediate. This dude looks like he's short-circuiting, seriously. He's reeling, totally speechless, and we see a flashback of her looking down on him with disdain. She clarifies, she used to think he was beneath her, but not anymore, which is a lot. He's questioning her motives, demanding to know why she's suddenly saying all this. She admits she gave it a lot of thought, and honestly, we're holding our breath waiting for the catch. His aide asks if she's serious, and she confirms it. She's decided, and it's happening. But get this, she's not doing it for him, she's doing it for herself, which is a total power move. He looks completely stunned, and we're left hanging with a major cliffhanger. What does this all mean? She flinches as he steps closer, and straight up asks if he's angry. Talk about putting him on the spot. He denies it, but she presses further, questioning if he only just realized he doesn't dislike her. She's getting dangerously close, and you can see the sweat beading on her skin. The tension is insane. He asks how he feels when he touches her, if it makes her uncomfortable, and our girl is clearly caught off guard. But here's the kicker. He's not asking because he cares, he's testing her, trying to figure out her game. She's reeling, totally thrown by his forwardness, and honestly, we're right there with her. He calls her name, Misa, and it's like a command. This dude is taking control. He asks how she feels when he touches her, if it makes her uncomfortable, and our girl is clearly caught off guard. But here's the kicker. He's not asking because he cares, he's testing her, trying to figure out her game. She's reeling, totally thrown by his forwardness, and honestly, we're right there with her. He demands to know why it takes her so long to answer a simple question, and honestly, it's a power play. He's thinking he gave a reasonable explanation for being nice to her, but our girl is having second thoughts. She admits it doesn't feel uncomfortable, just unnecessary. She's not falling for his act, and we love to see it. She internally panics, realizing she almost ruined everything, and this dude is clearly picking up on it. He says, "I see," and she braces for the worst, but his response is unexpectedly calm. He tells her he's glad she no longer dislikes him, and doesn't make her uncomfortable. Total deflection, bro. He adds he's grateful she accepted his explanation, but she's totally unconvincing when she plays it cool. She tries to brush it off, saying it's nothing, but we know she's reeling from his interrogation. He's watching her so closely, and she's clearly struggling to maintain her composure. The tension is palpable. But here's the twist. She's questioning if she should have just stayed silent, and now it's too late. He asks what she's been up to, and she claims she was just finishing some paperwork. Smooth, our girl. She offers to let him look at the papers if he wants, playing the trusting wife card. But it's a little too eager. She emphasizes how important trust is between them, trying to steer the conversation. But he's not buying it. She quickly scurries off, and he calls out that she shouldn't tear up the papers on the left. Wait, newspapers. He states she doesn't need to tear them anymore, and she's totally caught off guard, realizing he knew all along. She's speechless, and he's just watching her, and the intensity is insane. No way. He's found the torn papers, and it's clear she's been shredding evidence of something big. He's piecing together what she was hiding, and honestly, this dude is a master manipulator. He demands to know what she was trying to conceal, and she's desperately trying to think of an excuse. But she realizes she's cornered. He already knows, and the look on his face says it all. She's reading, can you believe it? Our girl has never read before, and this dude is totally fixated. He's staring at her with those intense blue eyes, and it's giving off major, I know your secret, vibes. He straight up says he's never seen her read, and she's scrambling for an excuse. It's so awkward. But she's caught in a lie, and his gaze is unwavering, making it clear he sees right through her act. Okay, so our girl is clearly spiraling, mumbling to herself like things are really falling apart. This dude, her husband, suddenly leans in, and it's intense. He's totally ignoring her fake madness. Her eyes flutter open, and she's staring right back at him. But she's still trying to play the helpless, broken princess. He's getting us so close, and she's clearly reacting. A little spark of something real flickers in her eyes. He gently cups her face, and honestly, it's a total power move, but a tender one too. Then bam, he kisses her, and it's a surprise attack. She's completely caught off guard. The kiss deepens, and she's starting to respond, her hands rising to touch his face. It's a total shift. She's pulling him closer, and her dress is falling off her shoulder. Things are escalating fast. Another kiss, another moment, and this dude is basically losing control, gripping her tightly. They're lost in the moment, tangled up in each other, and it's clear this fake insanity act is crumbling. Like, now do. He pulls back from the kiss, and she asks if that's all he wants. She's testing him, straight up. He replies they need to do this to save her life, and it's a total mood shift, dark and intense. She's reeling, remembering their deal with the king, worried they'll be exposed if they keep delaying things. But he cuts her off, declaring that won't happen. This dude is full of confidence, I love it. He explains since the king let them go last time, he can't use the same accusations again. Smart move. She's shocked, realizing he's thought this through, and her eyes widen in disbelief. He's like, if he did, leaving the threat hanging. This is getting seriously twisted. And that's where it cuts off. Cliffhanger alert. Our girl is clearly starting to trust him though. She's spiraling, realizing she was the only one desperate for this sham of a marriage. Ouch, that hits hard. He asks if that's all they need to discuss, but she's totally not okay, desperately trying to stall. She tries to stop him, saying it's not the right time, but this dude is not having it. He leans in close, and our girl is speechless, totally caught off guard by his intensity. He murmurs something she can't quite make out, and honestly, the tension is THK. But then a third party arrives. A silver-haired man appears out of nowhere, and things are about to get messy. He's looking down at the black-haired guy, and the vibe is all kinds of menacing. This is a power play. The narration drops a bomb. This man will straight up kill the other one, but for a different reason soon. No way! And just like that, the scene cuts to the silver-haired man looming over our boy, ready to cause chaos. This dude is clearly about to stir up trouble, and our girl's fake act is about to be tested like never before. She's desperately clutching at his sleeve, trying to stop him. It's a full-on tug of war. She blurts out she can't undo something, and bro, the panic in her voice is real. He's got this intense stare, murmuring my lady with a sigh. This dude is playing a game. She's messing with her hair, clearly distressed, and asks why he won't just tell her what's going on. And then, SMSE, he slaps her, silencing her question and sending us all reeling. He declares it's best to solidify their marriage and live quietly in the palace. Talk about a power move. But honestly, this whole situation is messed up, and our girl is clearly trapped. She's grabbing at his clothes, but he's just standing there, radiating control. It's terrifying. He's still talking, but she's frozen, and the tension is building with every second. This dude is straight up terrifying, and our girl is stuck in a nightmare. No way this ends well. She's demanding to know what he's thinking, if he's disgusted by her, straight up asking if he dislikes her body. He's all aloof, turning his head and refusing to meet her gaze. Talk about playing games. She's spiraling, accusing him of not even being able to close his eyes around her, and bro, the tension is THK. But then, he suddenly pulls her into a tight embrace, completely silencing her. What a switch up! He's whispering reassurances, saying he only cares for her, but honestly, it feels so forced. She's completely broken down, tears streaming down her face, and it's heartbreaking to watch. He's tightening his grip, murmuring about how she's his, and it's clear this isn't about comfort, it's control. However, the scene shifts and we see him leaning in, about to kiss her despite her obvious distress. No way! And just as their lips meet, the rain outside intensifies, mirroring the storm brewing between them. Our girl is trapped, completely at his mercy, and this dude is clearly getting away with way too much. He's trying to reassure her, saying it's just her body, but she absolutely flincs away from his touch. She demands to know what he's even talking about, completely bewildered and defensive. He's gripping her hand tighter, and she's visibly recoiling. This is getting intense. She's questioning if he actually thinks he has the right to touch her like this, and honestly, good for her. She starts tugging at her dress, trying to create distance, but he's not letting go. This dude is relentless. The fabric rustles as she struggles, but he's still holding on, and it's clear she's trapped. She finally looks up at him, eyes wide and filled with hurt, and asks whose body does he think he's touching. But then she looks down, realizing he's touching her body, and the realization hits her hard. Her expression is a mix of shock and pain, and it's a devastating moment. Poor girl. He's whispering about her being his, and she's completely broken, and honestly, this is messed up. She's reeling from the realization, and suddenly the window shatters. No way! Everyone jumps, thinking someone's attacking, but it's just the storm raging outside. Talk about a jump scare. He uses the chaos as cover, grabbing her hand again, but she's completely unresponsive now. He's practically dragging her away, insisting she needs to get to safety, but she's totally shut down and numb. Okay, so our girl is investigating this pawn shop, and it's Haji, like a full-blown castle. Someone at the estate saw her quickly pocket something, and is now reporting it to this dude, the Duke. The Duke is all business, listening intently, but honestly, he seems a little too calm about this. This other guy, with the silver hair, is relaying what he saw. She hid something small, but he couldn't see what. He tracked her back to the mansion, then she went inside, but it's all super mysterious and suspicious. The Duke seems to be taking this seriously, and is clearly putting the pieces together. The Duke is definitely onto something, and it feels like our girl is about to get caught. But wait, it looks like she's playing a dangerous game, and is up to something big. He's piecing everything together, but it seems like she's one step ahead of him. The Duke and his assistant are now strategizing, but this whole situation is a ticking time bomb. The Duke nods, and it's around sunset as they begin to track a mysterious woman. A hired carriage pulls up to the pawn shop, and honestly, the timing is perfect. An old woman emerges from the carriage and heads inside, but she's immediately kicked out after a fight over a brooch. The Duke's men follow her home, just in case, and snag a note she was holding. It's covered in strange symbols. They're at a fancy estate now, and the Duke asks if this is the location, and his assistant confirms it. The Duke is straight up focused, while his assistant looks a bit uneasy. Something's off. This dude is seriously intense, and is clearly onto our girl's game. But wait, the Duke and his team are now analyzing the mysterious note, and it's complicated, to say the least. However, this whole situation feels like a trap, and I have a bad feeling about what's coming next. The Duke is determined to uncover the truth, and he's not backing down anytime soon. The Duke gets a letter and is immediately suspicious. The address looks way too familiar, bro. He realizes this address is connected to the ladies in Waiting from the Palace, which is a major red flag. Then it hits him. They're all connected to the House of Crispin, and he's starting to see the bigger picture. He's putting the pieces together, naming off the players, and honestly, it's intense. But wait, the Duke suddenly remembers the old woman, and everything clicks. She's part of this too. He's reeling, realizing how deeply this conspiracy goes, and it's giving me chills. No way. It seems our girl anticipated this all along, and set everything in motion. This dude is playing 4D chess, and I'm here for it. However, the Duke is determined to finish what he started, and he's not backing down. And the screen goes black. Seriously? Cliffhanger ending! This is brutal. No way. The Duke bursts in on his father's mistress, and it's a seriously awkward scene. He's absolutely speechless, realizing the woman he just caught is connected to everything. But the mistress is quick on her feet, pretending she's the victim and claiming she was attacked. She's playing the damsel, saying someone broke into her room, and honestly, it's a terrible act. The Duke doesn't buy it for a second though. He sees right through her lies and is furious. Suddenly, our girl arrives, acting all innocent and concerned about the commotion. She pretends to be shocked about the break-in, flinching dramatically when the mistress speaks. But the Duke is already suspicious of her, and his gaze is icy as he questions what's going on. He asks if she was the one who opened the door, and our girl just casually deflects with a compliment. She's so smooth, saying he looks tired from working hard. Talk about a power move. The Duke straight up asks if she's been reading the princess's book. Talk about a loaded question. The mistress stammers, claiming the palace ladies in waiting came by earlier and she's been feeling unwell. She tries to play it off like she's just concerned about the princess, but her eyes are darting everywhere. But the Duke isn't having it. He asks if she's planning another visit with the princess today. He presses her for an answer, and this dude's face is unreadable, making her sweat bullets. She deflects, asking why he even cares, and honestly, it's a terrible attempt at turning the tables. The Duke just stares her down, and you can see he's piecing everything together. This is getting intense. She's losing it, her hands shaking as she tries to maintain her composure, but it's not working. We get a close-up of her panicked expression. She's clearly hiding something major. And then was shot of the princess's bare feet, hinting she's been listening the whole time. Oh no. The maids are whispering about the Duke acting like some wild animal, and our girl's side eye is fiercey. We cut to the princess in bed, looking totally undone as someone undresses her. It's a lot. She murmurs how wonderful, but it's dripping with sarcasm. She's clearly playing a role. One of the maids asks if she's okay, but honestly, she's just witnessing something awful. Suddenly, the Duke casually asks if she plans to visit the princess and mistress today. Smooth move, bro. The mistress tries to clarify it's the Duke's decision, not hers, but he just gives hers that look. She snaps, correcting them and insisting it's Mistress Cladine, but it just makes things worse. The Duke's expression is so intense. He's totally reading between the lines, and she knows it. Her hand shakes as she tries to hold it together, but she's unraveling fast. The pressure is building. She grits her teeth and repeats it's Mistress Cladine, but her face screams she's about to lose control. Someone's been probing the princess for info. They're really digging for dirt, it seems. She's not sure what they're planning, but her advisor thinks it's a trap. Straight up suspicious behavior. The advisor points out how blatantly obvious their scheming is, and honestly, it's a good call. The Duke overhears and realizes they're really up to something, and our girl is playing it cool, but she's rattled. Okay, so we're starting with the Haji warning. This episode is intense, dealing with some really heavy stuff. Cullen is getting patched up, covered in scars, and bro, it's clear this isn't recent. He's been through it. He's trying to reassure someone, saying it's mostly his feelings that are hurt, but honestly, the damage is visible. But things take a dark turn fast, as someone straight up cuts their own hand, and lets the blood drip onto the floor. Cullen's face is a mask of fury as he scowls, and the energy is just terrifying. No way. He's got this intense stare, a barely contained rage, and says something about Sir Cullen Eminis. It's a name loaded with meaning. The scene cuts to Cullen and his brother, Valak, and it's clear they have a seriously complicated relationship. Our girl is clearly traumatized by something, and it's connected to these two. It's all coming together. However, it's revealed that Cullen and Valak are the ones responsible for the abuse she suffered. And honestly, this dude had it coming. It's a total power play and our princess is trapped. Turns out, the Amain surname is a serious insult in the Principality of Sidid. Ouch, talk about a bad family name. Cullen's men are laughing at the name, but this dude is about to get a serious reality check. She's clearly hurting, clutching her arm, and Cullen's reaction is terrifying. He's absolutely livid. Cullen's face is a full-on scowl, and the intensity is unreal. He's about to unleash some fury. She explains she acted pretty normal when they went out, trying to maintain her facade, but it's clearly failing. She then says she went to look for herbs, but something tells me there's way more to that story. Cullen's offering her something to eat, and she's nomming it down. It's a strangely tender moment, but the moment is shattered as Cullen suddenly pulls her close, and she looks genuinely frightened. She tries to pull away, but he's got a tight grip, and she's completely trapped. No way is this good. She cries out in shock, and the scene is a chaotic mess of hands and fear. This is escalating fast, and it's brutal. She's telling Cullen how she fell for this unbelievably crude tactic, a straight-up pickpocket. Can you believe it? But then she realizes she's been robbed. Like, seriously, this dude lifted her purse right in front of her. A woman screams, "Stop, thief," and starts chasing after him. Total chaos erupts in the marketplace. The thief leads her on a wild goose chase and then lures her into a dark, secluded alleyway. Oh no, this is bad. Suddenly, a bunch of shadowy figures surround her, weapons drawn. She's completely cornered and it's terrifying. But Cullen arrives just in time and straight up knocks the attacker unconscious with one punch. Our girl is safe for now. However, she's still shaken and admits she can't believe she fell for something so obvious. She's so frustrated with herself. She's reeling, and it's clear this whole situation has unlocked some serious trauma for her. And honestly, it's devastating to see her like this, clutching her arm and trying to hold it together. But this is where it gets twisted. Cullen's smiling, and it's a creepy, unsettling grin that sends shivers down your spine. She's spilling everything. How she overheard plans to harm her in that alley. But Cullen cuts her off, telling her there's no need for details. She says she listened to their conversation and realizes they weren't just after her life, but something else entirely. Suddenly, this creepy voice cuts through the air. Look, lady. And it's a total mood killer. We get a glimpse of these rough-looking thugs snickering and licking their blades. Straight up terrifying, right? This dude threatens her, saying he won't go easy just because she's a woman. Talk about a red flag. He's about to get rough, but Cullen slaps him across the face, and the sound effect is glorious. The thugs are shocked, and our girl's aide looks totally stunned. This is escalating fast. Another thug tries to attack, but Cullen's already on him, totally dominating the situation. He's absolutely relentless, taking down everyone who tries to come at them. Our boy is a beast, and honestly, this scene is brutal. Cullen is unleashing his fury, and it's intense. One of the thugs drops, and our girl stares, totally horrified by what Cullen just did. Cullen's clenching his teeth, face contorted. He's seeing red, remembering something awful. Everything goes black, but then we hear Cullen screaming about them trying to put a sack over his head. He's reliving some serious trauma, and it made him lose control. No way they did that to him. Our girl's absolutely shocked, mouth hanging open at the intensity of his flashback. He continues ranting, still furious, and it's clear this isn't just about protecting her. Cullen's grip tightens, and we see a flash of what looks like restraints. This is getting dark. He's completely broken down, and she's reeling from what she's just heard. But then she realizes if she'd gone with them, they could have actually found out who's behind all this. Cullen thinks his temper would have gotten the best of him if he'd interrogated them himself. But she insists it wouldn't have been necessary. She straight up admits she knows exactly where to stab and slice to get answers. Talk about a chilling confession. The funny thing is, she knew there were 4 attackers, not just the 3 Cullen took down. But strangely, nobody attacked her from behind while Cullen was busy fighting, which is seriously sus. Suddenly, someone WMs her from behind. Talk about a blindside attack? She manages to whirl around, but it's a close call. That was a fast move. And then Tieda, Cullen appears holding another attacker. He's got one in each arm. He's holding a bloody, unconscious attacker in each arm, and it's clear he was waiting for this last one all along. She's reeling, realizing this was a setup, and Cullen was letting them come to him. So, she turns around, totally stunned by what just happened. This dude is playing a whole different game. She finds out Sir Cullen has been tossing attackers to her one by one? No way! But she's absolutely fuming, because this dude has the nerve to just chuck people at her. Our girl is straight up losing it, and honestly, he deserves all the steam coming from her ears. She's seeing red, and the attacker's face is hilarious. He's totally regretting his life choices right now. Our girl is lost in thought, remembering her childhood. Things are clearly not what they seem. Someone yells Misa, and it's clear whatever she's remembering is about to come crashing back into her present. Her mother appears, looking down at Misa with a serious expression, sunlight shining around them. Mom straight up accuses Misa of sneaking candy, and honestly, the drama is already building. Little Misa is caught red-handed, a sweet treat in her grasp, and she's visibly scared of her mother's anger. Misa tries to hide from her mother, but it's no use. Her mother is determined to catch her. The scene shifts to the present, and we learn this opulent estate is nothing compared to the main palace. It's a power play. Mom shouts at Misa not to hide, reminding her of the consequences for bad behavior. This is getting intense. Misa looks up at her mother, clearly frightened, and we see a glimpse of the controlling dynamic between them. But it's all a flashback, and our girl is clearly haunted by these childhood memories. Something big is happening. Her mother embraces Misa, insisting on a hug just like this. It's a little too intense, honestly. Miesa is overwhelmed by the affection, looking totally shocked while surrounded by strawberries and lace. Nuns and ladies in waiting rush forward, showering Misa with attention and exclaiming over how cute she is. Everyone around her beams and Misa feels weirded out by all this sudden, saccharine sweetness. She tries to ask her mother what's going on, but her words are lost in the crowd. This is a setup, we know it. The scene shifts, and we see her mother and a mysterious man in the distance. They're definitely scheming. But the flashback reveals this all happened when the Count Palatine, the king's informant, was around. The man is looking at Misa with a creepy smile, and it's clear he's a major player in all this drama. This dude was the king's spy, and now we see he's connected to Misa's childhood. No way! Our girl is realizing her mother's affection wasn't genuine. It was all part of a larger, twisted plan. Misa's husband, this dude, is clearly worried and tries to shake her hand, but she's totally spaced out. She mumbles something about her mother, and everything suddenly feels off. Misa asks to go inside because she's cold, but honestly, it's like she's not even registering what's happening around her. A single strand of her hair falls into the water, and she's completely oblivious. Something is seriously wrong. Then, out of nowhere, it starts to pour, and everyone in the palace seems terrified. The rain splatters on Misa's shoes, and the atmosphere is thick with dread. It's a bad omen, for sure. The wind howls and Misa just stands there, lost in her thoughts. It's giving major foreshadowing. Suddenly, the scene cuts back to the flashback, and Misa remembers her mother's manipulative behavior. She realizes her mother's affection was a performance, and it's a gut punch, honestly, poor Misa. But the rain keeps coming down, and everything feels chaotic. This is straight up a disaster waiting to happen. Miesa is totally out of it, and her husband is desperately trying to hold her up in the pouring rain. She starts muttering about a goddess, and bro, it's seriously creepy, like a full-blown possession. A black feather floats down, and Misa's eyes snap open. Her gaze is ice cold and unsettling. The palace starts shaking violently, and honestly, it's not just the thunder. Something big is happening. A massive, shadowy figure appears, and the palace is illuminated by a blinding flash of light. It's like a goddess is descending, but this isn't a benevolent arrival. It feels threatening. The light intensifies, and we see a figure looming over Misa, but it's all distorted and terrifying. Everything goes dark, and for a moment, it's absolute chaos. You can feel the tension building. Then, red energy explodes onto the scene, and it's straight up apocalyptic. No holding back now. And at that moment, the story cuts to black. Talk about a cliffhanger, seriously? Misa is totally spiraling, remembering how scared she was. It's heartbreaking, honestly. She whispers Miesa, and then blurts out that her mother did something terrible, like majorly messed up. She desperately tells little Misa that even if mommy does something wrong, she'll be punished, but Miesa shakes her head, refusing to believe it, and begs her mom to hide with her. She doesn't want her punished. Her mom tries to explain, but Misa cuts her off, and it's clear she's not processing any of this. Then the story jumps to a dark, ominous reveal. One by one they all died, no way! But her mom's voice cracks with determination, swearing she'll make sure Miesa survives, no matter what it takes. It's a total power move. She's stepping up to protect her daughter, even after everything. And we're left with this intense, unresolved feeling, like a storm is brewing, and it's gonna be epic. Seriously, this is a dark turn, and our girl is about to face something huge. Brace yourselves! Miesa is spiraling, telling herself she still doesn't understand why her mother said those things. It's so sad. But then she has this crazy idea. Hide amongst the corpses, pretend she's lost it, and do whatever she wants. She thinks it won't take long to fully break, and honestly, that's terrifying. She's going deep. The scene shifts to total darkness, and it's like the world is holding its breath. Super unsettling. But then, a grid of glowing red lines appears, crisscrossing the blackness. It's like a trap is closing in. And finally we see her, Miesa, broken and kneeling, completely defeated, realizing she's lost everything. She whispers that she has no chance of ever living a normal life again. Straight up heartbreaking, you guys. The darkness just swallows her whole, and it's a total gut punch. No relief in sight. Then nothing, just black. And honestly, that silence is the scariest part. But the blackness lingers, and we know this isn't over. Something big is about to go down, for sure. Miesa clings to life, desperately trying to hold on. She refuses to give up, even at her lowest point. But then, a ghostly figure appears before her, shimmering and ethereal. No way, what is happening? This dude, Avrik, is standing right there, and he says Sheev knows something. What secret is he talking about? And just like that, The scene cuts to black again. Seriously, the suspense is killing me. What does he mean? Someone's investigating Crispin's house, just like our girl asked, and they have a key discovery. Turns out, the person they found is the mother of Crispin's vice commander. No way! This dude, the vice commander, is apparently super skilled, but a commoner's son, so everyone's already side-eyeing him. The investigator spills the beans to someone, a very serious-looking man in a suit, and it clearly shocks him. We get a flashback, and it's all dark and moody as this man stares at a shadowy figure, who seems to be the mother herself. He's remembering her, and honestly, she looks like trouble, all shrouded in darkness and judgment. Close up on his face, and you can tell he's processing this information, probably realizing this is bigger than he thought. Someone else chimes in, saying they've heard of this skilled knight, but he's an outsider, which is a problem. The knight stands there, looking intense with all these shadowy symbols around him. He's definitely got a story. He's clearly brooding, and honestly, I'm here for the drama. This is about to get good. So, this family has been doing dirty work for the Crispins for generations. Talk about a legacy of shady deals. But here's the twist: the father was executed for assault and violence, which is heavy. However, he was actually covering for the head of the house, the real criminal. What a mess. Someone points out that despite all this, the family still serves the Crispins seriously. They figure the family decided it was better to support a talented son than avenge an incompetent father. Cold. We learn the mother has connections to a thief guild, which is concerning, to say the least. Turns out the people who attacked Gela were guild members too, and honestly, that's a direct threat. And get this, the guild is led by the mother's younger sibling. This family is straight up a web of secrets. This is getting intense, and our girl is in the middle of it all, but she's not backing down. Someone's definitely planning something, and the stakes are higher than ever. I'm on the edge of my seat. This dude realizes the House of Crispin is behind everything. No surprise there, honestly. He starts walking, taking deliberate steps, and begins piecing things together in his head. He's trying to understand why the Crispins would go to such lengths. A mistress, a kidnapping, it's wild. But he's not stopping at just the mistress. He's thinking about the bigger picture, the whole game. He wonders what the Crispins gained by attaching a mistress to his father, just to marry into their house. He's piecing together that they also tried to ruin his reputation by using Mises ladies, and waiting to kidnap Gela. Now he's getting to the real question: are they after the position of the next lady of the House of Cladonay? However, he suspects something even more sinister. They might want to destroy the entire House of Cladonay. He stares at a flag with crossed swords, surrounded by fallen soldiers. This is getting dark, bro. Our girl is playing a dangerous game, and this dude is starting to see the full extent of the conspiracy. He's laying it all out. The Crispins are sloppy, and he's tracked their every move. Seriously impressive. He reveals they're after more than just power. They want to utterly destroy the Cladona family. No way. He's connecting the dots, remembering a past betrayal, and it's hitting hard. This dude's got a memory. Flashback time. He sees his uncle, all smug, and learns the Crispins were already plotting decades ago. But it gets worse. His uncle was working with the Crispins, straight up betraying their family. He recalls a woman, clearly being used as bait, and realizes she's connected to the current mess. He remembers a conversation, a veiled threat about ruining everything. And honestly, it's chilling. He's putting it all together now: his uncle, the mistress, the kidnapping. It's a twisted web of deceit. He asks about how it all went down, demanding details, and the other man starts spilling everything. However, the man's story is interrupted. Something's coming, and it's definitely bad news. He's reeling, realizing the person behind his father's lover was hidden in plain sight. Seriously, the layers? He notices inconsistencies in the Crispins' plans. Something feels off, and this dude is starting to connect the dots. He narrows his eyes, a plan forming, and starts to suspect the Crispins aren't the masterminds after all. What? The reason for the marriage alliance is revealed: the Crispins were planning treason, straight up using our girl's family. But if the Crispins' initiative was actually a trap, it's a mind-blowing twist, and he's putting it all together. We get a glimpse of an elaborate sword and crown, surrounded by a creepy spiderweb. This is getting intense, bro. The web tightens, the spider descends, and he finishes the thought: it was all a trap. No way! He's left staring into the abyss, realizing everything was a carefully constructed scheme. And honestly, it's brilliant. Our girl is about to unravel a conspiracy that reaches the highest levels, and this dude is determined to expose it. He vows to tear down the lies and protect his family, even if it means going to war. Talk about a power move. A servant rushes in, blurting out that Mistress Cladine is awake, and this dude immediately says he's going to see her. He demands to know why he was notified, but then remembers he asked to be told immediately. Smooth save, bro. He's heading to see her, but his thoughts turn dark, realizing the House of Crispin might be subtly controlled like Cladine's. He's consumed by worry, thinking only of her and the possibility of another family falling under someone's influence. The scene shifts to a creepy, spiderweb-filled void, and honestly, it's giving major villain vibes. A giant, glowing spider descends, and this dude's internal monologue confirms that everything was a trap. He's staring into the darkness, and we get a glimpse of a shadowy figure. Whoa, this is intense. He vows to dismantle the lies and protect his family, even if it means sparking a full-blown war. Talk about a power move! The spiderweb intensifies, and it's clear he's uncovering a conspiracy that goes way deeper than he imagined. The final panel is just a close-up of the shadowy figure, and our girl is straight up in danger. He realizes someone is behind all of this, like the mastermind pulling every string, and it's seriously chilling. The shadowy figure steps forward, and it's his uncle, the Duke. No way, this family is messed up. The Duke straight up admits to controlling everything, even manipulating Cladina's insanity. So evil. He vows to destroy his uncle, but the Duke just laughs, and our boy is about to face a brutal battle. Okay, so our girl is in a terror alley situation. Someone has her cornered and is silencing her. A servant jumps in, yelling at this dude to get his hand off the princess. Like, no. She's totally trapped. They're holding her down so tight she can't even try to escape. But the black-haired guy is ice cold. He says they'll finish this before anyone arrives. Seriously? We see a flash of red, and it looks like he's hurt the servant. No way! She's desperate, struggling, but they've got her pinned. It's awful. This dude's just casually discussing how they can cover this up, claiming she's throwing a tantrum. What? He slams the door, and it's made of solid ebony, so it's not budging, and honestly, good. Another servant rushes in, looking shocked, but it's too late. The door is sealed tight. He gives this creepy smirk, like he's totally in control, and I'm stressed for our girl, seriously stressed. She says she's just doing what they want, but it's totally a plea for help. She's so cornered. This dude lifts her chin and it's so aggressive she looks terrified, seriously. She thinks if she can't escape, she's doomed, but she's already plotting a way out. Our girl's a fighter. No way. He's applying some kind of makeup to her, but it's clearly not for a good reason. She needs more time. She's got to buy herself some breathing room. She's thinking fast. He wipes away a tear and it's creepy, like he's enjoying her distress. What is wrong with him? He asks why she's acting up, but his eyes are cold as ice. He doesn't care about her feelings at all. She's remembering all the other times this has happened. The cycle of abuse is endless. Her heart is pounding. She's reliving the trauma, and it's heartbreaking to watch. She's completely trapped, and honestly, this dude is straight up terrifying. She steels herself, whispering she can do this, but it's clearly a desperate attempt to stay strong. Someone asks what's going on, and she's clearly caught off guard, totally busted mid-scheme. She's cornered, and this dude is practically looming over her, demanding answers, seriously intense. He calls her a brat, and her eyes flash. She's absolutely seething, but trying to play it cool. She meets the gaze of the blonde girl, and it's like she's seeing a real person, not just a pawn. Someone comments that she seemed awfully real just now, and it throws everyone for a loop. No way. She's grabbing the blonde girl's hand and pulling her away. It happens so fast. She's escaping, but she realizes she messed up, like I messed up. Oh no, what did she do? She's running, and everything is blurred, like she's trying to outrun her past. But it's too late. She's left the blonde girl completely vulnerable, and honestly, this is a disaster. She's spiraling, realizing she put the blonde girl in danger. A foolish mistake, honestly. This dude bursts in, demanding to know what's happening, and she tries to shut him down immediately. But he's not backing off, and she's starting to freak out, feeling a chilling dread creep in. She feels goosebumps erupt all over her skin. It's like a premonition, something bad is about to happen. She swallows hard, a wave of icy fear washing over her, and it's clear she's terrified of what's coming. She thinks it's just a feeling, but it's so much more. A terrifying realization dawns on her. And then we see Haim, the brother, looking completely unhinged and seriously creepy. He's got this smug, knowing look, like he's been playing them all along, and it's sending chills down our spines. He says it's just a feeling, but it's a total lie. He's known all along, hasn't he? Our girl is straight up devastated, and honestly, this is a gut punch. Sir Valak is demanding to know what's going on, but the door won't budge. It's jammed shut. Someone slams against the door, and it's clear they're trying to break in. This is terrifying. The maid explains the door is stuck, and Valak's face falls, realizing something is seriously wrong. She thinks they're out of time to find the key, and honestly, her desperation is palpable. But she refuses to give up, knowing she has to find another way, even if it's risky. She's weighing her options, and it's heartbreaking. She's trapped, and so is the blonde girl. Valak looks absolutely furious and determined. He's not letting anyone get to her, period. He's ready to force his way through, but she's pleading with him to wait, fearing what's on the other side. He ignores her and starts tearing at the door, and she's straight up losing it. But even as he's breaking down the door, she knows this isn't about saving her. It's a trap. Someone shouts, demanding to know what all the noise is about. Talk about bad timing. Everyone freezes, and the captain is clearly shocked by whatever's happening, but he's trying to play it cool. The captain and a lady in waiting flinch, and someone rushes in, yelling it's an emergency. This is escalating fast. Another person bursts onto the scene, claiming the two ladies in waiting are up to no good with the mistress. The lady in waiting suddenly flinches, and the captain is already telling everyone to step aside. He's taking charge. Our girl's eye is wide with terror, and a single tear rolls down her cheek. She's seeing something awful. But just as the captain approaches, something flies toward them, and it's a blur of weapons. No way. The scene devolves into chaos, with weapons flying everywhere, and it's straight up mayhem. The captain pushes the lady in waiting out of the way, protecting her, but she's still terrified. Our girl is completely broken, and honestly, this is a disaster. She's barely holding it together. This dude is unleashing a whirlwind of attacks, and it's straight up terrifying. He's going all out. But even with all this chaos, our girl is trying to protect the lady in waiting, pushing her away. She's totally distraught, tears streaming down her face, and honestly, it's heartbreaking to watch. He's right in front of her now, and she looks completely broken. But is she faking? We'll see. Okay, so things are beauty. Our girl is clearly struggling, barely able to speak. This dude, the Duke, is straight up losing it, foaming at the mouth and looking possessed. No way! He's actively choking and spewing froth. It's a total horror scene. But it gets worse. Blood starts gushing from his mouth as he attacks someone off screen. Someone screams, and honestly, we can't blame them. This is a full-on violent outburst. Our girl is gasping for air, clearly in distress, while the Duke continues to go wild. He's got a maid pinned down, and she looks absolutely terrified, bracing for the worst. Her face is a mess of fear, and it's heartbreaking to watch. She's totally helpless. But then, the Duke suddenly stops, demanding something from the maid. Yes, sir. What is going on? This whole scene is messed up, and we're left wondering what the Duke is planning, and if the maid is safe. The Duke learns the maid is dead. Straight up announces it like it's nothing, and our girl looks horrified. He's clenching his fist so hard, his knuckles are white. Bro is trying to control himself, apparently. But here's the twist: the angrier he gets, the clearer his head becomes. This is a weird coping mechanism. He's staring intently at someone, a cold smile forming, and judging the whole situation. No way. He pulls this blonde woman into a super intense embrace, and it's a total mood shift. They're locked in a kiss surrounded by these ghostly flowers, and it's unsettling, to say the least. He suspects they were poisoned slowly, a deliberate attack, and our girl is right there with him. The Duke is making a plan, and honestly, it looks like he's about to get his revenge. He's totally playing it cool, but you can feel the darkness radiating off him. This dude is dangerous. However, this whole scene is giving me the chills. Something big is about to go down, I can feel it. They choose a long, drawn-out method, and our girl is clearly not thrilled about it. The Duke realizes the House of Cladonay will eventually figure out the House of Crispin is behind everything. We get a serious flashback. This dude is ready for war, sword in hand, looking absolutely menacing. He's lowering his sword, staring intently, and you can tell he's about to unleash some serious vengeance. The Duke is lost in thought, and his eyes glow with this eerie purple light. It's kinda creepy, not gonna lie. He's wondering how far the king's plan stretches, and it's clear he suspects foul play. He's questioning if the king intended to punish the Cladonays for failing to protect the princess. Yikes! We see these floating crests, one belonging to the House of Cladonay, the other to Crispin. And that's it. The Duke is plotting, and it's about to get real dark, real fast. Okay, so the Duke is just standing there brooding and it hits him. It doesn't matter to the king. He realizes the king doesn't care about anyone, and honestly, it's a total gut punch. But the Duke isn't just accepting this. He's seeing the bigger picture. The king wants to destroy both families. Lady Deal suddenly shows up demanding an explanation, and the Duke is not pleased. Someone's sweating bullets. It looks like a servant, and they're clearly hiding something major. This servant tries to claim they only just heard something, but the Duke isn't buying it for a second. The Duke presses her, asking if she knows anything about the king's plans, and she's totally cracking under the pressure. She's stumbling over her words, barely able to speak, and honestly, it's kinda satisfying to watch. However, she insists she knows nothing, and the Duke is giving her this intense stare down. He's clearly skeptical, but he's playing along for now, and this whole situation is tense AF. Okay, so someone's spilling tea. Apparently Lady Maleka had some serious problems. This dude, the Duke, leans in close, and you can tell he's about to get all the details. Turns out Lady Maleka was drowning in her father's gambling debts and straight up stole from the royal palace. But it doesn't stop there. When she got caught, she bribed the head lady, in waiting, Lady Nymeria, to cover it up. The Duke thinks this was just another attempt by Lady Maleka to make money, and honestly, he's probably right. He turns to whoever he's talking to and asks what they think, and the tension is building. And then bam! The scene cuts to someone looking super suspicious, like they're hiding something big. Someone remembers Lady Maleka saying something similar. It's like a puzzle piece clicking into place. But wait, the Duke is suddenly struck by a realization. His heart is pounding, no way! He's convinced the House of Crispin ordered Lady Maleka to do all of this, and he's demanding answers. This servant overhears and chimes in, claiming she saw Lady Maleka constantly chatting with the Crispin ladies, in waiting. Another servant jumps on board, totally agreeing with everything that's been said. The drama is escalating fast. The Duke points to Cullen, ordering him to go to the palace immediately and deliver a message. He wants Cullen to tell them there's a problem between the two houses, which is a straight-up declaration of war. Cullen acknowledges the order, and honestly, things are about to get messy. The Duke is clearly plotting something, and this whole situation is about to blow up in everyone's faces. Our girl is about to be right in the middle of it all, and we know she's not backing down. The Duke straight up tells Cullen to spread the word. The House of Crispin tried to harm his wife and take their house. Cullen acknowledges the order, and honestly, this dude is a machine, no hesitation whatsoever. But then the Duke drops another bomb. They are officially abandoning this room, no more using it at all. He commands them to clean out a suitable room on the 3rd floor instead. This is a power move, and it feels huge. Someone's worried Lady Maleka didn't survive. They really hope she wasn't around when things went down. Another person thinks witnessing that was seriously traumatizing for the mistress, and honestly, they're not wrong. But the husband, this dude, straight up shuts it down, saying his wife is fine, no need to worry. Someone else sees his face though, and something feels off. He's hiding something, no way. He's all thank you for your concern, but his eyes say otherwise, like he's holding back a ton. And then he drops a bomb. He invited Duke Salakes because of course he did, adding fuel to the fire. Our girl and her husband make a grand entrance, but she looks off, almost like she's putting on a show. Someone gasps, and it's clear everyone's picking up on the weird vibes surrounding the couple. This dude is acting way too calm, and someone's starting to suspect it's all a facade, a total cover-up. But something's not adding up, and our boy is realizing this whole situation is way more complicated than he thought. Tilbury, the commander of the Royal Knights, is apologizing for being rude. Talk about a power move. But our girl just waves it off, saying no apology is needed. She's playing it cool, but we know she's not okay. She says it's a pleasure to meet him, but admits she wishes it were under better circumstances, hinting at all the drama. Tilbury just stares, and honestly, his expression is sending off major red flags. Something's definitely brewing. Then, suddenly, chaos erupts. Someone attacks. It's a straight-up assassination attempt, and it's brutal. The room explodes into a mess of blood and bodies, and our girl's husband is reacting fast, shielding her somehow. He's protecting her, but there's blood on her dress now. Oh no, this is getting seriously messy. This dude is holding her, checking for injuries, and his face is full of shock. He's losing it. He whispers, "My goodness," and it's clear he's completely stunned by what just happened, and maybe realizing she wasn't fine. However, this whole thing feels staged, like someone wanted this attempt to happen. What is going on? He demands to know where Mistress Cladine is and straight up asks if she's okay. Major concern here. Her husband calmly reveals his mother is currently caring for her, which feels off. Tilburg tries to ask for permission to see her, but her husband cuts him off, and it's super tense. Then bam, a nun is dragged and bound and terrified. This is escalating quickly. Tilburg recognizes the nun, shouting her name in shock, and everything just clicks for him. He yells Commander Tilburg, and it's clear this nun is connected to him somehow. No way. But the husband's expression, cold as ice, like he knew this was coming all along. This dude is totally playing everyone, and our girl is caught right in the middle of it all. The nun is sobbing, and it's clear she's scared of something or someone. This is awful. However, this isn't just about a scared nun. Something bigger is unfolding, and it's about to explode. The husband calmly reveals the nun Jella used to be a medic for the Cladina Knights. Wait, what? He drops a bomb. He entrusted Gela with his wife, meaning our girl, so she'd get immediate care if injured. Tilburg is reeling. He's clearly shocked and honestly, a little relieved. Something doesn't add up. The husband says hearing that puts his mind at ease, but his expression is so controlled, it's creepy. Then, this dude straight up says they're going to examine Lady Maleka's body, and Jella is free to assist. But hold up. The husband's hand is covered in what looks like blood. This is getting seriously messed up. Gela's face is hidden, but she's bowing her head, and you can feel the tension building. Tilburg demands to know what's going on, but the husband just ignores him. This guy is so infuriating. However, the husband's gaze is fixed on Jella, and it's clear she holds the key to everything. Our girl is trapped in a web of secrets, and I'm seriously worried about what happens next. The husband refuses to cooperate with Tilburg's investigation, straight up telling him no. But then he reveals Gela discovered the drug used on our girl, and it'd take 2 days to analyze it. He claims he knows the palace will investigate separately, but Tilburg isn't buying it for a second. Tilburg demands answers, but the husband just ignores him. This dude is infuriatingly calm. However, the husband is fixated on Jella, and it's clear she's the one with all the information. Our girl is on the floor, completely broken, while the husband and Tilburg stare at her. It's heartbreaking. The husband says she died almost instantly, and honestly, the way he says it is so cold. Tilburg is frozen, and the husband's expression is unreadable. Something is definitely off with this guy. The husband's face is so stoic, but his eyes, they're calculating, like this is all part of his plan. But our girl is still alive, she's breathing, and it seems the husband was lying about her condition. They're claiming our girl's jaw is swollen from being forced to ingest something, and they tied her up first. Seriously? The husband is defending their actions, saying they didn't know what she'd do, but it's a weak excuse, honestly. He adds they accidentally injured her jaw while making her swallow the substance, and Tilburg just stands there. Tilburg accepts this explanation way too easily, of course, he says, and the husband looks smug about it. The husband gives a knowing look, and says they made the right decision, but I'm screaming. What is happening? Now this dude is staring off into space, and it's giving major villain vibes. He's totally playing everyone. A maid, Lady Deal, is brought forward looking terrified, and the husband starts questioning her. He demands to know what happened, but Lady Deal is clearly about to spill everything she knows. She starts to explain, and the husband's face is unreadable, but his eyes, they're cold and calculating. No way. He's already questioning her about the strange substance, trying to control the narrative. Lady Deal cracks under pressure, claiming she knows nothing. It was all Lady Maleka's doing. The husband, Tilburg, smirks and straight up says she must have counted on her husband's influence to cover everything up. Someone else is watching, and they know Lady Maleka is behind it all, but they've known this for a while now. This person huffs, admitting they knew she'd pull something like this sooner or later. Our girl is playing a dangerous game. This dude, the Duke, is straight up annoyed and tells Lady Crispin to get to the point. He's all stoic and regal, but we know he's hiding something. He needs to see his wife ASAP. Lady Crispin arrives, looking mysterious in a hood, and apologizes for being late, but insists on speaking with him. She offers a super humble apology, like she's done something terrible, but honestly the tension is THK. She thanks him for agreeing to meet despite the lateness. But it feels off, doesn't it? The Duke demands she just tell him why she's here, getting increasingly impatient. Lady Crispin grits her teeth. Something's definitely up with her. She's clearly holding back. She finally reveals she's come to. Warren, the reveal is Haji. She's here for a reason that's about to shake things up. No way, this is gonna be good. She's clearly got a plan and our girl is about to make a move. Lady Crispin drops a bomb. Her parents are greedy and incompetent, straight up awful people. But they were tempted by treason, which is wild, and honestly, she's laying it all out there. She reveals her father's attempts to win the king's favor have failed miserably, and he's seriously bitter about it. As a result, he resents the king, and Lady Crispin is clearly building to something huge here. She's painting a picture of a family riddled with ambition and disappointment. It's dark, bro. She claims her parents wanted to betray the kingdom, but their plans were less than noble, which is a major understatement. However, she's not just throwing shade at her family. She's implying someone else is involved in all this. She's setting the stage for a power play, and the Duke is listening intently, finally understanding the gravity of the situation. This is intense. She's revealing a web of deceit and resentment within the royal family. Our girl is pulling no punches, and this dude is about to be caught in the middle of a seriously messy family drama. She reveals the Countess Carlyle orchestrated everything to gain the king's attention. A total power move. Apparently, the House of Carlyle isn't someone to mess with. They're so influential the king actually trembles before them. She claims the Carlyle family would be the first to commit treason, and honestly, that's a bold statement. But then she drops another bomb. Anyone could see the king must be behind this whole scheme, which is wild. She's laying out a conspiracy, and this dude is realizing just how deep the rabbit hole goes, bro. The Countess Carlyle is straight up dangerous, and our girl is building a case against her and the king. She's painting the Carlyle family as ambitious and ruthless, willing to do anything for power. Our girl insists they've been plotting this for a while, and it's not just about the king's favor. It's about control. She's basically saying the Carlyle family would betray anyone, and it's a seriously chilling accusation. However, she's hinting that someone else is pulling the strings, and this is about to get even more complicated. This dude, the Duke, is not impressed with her honesty. He thinks she's oversharing, straight up. He accuses her of not arranging this meeting on her own, and it's clear he's catching on to something. She doubles down, hinting the king is the real puppet master. But this dude looks unfazed. He calmly asks if she wants them to hold the king responsible instead, and it's a total power move. But then, she just breaks down, tears streaming down her face, and it's a total switch up. He's staring at her, clearly shocked by this sudden vulnerability. What is she planning now? She's claiming the Carlyle family is the real threat, willing to betray anyone, and it's seriously chilling. She insists they've been plotting for a long time. It's not just about the king's favor. It's about control. However, she's subtly suggesting someone else is controlling the Carlyle family, and this is getting wild. Our girl is playing a dangerous game, and this dude is starting to realize he's way out of his depth. She's begging him to show leniency to her family, claiming she's done all she can as their daughter. She's basically pleading for him to spare them retribution, and it's a total emotional play. But then she pivots, asking if he even considers the alliance between their houses. Like, what is she getting at? He's silent for a beat, and our girl straight up says she's grateful he thinks so highly of them. However, her smile is totally unsettling. It doesn't reach her eyes at all, and it's creepy. He doesn't respond, and she just stares him down, maintaining that unnerving expression. This dude is clearly trying to read her, analyzing every little thing she says and does. She's laying it on thick, but he's not buying it. He's probably seeing right through her act. He finally moves, but it's not what we expect. He's getting up to leave, and she looks relieved. No way, he's walking away, and our girl is left alone with her schemes. This is about to explode. He refuses to let her family off the hook, saying they were given to them, like objects, not people. However, he reveals they had someone following her after she moved to the capital. Talk about creepy. A hooded figure appears, and this dude is clearly using them for surveillance. Straight up shady. He asks how far this follower will go and what kind of intel they've gathered. He's not messing around. He wants to know exactly how much they've dug up on her. It's a power play, and she's the target. This dude's expression is terrifying. He's got a sinister smile and is totally calculating. Oof. He questions if she knows the extent of their abilities, and honestly, she probably does. He's laying it all out there. They're keeping tabs on everything, and she's walking into a trap. But she just stares back, unblinking, and it's clear our girl is still playing her game. No way, he's totally onto her, and she's about to get called out for her deception. She asks who will send the report to, and this dude is straight up chilling, not even fazed. He reveals he intends to brush this whole incident off as a petty fight between noble families. Can you believe it? But he's playing a long game. He wants to control the narrative and minimize any real consequences. However, he's clearly downplaying the situation, and our girl is probably realizing how dangerous this all is. This dude is straight up telling our girl her new room is smaller than her old one, like, rude much. He's laying out a feast, pasta, steak, the works, trying to make her feel better about the downgrade. He hopes she likes the room, but honestly, the comment was a weird way to start things off, bro. He asks if there's anything she wants to change, being all accommodating and perfect, but she just stares. She's totally spacing out, just a blank stare. What is she thinking? She finally speaks, saying Mesa, which is not what he expected at all. No way. She apologizes, claiming she was only commenting on the room's size, but this is getting super awkward. He's like, "Are you okay?" Because her response was so off, and we're all feeling the tension. This dude's expression is intense. He's definitely picking up on something being seriously wrong with Misa. He's staring right into her soul, and you can tell this conversation is about to go somewhere wild. He's talking about her, asking if she still feels sick, trying to be sweet and concerned. He notices she's pale and points it out. She looks genuinely unwell, and it's creeping him out. She just doesn't respond, giving him nothing, and the silence is deafening. She finally whispers, "I'm not sure," and it's the most unsettling thing ever. What is going on? But then, total flashback, we're thrown into a dark, horrific memory with this dude looking absolutely monstrous. He reveals Maleka, the one who tormented him, died instantly, and honestly, it sounds like he was relieved. He admits he only regrets not being there to see her die. Straight up chilling, bro, this guy is messed up. However, the flashback ends, and we're back to Misa, lying in bed. But this time, it's covered in blood. The scene is pure chaos, blood splattered everywhere, and it's terrifyingly unclear what happened. It's a total cliffhanger. The image fades to black, leaving us wondering what our girl is caught up in. He recalls the moment Misa caught on to his act right before she, well, you know. It's a brutal memory for him. He's a mess, tears streaming down his face, and honestly, he looks completely broken by this revelation. Total scene change. It's a fancy party. The Cladinas are showering Misa with kindness, and she's soaking it up. He thinks back to how he unconsciously let his guard down, lulled into a false sense of security by their generosity. But for 12 years, absolutely no one in the palace suspected his feigned insanity. He played everyone. However, everything changed when he joined the Cladines, because his secret came out. Not once, but twice. He's spiraling, looking defeated. And it's clear this reveal is hitting him harder than we thought. Another flashback. This time we see Misa covered in blood, looking absolutely terrifying. He remembers the sheer panic of the moment, realizing she knew all along. No way, this is intense. He's trapped, cornered by the truth, and our girl is straight up playing him like a fiddle. This is getting good. She's spiraling, realizing this isn't just luck. Something else is at play, and it's freaking her out. She wonders if it's okay to keep letting Eric treat her like a real person, like she's worthy of kindness. But she's terrified of what will happen if she pushes him away, if she reverts to being invisible. Suddenly, Eric's face is close, his expression clouded. She can barely see him. He pulls her into a tight embrace, patting her back soothingly, and honestly, it throws her for a loop. She wants to push him away, to make him disappear, but she can't bring herself to do it. Everything blurs as Eric holds her, and she's completely lost in the moment. This is new territory. He's holding her so tightly, and she feels herself giving in. It's like her resolve is crumbling. She's starting to actually enjoy being held, but that scares her more than anything. No way, she's falling for this dude, and it's a disaster waiting to happen, especially with all her secrets. Eric carries her inside, and she's suddenly thinking maybe indulging in this moment isn't so bad. He sets her down near a window, and she notices an old, ornate painting. It's captivating. He grabs the painting and drags it toward her, revealing something hidden behind it. But what is it? She stares out the window, and bro, the moon is absolutely stunning tonight. So romantic. Eric joins her, his face so close, and she's totally lost for words. This is getting intense. He's saying nothing, just looking at her, and she can't read him. What's going on in that head? A gust of wind whips around them, and she's shivering, but he doesn't seem to notice. Weird. She's leaning into him for warmth, and honestly, she's kinda enjoying this, which is a problem. Her eyes meet his, and she's completely mesmerized. No way, this dude is dangerous. She's lost in his gaze, but it feels different this time, more vulnerable. and it's terrifying. Eric's saying there's something that can fix her problem, and our girl is immediately asking what it is. He says it might seem childish, but honestly, after everything she's been through, a little childish sounds amazing. He tells her to close her eyes, and she does, trusting this dude is still a huge risk, but she's going for it. He's gently covering her eyes, and it's super intimate. But is it sweet, or is he about to do something wild? A tear slips down her cheek, and bro, she's clearly bracing for something painful. This is heartbreaking. He asks if she sees black shapes hovering over her eyes, and it's so unsettling. What is even happening right now? She's seeing something, definitely something, and she's totally freaked out. This is getting seriously creepy. He keeps stroking her face, and she's just completely vulnerable. This scene is intense. But wait, he's not hurting her. He's protecting her from whatever she's seeing, and our girl is completely shocked. No way. He's been seeing the same shadowy figures all along, and he's finally showing his hand. It's a total power move. He's telling her to think of all her bothersome thoughts as those shapes. It's like a weird therapy session. Then he instructs her to fold those thoughts up tightly, one by one, and bro, it's strangely soothing. But she's trying so hard to follow his instructions, and a frown creases her forehead. It's clearly painful. She's actively folding away her trauma, and honestly, it's a beautifully heartbreaking moment. Something's happening. The castle is literally shaking, like a massive rumble is going down. The shaking intensifies, and our girl, Eric, is clearly disturbed, clutching at her chest. She's having a flashback, a really intense one, and it looks like she's reliving some trauma. We get a glimpse of her gorgeous dress, torn and messed up. Things are clearly escalating fast. Eric snaps back, blinking, and her eyes, they're glowing. This is getting wild. She mumbles a name, Eric, like she's talking to herself, then gently pats her own arm. She's looking at the castle doors, and they're creaking open. Something's on the other side. Another pat, and she's totally focused on those doors, a strange look in her eye. She's staring intensely, and her eyes are radiating power. No way this is the same helpless princess. The rumbling continues, and Eric's gaze is locked on something unseen. But it's clear she's ready. She thinks she's safe, but this dude, her husband, bursts in, looking straight up wrecked. He demands to know what she's doing there, and she plays innocent, claiming she thought he was asleep. Silence hangs heavy, then another rumble shakes the castle, and Eric's hands start to tremble. She asks why he won't look at her, and a flash of something lights up her face, making her glow. He flinches away, and a dark energy erupts, sending him flying backwards with a crash. The force of the impact leaves him bleeding, and our girl is left staring after him, completely unreadable. He's down, covered in blood, and honestly, this dude definitely underestimated Eric. Eric stands over him, a terrifying figure in the darkness, and you can feel the power radiating off her. She's not the helpless princess anymore. She's a force of nature, and it's a little scary. The castle is still shaking, and she's fully unleashed. Something major is about to go down. Eric's heart is pounding, and she whispers his name, but it's like she's waking up from a nightmare. She's fully aware now, and a terrifying realization dawns on her. This isn't a dream, it's real. The castle is still shuddering, and a strange energy swirls around her, like she's the source of it all. Her husband jolts awake, eyes wide with fear, and she's right there, looming over him, a ghostly figure. He reaches for her, desperate, but she's slipping away, a vision of pale skin and flowing hair. Another BADUM echoes, and it's clear whatever just happened has unlocked something inside her. She murmurs a dream, but it's more like a denial. She's fighting to understand what's happening. He tries to grasp her, but she's fading, and the BADUM sound keeps repeating, intensifying the chaos. He finally manages to pull her back, and she gasps, eyes full of confusion and something else. She's barely coherent, mumbling something, and bro, her husband, looks completely lost and terrified. He's snuggling her, trying to pull her back from wherever she was, but she's totally unresponsive. She's still drifting, mumbling Zez, and it's heartbreaking. She looks so lost. But then, she jolts awake, and the color drains from her face as she whispers it was just a dream. She's practically begging him not to die, pleading with him not to leave her alone, and it's intense. She's squeezing his hand so tight, and straight up tells him he can't abandon her after being so kind. He's reeling, completely thrown by her sudden outburst and desperate clinginess. This is a side of her he's never seen. Our girl is unraveling, and honestly, this dude is starting to look terrified, like he doesn't know what's happening. He tries to reassure her, but she's spiraling, demanding to know why he'd leave her, and it's a lot. She's completely broken down, clutching his hand like it's the only thing keeping her grounded. It's a total 180 from her usual cool composure. She's sobbing, repeating she doesn't want to be alone, and it's clear this dream unlocked some seriously buried trauma. She's having a flashback, a total breakdown, remembering someone saved her life, and it's hitting her hard. If that person hadn't intervened, she'd have been discovered by the palace, and honestly, that's terrifying. She stares up at her husband, seeing him as her savior, realizing he's always been there for her when she's needed him. Come to think of it, he always comforted her when she was scared, and that's a huge deal for our girl. She remembers being cradled in his arms just a while ago, and it's a total emotional overload. He's holding her so tightly, and she's clinging to him, finally letting go of all that pent-up fear. But the scene shifts, it's another flashback, and she's clearly remembering some seriously traumatic event. She's desperately trying to hold on to him, convinced she'll be alone again, and it's heartbreaking. He's completely stunned, realizing just how much she's been suffering, and honestly, it's a lot to process. She's sobbing, and this dude is just holding her, trying to be strong, but you can tell he's reeling. She whispers she wishes she could live longer with this man, and it's a total gut punch. He's woken up, looking down at her, and asks if she slept well, totally oblivious to the emotional bomb that just dropped. She says she only slept a little, admitting it was boring lying awake all night, and asks him to wake her if it happens again. This dude's reaction is everything. He's stunned, but quickly covers it, saying it's okay. But he's clearly processing something huge, and she's watching him with this intense, searching gaze. He tries to act normal, but she's totally onto him, wondering what he's thinking. He reaches up and gently cups her face, and bro, the tension is THK. He starts to say something, then stops, like he's struggling to find the right words. He finally says he'll always be there for her, and our girl just looks at him, a tiny smile forming. However, the scene pans out, showing the grand estate bathed in sunrise. It's beautiful, but also kinda ominous. He admits she's right. He is bored, and straight up asks if he can go around the house, since they can't go outside. She asks if it's okay to wander inside, and honestly, it feels like a trap is being set. But then she's casually asking if it's alright, like she's not plotting something huge. This girl is YLD. He agrees, but his expression is so unreadable, and we know this is a turning point for our girl. Our girl is straight up losing it, curled up on the floor and completely unraveling. She's a mess. She's desperately trying to keep it together, but the walls are apparently paper thin, and she's panicking. She's realizing someone is definitely listening in, and the sound of, well, a thing's happening is mortifying her. She gasps, blood trickling from her lip, and it's clear she's putting on a performance, but it's a shaky one. She mumbles about the thin walls, hoping to be overheard and create a believable cover for whatever is going on. Thank goodness Mistress Cladney is staying quiet. The last thing she needs is another witness to this disaster. Suddenly, a bunch of maids barge in, carrying a huge pie, and our girl instantly snaps into delusional princess mode. She greets them with a bright smile, hugging another lady in waiting, playing the part of the sweet, innocent princess. She's laying it on Thais K, laughing hysterically and acting completely unhinged, and honestly, it's kinda terrifying. But this whole scene is a calculated move. She's using this act to deflect attention and hide something, for sure. One of the maids mentions they have freshly washed linens for Mistress Cladney, and our girl pretends to be super grateful. But the conversation quickly takes a weird turn when another maid asks about laundry during Cladney's period. Apparently, Mistress Cladney hasn't turned in any blood-stained laundry in 6 months. Suspicious, right? This other lady, in waiting, is straight up staring daggers, and our girl is getting seriously uncomfortable. She blurts out that they should take over that duty, and honestly, the implication is BYLD. The room falls silent, and we get a close-up of this lady's shocked face. She's definitely piecing things together. She's questioning what our girl meant, and it's clear this whole situation is spiraling out of control. But before anyone can react, the lady, in waiting, mumbles something and starts backing away slowly. The maids are all giving each other these super weird looks. Something is definitely up with this whole situation. Our girl is clearly rattled, and the scene fades to white, leaving us hanging on a cliffhanger. No way! So, the husband asks if she actually wanted to talk, and our girl tries to play it cool, but she's stumbling over her words. She starts to explain, but this dude straight up slaps her across the face, like out of nowhere. He slaps her AGIN, and the maid tries to intervene, but he just waves her off like she's nothing. The maid blurts out that Cladine hasn't had her period in ages. Major red flag, guys. She's clearly shocked by this information, and the husband is just staring at our girl. He drops her hand, and she looks totally broken. This is getting intense, seriously. He's obviously processing everything, and the look on his face is unreadable. But the maid is still freaking out, and the husband looks absolutely furious. She's rambling about the mistress, and bro, this is a powder keg waiting to explode. She whispers that the mistress hasn't had her period in a while, and honestly, that's a huge reveal. The husband is totally shutting down, and the maid keeps pushing that Cladine hasn't had her period. It's a huge deal. She explains they asked the palace ladies in waiting, but they didn't get any info about Cladine's cycle. But the maid drops a bomb. She doubts anyone would actually wash Cladine's laundry themselves. Major side eye. The husband's face is unreadable, and the maid is giving him the full story. This is getting so tense. He's clearly connecting the dots now, and our girl is just a mess, honestly. She tries to backtrack, saying she meant Cladine just seems irregular, but it's way too late. This dude is stone cold. He doesn't even flinch and just stares right through her. She's pleading with him, and her eyes are full of desperation. It's heartbreaking, but he just drops her hand and she looks utterly defeated. No way, this is a good sign. He turns away, and the maid is giving him this intense look. Something big is about to happen. I can feel it. He's trying to process everything, and straight up, he looks terrified of what she's about to say. She stumbles over her words, trying to explain herself, but it's clear she's digging a deeper hole. She finally blurts it out. Mistress Cladine might not be able to bear him in air, and the room goes silent. He's completely still, and honestly, the tension is so thick you could cut it with a knife. She reaches for him, desperate to take it back, but he pulls away like she burned him. He clasps his hands together, trying to regain control, but his face is a mask of fury. Cladine throws herself at him, begging for forgiveness, but he just lets her fall. No way, this is going well. She's left crumpled on the floor, and the maid is watching everything with this smug look on her face. He turns his head away, and the maid's expression is so intense. She's definitely enjoying this. She starts to speak, but it's just what I mean is, she's totally floundering right now. Someone asks why Cladine hasn't had her period, and the maid straight up says it's probably malnutrition. Our girl is seriously underweight. The maid reminds everyone Cladine was basically skin and bones when she first arrived, and it's just rough to hear. Cladine desperately reaches for Eric, but he brushes her off. This dude is ice cold right now. She wishes Eric would explain what they were talking about, but he's giving her zero clues, and it's killing her. They're clearly discussing her, and she can't understand a word. The betrayal is real, honestly. She asks if there are any other reasons someone might miss their period, but the maid hesitates. Something's up. To be honest, the maid isn't sure if she should be saying this, which means it's definitely bad. But then she drops it. Archduke Hargale has rumors surrounding him, and it's not good. She says he suffered an accident that left him sterile, and our girl is reeling. No way, this is what's going on. The maid's face is shadowed, but you can tell she's dropping this bomb to ruin everything for Cladine. Cladine's trying to subtly signal Eric, hoping he'll defend her, but he's completely ignoring her advances. She grabs at his arm, desperate for some kind of acknowledgement. It's so sad to watch. Eric finally looks down at her, but it's not the comforting gaze she needs, and she's visibly crushed. He's applying some kind of dark paste to her arm, and honestly, it looks super suspicious. Our girl is straight up overwhelmed, letting out a huge sigh. Something's clearly weighing on her. She's surrounded by stacks and stacks of books, researching something intense, but it's not clicking. No way, a full-on book avalanche happens, and she's buried under a mountain of knowledge. She frowns, trying to piece things together, but it's like she's hitting a wall with her research. It's a total blank. She realizes she needs more info, but it's frustratingly out of reach. She wishes she could ask her teacher for help, but it's complicated, and she can't risk it. Someone, Mistress Cladine, arrived before her teacher, and the details are fuzzy, but it's important. However, another woman is stepping in to fill the gaps in her knowledge, offering some clues. This woman, radiating grace and beauty, is ready to share what she knows about the past. And honestly, this is a huge turning point. Our girl is finally getting the answers she desperately needs. She knows appearances can be deceiving, and it's hitting her hard right now. This woman, Mistress Cladany, limps and our girl immediately suspects something's off. But it's not just the limp, she notices scars all over Cladany's back, and it's horrifying. Apparently, the ladies in waiting didn't hesitate to inflict terrible things on her, straight up abusing her. Every mark on Cladany's body reminds her of the past, and it's clearly painful to witness. Another woman observes this, grit in her eyes. She's clearly seen this before. Our girl hopes she's overthinking things, but then a crack spreads across the floor. She may seem fine for now, but something's about to go down, and it feels heejee. But honestly, this feels like the calm before the storm. She's bracing for impact. The crack widens, and she's starting to think her worries were completely justified. She realizes if the drug she took has a long incubation period, something terrible will happen. Our girl is suddenly sprinting, dashing through the halls like she's late for something huge. She thinks she just spent a few minutes in the library, but time has flown by. Something's definitely wrong. She spots a woman being helped, barely able to stand, and it hits her she temporarily forgot about the poison. Our girl greets the woman with a good day. But it's all a front. She's calculating what's going on. She's piecing everything together, and it's clear Mistress Cladany isn't just sick, she's suffering. The woman's limp and the scars on her back, it's awful, and our girl is furious about the abuse. Another lady, in waiting, watches with a knowing look, suggesting this isn't the first time she's seen this. But then a crack appears, and our girl knows something's about to explode. This is not a drill. The crack widens, and honestly, this feels like the calm before the storm. She's bracing for impact. She's breathless, trying to figure out what just happened with Mistress Cladany. It's all so suspicious. But then she overhears a conversation, and it hits her. Everyone thought Cladany was losing her mind. However, it turns out Cladany was completely sane yesterday, and this dude, her husband, knows it. Cladany is brushing her hair, looking perfectly put together, and she's straight up playing a role. A close-up reveals her eyes are ice cold, and she's anything but the fragile woman everyone sees. The husband realizes Cladany isn't just sane, she's calculating, and it sends chills down his spine. He's staring at her, totally freaked out, while Cladany subtly leans into him. The way she positions herself next to him, she's deliberately projecting a noble princess vibe. And honestly, this is a power move. She's showing him exactly who she wants everyone to believe she is. Our girl is caught in the middle, witnessing this whole performance, and she knows things are about to get wild. She's trying so hard to act normal, but the castle is creaking around her like it's a haunted house. Cladany is walking, and every step makes the floorboards groan. It's totally intentional. She's amplifying the drama. The husband spots her, and his gaze is intense. He's putting the pieces together, and it's kinda terrifying. Cladany smoothly brushes the maid's hair, maintaining her fragile act, while her eyes are ice, cold and calculating. She's staring at the maid, and the maid flinches. It's clear Cladany has power over her. No way. Someone asks what's wrong with the maid, and she blurts out that nothing's happened to Cladany, but it's a shaky denial. Cladany calmly tells her to speak quieter, and honestly, that's a straight-up threat disguised as a request. Our girl is witnessing this whole exchange, and she realizes Cladany is a master manipulator. This is getting intense. Cladany is playing the part of the delicate princess, but her husband is seeing right through it, and it's a power play. But this whole performance feels like a setup. She's baiting him, and something big is about to go down. Someone claims Cladany just looks a little tired, but her husband is not buying it. He remembers her running around just moments ago. Cladany straight up scoffs at the idea of being tired, and the tension in the room is THK. Honestly, she insists she was playing and running around, and her husband is watching her every move. This is a power play. Cladany stumbles, and the maids rush forward, but it feels staged, like she wants to appear weak. Her husband catches her, and it's a super intimate moment, but it feels so calculated. She's leaning into it hard. He holds her close, and she's practically melting into his arms. But something is off. She's totally manipulating him. The maids are whispering about how tired Cladany is, and she lets them think that. She's playing the victim perfectly. Cladany then declares she needs rest and asks him to take her back to her quarters, and bro, she's not even trying to hide it. She tells him she's better at caring for her than he is, and it's a low blow. She's trying to undermine his authority. She's laughing to herself, and honestly, this is terrifying. Our girl needs to watch her back, because Cladany is playing a dangerous game. Cladany asks Yada if she received any letters today, and the maid confirms she did, my lady. Siata hands over the letters, and Cladony's face changes. She's hiding something. I can feel it. She quickly scans the letters, but her eyes land on one specific seal, and her expression darkens. Cladony clutches the letter tightly, and her grip is intense. It's from her brother. No way, this is good. It's pouring rain, and our girl's husband is wading through mud. Something's definitely wrong. He's moving fast like he's on a mission, but the ground is seriously slowing him down. He reaches the barracks, but it's empty. No way, where is everyone in this storm? This dude is straight up freaking out, scanning for the wounded soldiers. Something terrible happened. He turns, glancing around, demanding to know what's going on, but gets no reply, just more rain. He whips around, face etched with worry, asking where everyone is and what happened to the barracks. He's still demanding answers about the soldiers, but a terrifying thought crosses his face. Could they already be gone? This is getting dark and our boy is clearly scared. Rain streams down his face as he realizes the worst, and honestly, it's a grim realization. He's starting to piece things together, and it's not good. Whatever happened here was brutal. Something's dripping, and it's not just rain, it's blood, and it's a lot of it. He hears a voice, a weak cough, and whips around, totally panicked. Who is making that sound? He spots someone collapsed, injured, and it's straight up horrifying. They're covered in wounds. Who is that? He demands, but the injured person can barely speak, just a strained kurg. Suddenly, a figure drops from above with a woo hump, and our boy is completely thrown off guard. He yells woo, as this new figure looms over him, and the tension is insane right now. The figure is revealed, and it's a dude with piercing purple eyes and a creepy smile. This is not good. He asks who, again, but this time it's filled with fear. This dude is seriously unsettling. Our boy jolts back, eyes wide with shock as this mysterious figure just stares him down. And honestly, that stare is enough to send chills down anyone's spine. This guy is bad news. He's having a flashback, and it's intense. 10 years of fighting on the battlefield are haunting him. This dude is straight up wrecked with guilt and trauma, clutching his head and barely holding it together. He remembers the rain, and it's triggering. Apparently, tonight's dream feels way more real than usual. He's convinced the dreary weather is making everything worse, but then a voice cuts through his thoughts. It's her. She's thinking out loud, and it's kinda creepy. She's remembering something, but what is it? No way. Little girl appears in her memory, standing in the rain, and it's seriously unsettling. A shadowy figure looms behind the little girl, and our girl is clearly terrified. This is a memory of the battlefield, right? But hold up. The figure isn't a soldier, it's a massive, shadowy hand reaching for the child. He's trapped in the nightmare with her, reliving her trauma, and it's messing with his head. She's haunted by this memory, and honestly, this whole scene is giving me serious chills. He's reeling, remembering her saying she hated the rain, and it hits him. This isn't just a nightmare. No way. He's witnessing her past, seeing a younger version of her and another woman in the downpour. It's a flashback of a brutal attack, and this dude is straight up reliving her trauma, helpless to intervene. Suddenly, everything shifts. He's back in the present, a gust of wind slamming a door open. He races towards the sound, desperate to find out what's happening, thinking she might be in danger. But it's not her. It's a room filled with shattered glass and a fallen statue, and honestly, it's a mess. He's desperate for answers, and she appears looking fragile and shaken, but also distant. He asks what happened, hoping she's okay, but she just whispers that she hopes it makes things better. Our boy is clearly concerned, staring at her with a worried expression. This dude is starting to see through her act. And then, boom, the room is thrown into chaos, and he's shielding her from the debris, totally freaking out. She's gasping for air, completely exhausted, and this dude, her husband, is beside her, looking seriously concerned. He's cradling her, but she's mumbling a name, Misa, and it's clear she's lost in a memory. Someone rushes in, announcing she's showing signs of overexertion, and suggests she simply pushed herself too hard today. However, he doubts that, pointing out she was fine all day, and he's starting to suspect something is seriously off. He sighs, confiding in the woman who just entered. She knows something isn't adding up, either. Our girl is clearly still reeling, and it's all coming back to her. He's stuck in her past again, revisiting that horrible night with the rain. He's witnessing another attack, and honestly, it's brutal. He's back in the present, desperately trying to piece together what's happening. And it's clear this isn't just a nightmare. She's whispering her sister's name again, and this dude is starting to understand. Something terrible happened to her. He learns she's terrified of birds, and straight up remembers her mentioning a dislike of rain, but realizes it's way worse than he thought. She's struggling to breathe, and her caretaker is seriously worried. This is bad, guys, really bad. He's desperate to protect her from whatever's happening, questioning what he can do to block out the sound of the rain. One of the servants suggests paper, like, seriously paper. And this dude actually considers it, looking confused. And then, a miracle, she finally drifts off to sleep, looking so much more peaceful. He's desperately trying to figure out what triggered her breakdown, and it hits him. Her brother was the cause. Our girl's brother straight up tortured her, and she was forced to pretend to be insane to survive it all. This dude is reeling, realizing the depth of her trauma, and he's furious at what she endured. He vows to protect her, but he's also starting to understand that her past is way more dangerous than he thought. Our girl is totally confused, things are happening way too fast and she has no clue what's going on. She's reeling, and this dude Eric straight up tells her it's nothing. Like, seriously? But her heart is pounding, and she can't even look at him. The tension is unreal, and she feels totally overwhelmed. No way, she's getting dizzy and starts to fall, but Eric's quick and catches her. Total knight in shining armor moment. He's holding her close, checking if she's okay, and she's admitting her stomach feels weird, like something's off. Eric wants to see what's wrong, but she's still reeling and tries to avoid his gaze. He's checking her forehead, convinced she still has a fever, and honestly, we're all holding our breath. She manages to gasp out his name, and he confirms her forehead is still warm. Is she really sick, or is this something else? They're told the new lady in waiting is arriving soon, but Eric wants to postpone the meeting if she's not up to it. He's being a total sweetheart, suggesting they delay things if she isn't feeling better. This dude might actually care. She insists she's fine, but her heart is pounding like crazy. She's totally losing it. Eric looks so confused, questioning what's going on with her, and she's desperately trying to play it cool. He's about to call off the meeting with the lady in waiting, but she stops him, saying she's okay now. She's lying through her teeth, insisting she's fine, but then, WHCK, Eric's hand comes down on her cheek. No way. He slaps her, and she reels back, totally shocked, but still tries to pretend she's alright. She's gasping, completely stunned, but Eric's expression is unreadable. What is this dude thinking? He's staring down at her, and honestly, it looks like he's regretting what he did, like he didn't mean it. She manages a weak and he just stands there, frozen, while she's totally reeling from the slap. He finally scoops her up into his arms, holding her close, and she's left completely speechless and vulnerable. This dude is holding her tight, and she's just there, utterly lost and confused by everything that just happened. Someone rushes in, yelling for Cladine to look at something. It's a delivery of gowns. Eric explains the clothes were ordered ages ago, but the rain delayed the shipment, so she's understandably excited. He urges her to open the boxes, but she hesitates, glancing at him with a strange expression. She finally looks at the gifts, but her face falls. Something's definitely off with this situation. Eric is visibly upset, his eyes narrowing, and Cladine looks genuinely scared of his reaction. She realizes the clothes aren't what she expected, and Eric's face is a mess. He's clearly distraught. Cladine tries to figure out what's wrong, but Eric's expression is a total mystery. She slowly pieces it together, realizing what's happening, and her eyes widen in shock. She understands now and it hits her hard, but she tries to play it cool, masking her surprise. Our girl realizes Eric's been secretly buying her gifts all along, and it's so sweet but also complicated. Cladine insists Eric keep the dress design the same, but she's clearly thinking something else. She says the material feels better, but then this dude, Eric, asks if it's comfortable for her, which is weird. Our girl hesitates and then straight up asks what he means, looking so confused. Eric says the color could be brighter to make her look prettier, but Cladine is now having it. Cladine asks about the stew, changing the subject completely, and Eric confirms it's on the menu. They both start snickering, and honestly, it's a little unsettling, like they're plotting something. Eric reveals she'll use the stew's color to red-eye the dress, and Cladine is shocked. Cladine's maid is straight up judging Eric's behavior, and honestly, same. More snickering, and it's clear Cladine and her maid are up to no good. She's definitely hiding something, and the look on her face says it all. Something's about to go WN. Up until now, everyone's seen Eric as this amazing war hero and total hottie, but Cladine is spiraling. If Eric gets all the praise for being handsome, she wonders what that even means for her. She's convinced Eric only sees her true self, the broken, traumatized princess. And it's messing with her head. Cladine is straight up sobbing, a mess of tears and tangled hair, convinced she's fading into nothingness. However, she suddenly remembers Eric seeing everyone's true selves, which changes things. She wonders if Eric doesn't see her the way others do, and it's a desperate hope for a normal connection. Her thoughts get cut short. Someone calls out for Mistress Cladine, and she snaps to attention. She tries to regain her composure, but the pain is real and the cracks in her facade are showing. Cladine is a wreck, but she's trying so hard to hide it, and it's heartbreaking. Our girl is falling apart, but she's determined to keep her secrets buried, no matter the cost. Cladine is spiraling, convinced Eric only shows her kindness because of her new family status. But she admits even getting that kindness took a ton of begging and manipulation on her part. She's seriously questioning what she even wants from this relationship. It's a total mess of self-doubt. Eric suddenly grabs her hand and honestly, it's a power move. He's all, "You're Mistress Cladine now." And it's complicated. She's not sure if it's sweet or controlling. Someone brings a pile of gifts, and Eric casually tells her to take her time with them if she's tired. Cladine is shocked. Is he being genuine, or is this just another performance for the sake of appearances? Another woman approaches, looking concerned, and Eric's attention shifts to her. Cladine is left feeling completely invisible, and her internal monologue is brutal. She's realizing how fragile her happiness is, and that Eric might be more perceptive than she thought. Cladine straight up confesses she wants Eric to want her, not just fulfill his husbandly duties. It's a vulnerable moment. She needs him to embrace her because of something deeper, more passionate, not just obligation, and it's so raw. And then, Stewie, she dramatically collapses in the grass like a total Victorian heroine. Eric catches her and she's totally reeling, realizing he was watching the whole time. This dude sees everything. Our girl straight up flops onto the bed, exhausted and sighing. She needs a break after everything. The castle looks majestic under the moonlight, but honestly, it feels more like a prison right now. A servant announces Eric's arrival, and our girl tries to play the refreshed, innocent princess. Smooth move. This dude, Eric, immediately asks what she did all day, and she's visibly thrown off. Is he onto her? She nervously tells him she unpacked the dresses Jella bought, hoping to appear harmless and unbothered. Eric leans in close and she's spiraling. Is he actually mad? Why is he staring so intensely? She claims she's tired from a walk in the garden, trying to brush it off and go to sleep. Total deflection. But Eric isn't buying it. He's totally scrutinizing her, and she's panicking about what he's thinking. She tries to tug the covers up, wanting to end the conversation, but he's not letting her off that easily. She claims she's exhausted, but Eric is still watching her, and honestly, this whole scene is super tense. Eric says he's not rigid and our girl is sea oak. She thought he was totally cold and distant. She asks if he's serious, but then trails off, realizing she's about to ask a loaded question. He says it seems like there's still more she needs to tell him. This dude is playing mind games? She twitches, visibly uncomfortable, and he reaches for her. It's a power move, no way around it. She accuses him of not even looking at her anymore, then straight up asks if he's displeased with her touch. She stammers a denial, but her blush says it all. This is getting intense, and she's clearly flustered. She wonders why he'd ask something so strange, but Eric just stares, and it's giving major villain vibes. He drops a bomb. He'd rather not spend the night talking to her back. Ouch, brutal. She's reeling, and he asks again if his request bothers her. This dude is relentless. Our girl is a mess, totally caught off guard, and Eric is just watching her unravel. He asks her to just look at his face, and our girl is suddenly super flustered. Her heart is pounding, y'all. She's staring, and it's like time slows down, but then this dude just pulls her into a hug. She's totally shocked by the sudden hug, and he's holding her tight, but then tells her to go to sleep. He squeezes her even closer, and she's speechless. What is happening? She's hiccuping, clearly overwhelmed, and she manages a shaky "okay, this is a lot." Cut to the next day, and it's a beautiful, sunny morning. A total contrast to last night's drama. But honestly, that gorgeous view can't hide the fact that things are still incredibly tense between these two. They're trying to figure out what poisoned Misa, and it's a dead end. None of the usual drugs match. But it's not a poison from the Saria tree, and her eyes aren't coated with the usual telltale signs. Gela dipped Misa's hair in tons of concoctions, but nothing reacted. This is seriously weird. However, the lucky thing is that Misa's nerves are still functioning, so she's not completely paralyzed. She isn't showing any harmful symptoms, and Gela believes she'll be okay if she keeps eating the food. Eric sighs, totally stressed. Gela's report just makes him even more on edge, honestly. He tells Gela she can go wait on Misa now, and it's like okay, finally some movement. But this whole situation is clearly making Eric uneasy, and our girl is stuck in the middle. He's clearly worried about Misa, and he's holding back a lot. This dude is a puzzle. And honestly, we're left hanging, waiting to see what Eric is really thinking and what happens next. Okay, so Misa decides to spill the tea. She was terrified of getting punished if she spoke up. She reveals she overheard something, and Eric immediately clocks that the closet isn't soundproofed, which is convenient. But here's the twist: Misa admits she chose to talk, because staying quiet would have been worse. She says the Cladony family values honesty, which is a bold claim considering everything, honestly. Misa explains she's seen what happens when people hide things from them. It never ends well, and she's not about to risk it. We get a flashback to a seriously messed up scene. Someone being dragged away, and Misa looking horrified. She's clearly seen some stuff, and the secret she overheard seemed way too important to keep to herself. Eric is straight up fuming as he stalks down a hallway, and bro, his expression is terrifying. Misa finishes her story, saying that's what happened, leaving Eric to process everything. And honestly, this is a powder keg moment, and we're left wondering what Eric will do with this new info. Eric is surprisingly calm, dismissing the servants right then and there. Talk about a power move. He apologizes to Misa for letting her wander near that area, but then straight up seals the closet. Seriously, Misa is totally thrown, questioning if he's being lenient because she was honest with him. She's reading between the lines. But before she can dwell, a servant rushes in with news the commander is visiting in 2 days. No pressure. Misa excuses herself, looking totally flustered, and bro, she's clearly second, guessing everything right now. She's walking away, looking completely shaken, and honestly, we can't blame her. That was a wild turn of events. From above, we see Eric and the servant still there, and Misa disappearing down the hall. Things are tense. Misa is now alone, clutching her arms, and she's clearly reeling from Eric's unexpected reaction. She's questioning everything, wondering if this is all a game, or if Eric is actually letting her have some space. Our girl is in on panic mode, trying to piece together what just happened, and honestly, we're right there with her. Okay, so the commander sent a letter, and apparently it's on the bottom. He wants to get to know them. But Eric is not buying it. He straight up says there's gotta be another reason this dude is coming. He's giving Misa the side eye, and honestly, that stare could kill? So intense. Eric's totally suspicious, and our girl is left reeling, trying to figure out what's really going on. Edel tells her husband that our girl has been a huge help to them, finally giving her some credit. Lady Manel arrives, all fancy and intimidating, and is greeted by the husband's sister. She offers Lady Manel a warm welcome, and our girl humbly accepts, playing the grateful guest. Our girl keeps thanking them, laying it on thick. She's definitely working an angle here. She glances over at the husband, and you can practically see the tension building between them. The husband stands beside his sickly wife, and honestly, she looks like she's barely holding on. The wife is clutching a handkerchief, looking super fragile and delicate. It's a whole mood. Someone notes how much better she looks, like she's a real princess, and it's obvious she's being well cared for. But something's off. Our girl's husband is straight up watching her every move, and he doesn't trust it. This dude is calculating, and you know he's piecing together exactly what's going on, and our girl knows it too. Our girl's husband asks how to address her, and the other lady quickly suggests Mistress Cladona, smooth. But the husband doesn't even look at her, instead focusing on his wife who's leaning against him. She's all over him, looking sickly sweet and asking about his next report to the palace. It's a low OT. Our girl's side eye is intense as she observes this whole scene, clearly sensing something is up. The wife rubs against his arm, and honestly, it's a bit much and he looks so uncomfortable. However, the husband keeps his composure, politely asking our girl when her next report will be. She answers in 10 days, with a cool head, even though she's clearly calculating her next move. This dude is playing a dangerous game, and our girl is right in the middle of it. The wife is so extra and the husband is clearly over it. No way is he buying this act. Our girl's husband is totally reading between the lines, and you can bet she knows he's onto her. Okay, so the wife starts dropping hints about her brother-in-law being sent to a care home, and it's all thanks to a medical note our girl wrote. But here's the kicker. They're still getting letters from him, and he claims to be doing perfectly fine, which is seriously sus. This dude's husband is losing it over these letters, and our girl's husband looks so concerned. Or is he pretending? Our girl hesitantly asks what's going on, and honestly, she's playing it cool, but you can tell she's rattled. The wife explains they sent him away, but the letters are really bothering her husband. It's a whole mess. He's clutching one of the letters, and it looks like it's written in a childlike scrawl. Definitely unsettling. Our girl's husband looks devastated, and this dude is straight up spiraling. This is getting intense. The wife claims her husband is worried about his brother, but we know she's the one causing all the drama. However, the husband is clearly trying to hide something, and our girl's husband is zeroed in on it. Our girl is totally caught in the middle of this family feud, and honestly, things are about to explode. Okay, so the husband's aide is reporting on palace happenings, and our girl's husband is all ears. This dude is walking through the palace, and he spots a woman. The wife immediately recognizes her. The wife whispers to her husband that she knows this woman, and he's totally confused. Apparently, this woman used to be Namiria's head lady in waiting, and our girl's husband is shocked. He asks what kind of person she is, and the wife says she's cautious and loyal to Namiria, but something feels off. The wife adds she always kept her distance from Namiria when she acted out, and honestly, that's a red flag. Someone overheard they heard she has 3 sons, and this is a totally new piece of info. The husband is clearly rattled, but our girl is trying to piece together the puzzle. But wait, the husband is suddenly remembering her, and it's clear this woman is more important than anyone realized. However, the wife is totally playing it cool, like she's known all along, and it's giving me major villain vibes. Okay, so the husband is laying down some serious praise. He thinks this lady in waiting is perfect for a new position. The wife is playing it cool, fidgeting but claiming she's glad to hear it. But something is so off about her. She glances at the husband and reveals she told him a lot of things, and honestly, this is getting shady. He's all mysterious, saying he still has business to take care of, but he'll bring her to their room and have Jella wait on her. The wife is jolted by that, looking totally panicked. She did not expect that at all. 2 days later, we get a sweeping shot of the palace, and it's clear things are about to change. This dude shows up with a gift for our girl, a goddess statue, no less. He's being all sweet, but something feels off. He presents the statue, explaining it protects people and warns of danger by splitting in half. Creepy, but potentially useful. Apparently, these statues also ward off bad dreams for children, and our girl's husband is laying it on THIK about how well the House of Cladony treats her. The husband stares at the statue, clearly realizing what this gift really means. A goddess statue, it's a warning? Suddenly the statue cracks, like a huge split right down the middle. No way, it's actually working. The wife is freaking out, muttering about goddess and punished. She knows something is up, and she's terrified. The husband asks if our girl has been having trouble sleeping lately, and bro is totally fishing for info. The wife tries to play it off, but the husband is looking right through her, and honestly, she's sweating. He thanks her for asking, but his smile is super unsettling. This dude is hiding something, and it's big. But something tells me this isn't about sleep at all. It's about protecting our girl from whatever the wife is planning. The husband is relieved to hear she's okay, but his relief feels off, honestly. He casually drops a bomb. He already figured out how Marchioness Crispin got the poison? What? Our girl confirms she did discover the source, and this dude is definitely testing her now. He asks about it, acting all innocent, but she's clearly playing a dangerous game of cat and mouse. 5 years ago, we flash back to the main palace, and honestly, it's HGE. This dude is walking with a group, and he's clearly remembering something important. He starts thinking about Mistress Cladony, who used to be the princess, and it's already hitting hard. He remembers how no one looked after her, no one even cared, straight up abandoned and left to fend for herself. So because of this, he was her playmate when she was young, which is sweet but also tragic, right? He glances over, and we see Cladona, looking absolutely wrecked and trembling. No way, this is good. She's panting and clearly distressed, and it's heartbreaking to watch her like this. He remembers being her playmate at first, and it's a sweet memory, but it's overshadowed by her current state. He's lost in thought, and our girl is clearly struggling. This is going to be a rough one. But something tells me this flashback is super important to understanding what's happening now. He realizes she hasn't forgotten the sounds he'd made 5 years ago, and it's a total gut punch. He's walking toward her, trying to figure out what's going on, and she's visibly shaken, like barely holding it together. We cut to a fancy gathering, and it's clear everyone's judging Mistress Cladine, which is just awful. She's practically hiding, while this other woman, a maid, is getting the side eye from everyone. No way that's fair. One of the guests starts whispering about the House of Cladine, and it's obviously not good news. Another guy chimes in, saying talking about the past embarrasses him, which is a super weird flex. The maid is shocked to hear him say that. She clearly knows something we don't. She stares at him, totally surprised, and the tension is building. What's the deal with this family? The maid is giving him a serious look, and honestly, she's owning the moment. She says she's surprised, and then drops the bombshell, the House of Cladina. This is about to get intense. He's totally ignoring the other man, and honestly, it's a power move. This dude is clearly bothered. He doesn't know if he should be impressed or infuriated. He hears them talking about how devoted he is to the blonde, but then someone drops a truth bomb. They straight up say no man could ever truly love someone like her, which is harsh and cold. The man turns around, and our girl is speechless. The tension is unreal. He calls her name, Jella, and she awkwardly responds, yes. What is he planning? He nods at the other woman, signaling something, and she looks totally confused. He asks if there's something she wants him to do, then leans in close, and it's super sus. He reaches for her hand, clasps it, and the blonde gasps. This is getting intense. But the maid is watching, and her expression is saying she knows exactly what's going on. He's leaning in, all possessive, and the blonde is totally flustered. She's actually blushing. Another woman bursts in, begging him to care for the blonde, and he just lets her. What is happening? He's snuggling up to her, and the maid is witnessing everything, looking seriously suspicious. Someone offers cookies, but it's a total distraction. The mood is heavy and awkward. He turns to her, eyes intense, and asks what she wants. This dude is playing games. He takes her hand, and she gasps, but the maid sees right through his act. She knows something's up. The blonde beams, seemingly falling for his charm, but it feels so forced and fake. Suddenly, a little girl, a dog, runs in, yipping at him, and throws everything into chaos. He's staring at her, completely unreadable, and honestly, it's giving major villain vibes. He's definitely pretending to be all sweet and innocent, but he's got a hidden agenda, we know it. He's sipping tea all smug and straight up says how time flies. Totally suspicious vibes. The couple is cozy on the couch, and it's clear she's way more relaxed than she was at the palace. He's feeding her treats, and she's eating them up, but something feels off with this whole scene. He's getting complimented on being a good host, but he's just deflecting. This dude is a master manipulator. Someone mentions how much happier she seems, and he plays it cool, but he's definitely hiding something. But the maid is watching them, and she's piecing things together. She knows his kindness is fake. He tries to act all innocent, but she's not buying it, and honestly, good for her. Guests are leaving, and he's all smiles, but it feels like a performance for the maid's benefit. He turns back to the blonde, and we're left with this creepy, unreadable expression. What is he planning? No way, he's thinking about how to control her, and she's blissfully unaware. It's so frustrating. He reveals the truth. Things are super tense in the palace right now. This dude, the king, is straight up furious. And it's all because of Mistress Cladine. A rumble shakes the palace, and he explains he can't justify sending only ladies to wait on her anymore. Someone collapses. Apparently Lady Maleka died and Lady Deal got tossed out. He's calmly explaining all this, but his expression is so unsettling. It's giving major creep. Our girl listens intently, and finally says I see, like she's putting it all together. He's looking right at her, and she's looking back. The tension is insane right now. It makes sense to her now, and she realizes why he married Misa. He's totally confessing his plan, and it's twisted. Making Misa his queen was the whole point. So, she admits they failed to meet the king's expectations, and honestly, it's a huge understatement. She says it's bound to have displeased him, and this dude looks absolutely devastated, like truly heartbroken. But wait, there's more. He's got one last thing to give her today, and the vibe is immediately shifting to super ominous. He's laying it all out. He wanted to make her his queen, and it's clear he's not okay with her faking insanity. Our girl is straight up losing it, begging someone, anyone, to just stop. She's clearly terrified. She's pleading for them not to do anything, like whatever's happening is already too much to handle. This dude, the king apparently, shows up and immediately pulls her into a tight embrace, but she's trembling. Everyone's whispering, is it the king? And honestly, the tension is insane right now. Someone nearby is saying the king can't just harm her family without a reason, so he's gotta have a motive. But he's totally planning to make up some excuse like he did before, and our girl knows it. He promises that if it happens again, he'll something. The sentence cuts off right as a sound effect hits. Her eyes are wide with fear, and you can see a drop of blood on her lip, which is not good. He's hugging her super tight, but she's desperately pushing him away, yelling no, no, no. Our girl is panicking, desperately trying to get away, but this dude is holding on tight. What is happening? She's formulating a plan. She's going to cautiously approach anyone who might hold a grudge against the king. But she's so lost in thought, she doesn't notice the king suddenly looming over her. He's grabbing her hair, and she's reeling, totally caught off guard by the sudden attack. He demands to know what's tormenting her, and honestly, it's a loaded question coming from him. She's trembling, clearly terrified, and he's still holding her hair. This dude is brutal. She's desperately trying to figure out what's going on, but she's so shaken up, and it hits her knees and never tells him the full truth, and it's happenings again. She's practically falling apart, and you can see the raw pain on her face. But she's holding it together just enough to realize she needs to be careful. Our girl is trying to mask her emotions, but it's clear this is all deeply affecting her. He's whispering to her, and straight up, it's intense. He just wants her to smile for him. She's totally broken, eyes squeezed shut, and he's desperately pleading for just one smile. He says all he wants is for her to smile during the day and fall asleep with him at night. Talk about pressure? But she's playing along, pretending she's giving in, and it's so heartbreakingly strategic. He leans in, relieved, and she finally looks up at him. It's a total act, but he eats it up. She tells him that's all she wants, that's all she needs, and honestly, it's a masterclass in manipulation. The scene fades to black, and we see her face contort. No way, she's not okay, she's absolutely terrified. Suddenly, she's back in the past, reliving the abuse, and her hands fly up to cover her ears. She's screaming internally, reliving the trauma, and it's devastating to watch. But then, the king appears and she can't deny him. She can't deny the cycle is starting again. The Foundation Festival is huge, and nobles are flooding the capital. It's a chance for everyone to show off. But this event is also prime time for ambitious nobles to get close to the royal family and make connections. Our girl is arriving at the festival in a carriage, trying to maintain her fat head while everyone watches. She's pretending this is all fine, but she's clearly haunted by the memories of her brother's abuse. She steps out onto the grand staircase, and the murmurs start. Everyone's judging, analyzing her every move. This dude, her husband, is right beside her, putting on a show of support, but she doesn't trust it. She's playing the part of the smiling princess, but internally she's crumbling under the weight of it all. She tells him this is all she wants, and all she needs, a line so calculated it's giving me chills. But the memories keep flooding back, and she's reliving the trauma of her past. It's relentless. She's desperate to escape the cycle, but her brother's presence looms large, and she knows it's inevitable. Someone whispers to another noble, "Look over there," and it's about the House of Crispin being at the festival. But the real gossip is insane. They're saying the princess tried to poison someone. No way. This red-haired noble is straight up losing it, demanding to know what happened, and another noble starts spilling tea. Apparently, the princess, our girl, is the one they suspect, and she's now accused of a poisoning attempt. Everyone gasps and the whispers escalate. It's a full-blown scandal brewing right here. They're calling it a despicable act, but the red-haired noble is convinced the princess is innocent. She insists the princess wouldn't do something so horrible, but another noble is dropping bombshells. This dude claims the princess's daughter actually wants to take over the house herself. She's ambitious. The red-haired noble is freaking out, telling her husband they should have stayed away from this mess. She reveals their daughter is scheming to become head of the house, and honestly, that's a whole other level of drama. The red-haired noble is absolutely reeling. She just heard Margrave Clatany's son is here. She's completely stunned, questioning what's happening, but then another noble points out the son and his wife. Everyone's murmuring, eyes locked on the approaching couple. It's a total spectacle. This dude, the son, makes a grand entrance, and people are already impressed by how handsome he is. But another noble quickly cuts through the praise, insisting everyone look at his wife instead. And that's when our girl's face drops. She recognizes the wife, and it's clearly a bad memory. She's completely frozen, reliving something awful, but it's a total mystery to everyone else. The son and wife continue walking, oblivious to the tension, but she's staring daggers at them. The wife locks eyes with our girl, and it's icy. This is a straight-up rivalry brewing. Our girl is panicking, and honestly, we're right there with her. This is about to get messy. She's spiraling, muttering my goodness, as she's completely overwhelmed by seeing this woman. She whispers she's never seen her in person before, and we quickly realize this is a childhood tormentor. Our girl is having full-blown flashbacks to being bullied. It's brutal, and she's visibly shaken. The wife casually locks eyes with her, and it's clear she knows our girl remembers. Bro, this is savage. Okay, so the coronation is happening and our girl is standing right beside the new emperor. Her brother, looking totally unimpressed. A priest is blessing the crown, but this dude is already making snide remarks under his breath. No way. Everyone bows to the emperor, but honestly, the scene is packed, and our girl looks like she's about to bolt. This dude spots another noble and snickers, calling him a brainless little monkey. Seriously, the disrespect is real. He's all smiles while embracing a blonde, and it's clear he thinks he's untouchable, but he's so wrong. More nobles are bowing, and the emperor's just casually observing, like he owns the place, which okay, he kinda does. He's staring at someone, and his expression is ice cold, like he's judging their entire existence. And then, this dude is just radiating smugness. That cool, serene look is hiding something, trust me. He acts like this whole situation is nothing, but the guy observing him sees right through it, and it's creepy. Our girl is holding it together, but she's clearly plotting her next move, and honestly, I'm here for it. Okay, so the emperor's concubine, Anika, casually touches his arm and asks if he's okay. She's reading him hard. She points out he promised to chop off the head of a monkey from the Celia Palace as a gift and expects him to deliver. He's totally thrown, asking why she'd even want something like that, but she's not letting up. Anika straight up reminds him he hasn't forgotten his promise. This woman is savage, I love it. While they're talking, a string quartet starts playing, adding to the tension. It's a whole mood. A red-suited noble walks by, and this dude is holding a blonde woman close, looking suspicious. Anika's eyes narrow, she's definitely calculating something, and this dude is about to be in trouble. She's staring him down and honestly, her gaze could cut glass, no way. Anika's thinking hard, and this close-up shows she's plotting something huge. She's not messing around. But she's quickly interrupted by someone calling the emperor's name. This is getting intense. Anika's totally losing it, saying the smile will still be on her face, even after wait for it her head gets chopped off. She's picturing a gruesome scene, bodies everywhere, and the emperor's just standing there, looking down at the carnage. Anika asks if the emperor would like to see that, and honestly, she's practically daring him to do it. The emperor's face is hidden, but we see him smirk. This dude is definitely enjoying this twisted conversation. He lets out a little laugh, and it's sending chills down my spine. This is getting seriously messed up. Anika calls the noble a pathetic little monkey, just like the woman he's holding, and ouch, low blow. She adds he's flirting and batting his eyelashes just because he's getting a little attention, and I'm cringing. The emperor turns to the blonde woman and her noble, and a courtier bows respectfully. Talk about a power move. Anika's making a statement, and the emperor's enjoying every second of it. This is a total domination. The noble and his companion are clearly uncomfortable, but they're trying to play it cool, and it's hilarious. The emperor asks so, and honestly the tension is THCK. Anika's totally baiting him. A courtier explains the nobles are huddled in a corner, terrified of attracting the emperor's attention. Talk about disrespect. This dude thinks their behavior is discourteous. He's so smug and Anika's just staring him down. He drops a bomb. The House of Cladone is more powerful than the crown itself, and Anika's eyes are flashing red. The emperor declares it's an affront to his authority. Then new chain. He straight up slaps the courtier across the face. The noble screams and the impact sends him flying. No way, this is brutal. Anika asks if he's enjoying himself, and her expression is pure ice. She's not even pretending anymore. The emperor turns back to the courtier, face contorted, and demands to know how dare a pathetic count speak of Cladona. He's laying into this poor dude, and it's clear Anika is loving every single second of it. The emperor's advisor swears his words were only out of loyalty. Yeah, right? We all see through that. A hooded figure claims they wouldn't dream of becoming the princess's husband. Smooth, bro, real smooth. Someone whispers that Master Cladone has gotten some wild ideas in his head. Oh no, here we go. Anika's brother is fuming, and honestly, this dude had it coming. She's playing him perfectly. He orders them to get Master Cladony where he can easily see him. The audacity is unreal. And then he says to drag Cladony by his collar if he refuses. Straight up medieval, this guy. Anika's brother's guard is all like, "At once, your majesty," and it's terrifyingly efficient. But then, Anika suddenly sweeps in and catches Cladony before they can touch him. What a power move. She claims she wouldn't let her precious sister and husband stand in the corner all night. So sweet, so fake. Anika's advisor insists she's right and the emperor is just standing there. Our girl is running the show. Anika tells Cladony there are still 2 days left of the festival, and then straight up asks him not to act now. Cladony's advisor protests, but Anika cuts him off. She's completely taking charge here. No way. Cladony suddenly grabs Anika's hand, shocking everyone around them. Anika gasps, and a burst of energy explodes around them. What is happening? Cladony pulls her close, and Anika lets out a pained. This is getting intense. He's whispering about how much she flirts and acts like a cute pet, and she looks absolutely horrified. Anika spits out that she'll never amuse him like another woman does. Ouch, that's cold. They're walking away, and Cladony says even though that other woman is insane, she's always docile and obedient. He's smiling like a creep, and it's clear Anika is trapped in whatever twisted game he's playing. But honestly, Anika's brother is going to be furious when he finds out about this. Okay, so things are tense. Someone's realizing something hedgy is about to go down. This dude, the Duke, is straight up laying out a plan the princess will automatically become the head of the house. He's basically saying everyone opposes his succession because of her, which feels like a low blow. But he doubles down, claiming people think she's too fragile to handle the position. Can you believe the nerve? He then reveals the real reason people oppose him, because of her, and she's the key to silencing them. He's so confident, stating the House of Cladony will take care of any concerns, but it's clearly a threat. And then he delivers the final blow. No one is allowed to question whether his wife is suited for her future role. Our girl is clearly not having it, and honestly, we're here for her fiery side. He takes a step forward, all power and control, and you can feel the tension building. This is escalating quickly, and I have a feeling things are about to explode. He's scooping her up, protecting her, and this Duke is laying it on THK about how devoted the family is. He's praising her husband's care, even with her condition, but it's giving major creepy vibes, right? But hold up, he's changing course, suggesting it's because of her condition that her husband is so attentive. He implies she's desirable in the bedroom and our girl's husband freezes, like instantly. The red-haired Duke is straight up Semar-KMG, clearly enjoying the reaction and the discomfort. He's saying the princess is beautiful, and his buddies are all nodding along, so fake. Our girl is looking up at her husband, totally confused, and questioning what's happening. This is a power play, and it's working. The husband is clearly rattled, and the red-haired Duke is loving it. This Duke is laying it on THK, reminiscing about the late queen and how beautiful she was. He's saying looking at her brings back memories of his wife, and it's super awkward. But our girl's husband suddenly pulls her close, a protective grip forming around her. He's holding her tight, whispering that the late queen was truly a beautiful woman. No way, he's basically saying he understands the Duke's feelings, trying to shut down the conversation. The red-haired Duke is still smirking though, clearly not buying this sudden display of affection. He's staring intently at the husband, and it's sending chills down my spine, honestly. He repeats how beautiful the late queen was, and it's clear this is about power, not grief. The husband just tightens his hold on our girl, refusing to engage further with this dude. But the Duke's smile doesn't falter. He's still watching, still judging, and it's terrifying. The Duke is laying it on THK, claiming this woman's beauty could better suit his taste. Straight up hitting on our girl in front of her husband. No way, he reaches out, attempting to take her hand, but the husband's grip tightens, a warning clear as day. The husband's eyes flash, and he's practically crushing her hand, sending a clear message back off, bro. But the Duke doesn't flinch, he just stares down at the husband with a chilling smirk. This dude is fearless. The husband pulls her even closer, shielding her with his body, and honestly, it's a power move we needed. However, the Duke is unfazed, continuing to stare with an unsettling intensity. This is getting intense. Suddenly, the husband leans down and whispers something in her ear, a secret just for them, and it's a total mood shift. He's holding her so tightly, it's almost suffocating, but it's clear he's protecting her from this creepy Duke. But the Duke is still watching, and a drop of something, blood, falls onto her dress, and OMG. She looks up, shocked, and the panel cuts to black, talk about a cliffhanger, this is insane. We flash back to the palace, and it's all about Palatine Selith, the current ruler, and what a vibe check. Apparently, the late King Burmel's dad was a straight-up menace from childhood, so he planned to disinherit his son. He intended to pass the crown to another son, but then Burmel's mother and her family, the House of Salakais, intervened. No way. They murdered all the other princes to secure Burmel's claim to the throne. It's a total bloodbath. But it wasn't just about power, because Burmel's mother is revealed to be unhinged and covered in blood. She's clearly the mastermind, orchestrating the chaos with chilling precision, and honestly, she's terrifying. The scene shifts back to the present, and the husband is style shielding our girl from the Duke, who's watching everything. But the Duke's not backing down, he's still fixated on her, and it's clear he's obsessed with the House of Salakais. The husband grabs the crown, a symbol of the bloody history, and holds it out to the Duke, like, "Here, you want this." However, the Duke just stares at the crown, and at our girl, with a creepy smile, and we know this isn't over. Right before Burmel takes the throne, the late king has a daughter with his third queen. No way! But shortly after the baby's born, the king suddenly dies and it's super suspicious. Once Burmel is on the throne, Palatine makes a move, targeting the House of Salakais, the queen mother's family. This dude is straight up goading the Salakais family to fight amongst themselves, creating total chaos. He's fueling the conflict, incapacitating them, and then accuses them of murdering the former king. Talk about a power play! To Burmel, he subtly suggests protecting himself from the Salakais, pretending to be concerned, but it's a trap. He's clearly manipulating everything to isolate our girl and consolidate his own power. We get a glimpse of the baby, and she's got her mother's determined stare. She's going to be a force. However, this isn't about protecting Burmel, it's about controlling the entire kingdom, and it's terrifying. And honestly, this whole situation is a mess, and our girl is right in the middle of it. Burmel declares the Salakais family treacherous and orders their complete destruction. No hesitation at all. And just like that, the House of Salakais is wiped out, everything crumbling around them. But honestly, it's all Palatine's doing, manipulating everything from the shadows like the villain he is. However, we see our girl, her face full of fury, and she's clearly plotting her revenge, and we are here for it. Okay, so the scene opens with this grand hall, super ornate, and our girl is lying there, completely broken. Her brother, the straight-up villain, is standing over her with his two creepy lackeys flanking him. It's awful, but she's playing the part, acting all fragile and lost in her insanity. It's a performance, honestly. This dude, her brother, starts patting her hair and calling her obedient. Ugh, the manipulation is real. Her husband, though, he's watching everything with this cold, intense stare. He sees right through it all. He tells her she's behaving as she should, and our girl responds in kind, playing the submissive role perfectly. But get this, she's covered in scars, a haunting reminder of what this brother has done to her. It's heartbreaking. He continues to praise her obedience, and she just agrees. No way is she showing any real emotion. Her husband's face is a mask of barely contained fury, and you can tell he's about to explode. The tension is insane. He's clearly furious, but he's playing the long game. This is gonna be good. Her husband straight up asks for their retirement, claiming she's unwell. A total lie to cover for her. They begin to walk away, step by deliberate step, while her brother's face is unreadable. But then, her husband stops and gently strokes her hand, and she flinches. It's a subtle reaction. He notices the floral pattern on her dress, but his gaze drops lower. And he realizes the dress is covering up all the scars on her back, a horrifying discovery. His expression darkens, and he grits his teeth, barely containing his rage. No way is he letting this go. You can see the fury building behind his eyes. Her brother continues to act all concerned, but this dude is about to unravel everything. However, her husband remains stoic, masking his emotions, but the tension is almost unbearable. And honestly, the look on his face says he's about to unleash hell on her brother. Her husband grabs her arm, and she visibly recoils. It's a brutal, possessive grip. He's straight up laughing, saying everyone in the palace already knows her skin. And this dude is wild. She tries to pull away, but he's not letting go, and honestly, it's terrifying. He's leaning in close, practically breathing down her neck, and she's gasping for air. Her brother demands he stand, and it's clear he's about to make a scene. However, her husband doesn't back down. He's still holding her defiant and furious. He says he understands, but the look on his face says otherwise, and it's chilling. He's claiming he knows what she's been through, and our girl is absolutely speechless. But then he says he's seen enough, and the tension ratchets up to 11. And just when you think it's over, he declares she's his wife, and he'll claim her as such. Everyone's whispering, completely baffled by what her brother is doing. But our girl's husband is not amused. He's trying to stay calm, but the man is straight up seething. You can see the anger building. He says he understands her brother's motives, but it's a total lie, and she's stunned he'd say that. He declares he's seen enough and is ready to end this charade, but bro is not backing down. He boldly announces she's his wife and he's claiming her. No way is he letting her brother touch her. Her brother starts laughing, a truly terrifying sound, and it sends chills down everyone's spine. Suddenly a huge blast rocks the room, it's absolute chaos and everyone jumps. He stands firm, unwavering, even as the scene descends into pandemonium around them. And then black. Seriously, everything just cuts to black. What is happening? We jump ahead a few days before the Foundation Festival, and there's a stunning dress on display. So, her brother's assistant is inspecting the gown, pointing out the quality, but she's clearly judging it. She sighs and straight up says the dress was chosen to be revealing. It's a setup, guys. She starts to suggest altering the dress, maybe adding fabric, but this dude, her husband, is already intervening. He says they will alter it, and proposes hiring a seamstress right then and there. But then her brother's wife speaks up, hesitant and awkward, and it's instantly clear something's off. She stammers about something, and honestly, her discomfort is radiating off the page. Her husband asks if there's something she wants to say, pushing for an answer, and she's clearly struggling. She finally admits she's worried about how the dress looks on her. It's too revealing, and she's embarrassed. But her husband doesn't react how anyone expects, and he just smiles, a really unsettling smile. And that's where it ends. Seriously, we're left hanging with that creepy grin. The suspense! So, she tries to backtrack, saying the maids probably don't even embroider dresses. But it's too late. She's dug herself a hole. But her husband doesn't buy it for a second, and straight up promises to get it done as she requested. She panics and tries to take it back, claiming she didn't mean anything by it, but this dude is immovable. She's babbling about forgetting what she said, and honestly, the desperation is palpable. He turns to her brother's wife, promising to persuade her mother to approve the embroidery as well. And then, the close up, his expression is so intense, so calculating, it's sending shivers down my spine. He's really leaning into this, making it clear he's going to get exactly what he wants, no matter what. However, her brother's wife is clearly freaked out, and our girl looks absolutely horrified. This is escalating fast. He's fully committing to this charade, and she's realizing just how much control this dude has over everything. It's a power play, plain and simple, and I'm here for the drama. But also, I'm seriously worried for our girl. Okay, so our girl is totally scrambling, watching her brother's wife practically faint from the pressure. She tries to smooth things over, suggesting they discuss embroidery colors with the maids. A desperate attempt to defuse the situation. But her husband just beams, and honestly, it's terrifying. He's completely enjoying this power move. He seals the deal, promising to persuade the wife's mother to approve everything, and our girl realizes she's trapped. Okay, so it's night, and the palace is absolutely gorgeous, but things are not okay. Our girl is inside, and the palace is even more extra on the inside. Seriously, look at the detail. She's alone in a lavish room, and honestly, it's giving major trap vibes. This dude, her brother, is approaching, and he's looking intense, to say the least. He's getting close, and she's trying to maintain her fake insanity act, but it's clearly taking a toll. She's squeezing her own hand like Ly hard. She's bracing for whatever is about to happen. But then, her husband shows up and straight up grabs her brother's hand, halting him cold. He's staring down her brother with this icy glare, and it's so satisfying to watch. Our girl is breaking down, but she's silently telling herself it's okay, that she won't be treated like before. Her husband is squeezing her hand back, offering silent comfort, and honestly, it's a huge moment. She declares she's no longer the princess, but Mistress Cladine, a total power move, honestly. Her husband clasps her hand, and it's a super intense, possessive grip, like mine vibes. He murmurs Misa, above all else. It's clear she's the center of his world, which is sweet. She looks up at him, clearly affected, but trying to keep it together. Our girl is a warrior. He asks if she's feeling better, but it's more like a quiet demand for reassurance, and it's kinda hot. She responds with a simple, "Ok," then lets him lift her. She's letting him take control, which is new. He calls her Eric, and she confirms she's fine, but her expression says otherwise. She's putting on a show. He confesses he has Eric with him now, and then drops that he's more concerned with Her. She admits she's used to people staring at her like that. It's heartbreaking, but she's so strong. But it's a flashback to her brother staring, and she's clearly masking a lot of pain. This is rough. He's carrying her, and she's suddenly realizing how much this dude Eric must have been shocked by her transformation. She thinks about how Eric never experienced this kind of treatment, but honestly, it's a little messed up. She's okay with it. She wonders if Eric would have been different if he'd married someone else from the start. A total what-if moment. We get a glimpse of the wedding, and she's surrounded by people, but her expression is so unreadable it's chilling. Her husband looks down at her, clearly disturbed, and she flinches. She's expecting the worst, for sure. She questions if he'll eventually get tired of her, and bro, same. This is a lot for anyone to handle. He asks her if she remembers when she promised him something, and it's a total curveball. What did she even promise? She's reeling, remembering the past, and it's clear whatever this promise is, it's deeply connected to everything going on. She whispers Misa, and her husband's grip tightens. He's protective, but also kind of controlling, right? She's completely broken down, trying to hold it together, but this dude Eric is clearly a huge source of pain. She's spiraling, questioning if she's supposed to just live her life being faithful to Eric, like forever. But she's remembering all the horrible things her brother did, and she realizes she always assumed he'd just keep happening. She thought the pain would be too much to share, so she bottled it all up. It's heartbreaking, honestly. However, now she's realizing Eric is different. He's demanding to know what she's been hiding. She feels like he's sensed she's been intentionally keeping secrets, and she can't shake the feeling. She wonders if she's still just failing to earn his trust. This is a total emotional roller coaster. And then, straight up, she demands he tell her everything he knows, no holding back. She wants him to reveal everything she's been hiding from him. It's a power move, but also so vulnerable. Eric is totally caught off guard, staring at her with this intense expression. No way he expected that. He looks shaken like he's about to spill everything, and our girl is ready to hear it all. He's asking her why she avoids certain topics, and she just blurts out Eric. Total curveball. She's freaking out, demanding to know what's going on, and Eric looks not angry, but something else. She's starting to suspect it's not rage on his face, but something far more unsettling. This is getting intense. She's spiraling, wondering what he's thinking, and if he's finally figured out everything she's been hiding. But it hits her. He's not mad. He's worried about secrets creating distance between them, which is kinda sweet. He's turning away, clearly processing, and our girl is a mess right now. The tension is unreal. He's lost in thought, and honestly, this dude is a walking mood as he contemplates everything. He's realizing if secrets could cause misunderstandings, he needs to address things, and she's about to get the truth. He's walking away, but this isn't an angry storm off, it's more like a quiet reckoning. So mysterious. And she's left wondering what's going to happen next. But this is a total turning point. I can feel it. She's spiraling, convinced Tilburg pitied her, and desperately hopes Eric will understand if she can just explain. She blurts out that he saved her life, taking her away from Burmah, but then throws a bomb. Tilburg called Eric a traitor. Eric is stone-faced, and she's begging him to believe her, but he just asks why she called him a traitor in the first place. She's stammering, trying to explain, and Eric turns away, clearly wrestling with everything she said. He's replaying everything in his head. The lies, the secrets, the possible betrayal, and honestly, this is brutal. She's desperately trying to reach him, but he's lost in his own thoughts, and she's starting to crumble. He finally speaks, and it's just one word: traitor, and our girl is absolutely devastated. But wait, he's not finished. He's remembering how she spoke of Tilburg, and a chilling realization dawns on him. He's piecing it together, understanding she was protecting someone, and the truth is hitting him like a ton of bricks. Eric stares at her, a storm brewing in his eyes, and you just can't know this is about to get real. Eric is consumed by a memory. Someone screamed those words at Tilburg, and it's clearly haunting him. He's clutching a rope, reliving the moment, and it's devastating to watch him unravel like this. He's falling apart, head in his hands, and you can feel the weight of betrayal crushing him right now. But wait, he understands. She wasn't protecting him, she was protecting someone from Tilburg. No way! Okay, so our girl is outside, and it's all sunshine and doves, super peaceful, right? 2 white doves are flying around, but one of them seems to be carrying something in its beak. The dove flies towards a window in the palace, and we see someone watching from inside. It's totally suspicious. We get a close-up of the dove, and it's carrying a sealed letter. No way, what is going on? The dove lands, and honestly, it looks like our girl is the intended recipient of this message. Suddenly, we hear rattling inside the palace, like furniture being moved quickly. It's super unsettling. This dude, the husband, is pushing a table with dishes on it, and it's making a ton of noise. He's walking down a long hallway, and the light is hitting him just right, making everything dramatic. The rattling continues as he moves, and it's clear he's agitated about something. He's heading towards where the dove landed, and something tells me this is about to get messy. He's taking steps, and the sound echoes. It's super creepy, like he's stalking someone. Something shifts in the background, and this dude suddenly stops dead in his tracks. He whips around, eyes narrowed, totally sensing something is off, and honestly, good for him. He's scanning the hallway, looking for the source of the disturbance, but sees nothing at first. But then he spots something, a curtain moving slightly, and his expression changes instantly. He raises a hand, clearly about to confront whoever's hiding, and he looks pissy. He calls out a name, Misa, Eric, and it's clear this is about the letter and who sent it. The curtain billows, and it's like the palace itself is responding. So dramatic, right? He whirls around, fully on alert, and we can see the tension building. This is about to pop off. His face is a mask of fury and suspicion, and our girl is definitely in trouble if she's connected to this. Misa starts to tremble, clutching at her dress and calling out Eric's name. She's straight up falling apart. She's desperately trying to stand, but she's clearly shaken, and her eyes dart around like she's terrified. Eric sighs, looking completely exasperated, and it's obvious he's starting to see through her act. Misa tries to play it off, claiming she might catch a cold, but she also throws out that he wasn't there when she woke up. Major accusation? She doubles down, saying he wasn't by her side, and her expression is shifting, like she's testing his reaction. But Eric isn't buying it. He's seeing the manipulation, and her little performance is crumbling fast. She's trying to maintain her facade, but her lips are twitching and her eyes are wild. This is getting intense. Eric just stares at her, and it's clear he's realizing just how much of a lie their entire relationship has been. Misa tries to play the fragile princess, but Eric is starting to look less concerned and more calculating. No way, she's smirking, and it's a totally sinister expression, like she's got another trick up her sleeve. Misa claims she made breakfast herself, trying to act all domestic, but Eric is seriously side-eyeing her. She apologizes, but it feels so forced, like she's covering for something, and Eric definitely notices. Eric's just handed a bowl of something, and it looks suspect, to say the least. Is it poison? Turns out the servants of her family are being denied entry to the palace. Talk about a power play! We get a glimpse of Lady Saren, and she looks intensy, plotting something big, you just know it. No way, she's mixing something into the food, saying she's doing it to avoid sabotage. But what is it? Eric pulls Misa closer, insisting she eat, and she's visibly uncomfortable with the closeness. Misa tries to refuse, but Eric's all like nope, you need to eat, and she's clearly rattled. She weakly agrees, and her expression is a mess. She's probably realizing everything is about to blow up. But honestly, Eric is playing 4D chess right now, and Misa is a pawn in his game. Eric straight up grabs Misa's hand, a total power move, and she's visibly shocked by the contact. He's pressing her close, and she's trying to pull away, but he's holding firm, like he's making a statement. Eric declares he wants to talk more, to be honest, and Misa's expression is unreadable. Is she panicking? She tentatively asks if that's okay, and bro, the tension is thick. She's bracing for something. Eric just says yes, so casually, but his eyes are intense, like he's sealing a deal. He's got a sword, and Misa looks utterly trapped. This isn't a conversation, it's a threat. They're walking, and Misa's clinging to his arm, but she's so fragile. It feels more desperate than affectionate. Eric's leading her somewhere, and Misa looks like she's about to break down. Our girl is crumbling. He stops, and she's practically trembling, but Eric's face is unreadable. This dude is ice cold. Eric's gaze is locked on her, and she's completely at his mercy. But what is he planning? Misa confesses she was only happy to see Tilbury because he was nice to her at the palace. Wait, what? She immediately doubles down, saying she's never wanted to go with him, and it's getting awkward fast. Our girl is spiraling, claiming Tilbury's kindness actually made her uncomfortable. She's really trying to rewrite history. She blurts out that the reason she didn't mention him is because he proposed marriage before, No way! Miesa says she thought it wouldn't be polite to mention Tilburg to Eric, but Eric is not buying it. Eric calmly tells her she doesn't need to worry about Tilburg, but his expression is totally unreadable. He's staring intensely, and Misa is losing it, sweat beading on her forehead. She's panicking hard. She clutches her hands together, desperate, and then blurts out Eric is the most important person to her. Eric looks down at her, and honestly, this dude is playing her perfectly. He says Tilburg isn't important, but his tone is so cold, it sends chills down our spines. Eric's hand closes around hers, and Misa completely freezes. Her heart is pounding. The panel even says so. He's staring down at her, expressionless, and she's desperately trying to read him. But this dude is a stone wall. Eric finally speaks, and it's just silence. He's letting the awkwardness hang, and it's brutal. He says nothing, just continues to look at her, and Misa is spiraling. Seriously, she's about to crack. Okay, so things are INTS. We get a warning about animal abuse, which is a lot. Our princess is straight up raw UNING, breathless and clearly escaping something awful. But what? She bursts into this massive, gothic room, still gasping for air, and collapses onto a couch. It's so dramatic. This dude, her husband, is already there, and he's clearly concerned, but also suspicious of her act. She's trying to play the fragile, broken princess, but he's not buying it, and she's visibly struggling to keep up the charade. She turns away, but her husband reaches for her. It's a tense moment, and we see her bruised skin. No way. Her servant speaks up, addressing her as Your Highness, and you can feel the weight of that title. Suddenly, leaves start falling around them, and it's a super eerie transition, hinting at something magical happening. More leaves swirl around, and a voice cries out. It's unsettling, and we're left hanging on what this means. The scene fades, but honestly, this whole thing is setting up for a major reveal, and I'm so ready. He asks how she got so hurt, and our girl claims her servant provided first aid. But she needs a real doctor. She says from now on, and this dude looks so concerned, staring right at her with that intense gaze. We finally get a glimpse of his face, and bro is seriously messed up, bruised, cut, and looking totally wrecked. The servant speaks up, wishing her safety, and honestly, it feels like a desperate plea. Everything fades to white, and it's super dramatic, like a memory or a magical barrier forming. The leaves continue falling, and it's giving me major déjà vu. Something is definitely up with this forest. He reaches for her, but she flinches away, and her reaction is ing. She's hiding something big. She's lost in thought, clutching her necklace, and you can tell she's replaying something awful in her head. He's watching her, all serious and protective, and it's kinda sweet, but also super suspicious. The scene fades again with more falling leaves, leaving us hanging on what happens next. The suspense! Okay, so it flashes back 20 years, and we see a line of soldiers marching toward a massive castle. It's intense. They're all stepping in unison, and someone shouts, "Get in line." It's super creepy and regimented. The soldiers march relentlessly, and the voice keeps repeating step, step. It's giving Major Drill Sergeant vibes. Then, a foot stomps down, and it's right in front of a young boy standing near the castle. No way this is a coincidence. More feet appear, closing in on the boy, and the yelling continues. This is straight up terrifying and feels like a nightmare. The line of soldiers surrounds him, and someone barks, "Is this the best you can do?" Talk about pressure! We see the boy's face now, and it's our princess's brother. He looks so young and arrogant. He's standing there all smug, and it's clear he's used to getting his way. But something feels off. The scene cuts back to the forest, and honestly, this whole flashback is connecting to her trauma. I just know it. She's reliving this memory, and it's clear this dude was a bully even as a kid, and she's about to deal with it. Okay, so this dude, her brother, is dragging her through the castle, and she's clearly struggling, saying, "Please stop." He ignores her pleas and just says, "Just a little more, Your Highness." Talk about a power trip. She's barely holding on, whispering she thinks she's going to die, and honestly, it's terrifying. He keeps pushing her forward, saying they're almost there, and the whole thing is just sickening. We see a line of maids with blank faces, and it's so creepy, like automatons or something. She's stumbling and can't take another step, but he's relentless, practically forcing her to move. He pulls her along, and those faceless maids are right behind them. It feels like a nightmare procession. She's really falling apart now, and it's clear this brother is a straight-up monster. But wait, he's getting closer to something, and she's the bait, it seems. Our girl is completely broken, and this whole situation is just my heart hurts. She's desperately saying he's suffocating her, and honestly, it's a total power play from her brother. But suddenly, she shouts that only one person in the entire kingdom deserves to sit on the most sacred seats. She's making a scene, demanding everyone acknowledge who's worthy. And it's all about to go down. We get this huge overhead shot of the throne room, and it's clear she's creating a spectacle. She declares only someone blessed by the goddess can sit there, building the tension like crazy, and then she drops the bomb. The one entitled to that throne is His Majesty the King. Her hand reaches out, gripping the king's sleeve, and it's a seriously charged moment. She states his will is the will of the entire kingdom, cementing his power. We get a close-up of the king, and he looks intense, to say the least. Bro is radiating authority. His outfit is insane, decked out in jewels, and it's clear this dude is not messing around. The room is silent as the hooded figure addresses the princes. It's super ominous tea. She lays down the rules for dinner, knives and forks from the outside in, and absolutely no touching anyone else's cutlery. Someone's fork slips, and it's Prince Burmel, straight up dropping it with a clatter. Chaos erupts as everyone stares, and the hooded figure sighs like she's seen it all before. The other princes start snickering and mocking Burmel, and she insists he must be a flawless example. She's laying it on thick. The first prince needs to be perfect so the others will follow his lead. But then the hooded figure turns her gaze on Burmel and it's a little creepy, not gonna lie. She calls him Prince Burmel, and it's clear this whole scene is about to blow up. The hooded figure sighs again like she's dealing with a total mess, and honestly, she is. The princes continue to snicker, and the tension is so thick you could cut it with a knife. Our girl is trapped. She admits she has no other choice in this whole mess. But she has to report everything to His Majesty, even though it's terrifying. Suddenly, a cracking sound fills the air, like something is breaking, and it's intense. The cracks keep coming, and honestly, it feels like the whole world is about to shatter. Okay, so our girl is at this ridiculously fancy palace, and things are already tense. She's trying to get close to her husband, but this other woman straight up intercepts them. It's awkward. This dude, Lord Cladony, is being all stoic, telling the woman her advances aren't allowed, period. But the woman doesn't back down. She's calling him out, like they've already had this fight before. She's saying His Majesty has decreed men and women dine separately, and our girl has to leave. No way. She demands they separate, and honestly, the shade she's throwing is legendary. Cladony's all intense, promising to stay by her side no matter what, which is kinda sweet. Our girl is clearly confused, like is this some kind of joke, because this is getting wild. She's laughing, but it's a super unsettling laugh, and Cladony is just watching her. He's trying to be reassuring, but it's clear something is really off with this whole situation. Cladony is convinced if she's forced away from him, she'll be totally lost and confused. But the older woman, Lady Samurite, assures him Her Highness will be well taken care of. Sketchy, much. She's giving him this condescending look, like she's totally in control of the situation. Cladony just says fine, but you can tell he's not happy about this at all. He's giving her a warning look, saying if she really doesn't want to be apart from Her Highness, he'll ask the king to let her at least accompany her to the banquet hall doors. Lady Samurite acts all gracious, claiming she's being more than fair with this compromise. However, her smug expression says otherwise. This woman is up to something. Cladony is clearly not buying it, and honestly, neither are we. Our girl is stuck in the middle of this power play, and it's about to get messy. I can feel it. Cladony is prepping for the luncheon, but Lady Samurite interrupts, and things are about to get real. Lady Samurite drops a bomb. She reveals Misa was straight up starved and fed animal food at the palace. She keeps going, saying she once saw Misa eating dirt and bones, and it's clearly a painful memory for her. Lady Samurite details how Misa was treated horribly, and it's a lot to unpack. Even after leaving the palace, Misa was still exploited and used, and honestly, it's sickening. She's ranting about how the house of Cladony was thrown into discord. This woman is obsessed with revenge. Cladony looks absolutely devastated, and you can see the weight of everything crashing down on him. He's reliving all the awful things he witnessed, and it's breaking his heart to remember. Cladony is clearly furious, and you know this dude is about to explode. He's radiating rage, and Lady Samurite is smirking. No way this ends well. Cladony is livid and accuses Lady Samurite of being unreasonable, but she's unfazed. She straight up says she sees him as overprotective of his wife, and it's not a compliment. Lady Samurite throws shade, hinting at unsavory intentions, and it's seriously creepy. Cladony shuts that down immediately. No way is she messing with his wife? He declares he'll stay with Misa while she prepares, but it feels like a power move. Lady Samrate's smile doesn't reach her eyes, and she's definitely plotting something. Cladine insists there's nothing going on, but his explanation feels off. He claims Misa's just unstable, and it's a flimsy excuse, honestly. They walk away, leaving Samrate smirking, and Yuve know this isn't over. Our girl is in so much danger, and this whole situation is a mess. Cladine is begging Lady Samrate to let him stay with Misa, insisting it's his duty to confirm everything himself. Samrate is all sweet and innocent, but she's clearly playing a game. She wants him to leave them alone. She turns to an older woman, asking if Cladine really intends to follow them into the dressing room. The nerve of this woman. Cladine is losing it, demanding she not interfere, and he'll protect Misa no matter what. He's basically saying back off, but Samrate just smiles, and it sends chills down my spine. Cladine is so focused on Samrate, he doesn't notice the older woman's intense glare. She's definitely on Samarate's side. He just wants to stay by Misa's side, and honestly, it's sweet, even if a little intense right now. The scene fades to white, and we get a title card. Behind Her Highness's smile, mood. We're back to a blurred scene, and someone calls out Lord Cladina. It feels ominous. Cladine and Misa are walking, but the older woman is right behind them, and it's seriously unsettling. Cladine insists he's used to seeing Misa change, but Samrate shuts that down fast. Court etiquette, apparently. She warns him if she hears any noise, she'll enter without warning, and Misa looks totally freaked out. An older woman casually drops that Misa has seizures, and Cladine is straight up snatching Misa's hand to leave. He's trying to pull her away, but she's resisting. Something's definitely off with her reaction. Samrate says all of this will be reported to the king, and Cladine just leaves, slamming the door behind him. Cladine is fuming, clenching his fist, and it's clear he's about to lose it. No way, this is a trap, and our girl is right in the middle of it. Cladine is totally focused on protecting Misa right now. She's his absolute priority, no question. But there are unpleasant consequences ahead, and he knows it, cradling her close as onlookers stare. He's determined to get her out of the palace immediately once the luncheon wraps up. He won't risk her safety. However, even as he plans her escape, he's clearly bracing for a fallout. This isn't going to be easy. Okay, so things are intense. The episode starts with a warning about attempted suicide, so buckle up. We're at a fancy garden party, and our girl is observing the king, thinking he's about to announce his secret fiancé. But honestly, the atmosphere is already thick with tension. Everyone's giving side eye to a newcomer. This woman is literally taking the seat of honor, and the other ladies are now tappy about it. One of them straight up says she's a foreign concubine and shouldn't even be there. Can you believe the nerve? Another lady chimes in, basically saying she should be ashamed of herself for daring to sit there. Our girl is quiet, but she's clearly judging the whole situation. She's thinking this is all a ploy. Then another noblewoman asks if they really have to be courteous to someone like her, and the shade is real. It's all about status and appearances, and it's clear this new woman is ruffling some serious feathers. The drama is building, and I'm already on the edge of my seat. Something's about to go to Babuin, I can feel it. Someone whispers that the princess will be sitting next to this new woman, and honestly, the tension is palpable. One of the ladies asks who this Mistress Cladine even is, and our girl is instantly suspicious. Someone spills wine, like a full glass, and everyone's freaking out, but our girl's eyes are locked on the chaos. She narrows her eyes, completely unbothered, while everyone else is panicking over the mess. Another noblewoman drops a bomb. This woman comes from a powerful family in the Principality of Sidit. But our girl's husband casually dismisses that, saying it doesn't matter at all. Talk about a power move. He adds that the woman's behavior speaks for itself, and the other ladies start snickering and gossiping. They're saying she acts like a dog, kneeling and fawning over the king, and it's so petty and awful. Our girl's husband looks completely unimpressed, and the lady speaking is giving major side eye. This whole scene is a masterclass in social warfare, and I'm here for the drama. Our girl is having a flashback. She admits she just wanted to survive in the palace, no matter what it took. She says she flinched at every word from the king, but pretended it didn't bother her, and honestly, heartbreaking. But then the king drops a bomb. She's hosting the women's luncheon today, and she's completely caught off guard. She bows low, accepting the order, but her expression is icy. She's playing the part perfectly, and it's chilling. We get a close-up of her husband, and this dude is radiating power, just standing there in the shadows. She straight up tells herself she could withstand any humiliation, of anything, as long as she lived. Her husband remembers her telling him that once, and the weight of her past is crushing, even now. She's determined to survive, and you can see the steel in her eyes. She's not backing down, not ever. But it's clear this luncheon is a trap, and she's walking right into it, all for the sake of survival. This whole situation is a mess, and I'm officially stressed for our girl. Something big is about to happen. She thinks she can handle the luncheon, believing the torture will eventually end. But her husband's grip tightens on her hand. This dude is demanding amusement during the luncheon, and it's clear he's not asking nicely. He wants a show. Her husband's hand is bruising hers, and she's fighting back tears, but she refuses to show weakness. She's recalling a horrific moment, her brother's head falling from her body, and realizing this is the new normal. But she was wrong to think it would end, and now he's leaning in close, about to bite her neck. He actually bites her, no way, and she flinches, a small sound escaping her lips. Her hands fly up to grip his, and honestly, the desperation is palpable and it's agonizing to watch. She's gasping, realizing there's no escape, no end to this vicious torment. It's just getting worse. He's still biting, and she's completely helpless, but she's staring him down, refusing to break. She declares there's no end in sight, and this dude, he's straight up a monster, and I'm livid. Her husband suddenly pulls her closer, and she's completely stunned, like, what is happening right now? He's laying down the law: if anyone touches her, he will make them pay. Seriously intense. But he's not stopping there. He's warning whoever would dare harm her that they won't escape his wrath either. He leans in and she's bracing for more pain, but then he kisses her. No way. It's a quick, possessive kiss, and honestly, it's throwing me for a loop. What a power move. She's reeling from the kiss and the sudden shift, and he just laughs. This dude is something else. She manages to stammer out that she understands, and he demands she obey his orders, calling him Your Majesty. She immediately complies, promising to obey, and it's a total 180 from her earlier defiance. But the scene cuts to a shot of the blonde, injured man. He's totally wrecked, and it's chilling. The narration drops, she's still trapped, and there's no escaping this nightmare. It's just brutal. Our girl is having a total flashback, remembering all the pain she endured. It's rough, honestly. She's ranting about how she suffered just to get here, and it's chilling to see her like this. She's at a garden party, but it feels like a cage to her. She's comparing it to everything she left behind. She declares she'd rather endure anything than be stuck here, and the tension is building. But then her husband appears and everyone falls silent. The power dynamic is intense. He addresses her as princess, and it's a total curveball, because what does he know? She's completely stunned, and the panel just fades to black. Talk about a cliffhanger. We're back with her husband's POV. He's watching her, and he definitely knows she's faking it. He's calling her princess again, and it's clear he's playing a game of his own. This dude is straight up terrifying, and our girl is about to realize she's walked into something way bigger. He's laying it all out. She's been broken for years, and he's known it all along. But he's not mad about her act. He's impressed she didn't beg or plead like others. Now he's revealing the real reason he's kept her around. She's a fascinating subject for him. He's got her cornered, declaring she's his to study, and our girl is totally trapped. No way out. This dude, the brother, is straight up calling out to Miesa, and it's sending chills down my spine. Our girl Miesa is a mess, tears streaming down her face. She's clearly broken by whatever just happened. But hold up, her husband suddenly appears, looking way too calm for the situation, honestly. He's grabbing her hand, pulling her away, and saying there's something he needs to tell her. They're walking together, and it's like a total mood shift. He's got a grip on her, leading the way. However, he's got this unsettling smirk, like he knows way more than he's letting on. Close up on his face, that look is not reassuring, and I'm getting some serious vibes. We get a glimpse of Misa's dress, and it's all lace and jewels. She looks so fragile right now. He's still pulling her along, and I'm betting this something is gonna be a huge reveal. He's grabbing her, like he's protecting her, but it's kinda intense, and she's nodding at someone. Misa's mom and another woman are there, seemingly giving her instructions, and she just agrees. This dude Eric is not happy. He's clearly questioning what's going on, and his expression is scary. Misa's basically being led away by her mother and the other woman. It's like she's a puppet. They're walking toward this massive greenhouse, and the sunlight is hitting everything, making it look surreal. Misa calls out for Eric, but she's being pulled along. It's so frustrating to watch. Her mother and the other woman continue to lead her, step by step, into the greenhouse. Misa is desperately trying to get Eric to slow down, but he's totally ignoring her pleas. It's brutal. She's practically begging him now, but Eric keeps pulling her forward, and it's clear she's falling behind. Eric suddenly turns Misa toward her mother, and our girl looks genuinely shocked. What is happening? Misa blurts out an apology, saying she didn't mean to complain, but her mom is not having it. Eric demands to know what's going on, and Misa's mother just stares him down. The tension is insane. Misa's mother claims the princess is perfectly sane, and it's a straight-up power move against Eric. Misa looks utterly defeated, her face pale, as she silently asks Eric if he's still angry with her. However, Eric is completely blocking Misa from view, like he's protecting her from something or someone. Misa looks so fragile and lost, but she's also giving off this vibe that she's playing a role. No way, Eric is making a huge gamble, and it's about to blow up in everyone's faces. Misa is spiraling, straight up terrified, and confesses she's scared of them, whoever they are. But Eric cuts her off, saying it seems there's something even more important she's afraid of. She's trembling, begging Eric not to stay angry with her forever. This is heartbreaking. Her eyes flash red, and it's like a switch flips. She's totally losing control. Eric's mother reveals the Cladony family treated Misa just as badly as the palace did. Wow. Eric pulls Misa closer, trying to calm her down, but she's still completely overwhelmed. He's shielding her now, but we get a close-up of his face and this dude is seething. Serious mood. No way, chains and a collar appear, shadowy and menacing, and it's clear someone's trapped. The narration drops the bomb, there's no escape for them, like they're both caught in a trap. Misa's eyes are wild red and she lets out a gasp. Something's about to go down, for sure. Eric's mom straight up admits she expected Misa to want the same thing. Escape from this hell. But she clarifies it's not just escape, it's for someone to come and free Misa from everything. Then, things get wild. Eric's mom draws a sword and Misa's eyes widen in horror. The sword flashes and Eric is moving so fast it's just a blur of red and white. He declares he'll make sure she feels no pain, and they're going to escape this hell. Once and for all. Everything goes black for a beat, then nothing. Just silence and darkness. Misa whispers "I," and then a thought hits her. She's still a Cladony, isn't she? We get a pause, and then a quick flashback to Eric raising the sword, leaving us hanging. Misa's gripping something, or someone, and her expression is unreadable, like what just happened is sinking in. This is intense. She's clearly questioning everything, and we're left wondering who is holding on to what. Eric's explaining why he's been so good to Misa. It's not affection, it's duty, because she's now Cladony. He says protecting her is his responsibility as a member of the house. But Misa is reeling. It's not about her. Misa's voice cracks as she asks why he'd be good to her, even if it's just duty, and Eric's expression is intense. No way. Misa suddenly grabs Eric, her grip tight and her eyes are flashing red, like a predator. She's breathless, demanding to know what he's doing, and Eric just stares back, unreadable. Misa whispers, and then it hits her. She's still a Cladony, so Eric has to protect her. But wait. A woman with elaborate hair and jewelry appears, looking down at Misa with a chilling smile. She's Eric's mom, and she's definitely the one who orchestrated everything, bro. Misa is completely undone and Eric's face is a mask of fury. This is about to explode. Our girl is trapped in a web of duty and manipulation, and honestly, this whole situation is messed up. Eric is practically dragging Misa into the mansion, and she's reeling. It's all about getting her inside. He pulls her close and straight up tells her he's been waiting to meet her, above all else. No way. He's lowering his head, getting so close, and Misa's expression is unreadable, like she's bracing for something. But it's not what we expect. Their faces are inches apart, and she's staring up at him with a mix of fear and something else. Okay, so the story starts with the title card. Behind her Highness's smile. Sounds mysterious, right? Someone's sneaking around in a garden, and a voice asks what they're up to. Super suspicious. We see Lady Nymeria kneeling before two other women, but something's clearly off. She looks distressed. One of the women, the one in black, is giving Nymeria a seriously icy stare, and she's holding a dagger. Oh no, Nymeria's clutching her chest, and a dagger lies on the floor? Straight up attacked? The woman in black claims she sent all the luncheon guests home, which feels like a raw yellow bad sign. She's acting all innocent, saying the weather wouldn't allow a luncheon, but it's a total cover-up. It starts pouring rain, and honestly, the timing is a little too perfect. Something's definitely brewing. The blonde lady flinches, reacting to whatever just happened with Namiria. And it's clear she's scared. Our girl is in trouble, y'all. This whole situation is escalating fast, and I have a feeling things are about to exp loudy. The woman in black says His Majesty will arrive shortly, and honestly, she's acting so shady. She's brandishing that dagger, and the blonde lady gasps, it's about to go to doo-dooin'. Namiria collapses, clutching her chest, but she's strangely calm amid all this chaos. The woman in black scurries away, claiming she only meant to scare Namiria. Yeah right, we don't buy it. The blonde lady is losing it, but Namiria just stares blankly ahead, which is super unsettling. Someone points out Namiria isn't reacting to the drama, and another person suggests it's because of the drug. Suddenly, everything blurs and the blonde lady screams, "What is happening?" Namiria's looking totally lost, whispering that she's confused, and it's heartbreaking. She declares the luncheon is over, and it's clear this whole thing was a setup from the start. But seriously, our girl is playing a dangerous game, and I'm on the edge of my seat. This dude was so determined to kill the princess and then himself, but something clearly goes wrong. He falls pelope into what looks like a fiery abyss, and it's intense. A burst of energy explodes from the darkness, like a blaze erupting from within him. He confesses he was sure the princess felt the same way, which is a lot to unpack. But contrary to his expectations, things didn't go as planned, and he's clearly devastated. We see a flickering candle, and it's symbolic because the desire to live is still burning within her. The scene shifts, and someone remarks how strange it is to see the princess heading to the greenhouse. She's surrounded by birds, and they think she was on her way to release them. Weird. They're totally speculating that she's lost her mind, but our girl is playing 4D chess, I swear. Honestly, it's a setup, and I have a feeling these birds are more important than they seem. Someone suggests giving up since the princess isn't reacting, but this woman is not having it. She straight up says that's unlike the princess, who's begged for His Majesty's mercy before. Our girl recalls the princess begging for the little monkey's head multiple times. Talk about a power move. She accuses someone of trying to take matters into their own hands, but they deny it, claiming they're afraid. Suddenly, the princess has a full-blown seizure, collapsing right there in front of everyone. They reveal the princess used to have seizures at the mere sight of a bird's shadow. No way! But here's the kicker, this entire scene is a calculated performance, and our girl is absolutely furious. Someone accuses this dude of drugging the princess, and things are about to exp lot. He's clutching a package, looking all shifty, and she demands he take responsibility for everything. But then, a woman steps forward and honestly, she's about to make things 10 times worse. She dramatically throws something, black powder, right at our girl, and it's a total ambush. The powder explodes, and it's clearly some kind of signal, sending birds scattering everywhere. She's giving orders to force it out, if the princess doesn't react, but this is straight up terrifying. Rain is pouring down, and the atmosphere is so tense you could cut it with a knife. Birds are flying wildly, and there's a rumble. Something big is happening, I can feel it. This other woman is losing it, looking absolutely unhinged, and it's a little scary. She declares this will be even more amusing, and our girl is playing a dangerous game, but she's not backing down. Someone demands to see the emperor, and the room is shaking. It's intense. This woman, Miisa, asks if our girl knows about the goddess's blessing, and it's clearly a setup. She reveals the thunder means the goddess descends upon that girl's body. What is happening? Lightning crackles around the princess, and it's a full, on divine intervention moment, bro. There's a massive explosion, and the princess is completely engulfed in light. No way! The light fades, revealing the princess, and honestly, she looks different, powerful. This woman declares the goddess is here to punish the wicked, but I don't trust her at all. Our girl's eyes are blazing, and she's staring down this other woman. This is a showdown. She's completely changed, and it's clear the goddess's blessing has transformed her. Wild. But the question is, what does this mean for her husband? This just got real. This woman, Miisa, is standing over our girl, all smug and superior, while the princess is visibly shaken. She's trembling. The princess tries to compose herself, but her eyes are darting around, clearly terrified. She's not okay. She's desperately trying to hide her fear, but her hands are shaking so badly, it's obvious she's falling apart. But then, she locks eyes with Miisa and a strange, icy resolve seems to settle over her. The game is changing. Okay, so this noblewoman is laying down the law, telling someone they better complete a task or else. This dude, Lord Cladonay, is getting chewed out. He demands an explanation for whatever is happening. But the noblewoman isn't playing games. She threatens to cut him down right where he stands if he fails. Sheev immediately pulls a knife, and honestly, it's a super aggressive move. Someone's watching with a narrowed eye, and you know that look means trouble is brewing. Suddenly, a blonde woman is being carried away and everyone is freaking out. What is going on? Someone calls out, saying they just came to check on the ladies' luncheon, but then spots Lord Cladonay. She explains she expected a peaceful scene, but instead finds him here, and it's clearly a problem. Someone is glancing at the scene, and even though they try to appear calm, you can tell they're shocked. They're thinking everything is going according to plan, but something feels off, doesn't it? Someone realizes the men's luncheon was moved, and it's a total setup. No way. This dude, young Master Cladonay, hears the realization and bursts out laughing, thinking he's so clever. But someone calls him out, straight up accusing him of refusing a royal command. Talk about a power move. He tries to grab the blonde woman, but another man steps in, blocking his advance. Our girl's inner voice is screaming about how arrogant this dude is. And honestly, she's not wrong. He tries to lower the sword, but someone grabs his hand, stopping him cold. She's thinking he's just a pawn, and it's a little scary how much control she has. She's giving orders, and everyone is falling in line. This woman is a mastermind. And then, she lays it out everyone will move exactly as she wants them to. She's got these guys wrapped around her finger, and it's clear she's running the whole show. He's laying out his plan. He needs an excuse to take down the Cladonay family, straight up. Our girl is getting close to him, offering to give him whatever he needs, but it's all a calculated move. She demands a fury-befitting devotion, and then she's practically in his arms, whispering her scheme. But another man overhears, and he's not thrilled. He wants to know what's going on. This dude wants an excuse, and our girl delivers. She'll give him one that lets him topple the Cladonay house. She gives the order to move, and her soldiers step forward, marching with purpose. They're walking through the gardens and everything is getting tense. You can feel the betrayal. But something's off. A servant is on the ground, and things are getting messy. He draws his sword, ready to strike, but someone stops him, declaring they have no need of him. No way, this dude is not messing around, and our girl is playing a dangerous game. She's baiting him, straight up demanding he punish the guy who wronged her. It's a test, but this dude isn't falling for it. He wants to see how far she'll push him, and it's getting intense. She's playing with fire, goading him to react violently, and honestly, it's kinda terrifying. He's losing it, practically vibrating with rage, and she's daring him to strike her. He's about to lose control, and she doubles down, suggesting he'll punch her in the face. What is happening? But then she pivots, saying maybe he'll just beg her to stop tormenting his wife, and the air is thick with tension. He's reeling, totally caught off guard, and she's just watching, a tiny smirk playing on her lips. No way, she's using his own rage against him, turning the tables in a seriously twisted game. He's completely unraveling, and she's reveling in his torment, pushing him further and further. This dude is spiraling, and our girl is enjoying every single second of it. She's a master manipulator. He's absolutely losing it, demanding to see her humiliated face at last. Talk about a power play. But then, a voice cuts through. It's His Majesty, and he's not impressed. Someone is stepping forward, and it looks like the king is about to shut this whole scene down. The king's face is icy, and he declares there's some kind of misunderstanding. This dude is trying to smooth things over, claiming he only stopped by to check on his wife. He insists he wouldn't dare defy a royal command, smooth but totally suspicious. And he doubles down, saying he wouldn't even dream of going against His Majesty. What a liar. He's laying it on thick, saying he simply wished to see his wife. Yeah, right. However, our girl is not buying it, and her expression is pure fire. She's got that "I see right through your game" look, and honestly, this is gonna be good. He's revealing a secret Lady Maleka told him. Prepare for a twist. No way, his wife is terrified of birds, and this garden is full of them. What a setup. Flashback time. We see his wife having a full-blown meltdown around birds. It's intense. But the head lady, in waiting, deliberately brought her here, despite knowing about the phobia. Seriously? He's accusing her of not caring for his wife properly and letting her get hurt. The drama is escalating. He's spiraling, but our girl isn't backing down. She's totally calling him out on his hypocrisy. He's practically begging for forgiveness, and she's giving him the coldest shoulder. Savage. He's trying to play the innocent card, claiming he just wanted to check on her. As if he's doubling down on the lie, but she's seeing right through him. This dude is digging his own grave. However, she's not letting him off the hook. She wants answers, and she wants them now. This dude is straight up questioning why the head lady in waiting would know about her bird phobia. He realizes the head lady must have known, and that's a huge problem. He's laying it all out. She deliberately brought his wife here, knowing it would cause her distress. But our girl is relentless, demanding to know why. She's not letting this go, and honestly, good for her. Okay, so our girl wakes up in a totally unfamiliar room, looking seriously confused. She's lying in bed, but everything feels off, like majorly off, and she's trying to figure out where she is. She sits up, eyes scanning the room, and she's clearly freaking out because this isn't her space at all. She clutches her head, aching, and starts to question if this is even real. Is she dreaming? Then she blurts out, "This room," and it hits her. She's back at the Cladony mansion. No way! But she's completely lost, trying to piece together how she even got here after everything that happened. She's questioning everything, desperately trying to remember the events that led to her being back in this place. She's totally disoriented, wondering if she's lost her mind, and it's honestly heartbreaking to watch. She's clutching her head, and a sharp pain shoots through it, and it's clear she's struggling to grasp reality. Our girl is straight up panicking, desperately trying to make sense of it all, and honestly, we're right there with her. Someone's asking what's going on, and our girl remembers Nymeria drugging her with something strange. This older woman is looking absolutely horrified, like she's seen a ghost or something. She recalls getting the drug and a cracking sound. Oh no, this is bad. We get a close-up of her face, and another crack. Something is seriously wrong with her body. It's cracking everywhere, her skin, her bones. It's terrifying, and she's clearly in immense pain. She's falling apart, literally, and someone is reaching for her, but it's too late. She's crumbling to pieces, and we get a glimpse of her eye, still open and full of shock. She's basically disintegrating into dust, and honestly, it's brutal. We see her feet floating upwards, completely detached, and it's so unsettling. She's turning around, trying to run, but it's all a blur and she's clearly losing control. He's desperately calling for her, running full speed, but she's fading away right before his eyes. She wants to see him, to tell him something, but it's like she's trapped in a nightmare. He grabs for her, trying to hold on to whatever's left, begging her to speak. It's heartbreaking. She's looking up at him, eyes wide with shock, and for a second, it looks like she's questioning reality. But then, a realization hits her. This isn't a dream. It's actually happening. He pulls her close, and honestly, the tension is insane. It's a total power move. He's pressing her against him, holding her tight, and it's clear he won't let her go. She flushes bright pink, completely overwhelmed, and it's a total mood shift. She whispers his name, Miesa, and it's like the world stops spinning for a moment. She finally believes it's real, and this dude is straight up her savior. He's apologizing, saying he's sorry for everything she's been through. Finally, our girl is completely broken though. She whispers for Eric, but it's like she's barely there, fading away with each breath. No way. He's holding her so tight, pleading with her to come back to the house of Cladona, desperate to fix things. And then he leans in for a kiss. It's so intense, so unexpected, and she's completely lost. He starts to drink her in, a dark and possessive kiss, and our girl's eyes are wide with shock. What is happening? But it's not a gentle kiss, it's violent. He's drawing blood, and she's actually accepting it, like she needs it. She's returning the kiss, and honestly, it's a little terrifying. She's embracing the darkness with him. He pulls back slightly, looking down at her with a strange intensity, and it's clear this isn't about love anymore. She's staring back, eyes glowing, and it's like she's transforming. Something is changing within her. He's got a predatory look, and she's responding in kind. This isn't a rescue, it's a power play, and it's unsettling. He's cradling her, whispering he still wants to be with her. It's intense, bro. She's leaning into him, accepting his embrace, but something feels off, honestly. He's pulling her closer, and it's not sweet. It's possessive, like he's claiming her. She's responding, mirroring his intensity, and it's like they're both lost in darkness. They're tangled together, and she's shaking her head slightly. Is she resisting or giving in? He kisses her again, a deep, desperate kiss, and she's completely surrendered now. He's got her pinned, and she's tracing the lines of his face. This is getting wild. She's whispering his name, and he's practically devouring her with his gaze. He pulls away, staring at her with a chilling intensity, and it's clear something has shifted. She meets his gaze, and it's like they've both transformed. They're dangerous, and I'm kinda scared. Okay, so she's been out for a WK. This dude is dropping bombshells on our girl, and she's totally shocked. She's reeling, trying to process this, but he's already grabbing her, like he's about to pull her into a vortex. He's demanding she see the truth, and straight up starts ripping open her dress. No warning, no consent, just wow. She's fighting back, trying to cover herself, but this dude is relentless, and it's honestly terrifying to watch. He's tugging at her clothes, insisting she needs to see what he sees, and she's completely frozen, eyes wide with panic. He's finally exposing her, and it looks like she's covered in scars, but she's staring at him, confused, like she has no idea. He's staring back, his expression unreadable, and it's like a switch has flipped. This dude is ice cold. She's finally realizing the extent of what happened, and it's hitting her hard. No way she was just asleep for a week. He's still watching her, and it's clear he knew all along. He let her sleep through it all, and that's messed up. But our girl is waking up, and I think she's about to unleash a whole new level of fury. Prepare for chaos. He's pulling her closer, and she's finally reacting. A confused huh escapes her lips. She's suddenly sitting up, fully awake, and ripping her dress open, exposing all the scars he already saw. She's demanding to know why he let this happen, why he didn't protect her, and honestly, she has a right to be furious. He's grabbing a strand of her hair, like he's trying to hold on to something, and it's a super unsettling power move. Okay, so this dude, the husband, is questioning who the blonde woman is, the one who was with the king at the festival. He realizes she's the king's concubine, and immediately gets suspicious, like, what's the connection? He turns to our girl Misa and straight up asks if anything happened between her and this woman. No chill at all. Misa is visibly shaken, and admits she's not even sure if their encounter was real or a dream, which is kinda weird. But she does remember talking to Anika the concubine, and that's enough to send this dude into overdrive. He's demanding to know what they spoke about, and honestly, his intensity is a little scary right now. Misa tries to reassure him it's all okay, saying she remembers the woman was there when he rushed to the garden. However, he presses her, needing to know exactly what she said to Anika, and you can feel the tension building. Misa looks flustered, replaying the conversation in her head, and we're left hanging with what she might reveal. This dude is seriously intense, and our girl is caught in the middle of some royal drama. What a mess. He tells Misa to keep writing, wanting her to be comfortable, but it's a total setup, bro. He pauses her writing and stares intensely. Something is definitely up with this dude. He's thinking about Anika, and it's clear he suspects Misa wasn't just delirious from her fever. Misa remembers talking to Anika, and her eyes fill with tears. She's seriously rattled right now. He wonders if Misa thought he was the one she was talking to at first, and his gaze is piercing. He's scribbling on the paper, lost in thought, and starts to suspect the drug Anika gave her affected specific senses. Misa flinches as he gets closer, and this dude is straight up scratching his own arm. He's unraveling. He's muttering about something being wrong, and Misa looks genuinely terrified. He's questioning what the drug did to her, and what Anika was really after. But now he's starting to piece things together. This is about to get intense, you guys. Misa suddenly remembers Anika's execution. She was accused of insulting the royal family, and our girl is spiraling. She worries if Bermel has found out about her past, fearing it could endanger her family. Straight up, this is terrifying. But this dude, Eric, totally reads her mind and assures her he's got it covered. He's so protective. He explains that if anyone tells the king about her, it would imply she was working with Anika all along. Genius. Eric pulls Misa close, and she looks so relieved. He's seriously stepping up to shield her from everything. He's thinking about how to protect the Cladini family, and honestly, this dude is a powerhouse. We love a man who takes charge. He reassures her that even if someone does spill the beans, it'll look like she was in on Anika's scheme. He's playing 4D chess. Misa is visibly shaken, clutching the paper as if her life depends on it. And it kind of does, right? Eric calls her name Misa, and his expression is intense. He's totally got her back against whatever's coming. He's promising to protect her no matter what, and honestly, this is the romance we signed up for. Swoon. Misa is a mess, totally broken down, and Eric pulls her into a tight hug. It's heartbreaking, honestly. He tells her not to cry, but she's convinced everything is her fault, and she failed to protect everyone. She's spiraling, blaming herself for everything that happened, but Eric is not having it. Eric is straight up furious, clenching his jaw and promising to make things right. This dude is a force. Misa is still sobbing, clinging to him, and Eric's expression is intense, like he's vowing vengeance. He swears in the name of the Cladine family, a huge promise, and it sounds like he means business. Misa is completely distraught, curled up and overwhelmed, but Eric is holding her tight, offering comfort. He's declaring he'll give everything he has to fix this, and we're talking about a powerful family, no joke. Eric is a picture of fierce determination, and Misa looks up at him with tear-filled eyes, seeking reassurance. He's radiating protectiveness, and it's clear he's ready to tear down anyone who hurt her. This is the energy we need. Someone's sick. Purplish spots and a high fever have everyone worried in the infirmary. They ask if anyone recognizes the symptoms, and Misa chimes in, offering to help with bandages. But the doctor admits he's never seen anything like this before, and asks if the spots cover the whole body. Misa confirms they do, thankfully fading now, and the doctor looks concerned. This is getting serious. This dude, a mysterious newcomer, suddenly shows up and asks who the patient is, super sus. Everyone's confused, but Misa is quick to point out it's clearly a fever with purple spots. The doctor says he'll investigate, but seems to think it's just a simple fever. He's so wrong. And then this guy casually asks, who's the guy, huh? Talk about adding to the drama? Misa is over it, straight up demanding to know what he's on about. Oh, come on. Misa's clearly annoyed. It's obvious she wants answers and fast. Okay, so this dude is grinning like he knows something awful, and Misa just drops a bomb. It's syphilis. Someone is asking who messed up, and Misa is not having it. She's straight up yelling at him. This other guy flinches, trying to play innocent, but Misa is relentless, accusing him of something. She's pointing and screaming that he doesn't even know what he's talking about. Our girl is fierce. He's babbling about always being like this, but honestly, that's a terrible excuse. Someone else chimes in, saying that's nothing to be proud of, and then asks who the patient even is. We get a close-up of Eric, looking intense. He's about to get some answers, and I'm here for it. Misa stammers, trying to explain, but it's clear she's hiding something, and the tension is building. But Eric isn't buying it. He's staring at her, demanding to know the truth, and honestly, good for him. No way. The camera pans to reveal a shadowy figure watching them, and this whole situation just got way more complicated. Eric warns Misa to watch her mouth, and then drops a bomb. It's not a disease. She stammers, insisting she can swear it, but then someone slams a door open, and the whole room goes silent. Two attendants stand there seething, and someone else calmly says Eric's accusations are completely baseless. However, the attendants are still fuming, and it's clear they believe Eric is right. This is getting messy. Okay, so Misa is recovering, and everyone realizes they need another person to help take care of her. Her husband is straight up refusing to leave her side, which is kinda sweet, but also a little intense. He asks if someone trustworthy can watch over Misa, but he's clearly not thrilled about it. But then this other dude steps up and offers to help as much as he can, which is a relief. The husband is skeptical at first, but admits it'll take a load off his mind. Finally, some help. However, he's got something else to discuss, hinting at bigger issues brewing. He starts talking about the Foundation Festival, and things get super serious, super fast. Turns out the events at the festival proved something beyond a doubt, and it's clearly bad news. We get a glimpse of a mysterious figure, white hair, looking all ominous, and our girl is in trouble. This dude is clearly a threat, and it's setting up a major showdown. I can feel it! Okay, so the husband is laying down the law. He knows this other noble is purposely targeting Misa to ruin their house. He's absolutely furious that someone would harm Misa, and declares they can't just sit and wait for it to happen. Straight up, he's saying they need to strike first, drawing their swords and taking the fight to this dude. The other noble is all brooding and serious, clearly agreeing. This is about to get intense. He asks if there's a plan, and the husband reveals they suspect the Crispin house is exaggerating their wealth. They're thinking the Crispin family won't be able to pay the huge compensation they're about to demand, which is savage. Now they're all cloaked and mysterious, planning something in the dark. It's giving major villain vibes. But honestly, this is a power move and I'm here for it. Our girl deserves justice? The husband looks determined, and this whole scene is just radiating. We're about to cause some chaos energy. And the fact that Misa is right there with them. She's not backing down, and that makes everything even better. Okay, so the husband is laying out the plan. They need to replace everyone in power who's loyal to Bermel. But ruling the kingdom is hard when everyone is on the wrong side, so a purge is inevitable, honestly. He asks if they have any replacement candidates in mind, and this dude starts listing names. The head of the Salaka's house is first. The husband keeps naming off potential allies, and it's clear they're building a whole new power structure. However, Misa suddenly interrupts, demanding to know what's going on with the Crispin house. She's straight up furious about their scheming, and it's awesome to see her take charge. The husband explains they're using the Crispin family's greed against them. It's a risky move, but genius. But the husband's got a secret weapon. He's confident in Misa's ability to handle the fallout. Miesa is still bleeding from earlier, but she's determined to see this through. Our girl is a fighter, no doubt. She gives a subtle but menacing smile, and honestly, that's all the warning anyone needs. The husband is assessing Burmo's value right now, like, how much power does he really have? Someone is clearly injured, bleeding from a wound. But they're trying to act like it's nothing, which is intense. Okay, so the husband needs to legitimize a rebellion, and that means finding someone to take the throne. He's looking at the mansion, probably thinking about all the political maneuvering he's got to do. This dude is standing in the window, looking all brooding and powerful. He's definitely plotting. The husband explains they need someone who can succeed Barmel, which is a massive ask, honestly. Miesa reveals she didn't want to speak to anyone from the House of Cladina, and the tension is building. She's straight up refusing to work with them, and you can feel the animosity radiating off her. But the husband is playing the long game, using the Crispin family's greed to his advantage. It's savage. He's confident Misa can handle the fallout, and that's all she needs to hear to go into beast mode. Lord Cladine is staring at Misa like a full-on intense gaze, and she's not having it. This dude Cladine straight up mocks her serious face, saying she looks like she carries the world's weight. He reluctantly agrees to listen to her, but makes it clear he expects it to be a waste of time. Rude. Misa starts talking, but Cladine is already dismissing her, and his aide warns he can't even handle a 10-minute conversation. Cladine claims he doesn't want to be disagreeable, but can't sit still for long, a flimsy excuse, honestly. He explains staying still brings up terrible memories, especially when sober, and then dramatically throws open the curtains. So, Misa is laying it all out for Cladine, and the husband is watching the whole thing play out. Cladine taps the table dismissively, clearly unimpressed, but Misa doesn't even flinch. His aide warns him she can't maintain a conversation for more than 10 minutes. But Cladine just says, oh. Cladine explains when he sits still for too long, horrible memories resurface. What is his deal, seriously? Cladine demands to know why Misa rejected their proposal. Straight up, he wants answers. Misa snickers and asks if he's really getting to the point, and then drops a bomb. She still thinks he can cooperate even in his current state. She raises a bottle of wine, and the husband is clearly questioning her sanity. But Misa doesn't even seem to notice. Misa starts to speak, a simple "I'm" hanging in the air, and the tension is killing me. This dude, the Emperor, is straight up confronting someone, looking super smug and menacing. We cut to Misa, looking fragile and broken, remembering the people who once lived in Celia Palace. But then it hits her. Her own mother was among them, and she starts spiraling, like Rowley's spiraling. No way, she's having a full-on flashback, reliving some seriously traumatic stuff, and it's intense. The Emperor is totally losing it, clutching his chest like he's been punched. Honestly, everything goes black for a sec. Major dramatic pause. Then we're back in the palace. The Emperor demands to know if his brother knew any of this, and our girl's brother looks shocked. Miesa is a mess, consumed by visions, and she's apparently been like this for ages, just crumbling. Someone describes her constantly reliving trauma, barely able to function, and it's heartbreaking. The Emperor is laying it all out, detailing how Misa would just sit and giggle insanely in a corner. The Emperor demands someone ensure Misa gets proper meals, revealing she's been surviving on basically nothing. He's furious. She's been forced to live like an animal, and it's clearly eating him up inside. The Emperor's brother steps forward, questioning what's going on, but the Emperor just stares him down. The brother is all like, "Are you sure about this?" And the Emperor just doubles down on his orders. He's insistent that Misa gets fed, but his brother seems skeptical, like he doesn't understand the situation at all. The Emperor's face is intense. A trickle of blood runs from his lip, and honestly, it's terrifying. He orders his brother to retire to his room, but then stops, clearly rethinking something. The Emperor says no, and then repeats Lord Cladine, as if remembering something crucial. His brother looks confused, but the Emperor is lost in thought, and it's clear this is about more than just food. Okay, so the Emperor suddenly remembers Seleth, the court palatine. Apparently, he's a big deal. He's practically begging someone to warn Seleth, because this dude is dangerous, straight up. We see Seleth, looking all haunted, clutching something, and it's clear he's seen some stuff. The Emperor's brother is still confused, but the Emperor's face is intense, like, you better listen, intense. Word gets around that Seleth has been secretly building up his army, which is concerning, to say the least. Apparently, Seleth played a huge role in turning the Knights of Esquire into the force they are now, super quickly. And get this, he did it in an extremely short amount of time, which is wild considering the scale. The Emperor is alone, gripping a sword, and the atmosphere is thick with dread. Something is definitely brewing. He's clearly bracing for a confrontation, like he knows Seleth is coming for something, and it's not good. The Emperor is sitting alone, looking defeated, but you can tell he's not going down without a fight. The Emperor thinks Seleth is just trying to boost the kingdom's military, but something feels off to him. He's not so sure. There's a different vibe this time, like Seleth is hiding something bigger. It almost feels like Seleth is working behind Bermel's back, which is concerning, to say the least. Someone asks if he's suggesting Seleth would betray the king, and the Emperor's response is chilling. Apparently, Seleth is slowly but surely gaining control of most of the kingdom's military power. No way! At this rate, it's very possible Seleth plans to take the throne himself, and honestly, that's terrifying. The Emperor is slumped over, looking defeated, but you can tell he's not giving up yet. He's bracing for a showdown, and it's clear Seleth is about to make a power play. The Emperor's brother is skeptical, but the Emperor is convinced Seleth is up to something serious. But our girl's husband is already suspicious, and it seems he's been watching Seleth for a while. Seleth is laying it all out. This dude has always been greedy and will stop at nothing. He straight up says the court palatine is the one who twisted Bermel into the tyrant he is now. Apparently, it was Seleth's efforts that put Bermel on the throne, which is a lot to unpack. Seleth believes he could take the throne back from Bermel if he wanted to, and honestly, that tracks. The Emperor seems to agree Seleth is reasonable, but he's still wary. Good, he should be. But even so, the Emperor points out Bermel has no royal blood, so his claim to the throne is weak. The Emperor's brother plops down on the couch, looking completely unbothered, which is weird. He explains the kingdom believes only those with royal blood can inherit the crown. A pretty strict rule. We get a close-up of the Emperor's brother, and he's definitely hiding something under his hand. It's a ring, and it looks suspiciously like the one Bermel was wearing. No way! The Emperor's brother is not happy, slamming his fist down and demanding to know what's being insinuated. He's furious, but insists he won't let Misa get tangled in this palace mess. Protective older brother vibes, I guess. He declares the moment things escalate, he's sending Misa far, far away, because she has no place ruling. But the Emperor's brother interrupts, saying Misa isn't even in a position to rule a kingdom. Ouch, low blow. He's practically begging them not to notice he isn't a king himself. This dude is so insecure, it's painful. He wants to keep Misa safe from the palace, saying she shouldn't be involved ever again. Seems genuine, but he tries to calm everyone down but accidentally knocks over a cup while gesturing. Clumsy king in waiting. He starts reminiscing about Misa's mother, and things get seriously emotional. A flashback is coming, I can feel it. He's embracing a portrait of Misa's mom, and it's clear they were super close. This is getting heavy. He fervently hopes his suspicions about the court palatine are wrong. Talk about a mood. But it seems the court palatine is asking a lot of questions about Misa, and that's super shady. Our girl is looking absolutely gorgeous, but she's clearly distressed, clutching her arm. Something's up. However, the court palatine is straight up Semarkheim, and honestly, that's terrifying. This dude, the brother, is straight up spying on our girl through a window, looking all intense. He's muttering about wanting to just look at people unnoticed and observe their behavior. Creepy much. He's watching Misa, and honestly, the way he's staring is giving major bad vibes. Misa looks so fragile, but she's clearly aware she's being watched and tries to maintain her composure. But the brother isn't stopping there. He's fixated, completely consumed by whatever he's planning. He's convinced Misa is content with how things are, which is a total lie, and it's infuriating. Flashback time. We see him tenderly holding her, but it's all a facade, a twisted display of control. He's claiming she lost everything, but we know he's the one who took it all away from her. Our girl is pretending to be happy, but her eyes tell a different story. She's a master of deception. He asks if she's truly content, but it's a loaded question, and she's clearly trapped in his game. Okay, so the brother is laying it on THEK, saying Misa is still trapped even after escaping that awful place. But Misa's husband, this dude is not having it. He sees right through the manipulation and calls her out. He asks if she's angry, if she thinks it's unfair, and Misa just smiles, which is so unsettling. She's laughing, but it's a hollow, empty sound. She's completely shutting down, and it's heartbreaking. Her husband is reeling, like he can't even fathom the pain she's endured, and honestly, same. He's saying how lonely it must have been for her all those years, and you can see the sympathy in his eyes. He pulls her into a hug, and Misa finally breaks. Tears are streaming down her face. It's a lot. He admits he could never truly understand the life she's lived, and it's such a raw, honest moment. She's leaning into him, completely vulnerable, and it's clear this hug is a turning point for our girl. And honestly, this dude is finally showing her the kindness she deserves after everything she's been through. Her sister is laying it all out. If Misa keeps running and hiding, she'll never be able to achieve anything. The husband steps in, saying she won't gain anything by hiding herself, and honestly, it's a huge realization. Misa weakly says you, but it's clear she's starting to unravel, and it's so painful to watch. She's admitting it's pointless, that she won't gain anything for herself or their relationship, and the tension is killing me. And then, a flashback, we see the sister years ago full of life and joy with a bouquet of flowers. The sister's voiceover hits hard. She warns Misa not to make the same mistake she did, to not let regret consume her. She's saying once you lose everything, it's too late, and bro, this is straight up devastating. We're back to the present, and Misa's husband just looks completely heartbroken for her. Misa finally admits she should have been brave, even just once all those years ago. It's a massive confession. But her sister's final words hit different. Don't make my mistake, Misa, because regret will swallow you whole. Her husband is straight up telling Misa she doesn't have to be chained to Bermel anymore, and our girl is finally letting it sink in. Feathers are fluttering everywhere as she seems to disintegrate. It's super unsettling, honestly. But then her husband reaches for her, and it's like he's pulling her back from the brink, grabbing at the falling feathers. She's falling, completely undone, but he's holding on tight, and it's a powerful visual. He says there will be moments when she feels so afraid she wants to give up. Bro, tell me about it. However, he insists she remembers this moment, this connection. When those dark times hit, we get a flashback to a gorgeous scene of Misa surrounded by people who clearly love her, and it's a total contrast to her life now. He's saying no matter who she is, no matter what she's been through, she deserves to be loved and cherished. Another flashback, this time Misa and a woman are holding hands, a sweet moment of quiet intimacy. And honestly, this whole sequence is a promise of healing, and a future where she can finally be herself. Her husband promises they will fight alongside her to the very end. Talk about a power move. He says they will forever be her ally, and honestly, our girl looks like she might actually believe it. Then he drops the biggest bomb: they will forever be her home, and Misa is clearly overwhelmed. She pleads with him, asking him to listen, and it's heartbreaking because you can see the years of pain in her eyes. He cups her face, and she's on the verge of breaking down, but he's holding her together. It's so tender. The scene is bathed in golden light, and it feels like a promise of warmth after a lifetime of cold. But it's not just about warmth. He's telling her she deserves kindness, and it's a direct rejection of everything Bermel did. He's reminding her of the love she's did receive, and it's like he's rebuilding her from the inside out. She's finally letting herself lean on him, trusting in this newfound safety, and it's a huge moment for her. This dude is straight up giving her everything she never had: a home, an ally, and a reason to fight. Lady Cladonay is straight up pouring her heart out. She wants to escape Bermel and protect everyone. She specifically wants to protect the house of Cladonay, but admits she doesn't even know how to do it. But she's not giving up. She's going to try, and honestly, that's all anyone can ask for. She's vulnerable, but determined, and her husband is just there for it, soaking it all in. This is huge. She's finally verbalizing her desires, her fears, and her hopes for the future. It's a total 180 from the Icy Princess act, and you can feel her walls crumbling with every word. He's listening intently, completely captivated, and it's a beautiful, intimate moment between them. Our girl is laying it all on the line, and he's meeting her with unwavering support. It's perfect. She's admitting her weakness, her desperation, and her desire to shield her family. It's so raw. And she's decided she will try, even if she doesn't know how. And bro, that's a queen move. He's worried about her throat, saying he heard her voice was strained. Smooth move, mister. But it's totally a setup, because he immediately follows that up with how beautiful her voice is. He's playing the long game. Our girl is laying it on thick, playing the delicate, recovering patient. She's a master manipulator. Honestly, he's absolutely eating it up, captivated by her every word, and she knows it. This dude is falling hard. Okay, so our girl is walking with her husband, and the palace is gorgeous, bathed in golden light. Someone asks if her mother taught her how to use hand signals, which is a super weird question to start with. She straight up confirms it, and then adds that her mother taught her a lot more than just hand signals. Mysterious. Apparently, Lady Cladna was amazed by how quickly she learns. Our girl is a prodigy, clearly. This dude is clearly catching on to the fact that something is going on with her past and her lessons. She keeps talking, trying to downplay everything, but he's not buying it for a second. But then someone shouts she did. What even happens? As they see something at the palace. The palace comes into view, and it looks like someone has been watching her, maybe even setting a trap. She continues to boast about her skills, but it's all a distraction from what's really happening. She reveals her mother taught her so much more than hand signals, hinting at a deeper, darker secret. She's explaining how her mother taught her to manipulate people. It's honestly kinda terrifying. This dude Misa is so not impressed and calls her out on it immediately. She tries to backtrack, saying she didn't mean that, but he's giving her the side eye. He asks why her mother would even teach her these things. A legit question, honestly. Our girl is silent, clearly lost in thought, and it's super ominous. Then, someone announces that Lady Cladany knows she was sane all along. No way! It turns out Lady Cladany was onto her the whole time, and she's been playing a long game. She's recalling her mother's lessons, and it's clear she's realizing the truth about everything. Suddenly, she's remembering a conversation, and it's a total flashback moment. But now she realizes her mother didn't just teach her how to control others. She was preparing her for something else. He walks with her, completely shocked. He had no idea she was faking the whole time. At first, he thought she was just testing him, seeing if he'd recognize her sanity. But then, she remembers her mother's lessons, realizing it wasn't about manipulation, but about building courage. She feels stronger after hearing her mother's words, and this dude starts to notice a change in her. She clutches at his uniform, and it's a total power move. She's taking control of the situation. She confesses that up until now, she's only had herself to protect, and it's heartbreaking. But here's the kicker. She was preparing for something far beyond just surviving her brother. She's been bracing herself, protecting herself, and it's a total gut punch. This revelation is huge, and it's clear she's about to reveal everything. Our girl is finally ready to show her true strength. And honestly, it's about time. She says she just wanted to survive, but now everything's changed. She's realizing she has so much more to fight for. She needs strength, straight up, because simply existing isn't enough anymore. Our girl declares she can't just stand by and do nothing like she used to, and it's a total turning point. She says the name Miesa, and it's clear that protecting her is the new mission. She's smiling, but it's not the fake, brittle smile from before. This one is filled with determination. She's finally letting go of just surviving and embracing a future where she actively protects what matters. The scene shifts to a gorgeous landscape, and it feels like a visual representation of her newfound hope. She's standing tall, with her long hair flowing, looking like a true queen ready to take charge. Our girl is radiating power, and honestly, this is the princess we've been waiting for the entire time. She's done being a pawn and is now stepping into her role as a protector. It's epic? Okay, so she's reminiscing, and it's hitting different. She's constantly amazed by Burmel, like constantly. But here's the kicker: Burmel straight up murdered everyone she loved, right before her eyes. No way. He forced her to act her entire life, to pretend she was fragile when she was actually surviving. Brutal. She imagines the crippling fear he instilled in her, and honestly, it's heartbreaking. This dude was terrifying. Even Hargale, who tried to overthrow the king, couldn't handle the level of pain Burmel caused. We see him now drinking alone, and it's clear this dude is completely broken, drowning his sorrows. He abandoned all hope after facing that trauma, and just managed to survive each day with alcohol. But despite all that darkness, our girl is looking at him, and she's still seeing something more. And yet, she's still holding onto a glimmer of hope, a possibility that maybe, just maybe, things can change. This is a total cliffhanger, and honestly, I need answers now. What does she see in him? Bermel thinks a powerless girl stands before him, but our girl is standing on her own 2 feet. A total power move. She's telling him she still wants to protect what's dear to her, and honestly, it's sending chills. She looks him dead in the eye with unwavering hope, and it's a direct challenge to everything he thought he knew. He's speechless, completely stunned by her strength, and we are too, honestly. Their hands meet, and it's like electricity. A connection forming in the middle of all this chaos. She's bathed in golden light, and it's symbolic of a new beginning, a chance for them both. Our girl is radiant, and she's finally reclaiming her power. It's a gorgeous moment. But this isn't just about her. She's reaching for him, offering a lifeline even after everything. He's completely broken down, but she's offering him a chance to rebuild, and it's so bittersweet. She's giving him everything, and he's taking it, finally letting someone see past his darkness. He thanks her for holding on, and honestly, it's a huge moment of vulnerability from this dude, but he doesn't stop there. He straight up apologizes for how he acted last time. No way! He's letting his guard down, and it's a total 180 from the cold guy we've seen before. However, she's not just accepting his apology, she's offering him a chance to truly connect, and it's beautiful. Okay, so the scene opens with a fancy room and a window swinging open, like, dramatically. A maid rushes in, totally freaking out and asking where Mistress Cladine is. She finds our girl, Cladine, collapsed on a couch, looking absolutely wrecked and covered in flowers. The maid assumes the young master, Cladine's awful brother, is just bad at showing affection, which, honestly, is a huge understatement. Cladine lets out a little emph, and the maid is seriously worried she's still upset. But here's the kicker: Cladine straight up says it's not love that makes him act this way. She's laying there, looking heartbroken, and admitting he just treats her well because she's family. The maid is having none of it, telling her, "Oh, come on. She's trying to defend this dude." And just when you think things can't get more intense, Cladine whispers she wishes she hadn't said anything, because no way is this brother acting out of love, and our girl is realizing she's in deep. Okay, so the maid starts rambling about how passionate Cladine and her husband are, like, seriously. Cladine's eyes widen and she's clearly shocked, asking what that even means. The maid stumbles over her words, starting to explain, but it's already getting awkward. She finally blurts out that a couple's love can be measured by how often they sleep together, and Cladine is blushing. Cladine is totally flustered, and the maid is just standing there while the room feels like it's spinning. But hold up. Cladine straight up asks how often they sleep together, and the maid is mortified. The maid tries to shut it down, saying people might overhear, and Cladine is practically grabbing her. Cladine demands an answer, and the maid is screaming at her to keep her voice down. This is wild. And honestly, Cladine's face says it all. She's completely horrified and red as a tomato. The maid's confession is spilling out, and it's clear Cladine's husband is a very active partner. Cladine's spiraling. She confesses Eric hasn't touched her lately, and she's begging him for attention. She admits she practically begged him to consummate their marriage for ages, but now it's different. And get this, he even refused to kiss her, so she ended up initiating it just a short while ago. Our girl is sweating bullets, totally freaking out, but she tries to play it cool, saying everything is fine. She claims Eric is just being careful after everything that happened. Yeah, right, she's totally trying to convince herself. But the maid isn't buying it, asking if she's sure, and Cladine's grip on the flowers is getting tighter. The maid drops a bomb. Cladine's health has been unstable since she was poisoned, which is convenient. And just when you think it's over, Eric peeks around the corner, looking straight at them. His expression is unreadable, a slight smirk playing on his lips. This dude is definitely processing everything. Seriously, that look, it's like he's enjoying their discomfort, and our girl is about to lose it. Cladine worries there might be side effects from the antidote, but the maid assures her itchy hands and feet are of good sign. The maid notices Cladine scratching and examines her hand, confirming the poison is leaving her system. But she's still concerned. She asks about a headache, and Cladine insists she's fine, trying to brush it off like it's nothing. The maid points out Cladine's fever has broken and the purple spots are fading, hoping she's truly healed. However, Eric suddenly appears and his expression is intense to say the least. Bro is definitely judging. He stares at Cladine and straight up admits he was worried about her, but his face says something else entirely. Eric gently cups her face, and she looks totally flustered, but he's holding back a lot, you can tell. He whispers he was worried, and honestly, the intensity is making my palms sweat. This dude is hiding something. Chladni looks lost, but Eric's grip tightens and his expression shifts. This is not a comforting moment, I'm telling you. He's staring right through her, and it's clear he knows exactly what she's been up to, and our girl is completely exposed. Chladni asks the maids about mixing drugs. She's straight up fishing for info, and they confirm it's a bad idea. She presses further, wanting to know if combining medications makes it harder to heal, and they hesitantly say yes. The maids explain doctors usually only use one medicine at a time, and Chladni's expression is giving me chills. She's remembering back to the palace, and it hits her. Nymeria had a whole collection of strange drugs. But wait, the scene shifts and Eric is furious, demanding to know what she means by all the drugs. He remembers she told him she was often drugged at the palace, and bro is not happy about it. Eric's grip tightens, and she looks completely cornered. No way she expected him to connect the dots so fast. He's questioning her, and it's clear he's realized she's been systematically poisoned, and she's lost for words. He's basically accusing someone of drugging her, and Chladni's mind is racing. Who could it be? This is getting intense. Eric wants to know who at the palace was drugging her, and she's finally breaking down. Eric reveals Nymeria made his stomach hurt, and Chladni is reeling. This is getting good! But it gets worse. He drops the bomb that he was unconscious for 2 days once, and Chladni is floored. Then, he reveals Nymeria drugged him with 2 doses of sedatives before their wedding. Can you even imagine? Chladni is absolutely shocked, and she demands to know what's going on, but Eric is already piecing it all together. She's desperately questioning how this could happen, but Eric confirms Nymeria actually did it. Chladni's maid overhears and gasps, completely stunned by the revelation. 2 doses? The maid confirms that amount of sedatives would knock out a horse, and Chladni is beyond horrified. Chladni is speechless, but the maid keeps nodding, confirming everything Eric says. And our girl, she's fuming. If she ever gets her hands on Nymeria, Chladni's face is a mask of fury. She's about to unleash a whole new level of wrath. I can feel it. Eric's cradling Chladni, totally heartbroken over what happened, and she's sobbing into his shoulder. It's a mess. She's trying to tell him she's okay, but Eric straight up refuses to let her brush it off. This dude is not having it. But Chladni insists she was brave and tough and survived. She's trying to reframe it, take back her power. And honestly, she's owning it, reminding herself she made it through, and Eric is just holding her tight, letting her process. Okay, so Lady Iceline is straight up laying a trap, giving this dude a sweet smile while clearly plotting something huge. Her husband, the general, is immediately suspicious. What are you planning? And you can feel the tension building, honestly. She throws shade at the king, questioning why he protects a princess who was treated like dirt in her own palace. Talk about bold. He's all trying to play it cool, but she's clearly getting under his skin, hinting at going against the king himself. This dude's face is turning red. He's getting seriously annoyed, saying he's been dealing with her nonsense for too long. He turns away from her, but she follows him, and you can tell this conversation is about to explode. He loses it, shouting about protecting revolting little madwomen. Wow, harsh words even for him. Lady Iceline is completely unfazed, giving him a chilling look and a sly smile, like she expected that reaction. But then she drops the bomb. She's thinking of killing him. No way, that's a major escalation. And honestly, the look on her face says she's completely serious, and this whole situation is about to get way more dangerous. She claims she'd never harm her husband, but is straight up thinking about it. It's all a calculated risk. Her real worry? If she messes up, Eric's claim to the title could be ruined, which is a whole other level of drama. This dude, the general, calls out her name like he's realizing something is seriously wrong. She turns around, looking all innocent, but the general is definitely not buying it. He's totally flinching. She says they need to appear like a faithful couple until Eric's succession is settled. Talk about manipulative. However, she's thinking the exact opposite, that she'd never do anything dangerous, while actively planning to do dangerous things. She's all smiles and sweetness, but her internal monologue is ice cold, and she's playing a long game. He asks Talisa again, and you can tell he's picking up on her lies. Bro, he's not dumb. She doubles down, saying her priority is even more than just avoiding suspicion. She's got layers. Our girl is a mastermind, and this dude is walking right into her web. It's gonna be a wild ride. She's laying it on thick, telling her father-in-law she's simply been docile to avoid trouble. But the general isn't fooled for a second. He's totally questioning her motives. She smoothly pivots, saying she's just worried about Eric's position. Total pro move. However, she's secretly planning to use the next royal event for something big, and it's ominous. The general coughs, clearly suspicious, and calls her out for siding with Eric all along. She throws it back at him, claiming she's only been treated like a hindrance, and it's a burn. She then casually asks about the next royal event, like she hasn't just dropped a bomb. He agrees, and our girl's internal monologue reveals this event is the perfect time for her plan. She's thinking about how things can always be restored, like she's got a secret weapon. And honestly, she's got that ice-cold, scheming look in her eyes. She's about to unleash chaos. She's convinced Eric won't blame her for skipping his invitation, playing the innocent card. Smooth, right? But then someone drops a bomb. Rumors are circulating about her, and she's not happy. She demands to know what the rumors are, looking straight up furious. This dude is about to get grilled. The general reveals the whispers say she's been mourning Eric, which is a total misinterpretation. Our girl is reeling, realizing someone is actively trying to frame her. The stakes are getting higher. She's transported to a flashback, seeing a lavish palace and someone in chains. What is this? It's a memory of her past, and it looks like she was once imprisoned in this very place. No way! She's back in the present, determined to unravel the truth and protect herself. She's not backing down. The general is watching her, and she's desperately trying to keep her composure. The tension is insane. However, she's secretly plotting her revenge, and it involves using the upcoming event to her advantage. This dude, the general, is getting an earful. People are saying there's a temporary scarcity of goods. But it's not just a natural shortage. Someone is deliberately messing with the supply lines, straight up. And get this, they're spreading malicious rumors about Eric, trying to make him look bad. He's sitting on his throne looking all regal, but our girl is determined to nip these rumors in the bud. She knows rumors spread like wildfire, becoming truth before you can blink, and she won't let that happen. She's laying out her plan. She's going to use the upcoming event to expose whoever is behind all this. The general is watching her closely, and honestly, she's doing a great job of keeping her cool under pressure. But secretly, she's plotting her revenge. This is where things get really interesting. She's determined to find out who's behind this, and she won't stop until they're exposed. Eric is listening, his expression unreadable, and honestly, the tension is THCK right now. This general is dismissing the rumors of a goddess's curse, straight up calling it nonsense, but he admits he hasn't confirmed anything. But there's been a crazy increase in secret noble gatherings. Usually, these things die down after a big event like the festival, but they're actually growing. He suspects someone is intentionally organizing these meetings, and it's definitely not for tea. Then we cut to Eric, and our girl is laying it all out. She believes someone is scheming to restore his honor. But it's a twisted kind of restoration, because this dude is clearly plotting something nefarious. Eric is listening, and honestly, his face is giving off major "I already knew this" vibes. He's got a look in his eye, and it's clear he's not thrilled about any of this. The general's expression is intense. Bro, he's starting to realize just how deep this conspiracy goes. No way she's connecting the dots. Someone is using these gatherings to undermine Eric's power. Our girl declares she's going to find the source of these rumors, no matter what it takes. Eric immediately agrees to help, and honestly, it's a relief to see him on board with this. He reveals he's already been investigating, and suspects someone high-ranking is behind it all. But it's not just about restoring his honor. This person is actively trying to destabilize the entire empire. Our girl is all dressed up, looking gorgeous, but she's straight up heartbroken and asks why things have to be this way. She's lying in bed, hair everywhere, and asks if he's really not going to sleep with her anymore. It's a desperate plea. She's really laying it on thick, hoping he'll fall for the act, asking why he won't share the bed. He's just staring at her, and the tension is insane, bro. Like, what is he thinking? He leans in super close, and she asks him what's wrong, clearly trying to gauge his reaction. She's getting increasingly frantic, yelling at him to stop pretending he doesn't understand what she means. She's losing it. She accuses him of playing dumb, insisting he can't fool her. But honestly, she's the one doing the acting. Our girl lays out her reasoning. She knows sleeping together isn't just about heirs or consummating the marriage. She's really driving home the point. It's a way for couples to connect. and she wants that connection. He's so close, and she's looking up at him with this vulnerable expression. This dude is playing a dangerous game. She's laying it all out there, telling him he's always kind but never truly desires her. Ouch, that's cold. He suddenly clasps her hand, and she's totally caught off guard. Like, what is happening right now? He leans in close, and she's expecting something. But he drops a bomb saying she doesn't desire of him either. She's stunned. She can't believe he called her out like that. And honestly, the look on her face is priceless. He goes for it, initiating a kiss, and she's clearly reeling but doesn't pull away. This is getting intense. Kissing turns to more kissing, and she's practically begging him to touch her, to finally make a move. He finally responds, and she groans, seemingly getting what she wants, but something feels off. He suddenly pushes her off the bed and she's totally floored. No way, what just happened? She's left breathless, and he's looking down at her with a strange expression, huffing in frustration. She's lost for words, staring up at him, and he's clearly conflicted. This is a messy situation, bro. He delivers this whole speech about physical touch not equaling affection, straight up calling out anyone who thinks it does. He's sighing and looks genuinely frustrated, but then says she doesn't get to give her affection to anyone else now that they're married. Our girl is absolutely floored. She shouts at him, demanding to know if she's just a member of his family to him. She's spiraling, asking if she's the only one who wants more than just this arrangement. He's visibly shaken by her outburst, his expression shifting from annoyance to something else entirely. He tries to explain himself, but she just keeps yelling, and honestly, this scene is a total emotional roller coaster. She's demanding answers, and he's starting to look cornered, like he didn't expect her to fight back. He tries to justify his actions, saying he only did it to prove a point, but she's not buying it. He insists he was testing her, trying to see if her feelings were genuine, but it's coming off super manipulative. She's completely broken down, questioning everything, and this dude is just standing there. What a mess. He's alone, muttering that he's the only one who feels this way, still convinced he's the victim here. He lets out a hollow laugh, then straight up collapses onto the bed, looking utterly defeated. But then he's pinning her down, tying her wrists together. No way is this happening again. He's laughing, a chilling sound, and she's staring up at him, completely horrified and trapped. She tries to ask why he's laughing, but he just keeps smirking, and honestly, it's terrifying. He's reaching for her, and she's desperately trying to get him to stop, shouting that she's being serious. She demands to know why he's doing this, but he's just smiling, and it's sending chills down our spines. He asks if she can't see he's serious, and she's reaching for him, completely distraught and confused. She's screaming at him, asking why he's laughing, and it's clear she's reached her breaking point. She's pleading with him, saying she's being serious, but he just continues to reach for her. This is a disaster. He's cupping her face, and straight up tells our girl she's beautiful, like, seriously intense. But then he launches into this whole poetic speech about how nothing compares to her beauty. It's kinda creepy. He's saying her smile makes his heart flutter, and honestly, it's a lot. She's completely stunned, eyes wide, and he's leaning in closer. This is getting intense. He's confessing she's everything, and our girl is finally smiling, but it feels off. She's laughing, relieved, but he's still staring at her with this unsettling intensity. He's still reeling, and she's finally letting herself relax. But bro, something is so wrong here. She's basking in the sunlight, looking genuinely happy, and he's just watching her. He thinks she's a dream come true, and it's sweet. However, it's also super possessive. He's declaring she's the only world he needs, and honestly, this whole scene is giving me major red flags. He's confessing he has to force himself not to sweep her up in his arms. Talk about intense. Our girl's heart is pounding, and she's visibly shaken by his words, but then, he drops a bomb she hasn't fully recovered, and getting pregnant would be disastrous. No way, she's protesting, but he's already kneeling on the bed, reaching for her, and honestly, it's controlling. He's desperately trying to resist his desires, but he's leaning closer and closer, and it's suffocating. She whispers she wants him to hold her now, and this dude is clearly losing control. It's a mess. He's finally giving in, cupping her face, and it's a total 180 from his earlier restraint. He calls her Eric, and it's like a switch flips. He's completely consumed by his feelings. He's pulling her close, and she's finally letting go, but something feels seriously off about this whole situation. This dude is straight up obsessed, and our girl is trapped in his web. This is getting dark fast. He's begging her to keep talking, swallowing hard, and honestly, it's super unsettling. He demands she tell him everything, and it's less a request and more a command. Yikes. He's leaning in close, a predatory smirk forming, and our girl is trapped. This is seriously creepy. He's basically confessing he's obsessed with her vulnerability, and it's a total power play. It's a peaceful morning, birds chirping and all, but something feels off with this serene vibe. Cladony's maid is calling for her, sounding really worried. Something's definitely up with our girl. Cladony bursts into the room, looking totally frazzled and sweating, trying to cover herself up quickly. She's asking where Eric is, but then another woman cuts in, claiming Eric obliged her, which is a huge red flag. Cladony is straight up denying it, saying she didn't ask him to do that, and things are getting tense. The blonde woman insists it's not what it looks like, but Cladony is losing it, demanding she doesn't say anything else. They're arguing now, and Cladony's practically begging her not to worry. But it's clearly not working. The blonde woman then drops a bomb. She made sure she wouldn't get pregnant. No way. And honestly, that's a seriously messed up thing to say, and Cladony is completely speechless. Cladony remembers the natural birth control method she told the blonde woman about, and immediately flinches. Oh no. She admits they didn't actually use it, and the blonde woman's face falls. This is getting awkward fast. Cladony explains Eric scolded her when she even mentioned the method to him, and she looks totally bummed out. Apparently Eric's seen knights who use that method end up with unwanted kids. Wow, talk about a mood killer. The blonde woman backpedals, saying she just meant it as an option if things went wrong, and looks seriously flustered. She's apologizing now, claiming she was just worried about Cladony's health. But honestly, it feels like damage control. Cladony says it's fine, but then turns to rush off, desperate to get some fresh air and study with Lady Cladony. Her maid tries to stop her, pointing out she needs to get dressed first, but Cladony is having none of it. She demands her maid hurry up and put the clothes on her. And then the sound of something breaking? Everything's crashing around them, and this whole situation is spiraling out of control, fast. Suddenly, Ediel, the head maid, appears, and she looks shocked to see Cladony rushing off like this. She asks what brings them here, but Cladony's maid cuts in, explaining Lady Cladony sent a book for her to read, but it seems Cladony forgot it and left it behind. Talk about a convenient excuse. Cladony tries to play it cool, saying she just wanted to pick it up herself, but Ediel isn't buying it for a second. She turns to Eric, asking if something urgent is going on, and his expression is seriously intense. Eric's maid explains Lady Cladony requested Cladony read the book to her. What is going on with those two? Cladony's maid tries to explain, but Eric cuts her off, and honestly, he looks ready to explode. He demands to know why Lady Cladony would ask Cladony to read to her, and Cladony just stares back, totally speechless. Ediel is clearly flustered, and the maid is trying to cover for Cladony. This is a mess. Cladony finally speaks up, saying she'll explain later, but Eric's face is stone cold. This is not good, y'all. Eric demands to know if Ediel needs anything, but she's clearly rattled and keeps glancing at Cladony. The other maids are whispering, totally freaking out about what's happening. It's a full-blown scandal. But Eric just ignores the chaos and asks again why Cladony wanted to leave, and she finally says she'll explain everything later. He doesn't believe her for a second and insists she tell him now, his voice dangerously low. Cladony tries to deflect, saying it's nothing important, but Eric is having none of it. This dude is relentless. Suddenly, a messenger arrives, announcing that all the nobles are assembled to discuss the succession of the title. Eric declares he'll begin the succession ceremony immediately. Talk about a power move. He walks into a grand hall filled with important-looking people, and honestly, the tension is THK. However, everyone is staring at Eric, expecting him to announce his heir, and it's super awkward. Our girl Cladony is caught in the middle of all this, and you can tell she's completely lost. What a mess! Eric straight up demands everyone pledge allegiance to him as the new head of the house. Total power grab. The nobles begin to kneel and swear loyalty, but Cladony is totally blindsided by this sudden move. They all vow to follow Eric's will, and honestly, it's a bit terrifying how quickly they fall in line. Eric begins to walk forward, stepping onto a raised platform, and the hall falls silent. We get a close-up of Eric's intense gaze. This dude is radiating authority, and our girl is stuck in the middle. He's officially claiming his position, and the nobles are all looking up at him with a mix of fear and respect. But the look in Eric's eyes, it's not just about power. There's something else going on, and it's kinda creepy. He's making a statement, solidifying his control, and Cladony's expression is unreadable. However, that intense stare, it's like he's daring anyone to challenge him, and it sends chills down your spine. No way, this is a full-blown takeover and Cladony is caught right in the crossfire. Khalid, Amberic's father, suddenly declares he'll reaffirm his loyalty. In Cladony's name, he vows to devote his life to protecting the house. But honestly, it feels off. Cladony and Eric clasp hands, a weird power play unfolding right before our eyes. But Khalid looks totally confused, and his expression is a mix of hurt and disbelief. Eric coughs, then straight up tells everyone not to acknowledge him as the new head. He commands them to remain seated, and the room is frozen in shock. What is going on? Eric's face is unreadable, and it's clear he's intentionally making a statement. Khalid and the other nobles stare at Eric, completely baffled by his actions. This dude is playing 4D chess, and Cladony is caught in the middle of it all. However, the tension is insane. Eric is clearly challenging the established order. Eric lays into them, pointing out everyone's been around way longer than he has. Ouch! He slams his hand on the table, and it's clear he's calling out someone's hypocrisy. He wants to know why they're suddenly so interested in this succession, when they weren't informed before. But it's not just about the succession. This dude is straight up questioning their motives. Okay, so things are INTNS. Our girl and her allies totally predicted her uncle would try to undermine her husband's succession. And they're right. This dude straight up sweet talks vassals into opposing him, thinking he's winning. Our girl's sister is losing it, telling her husband about the uncle's betrayal and how he's trying to steal the throne. Her husband is kneeling, listening, but he's not as upset as you'd think, and the sister is a mess. The sister sighs dramatically, like she's carrying the weight of the world, but honestly, a little much. She's already anticipating what excuse her uncle will come up with, because she can't endullis this guy is full of it. She tells her husband what's going on, and he's just staring at her, a little confused, a little skeptical. Our girl blinks, playing innocent, and then delivers the line, "Well done," like she orchestrated the whole thing. The sister looks at her, totally questioning what just happened, and it's clear she's suspicious. But our girl is playing it cool, and it's giving major I'm in control vibes. This is gonna be go deep. Her husband explains the lady of the house role. She manages everything, from the estate to entertaining guests. Misa asks if that means our girl will be dealing with those people all the time, and her husband looks right at her. He confirms it, and then asks if Misa's interested. Smooth move, bro, real smooth. Turns out our girl has NEVR made a proper debut in high society, which is kinda shocking. The husband points out that the lady of the house's capabilities directly affect the family's reputation. No pressure. We cut to a fancy social gathering, and our girl is totally holding her own, charming everyone. However, her husband is watching her carefully. He's clearly assessing if she's faking it. She's entertaining guests, looking every bit the perfect noblewoman, but she's actually a master manipulator. Misa, still questioning everything, realizes our girl has never even been to a social event before. Wild. Our girl is playing the part perfectly, but honestly, Misa is starting to see through the act. Our girl is totally beaming, but her husband feels uneasy. Something's definitely off with this whole situation. He glances over at a young man and his mother, realizing Eric is now officially head of the household. He pulls her close, confessing he feels helpless to actually fix things for Eric, straight up. But she's already thinking ahead. She wants to be by Eric's side at events, assisting him in any way she can. She's basically admitting she doesn't feel like a proper lady or person, which is a lot. He holds her tighter and honestly, the tension is TGK. Misa just observes, seemingly lost in thought. The husband finally speaks Misa's name, cutting through the heavy silence. Misa is still observing, giving off serious I see everything vibes. Our girl is clearly desperate to prove herself, but Misa is not convinced. Misa tells our girl she doesn't need to feel pressured, but this dude, her husband, interrupts, saying pressure will come later. He's all like, she'll find her true self, and then they'll walk side by side, which is a choice. Our girl agrees and Misa just watches. Seriously, this woman sees everything. It's kinda creepy. Misa then drops a bomb. There's no need for our girl to be anxious, because they both know something. We get a full-on goddess shot of our girl in a stunning red gown, and honestly, she looks powerful. She's holding a crown, and Misa continues, revealing she knows our girl is someone special. Our girl slowly lifts her head, and you can tell this is a Huji moment. She's finally embracing who she is. She's declaring she's someone who deserves to be seen, and Misa is just there for it. Misa confirms she understands, and it's a total power move. These two are on the same wavelength. Our girl gives a tiny smile, and it's like she's finally letting go of the act, straight up. Misa casually suggests our girl attend a social gathering, but hints it's a bit of a shame she hasn't had many opportunities. She brings up portraits of people from the past. It's creepy, but also kinda strategic. Misa points out our girl's isolation, and honestly, it's a low blow even for her. Her husband suddenly asks if Miesa is suggesting our girl disguise herself and attend with Ev of him. He's totally caught off guard, questioning what Misa is getting at, and we're right there with him. Misa just smirks, her expression saying you have no idea, and it's sending chills. She's playing a long game, and her husband is starting to realize it, but it's too late. He asks if she's joking, but her confident silence speaks volumes. She's 100% serious. Misa gives this knowing and it's clear she's got everything planned out. Our girl's husband is completely bewildered, and Misa is just enjoying the show. Her husband's jaw drops. He's seriously questioning Misa's plan, and it's intense. Misa insists there is a way for our girl to practice being seen, and it's super cryptic. He's all like, absolutely not, it's too dangerous, and is clearly protective, which is cute. However, Misa just lays out her idea our girl will attend a gathering disguised as someone else. This dude is shocked. Misa wants to throw her into the deep end, straight up. Misa lays it out she needs to learn to stand out, to be seen in a crowd, and it's a power play. She says they've been teaching her everything they can, but it's not enough. It's kinda harsh, TB. Her husband's totally speechless, and Misa is just enjoying the drama. No way. Misa delivers this knowing look, and it's clear she's got this all planned out. She's a mastermind. Our girl's husband is completely bewildered, but Misa is just smirking, and it's a total cliffhanger. Her husband is seriously questioning if involving her in this plan is the right move. He's conflicted. He's still not convinced, admitting he's genuinely unsure if this is a good idea at all. But Misa straight up shuts down his concerns, insisting it's a simple party in disguise. So easy. She claims it's a trivial matter, but honestly, we all know Misa's never trivial about anything. Okay, so things are tense. Our girl is getting married off, and this dude, the husband, is giving her the side eye. He tries to act polite, saying her appearance is a little better, but honestly, it's a backhanded compliment. But the real villain, her brother's wife, straight up says she wishes she could cover our girl's face in black paint. Can you believe the nerve? Our girl is understandably freaked out, and the husband is shocked by this woman's cruelty, gasping at her words. She's trying to back out, saying she doesn't feel quite ready for this marriage, and maybe she should just go alone. However, the husband drops a bomb. Her face is too memorable, and going alone would put her in danger. He's protecting her, even if it's complicated. Everyone around is fawning over the bride, calling her the prettiest in the kingdom, and our girl is mortified by the attention. She's panicking, asking if anyone remembers what she said earlier, realizing she's letting her guard down too much. The wife tries to fix our girl's veil, but it's super awkward and creepy. She's totally playing a role. And just like that, the scene ends, leaving us hanging with all this tension. What's going to happen next? The husband insists she wear a mask under her veil, saying Sir Cullen isn't the type to gossip. He's playing 4D chess. But the wife is spiraling, sweating and muttering about how a veil is one thing, but a mask is too much. She's convinced people will notice and question things, and our girl is just done, straight up. Suddenly there's a rustling sound, and the husband's attention snaps to someone nearby. Who is it? He turns, eyes widening, and the wife gasps, asking, "My lord." Something's definitely up. The husband stares intently, unreadable, and it's killing us. What does he see? He's clearly processing something, and the wife is getting more and more anxious. Then, the husband speaks, finally. But it's just then, leaving everyone on the edge of their seats. And honestly, the tension is so thick you could cut it with a knife. Our girl is totally freaking out, but the husband's expression is unreadable, and we're left with a cliffhanger. Okay, so this dude straight up suggests painting her face black as the best option. Can you believe it? The wife agrees, thinking someone named Eric, but our girl looks absolutely horrified by the whole plan. This husband then demands a promise she won't stray from the path he sets for her. Talk about controlling? She promises, but the wife is clearly skeptical, questioning what's happening and looking totally freaked out. The husband's face is so intense, and the wife's reaction is unbelievable. She's losing it. She's shocked he's planning to send her to a party, and her face says it all. This is a disaster waiting to happen. Honestly, the wife is spiraling, and we're right there with her. What is this dude even planning? The husband is so serious, and the wife is speechless. The tension is building with every second. She's completely frozen, and the husband is staring her down, and it's just intense. But the husband is still unmoved, and our girl is totally trapped. This situation is getting worse and worse. They're leaving the estate, and the husband lays down the rules. Only one dressmaker and one confectionery. He's super strict about the time limit, 1 hour max in each shop, and our girl agrees, but it feels off. The husband then turns to her, asking if this little outing makes her happy, but his tone is anything but. She tries to appear pleased, but her face is strained, and this dude sighs like she's a difficult child. However, she's clearly putting on an act, and the husband sees right through it. This man is perceptive, seriously. They walk through the garden, and it's all sunshine and flowers, but the mood is heavy as anything. The wife is trailing behind, looking increasingly distressed, and honestly, we're starting to feel bad for her. But the husband isn't letting up. He's totally controlling the situation, and it's making our girl sweat. She gives a small, forced okay, and it's clear this whole thing is a power play. No way this is about kindness. And honestly, this dude is a master manipulator, and our girl is stuck playing his game. Lady Claudina interrupts, demanding to know what's taking so long. She's not happy. The husband casually states he'd normally ignore her for 3 hours, but recent developments might change that. He suggests 1 hour should be enough time for her shopping, and honestly, it's a power move. She tries to play it cool, pretending there won't be much to see, but the husband isn't buying it. He's holding her arm tightly, and she looks absolutely miserable. This is straight up uncomfortable. Someone suggests she buy a dress for the party, and the husband's gaze intensifies. Lady Claudina glares at them both, and the husband's grip tightens on our girl's arm. Talk about tension. The husband's face is a mask of control, and our girl looks completely trapped. This is escalating quickly. He gives her a pointed look, and it's clear he's dictating everything, but she just nods weakly. She's clearly terrified, and the husband's expression is unreadable. This dude is ice cold. Lady Claudina straight up tells our girl to choose whatever she wants. Talk about a loaded offer. Our girl starts to thank Lady Claudina, but pauses mid-sentence, clearly shocked by something. She's looking at the allowance, and it's huge, like seriously overflowing with coins. Lady Claudina's got this smug face, and it's clear she's enjoying our girl's reaction. She corrects herself, trying to sound polite, but it's obvious she's still processing the amount of money. Lady Claudina casually mentions Seal and will handle any further needs. She's handing off responsibility. Someone nearby is losing it, whispering that the allowance is more than their entire salary? No way. The husband hands over the bag of coins, and it's heavy. You can see the weight in his grip. Another bystander is completely floored by the amount of money, and honestly, same. Lady Claudina's smiling, but it's a little too sweet. This whole situation feels like a trap. He thanks her, but then sighs. This dude is clearly hiding something, and it's weighing on him. She stares at him, completely speechless, and it's like time stops. What's going through her head? Suddenly, she clutches at his sleeve, and her lip starts to tremble. She's falling apart right before our eyes. But then, she's grasping his hand, a desperate plea in her eyes. No way, she's about to make a move. The town is buzzing with chatter, but it's not just gossip. Prices are skyrocketing, and people are starting to panic. Our girl is having a serious sweet tooth moment, demanding 10 pesos from the baker, which is already a lot. But the baker is like, hold up, and points out she's supposed to only get 5, and honestly, good for him. This other lady overhears and is straight up obsessed with the pastries, declaring them all so pretty. She knows the order is only for 5, but our girl is adamant, claiming the baker is just messing with her. The lady with the pastries is getting heated, saying the prices have doubled overnight, which is ridiculous. She's clearly not happy and her expression is intense. This is about to get messy, I can feel it. But wait, the lady doubles down, yelling about the insane price hike, and honestly she's got a point. However, the other woman just glares, completely unbothered, like she owns the whole bakery. Our girl claims Lady Claudine said the same thing about limited goods, trying to justify her greed. She demands a discount, threatening to buy more if the baker complies. Talk about manipulation? But the baker is having none of it, straight up telling her this is the lowest price. This dude is not backing down, and our girl is losing it, yelling at him to get out of her shop. She's claiming she's barely making ends meet, which feels convenient, honestly. However, the lady with the pastries isn't buying it, and is all. Who said anything about not buying? She's insisting they're still customers, and the baker needs to be nicer. It's a whole scene. The baker finally grabs a coin pouch, and it's clear he's about to give in. He's handing her the money, but our girl is still tapping her impatiently. Rude much. And honestly, that tap is so condescending, like she's doing him a favor. Our girl is now happy, and someone's about to hear it. She's refusing to cause a scene. But the woman with her insists, no additional purchases, and she's straight up demanding it. This dude is losing it, demanding she leave quickly, and his eyes are intense. However, our girl is standing her ground, looking calm and collected despite the tension. She's giving the woman a pointed look. She's clearly not backing down from this fight. But wait, the woman's expression shifts, and she looks genuinely distressed. No way, she's clutching her chest, looking pale, and it seems like she's about to faint. However, our girl is totally unfazed, maintaining her composure and cool gaze. This dude is absolutely furious, and it's clear he's about to explode. Talk about a power move. And honestly, that stare is ice cold. She's not playing around, bro. They suggest a quick break, but our girl is acting like she doesn't care about a sweet shop at all. However, this dude is calling her out. He says they left earlier than planned and she's playing innocent. She straight up declares she's not a child, and honestly, the sass is strong with this one. She claims it's just a sweet shop, nothing to dwell on, but he's not buying it for a second. He challenges her, saying she looked like she was having the time of her life, and she's not having it. Our girl insists she prefers enjoying the view quietly, but the other woman is clearly amused. Someone is snickering, and it's obvious this situation is about to escalate. She doubles down, saying she much prefers enjoying the view in a quiet manner. Total ice queen. The woman starts chatting with someone, and our girl is visibly annoyed by the interruption. But she maintains her composure, even though she's clearly judging everyone around her. Okay, so this just dropped. She knows the secret hand signals of House Cladina. No way. This dude is straight up lecturing her about etiquette, saying you wipe things off a lady's face, don't announce it. Apparently teaching those signals to outsiders is a major no, reserved only for family and knights. Everyone's looking at this guy with a death glare, and he's clearly realizing he messed up. He apologizes immediately, bowing like crazy. This dude is scrambling to fix things. Someone wonders if she's undergone knight training, and honestly, that's a legit question. But hold up, she's practicing swordsmanship? She's a total badass, even if she's got a delicate face. She's eating a strawberry while looking all regal, and the whispers start immediately. They're questioning if a noble lady even eats sweets in public, but our girl doesn't even care. However, everyone thinks she's way too slim to be a knight. Like, seriously, don't underestimate her. Okay, so our girl is flawlessly using these complex hand signals, and everyone is okay. They mention knights take years to master this, but she's pulling it off like it's nothing. Seriously, she casually continues down the stairs, totally unbothered by all the stares. But someone starts whispering that she must be House Cladini's personal enforcer, and the tension is real. This dude is looking at her with intense suspicion, like he's trying to figure out her game. And honestly, he's starting to realize she's way more than she seems. The gears are turning. He's questioning when House Cladini got someone so skilled, and you can feel the mystery building. Close up on his eye. This dude is calculating everything, and he's not impressed. Another woman joins him, clearly sharing his concerns about this mysterious princess. They both think she's a hidden weapon, and bro, they're not wrong. Our girl is playing chess while everyone else is playing checkers. Okay, so our girl is straight up taking matters into her own hands behind her husband's back. It's intense. She's employing assassins and enforcers to do the things he refuses, which is a power move, honestly. Someone mutters they can't find a look alike for Archduke Hargale, and it's clear they're planning something big. This dude, Hargale, is leaning back all smug, but he's clearly calculating. He's about to be played. Someone is knocking at the door, and it's urgent. Like, really urgent. And they're addressing our girl as my lady. Inside, the palace is gorgeous, all gold and fancy, and our girl is chilling with a chessboard. Edel, one of the household staff, arrives with the food inventory and a schedule of social events. This dude, Ediel, hands her the papers, and she's sipping tea while looking at him. But her husband is RGHTHER. Her husband's gaze is intense, and honestly, she looks a little flustered, but she thanks Edel anyway. He's staring at her with those piercing eyes, and she's clearly trying to maintain her composure. Edel places the teacup down, and our girl actually takes a sip, but her husband is still watching her. Ariel looks up expecting a response, but her husband is just staring and it's super awkward. The silence is deafening, and we're left wondering what her husband is thinking. This is getting tense. Our girl's lady in waiting reveals the household is anxious about the new master taking over. She drops a bomb. The current lady of the house is about to be replaced by Mistress Cladina. No way! The staff are straight up gossiping, worried about what this means for their positions and who they should be loyal to. Her husband overhears bits and pieces, and he's definitely taking it all in. Apparently, everyone's eager to fawn over Mistress Cladina, but they're hesitant to show Lady Misa any kindness. Our girl is visibly upset, but she tries to hide it, and her husband sees right through the act. He points out the lady's position comes with a ton of responsibilities, like he's reminding her of something important. The lady in waiting is giving side eye, and honestly, she looks a little smug about the whole situation. Her husband is giving a serious look, and you can tell he's protective of our girl. But this whole situation is a power play, and someone is definitely trying to undermine her. Her husband straight up tells the lady in waiting he's more interested in hearing her thoughts on the matter, which is a power move. The lady in waiting responds, saying, "As you know, my lady," and it's clear she's about to lay something heavy on him. She reveals her only wish is to continue protecting the household, and honestly, it sounds like a veiled threat. She adds she wants to cherish the memories she's made with the lady, but it feels off, like she's angling for something. Our girl looks stunned, but her husband doesn't miss a beat. He simply states she has no cause for concern. He's so calm it's intimidating. This dude isn't playing games, and the lady in waiting looks visibly rattled. But the lady in waiting isn't backing down. She's definitely trying to manipulate the situation, and her expression says it all. Her husband just stares at her, and it's a total showdown of wills. The tension is unreal. He's shutting her down with a look, and it's amazing. This dude is a master of nonverbal communication. However, the lady in waiting's face is telling us she's not finished, and we know this isn't over. Okay, so her husband is deciding who will assist Misa, and everyone seems shocked he's considering family. He confirms he is choosing someone from her relatives, and honestly, it feels like a trap. The lady in waiting thinks Lady Cladina and her son will pick someone suitable, but she's definitely side-eyeing. She then asks what kind of assistance Misa needs, and it's a loaded question. She's fishing for dirt. The lady in waiting suggests someone competent could help Misa maintain things, and it's so condescending. But her husband is not having it. His glare is intense, and he's clearly seeing right through her manipulation. He demands to know who she's talking about, and she seems genuinely taken aback by his directness. She clarifies she's referring to Misa, and you can tell she's trying to recover from his intimidation tactics. However, the lady in waiting continues, suggesting someone capable could help Misa maintain her position. Her husband's eyes narrow. This dude is a stone, cold strategist, and he's about to unleash a counterattack. Okay, so the lady in waiting is laying it all out. She thinks Misa is just a pampered pet. But she quickly pivots to how odd it is that the young master was rushed into becoming head of the house. She's dropping hints about Lady Cladina constantly reading to Misa, and it's super suspicious. Her husband is listening intently, but our girl is clearly catching on to what's being implied. She's questioning what the lady in waiting means by all this, and things are about to explode. The lady in waiting doubles down, claiming Misa is nothing more than a spoiled plaything. However, she's really pushing the idea that Lady Cladina wants Misa to be the next head of the house. No way. This is a straight-up power play, and she's trying to undermine Misa's position. Our girl is now bemused, and her husband looks like he's about to lose it. She wants to know if they genuinely believe Lady Cladina intends to appoint Misa as lady of the house. Her husband is totally suspicious. Does Lady Cladina know something about Misa's past? He wonders if Cladina knows something he doesn't, and honestly, that's a little scary. Lady Cladina is all smiles, offering Misa a bouquet, but the vibes are so off. Cladina asks what Misa is thinking, and it's clear she's trying to get inside her head. Flashback time. We see a young Misa being comforted by an older man, but something terrible happened. This dude is laying it on thick. Does Misa intend to let her emotions control her like she did that day? He's really twisting the knife, reminding her about a complete family massacre. Yikes! The tension is insane, and the panels are going all glitchy with these red lines. It's a visual cue for danger. Her husband takes a step forward, and the lady in waiting is absolutely terrified. He's looming over the lady, in waiting now, and she's straight up paralyzed with fear. He's calling out Lady Manhwa, and our girl is clearly bracing for a confrontation. She's trying to stay calm, but it's not Cladney he's after. He's confronting another lady in waiting, and the tension is THCK. This dude is absolutely losing it, screaming about wrath and practically foaming at the mouth. No way! However, it's a flashback now. He's remembering Misa's family being slaughtered, and he's weaponizing her trauma. Okay, so our girl is clearly playing the long game, and she's meeting with a high-ranking official. It's all very secretive. This dude is asking if she's really willing to share palace secrets with him, which is a bold move, honestly. She straight up asks what this meeting is even about, playing all innocent and confused, and it's working. But she's totally leading him on, and he's falling for it. She's a master manipulator, I swear. She reveals she asked him to find a residence for her troublesome brother-in-law, which is a Haji plot point. However, she's clearly got an ulterior motive, and the official seems to be catching on to her game. He confirms she's looking for a place for her brother-in-law, and our girl is playing it cool, but it's intense. He's agreeing to help, but his expression is giving me major side eye. Something's definitely up with this guy. And just when you think things are wrapping up, the husband arrives, looking all powerful and judging. No way! He hears everything, and now things are about to explode. This is gonna be good! The official describes a fortress atop a cliff. It only accepts visitors 4 times a year, seriously. She reveals she was told they can keep someone safe there for 10 years. And it's starting to click what she wants. The official suggests this fortress, and it sounds perfect for hiding her brother-in-law, honestly. But the husband is Raijht there, listening in, and his expression is ice cold. This is not good. He steps forward, and the official is all, in return for this favor, I ask you keep your promise, which is shady AF. The official bows, promising to uphold his end of the deal. But the husband is just radiating disapproval. She's totally playing the grateful card, saying she couldn't be more thankful, but it's all a performance. However, she's got plans, and the official is about to find out she's a force to be reckoned with. The official is laying it all out. A woman committed a grave offense against the countess, and was executed for it. But wait, our girl interrupts, claiming the woman was actually drugged with a strange substance before all this happened. She's dropping bombshells now, saying the woman was also accused of disrespecting the royal family. It's a mess. And then this blonde dude bursts in, looking totally unamused and straight up furious about the story. He's all, I heard Namiria carried around drugs, and the husband is giving him the death glare. Talk about tension? The husband is icy, but our girl just calmly says he's well informed and she's been meaning to ask him about it. She's playing it cool while this dude is clearly trying to expose her. Honestly, the nerve of this guy! However, the husband is a stone, cold mastermind, and he's totally seen through everything all along. The official is smirking, and it's clear these two have a history, which is super sus. This dude thinks he's got all the power, but our girl and her husband are about to show him who really runs things. Okay, so the husband is laying down some serious truth bombs, admitting most of the king's subjects are desperate for his attention. But it's not just attention. They're bringing him torture devices and whispering awful ideas to please him. No way! Seriously, they're obsessed with finding new ways to entertain this cruel king. It's totally twisted. The scene cuts to some seriously disturbing contraptions. Wheels with spikes and all sorts of medieval torture gear. Then it flashes back to the husband and blonde dude, and things get intensies. They're practically nose to nose. Our girl's husband is straight up threatening him, and honestly, good. This dude deserves it. The husband is basically saying the blonde guy is trying to ruin Namiria, and he won't stand for it. But the blonde dude isn't backing down, insisting Namiria is dangerous and manipulative. Oh, so annoying. However, the husband is all, she's under my protection, and it's sending chills. He's a protective king. The blonde dude is fuming, and honestly, the husband just radiates power. It's a total power move. The queen is laying it all out. Everything is possible because of the people of a square. She explains they have unwavering faith in the king, believing his will of is the goddess's will. But even with that devotion, no king can ignore the nobles and do as he pleases, she points out. The husband is totally listening, but he's radiating a coldness that says he doesn't care for her explanation. She continues, stating this kingdom has a long history of religious piety, and it's a big deal. The queen gestures to the gathered court, emphasizing their absolute religious devotion. However, she finishes with a chilling thought. Even with their faith, The king can't just disregard the nobles. The husband shrugs it off, looking down at the queen like she's explaining the obvious, and honestly, he's right too. This queen is playing a dangerous game, but our girl's husband is clearly unfazed, which is awesome. She's trying to remind him of the kingdom's power dynamics, but he's just not having it, and it's perfect. Someone reveals Nymeria has been bringing drugs into the palace to amuse the king. It's a wild accusation. But this dude immediately corrects them, saying she doesn't bring the drugs, she brews them herself. No way. Everyone is shocked she brews drugs, and the husband's face is unreadable, super intense. They explain Nymeria uses her past skills as a pharmacist, but with the king's financial support, which is shady. And it gets even darker. She's using that knowledge to create drugs for torture and execution? Straight up horrifying. The husband is staring intently, his expression chilling, like he's piecing everything together. He's totally processing this, and it's clear he already suspected something was seriously wrong with Nymeria. But honestly, this is a whole new level of messed up. She's not just faking insanity, she's actively aiding cruelty. Our girl's husband is realizing the extent of the king's depravity and his wife's involvement, and it's a heavy moment. He's definitely not pleased, and you can see he's about to make some serious moves. This is about to get good. So, the queen reveals she regularly tests people by administering her concoctions to the princess. Wild. This dude, the husband, is sitting in his study, clearly processing everything, and it's super intense. We get a visual of one of her potions dripping, and it's a clear signal of how dangerous this all is. But honestly, this is a whole new level of messed up. She's not just pretending, she's enabling torture. They arrive at the mansion and tell the driver he can leave them, because they're now inside the estate's boundaries. A maid approaches, questioning where our girl is headed, but she's totally caught off guard by the question. The maid assumes she's going to greet Lord Cladonay, and then return home, but this dude seems super interested in knowing her plans. He casually asks where she's going, but our girl's companion coughs, clearly trying to shut down the conversation. This dude, straight up, asks for her name, and our girl's maid is now having it, whirling around to defend her lady. The maid accuses him of being too forward and asks what he meant by asking for her name, and things are getting tense. Our girl's companion interrupts, saying it wouldn't be too much to ask for her name, and honestly, that's a little sus. The maid insists they must leave immediately, and then, out of nowhere, she offers to carry our girl on her back. No way! Our girl is shocked, but as the maid starts dashing off with her, gifts go flying everywhere, and it's a chaotic escape. They're escaping, but our girl's companion whispers they need to get out now before this dude starts asking more questions. She shouts a cheerful goodbye, thanking him for his hard work, and then zooms away with the gifts. This dude just stands there, staring after them, and honestly, he looks totally lost. He sighs, looking up at the darkening sky filled with crows, and admits his heart aches. Bro is seriously bummed. He wonders if he'll ever see her again, but then a feather drifts down from the sky, and it's kinda creepy. The crows are circling now, cawing loudly, and our girl's maid flinches, clearly spooked by the birds. The maid clutches our girl tightly, her gloved hands gripping her shoulder, and it's super intense. Another feather falls, and the crows keep cawing. This is giving major bad omen vibes. A huge crow swoops down, filling the frame, and it's straight up terrifying. More feathers rain down, and our girl's maid flinches again. Something is definitely wrong here. They burst into the house, and the maid immediately praises our girl's work, saying Mistress Cladonay had a blast. She asks if anything happened during the outing, and the maid insists everything was perfect. Too perfect, if you ask me. The maid cheerfully claims Cladonay didn't even notice Cullen, but our girl's husband looks totally skeptical. He presses for details and the maid doubles down, insisting he didn't recognize Cladonay at all. Sure. Our girl's husband studies the maid's face, and she avoids his gaze, getting increasingly flustered. He narrows his eyes, clearly not buying it, and demands to know what really happened out there. The maid stammers, trying to cover her tracks, but our girl smoothly steps in, changing the subject. She thanks the maid for her help, but her husband is focused on the maid, demanding answers. The maid blurts out that Cladonay was a little distracted, and he's clearly catching on. He's piecing it together now. Cladonay acted like she didn't know him, and this whole thing was a setup. This dude, Lord Cladonay, is staring intensely at our girl, and he's clearly suspicious of everything, like, everything. He admits she's been acting strange, but then straight up grabs her hand, trying to pull her closer. He yanks her close, and she looks totally shocked, like, What is even happening? Her eyes widen and she seems to recognize something, but she's also starting to hiccup. No way. She gasps and it's clear she's remembering something awful, and the hiccups are getting worse. She keeps repeating a name, Eric, and it's obvious this is a painful memory surfacing. Another woman rushes in, asking what's wrong, but our girl is completely lost in the flashback. She's now sobbing and calling for Eric, and the scene is getting super intense. This is heartbreaking. Lord Cladonay is losing it, demanding to know what's going on. He's clearly confused and worried. She's still hiccuping and calling for Eric, and honestly, this whole situation is a mess. Lord Cladonay apologizes for startling her, but then immediately asks about the book on the right. Talk about a mood swing. She's still hiccuping, and straight up thanks him for his concern, claiming it's just hiccups. But she's totally lying. She admits she's remembering something awful, and it's clearly connected to Eric. He's completely thrown, insisting she must be ill after she overreacts. This dude is getting seriously worried. Our girl insists she wants to carry the book herself, and Cladonay surprisingly lets her, but with a condition. He makes her promise to only read it in well-lit places, and honestly, that feels protective. Suspiciously protective. Cladonay is now grilling her about what happened, demanding to know what's going on with Eric. She's stammering, trying to explain it away, but he's not buying it. She's a terrible liar, honestly. He insists she's hiding something, and she just blushes. This is getting awkward. She's clutching the book, and bro, something tells me this is about to get real. Cladonay asks if she enjoyed her outing today, but she just plops down next to him. She insists Eric wasn't unkind, and straight up says he was interesting and funny, like an alpaca. An alpaca? Cladonay is completely thrown by the alpaca comment, and our girl's eyes are glistening with emotion. For the first time in her life, she says she went outside and acted like everyone else. She explains she made eye contact and had conversations with strangers, but it's clearly a huge deal for her. She admits it was a little nerve-wracking, but she had more fun than she thought, and we're getting flashbacks. We see her interacting with people, smiling, chatting, but it's so different from how she usually is. She's recalling this newfound freedom, but it's bittersweet because of everything she's been through. However, it's clear she's finally starting to experience a normal life, and it's a huge step for her. This is UG. She's actually letting herself feel something, and Cladonay is witnessing a side of her no one has seen. She decides she needs to seriously study elocution, wanting to be a better conversationalist for Eric, and honestly, it's so sweet. She confesses she wants to be more fluent, specifically to impress Eric, and bro, the blush is Riel. Eric responds by saying her current speech is perfectly fine, and then casually suggests they open their presents. Smooth move, this dude. She's surprised by his nonchalance, but then excitedly agrees to open the gifts. And we're left hanging. The House of Cladonay's succession ceremony goes off without a hitch. Everyone's breathing a sigh of relief. Someone reports the smooth transition to a very composed man, and he seems pleased, honestly a little too pleased. He congratulates the new Margrave Cladonay, saying he'll offer his well wishes in person soon, but something feels off. A woman overhears this and looks disturbed, like she knows something we don't, which, let's be real, she probably does. This dude taps a document on his desk and announces they have a special guest arriving today, and the woman's face just falls. He's all smiles, acting like everything is perfect, but the woman's expression is screaming danger right now. Our girl is straight up suspicious, and it's clear she doesn't trust this whole special guest situation one bit. He's laying it on thick about how important this guest is, and honestly, it's making things way more ominous. The woman looks like she's bracing for impact, and we are too, because whatever's coming has to be bad. But before we find out who the guest is, the scene cuts, leaving us hanging on a cliffhanger. No way! So, the special guest arrives, and it's someone our girl recognizes. A servant who was with Lady Malika. This servant asks to speak with him privately, claiming she has something important to share with my lord. She explains she's here to talk about certain matters, and the husband asks if she wanted a direct audience with him. This dude seems way too pleased by her request, and honestly, it's sending major red flags. But before she can even speak, Lady Manel interrupts, looking super suspicious and demanding to know what's going on. The husband brushes her off, telling her to leave if she has nothing further to discuss, straight up ignoring the drama. Lady Manel glares, but our girl is clearly trying to figure out what this servant is about to reveal. It's intense. The servant starts to speak, naming Lady Manel, and you can feel the tension building in the room. However, before we hear what she says, the narration cuts, leaving us on the edge of our seats. Seriously, the cliffhanger is brutal, because whatever this servant knows, it's gonna be a game changer. The servant reveals the palace wanted the princess dead, after she was married off. Talk about shady? She believes someone knows exactly why they tried to kill her, and it all ties back to House Cladene. The plan? Use the princess's death as an excuse to bring House Cladene to their knees. It's a straight-up power play. However, Edile, the head lady in waiting, seems strangely determined to keep the princess safe, which is sis. She wants the princess to stay alive so the palace can't justify attacking House Cladene. It's a weird motive. Our girl realizes Edile actually wants to get the princess back to the palace, and it's a total mind blow. The husband suddenly clutches his chest, and it's clear something is seriously wrong. What is happening? He's staring at the princess with a completely unreadable expression, and honestly, it's terrifying. Edile is trying to send the princess back to the royal palace, and our girl is catching on fast. But bro, this is a trap. Edile is playing a dangerous game, and our girl is right in the middle of it. This dude, the husband, overhears them talking and straight up calls her out on thinking she can manipulate things. He thinks she's trying to make allies within the palace to save herself. But our girl knows Edile's game. She insists she doesn't feel that way, and honestly, we believe her. She's playing it cool. Edile leads the princess and some guards toward somewhere, and it's super ominous. However, the husband suddenly remembers his son, and it's a total gut punch. He's doing this for his kid. He's clenching his fist, and you can see the determination building, and it's intense. The husband is escorting a woman, presumably his brother-in-law, away from the family, finally. He's getting his brother-in-law far, far away, and it's a relief, but something still feels off. And then, bam, we see his adorable son clutching a little doll, and it's a total mood shift. He's doing all of this for his child, and honestly, that's a power move. Our girl is frantic. She needs to find proof of the drugs the princess was given, like yesterday. But she knows searching the palace will raise red flags, and this dude is already suspicious. The husband is deep in thought, realizing she technically belongs to the palace, but acts like an outsider. He suggests she wouldn't dare search for documents, but our girl is already planning her next move. She agrees with him, playing the part, and it's so smooth, honestly. However, she's secretly hoping someone inside the palace can manipulate the guards for them. The husband is clearly stressed, clutching his head. The situation is spiraling fast. He's determined to protect her, but it's a delicate dance, and one wrong step could ruin everything. He's doing all of this for his child, and honestly, that's a power move. Our girl is playing the long game, and she's about to make a bold move. No way this won't be good. If our girl could discreetly contact someone inside the palace, it would be perfect. Suddenly, footsteps echo. A group is arriving, and they look important. They announce they've come to deliver a message, and it's about palace security, straight up. But then this dude steps forward, offering to escort Lady Manel himself, which is suspicious. The others look shocked. It's a sudden offer, and they definitely notice it's weird. He demands to know who gave the order, and honestly, the tension is THK right now. Our girl is playing it cool, but she's totally calculating her next move. She needs to figure out who's behind all of this, and fast. Something's seriously wrong. He's protecting her, but is it genuine concern, or is he trying to control everything? However, our girl isn't buying it. She's determined to uncover the truth, no matter the cost. He gulps, totally rattled by the questioning, straight up sweating over Commander Tilburig. Tilburig cuts through the tension, directly addressing the commander, and it's intense. But this dude is clearly hiding something, and our girl is picking up on all the vibes. However, she's not letting him off the hook. She demands to know exactly what's going on. Okay, so our girl is at this huge palace. It's seriously intimidating, and she's searching for something. She's desperately looking for proof, anything, that will help her remember her past life, but comes up empty. She checks every bookshelf, every nook and cranny, but there's absolutely nothing to jog her memory. It's a total bust. She's straight up panicking, crawling around on the floor, tearing through everything, convinced something has to be there. But it's no use. The room is completely bare and she's spiraling, realizing she's lost everything. She's freaking out, saying there's nothing that can help her, and honestly, it's heartbreaking to watch. This dude is collapsing, completely defeated, muttering about how bad things are. It's a full-on meltdown. She sighs, and you can see the despair in her eyes, and then wait for it. She discovers a tiny, hidden blade tucked away. A weapon. and it's clear she's about to make a move. However, it's a small, pathetic thing, and it just emphasizes how truly helpless she feels right now. She gets a key from Commander Tilbury. No idea what it unlocks, but it's a start. She hands it off to a stern-looking woman and gets a thanks that feels off. The woman explains that Tilbury agreed to help the second she mentioned the princess. Smooth move, honestly. He's keeping the guards away for an hour, giving our girl some breathing room, but the other woman warns her not to take too long. This woman is intense, arms crossed, totally in control. She's a force. Our girl is staring out the window, completely lost in thought. She's overwhelmed, and honestly, who isn't? She sighs, wondering what to do next, and it's clear she's desperate for a breakthrough. She's stuck, unsure how to move forward, and it's totally understandable. This situation is insane. She needs answers, but the pressure is mounting. She's running out of time. But she has to try, right? This whole thing is a mess, and our girl is determined to figure it out. She expects the room to be cleaned out. A month since the last lady in waiting was executed is a long time. But it's completely empty, just dust, books, and a whole lot of unsettling silence. Our girl wonders if she can find someone to question about the drugs the last lady in waiting made. She needs someone she can fully trust, but before she can even finish the thought, a guard gasps, and the princess hears a story about the dead lady in waiting's room being haunted. Apparently people hear sobbing coming from inside, but it's always empty when they check. Creepy, right? Another guard scoffs, calling the first one a 5-year-old, but the first guard is adamant. More than one person has heard it. He's serious and claims a friend's cousin even heard the sobbing. It's escalating quickly. He's going on and on about the haunting, and honestly, it's a bit much. But the princess is clearly taking it seriously, and she's probably starting to suspect something's really off. Someone definitely heard something. The guards are freaking out about a voice coming from the head lady in waiting's room. They're saying it's the ghost of the executed woman, and honestly, it's giving major bad vibes. One guard straight up collapses and it's chaos. Everyone is losing it over the supposed haunting. The princess's husband, this dude, is visibly disturbed, but he's trying to stay calm for now. He thought there wouldn't be guards around for hours, but clearly, something spooked them. Big problem. He's worried about being seen in here, because if word gets out, he'll immediately be under suspicion. He peeks through a crack in the door, eyes darting around, and is clearly stressed about getting caught. Our girl is panicking. What is she going to do if they discover she's been snooping around? No way, the princess is trapped, and the situation is spiraling out of control. But the guards are getting closer, and the princess is about to be caught. Talk about a cliffhanger! She decides to hide in the wardrobe, thinking she can stay quiet and avoid detection. The wardrobe door slides shut just as someone enters the room. Talk about close! She clutches at her chest, hoping to remain silent, but her heart is pounding like crazy. She peeks through the crack, eyes wide with terror, desperately trying to figure out who's in there. But it's her brother, and he's straight up demolishing the room, clearly searching for something. He's tossing furniture around, and it's a mess. This dude is losing it, and fast. She's frozen, completely terrified he'll find her, and honestly, we're right there with her. He stops suddenly, and it's so quiet, she's convinced he's about to discover her hiding spot. However, he seems to give up, muttering about how she couldn't possibly be here. He slams the door and storms off, but our girl is still trapped, and this is far from over. Two guards question them, wanting to know what they're doing in the archives. Talk about suspicious! The commander just stares, totally speechless, while the guards look increasingly confused. He finally speaks, identifying himself as the commander, and those guards instantly snap to attention. The commander realizes he ordered a full lockdown of the archives, but these two somehow slipped through. He demands to know what the guards are doing and orders them to get moving, like Nano do. The guards rush off, leaving the commander standing alone in the grand hallway. It's intense. He starts walking, and honestly, his expression is unreadable. What is he planning? He continues deeper into the archives, still silent, and it's giving us major bad vibes. He stops, face hardening, and you know something big is about to happen. This is a turning point. He's staring straight ahead, totally focused, and we can practically feel the tension building. He's taking the stairs, one step at a time. It's a slow, deliberate climb, like he's hunting something. He continues upward, another step, and the tension is killing. What's at the top of these stairs? Suddenly, everything goes black. No way, total darkness, and honestly, it's super unsettling. But then, a single light flares up, revealing bookshelves. It's a hidden room, and the commander is inside. Okay, so our girl is in this super fancy building and it's giving major gothic vibes. She's walking through a lavish hall when suddenly, someone calls out her name. It's a total surprise. This dude, a noble, straight up yells at her, demanding to know how she became the personal doctor to House Crispin. He's all flustered, but she calmly tells him she hasn't been able to reach him in ages, which is weird. He gets even more heated, but she just drops the bomb. I'm not deaf, you know. Savage. This noble keeps pushing, but our girl's husband steps in, looking seriously unimpressed. He's like, so that's the famous Dr. Haffendel, and the tension is THK. Honestly, this whole scene is a mess of shouting and confusion, but our girl is holding her own. The noble is clearly not expecting her to be so unfazed by his outburst, which is hilarious. And finally, the name Haffendel is revealed in elegant lettering, setting the stage for whatever happens next. Okay, so it turns out Haffendel is treating someone, a man, and a little boy is clinging to him, totally distraught. Haffendel's examining the patient, and it's revealed he's amazing at treating surface wounds. But that's it. But get this. He's a miracle worker with life-threatening injuries, able to save anyone who's still breathing, no joke. Everyone knows he can pull off these crazy saves, which explains why so many noble families are desperate to hire him. However, this dude refuses to stay put anywhere for long, which is super mysterious. A few years back, he shocked everyone by suddenly deciding to settle down with the House of Crispin. And honestly, this is a major plot twist. Why this family and why now? The scene cuts to a shadowy figure walking away from a grand gate, carrying a suitcase. It's Haffendel, and the vibe is totally secretive, like he's running from something or someone. He's leaving, and the woman with the blonde hair is looking after him, looking both sad and determined. Okay, so everyone's whispering about our girl, Lady Cladna, and she straight up flinches when they mention her. Her husband catches her, holding her close, and she looks seriously fragile, like she can barely stand. This other noble, the one who's been giving us the side eye, is looming over them, demanding to know what's going on. He's got a seriously intense expression, and honestly, it's a little scary, like he's judging her worth. He continues to rant, saying poison would be a lesser worry than her current state. Ouch, harsh much. He's straight up saying she's all skin and bones, too weak to even lift a spoon, and it's brutal. But then, she speaks, just one word, Misa, and her husband's expression totally changes. Someone calls out, and it's clear this whole situation is getting awkward fast. The noble is still glaring, but the tension is shifting, and everyone is clearly waiting for a response. Our girl's blinking, looking completely spent, and bro, something big is about to go down, I can feel it. This dude Haffendel is laying it all out. They invited the doctor to figure out what Nymeria did to Cladine. The doctor admits she doesn't know Nymeria personally, but suspects she misused her medical knowledge badly. Haffendel is straight up demanding to know what kind of drugs Nymeria could have given his wife. It's intense. But before they even begin, someone asks if they've tried giving Cladina wolfie mushrooms. Wait, what? Haffendel is shocked. Wolfie mushrooms. And honestly, same, that sounds sketchy. Apparently, these mushrooms can extract almost any toxin from the body, which is a total game changer. Someone suggests Cladine hasn't had them yet, and you can tell they think it's a brilliant idea. Haffendel is processing this, and it's clear he's weighing his options. This could actually work. But the doctor is looking skeptical, and I'm getting a bad feeling about this whole mushroom situation. Haffendel wants to examine Cladine further, but it feels like everyone's holding their breath, waiting to see what happens next. Haffendel says they need to find where these wolfie mushrooms grow, and he'll get the location to Jella. But then he adds they have to give Cladine the medicine first to purge the remaining toxins. It's a two-step plan. Cladine's maid gasps, and Haffendel starts explaining he needs to examine Cladine more closely to diagnose her. And just as he says that, Cladine straight up lunges and latches onto his arm. Talk about dramatic timing. The maid is all, Lord Cladine, she's in your way, but honestly, she's just trying to get close. Haffendel, clearly annoyed, tells her to sit on his lap if she's scared. Bro, is he trying to be comforting or what? He's thinking she thinks he's going to eat her, and he's internally screaming. This dude is so over it. However, it seems Cladine is named Misa and Haffendel just said her name. He's holding her close, and she's clinging to him, but it's all a little too much, honestly. We're left with this weird, tense moment, and I'm seriously wondering what's going on with Cladina. Haffendel is staring at Cladina and it's intense, like full on, what are you hiding intense? He reveals that in her letter, she mentioned horrific visions after taking the drug, and now he's connecting the dots. Halfendale declares the biggest problem isn't the drug itself, but the symptoms it's causing, and Cloudinate looks rough. He's got her face in his hands, checking her temperature and circulation, and she looks super vulnerable right now. But the maid questions his assumption, pointing out it could just be low body temperature and poor circulation. She's not letting him get away with anything. Halfendale's examining her eye closely, and it's creepy, but he's clearly trying to figure out what's going on. He's lost in thought, staring off into space, and honestly, he looks troubled by what he's seeing. Halfendale finally speaks, and it's a complete non-answer. This dude is playing it cool, but I don't buy it. Cloudinate reaches up and touches his face, and it's a small gesture, but it feels loaded with meaning. Our girl is clearly testing his reaction, trying to read him, and the tension is thick right now. She recalls someone telling her that among everyone present, only Misa seemed to be seeing something else entirely. Miesa is seeing an entirely different scene than everyone else, and it's clearly freaking her out. Halfendale straight up bolts forward, reacting to something Misa is seeing, and it's fast. He's moving so quickly, a blur of motion, and our girl is completely stunned by his speed. It's the day of Count Leviat's son's engagement party, and everyone is arriving. The place is buzzing. Our girl Miesa is getting ready, adorned with flowers, but she looks a little off, like she's bracing for something. The mansion is huge, all golden details and fancy windows, but the party atmosphere feels kinda tense. Suddenly, this dude, the groom's dad, appears looking all stoic in his military uniform, and it's game time. He spots Miesa and straight up asks if they're supposed to be pretending they don't know each other. Like what? Miesa's shocked, but before she can even respond, he's already laying down the rules. She can talk to him, she's family. However, he quickly adds that this is his first event as head of the Cloudinate house, so things are different now. He's laying it all out, the power dynamics are intense, and Misa is just standing there, looking completely caught off guard. Her mother tells Misa to stay by her side, avoiding unnecessary attention. It's a total setup, we know it. But her husband, Eric, steps in, promising to scout ahead and ensure her safety, and honestly, we love a protective man. Misa just nods, looking completely lost in thought, like she's bracing for a disaster she can't avoid. Eric turns away, and she calls his name. It's soft, almost a whisper, but it's a clear signal something's wrong. Suddenly, a red-haired woman, Duke Salakaz's dressmaker, starts spilling the tea about a past encounter. She admits she was terrified Duke Salakaz would recognize her. And it's hitting us. This is about a secret identity. She explains she's been hiding from the Duke, fearing he'll reveal her past. But the stakes are getting higher. However, it seems like the Duke is also watching from the shadows, and this whole situation is about to explode. Eric is checking out the situation and Mies is looking right at him. She's definitely trying to warn him. This is intense. Mies's past is coming back to haunt her, and our boy Eric is walking right into the danger zone. Miesa admits it's hard to imagine walking around town because people used to think looking at her brought bad luck. She reveals folks still remember and talk about all the crazy things she did. Straight up, this girl has a reputation. Eric's staring at her, totally unreadable, and Miesa starts fidgeting with her dress, clearly nervous. She's twisting the fabric, and Eric finally breaks the silence, asking if she's uncomfortable. Miesa tries to brush it off, saying she's fine, but Eric isn't buying it. This dude sees right through her act. She explains she was always treated like an omen, kept hidden away, and honestly, it's heartbreaking. Eric's face softens. He's starting to understand the weight of her past, and it's a major turning point. She admits she's surprised he's even willing to be seen with her, considering the rumors. But Eric straight up says he doesn't care about the past. He only cares about her now, and our girl is okay. He steps closer, and Miesa looks up at him, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. This could be everything. Miesa admits it initially made her sad, but she quickly realized it didn't matter. She's owning her past. She says she is just the way she is, and Eric is absolutely captivated by her honesty. Eric declares that her honesty means more to him than anything else, and our girl is visibly stunned. He steps closer, and Miesa looks up at him, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. This could be everything. However, the moment is broken by a shadowy figure watching them from the library. No way, not again. We get a close-up of Eric, and he's clearly sensing something is off. He's on high alert. Miesa continues to gaze at Eric, seemingly lost in her feelings, but she's also trying to stay strong. The mysterious figure is revealed to be a woman with long, flowing hair, and she looks intense. This woman is watching Eric and Misa, and honestly, she looks like trouble with a capital T. But Eric isn't backing down. He's holding Misa's gaze, and it's clear he's ready to face whatever comes next. Misa lays it all out. She wants Eric to see her as graceful and beautiful always. She confesses she's sacrificed everything, her kingdom, her family's name, even glory, to maintain that image. But Eric cuts her off, dropping to one knee and declaring she is beautiful Misa. He says she's always been the most beautiful, intelligent, and energetic person he knows. Talk about a power move. Misa is reeling from his words, but Eric isn't finished. He insists she deserves to be proud of her acting. He's saying she fooled everyone, and she should take pride in that. It's a little twisted, but okay. Then, this dude leans in for a kiss, and Misa's world stops spinning. Finally, some real romance. Eric's hand gently cups her face, and honestly, this moment is everything we've been waiting for. He's so close, his eyes locked on hers, and she's completely lost in his gaze. It's swoon-worthy. But the mood is immediately broken because we see that woman from the library is still watching. Seriously? Eric tells Misa to go and enjoy herself, to be her true self. Talk about a green light. Misa is straight up stunned, but she takes his hand, and a wave of energy rushes through her. She realizes she's been hiding her true self for so long, but now she radiates with vitality. It's a total transformation. But the woman from the library is still lurking, and she's clearly not happy about this blossoming connection. We cut to the Laviette mansion, which is huge and imposing. Talk about a dramatic backdrop. A group of people are gathering, and it seems like a celebration is about to begin. But something feels off. Misa arrives, looking absolutely radiant, and all eyes are on her. She's owning this moment. She confidently walks past everyone, claiming all loyalty and devotion belongs to her. She's a queen. However, the woman from before is whispering to someone, plotting something. This can't be good. Our girl is back in control, and honestly, it's about time. She's not the fragile princess anyone thinks she is. Someone whispers that it isn't Marquis Crispin, and honestly, the shade is real. Count Carlo's son is suddenly there, and he's reminiscing about Misa being a tiny child. Talk about awkward. He's laying it on thick, saying she's grown into a fine young woman, but it feels off. Misa is clearly taking it all in, and we're sensing a major power play unfolding right before our eyes. Lady Elisa Velmore greets our girl, totally surprised to run into her at this huge party. It's nice to meet her. Our girl happily reciprocates, but admits she feels awkward being alone at such a grand event. She confesses she decided to wander around alone to avoid drawing attention, but she's secretly relieved to see Elisa. This dude, the red-haired nobleman, overhears and looks so pleased to have found someone our girl knows. Our girl explains she's from a minor noble house. Basically, she's not used to being around these powerful families. She admits nobody here seems to recognize her, which makes her feel even more out of place. But then, a group of nobles overhear and start whispering, "Elisa Velmore, what's going on?" They're clearly shocked and questioning who this Elisa Velmore even is, straight up confused. The nobles seem to realize something isn't quite right, questioning her connection to Lady Cladine. Our girl is now the center of attention, and honestly, this whole situation is about to get messy. The red-haired dude notices our girl's husband is staring, and straight up asks if he's recently joined society. He immediately jumps to the conclusion that our girl isn't married yet, and asks why that concerns him. Our girl's husband glares, looking totally offended by this dude's audacity. No way is he letting that slide. The red-haired noble casually reveals he hasn't seen our girl's husband in a long time, and this dude is not pleased. But then, the red-haired noble says something about our girl's husband still not being married. Talk about a low blow. Our girl's husband is clearly shocked by that statement, and Elisa is just there, witnessing the drama unfold. Our girl's husband finally responds, demanding to know why it would concern this dude if he wasn't married. The red-haired guy just smirks, and honestly, it's creepy AF. He's definitely up to something. Suddenly, another noble arrives, greeting our girl's husband with a respectful "long time no see, your grace." What is going on? The red-haired noble looks absolutely stunned, yelling, "Oh!" This whole situation is about to explode. Everyone's laughing and chatting, and it's all a bit much. Seriously, the noise level is insane. The red-haired noble reveals they exchanged gifts recently, and our girl's husband looks totally thrown. This dude is getting increasingly uncomfortable, and Elisa is trying to play it cool, saying Margrave Cladine insisted on the gifts. She hands over a letter thanking him for the brooch, and the red-haired noble is straight up boasting about being on gift, exchanging terms with the Margrave. He continues, saying he expects to be addressed properly. Talk about a power play. Elisa adds that he's never belittled her or made her feel unimportant, which is a loaded statement. But then she drops the bomb her family is a fallen house, existing only in stories now. The red-haired noble is smirking, and our girl's husband looks absolutely frozen. This is not good. He's clearly processing everything, and it's a tense moment for sure. Our girl's husband stares intently, and honestly, we need to know what he's thinking? Doid Salakes introduces himself to our girl's husband, and the name sounds important. Count Leviat smoothly accepts the introduction, thanking Doid for making the journey. Talk about polite. He then turns to Elisa, revealing she's his mother's cousin, and things are getting seriously connected. Elisa delivers her greeting, and Count Leviat is clearly pleased with the meeting. It's all very formal. She bows, offering a drink, but our girl's husband is staring intently at something behind her. We get a close-up of his eye. He's clearly analyzing everything, and honestly, it's kinda intense. He wonders if Eric's negotiations are going well, but his face is a total frown, which is a bad sign. But the mood shifts as he notices something happening behind Elisa, and his expression turns guarded. He's totally focused on whatever's catching his attention. No way he's letting anything happen to her. Our girl's husband is calculating and observant, and you can tell he's got a plan brewing. Someone recognizes our girl as related to Lady Cladina, and this dude is immediately interested. Count Leviat smoothly explains he was just chatting with Lady Cladina about her famous produce, trying to impress. But Elisa jumps in, assuming they're talking about Cladina wine, and this dude is very pleased with that guess. He dramatically swirls his wine, and then reveals he always pays handsomely for a bottle at the yearly auction. However, he couldn't get a single bottle this year, and Elisa looks totally shocked by that news. She's clearly confused, and the red-haired man beside her asks what's going on. Something is definitely up. Elisa repeats that he couldn't obtain a bottle, and honestly, the look on her face is everything. The red-haired man asks for some reason, and we know this is about to get messy. The scene cuts abruptly, and it's a total cliffhanger. What does the wine have to do with anything? No way this is just about wine, bro. Something's brewing, and our girl's husband is probably already figuring it out. Someone casually mentions there aren't many goods available, but it's a setup, clearly. Her mother is supposedly adjusting to the situation, and this dude is implying she already knows something. He reveals the House of Cladina is interfering with the market, and our girl's husband is piecing it all together. They suspect Cladina is trying to get Count Leviat on their side, and it's a total power play. Elisa complains about complicated aristocratic conversations, mood, honestly, as she explains Cladina's predicament. Margrave Cladina heard about it, and then this dude, Count Leviat, graciously offered to secure wine for her. He's all smug about being generous, and we see him holding a glass of wine. Total show-off. He explains he couldn't get any wine this year, and Elisa is straight up shocked by that detail. She asks why, and it's a loaded question. Something is definitely up with this wine situation. Count Leviat says you're in luck, and her husband's icy blue eyes are narrowed. This is about to explode. Count Leviat's all smiles, but her husband's face is stone cold. He's clearly onto something. She remembers hearing about a particularly harsh summer, and it hits her the wine shortage isn't natural. Our girl realizes Cladina intentionally ruined the wine harvest, manipulating everyone. It's a straight-up power move. She asks why there's no wine, and her husband's eyes lock onto hers. He's figured out the truth too, but will he reveal it? Okay, so our girl is straight up laying out a proposal to this dude. She's offering to help him take control of the family. She says if he wants out of this awful marriage, she can make it happen, but it requires a power play. She's laying it all out for him, and another woman is just watching from across the room, looking kinda smug. This dude's side eye is intense as she asks if he'll even listen to her plan, and honestly, the tension is THK. She doubles down, saying she has a proposal for him, and you can tell she's about to drop a bomb. But the redhead, she bursts out laughing, a full-on, dismissive paft, like our girl's offer is a joke. The redhead is definitely judging, and the side view shows she's got all the confidence in the world. She's radiating arrogance, and that jewelry is a little extra, if we're being honest. She finally asks how our girl plans to pull this off, and you can feel the challenge in her voice. The redhead is not buying it, but our girl is totally unfazed. She's ready to play this game, and I am HER for it. Okay, so the redhead is questioning who even thought our girl could become head of the house, like, seriously. She's straight up asking how our girl could possibly fail so spectacularly at taking charge. But our girl is unbothered, calmly explaining there are 2 ways to lead a noble house. Prepare for a lesson. She lays out the traditional path, getting the previous head's support and the vassal's approval, pretty standard stuff. However, she reveals there's another, less common way, and this dude is listening intently, finally. She's describing succeeding the former head with the vassal's support. But it's a super secretive method, apparently, and honestly, the way she's looking off into the distance, she's already planning how to use this. The redhead is staring at her, totally speechless. She's clearly shocked by this revelation. Our girl's all I didn't think any of this through. But I know she did. She's playing 4D chess. The redhead is left just staring, and you can tell this whole conversation is about to change everything. The redhead is losing it, demanding to know how our girl thinks she has the power to request anything of the king. Our girl stays cool, saying she doesn't know what this other woman wants, but she's about to spell it out. She straight up declares she'll say it herself, and her eyes are intensely. A flash of blue energy erupts around her, and she announces she's the sole blood relative of the current king. But wait, there's more. She's also the first princess of Esquiller, and the rightful heir to the throne. No way. This explains everything, and the redhead is completely stunned. The blue energy intensifies, and you can feel the power radiating off her. She's not messing around. This is a total power move, and our girl is finally revealing her hand. The redhead is reeling, but our girl is standing tall, ready to claim what's hers. And honestly, this is the moment everything changes. She's not just playing the game, she's winning. Our girl is laying it all out. She needs Lady Crispin's help to become the ruler of Esquiller, straight up. The redhead is losing her mind, demanding to know how our girl thinks she can make such a request. But our girl doesn't even flinch, calmly asking for Lady Crispin's aid as the head of her house. She's not asking nicely, she demands it, and the blue energy is building around her again. Lady Crispin is completely speechless, totally shocked by this sudden power play. Our girl doubles down, practically begging Lady Crispin to help her take the throne. It's a full-on desperate plea. She's revealing her vulnerability, but still holding on to power. However, this isn't about weakness, it's a calculated move to get what she wants. The blue energy surges, and you can feel the weight of her ambition. She's ready to claim her birthright. And honestly, this is a total boss move, and Lady Crispin is about to be a key player. Okay, so everyone's at this fancy party, and the whispers are loud. They haven't seen our girl out in ages. This dude, Margrave Cladonay, spots her and straight up corners her, asking what she's been up to. He acts all friendly, but it's so fake. He's totally fishing for information, wanting to know where she's been. But our girl isn't falling for it. She coolly greets him and mentions Count Leviat. Total power move. Cladonay is visibly thrown, and then, he's all smiles again, trying to play it off like it's nothing. He thanks her for the invitation, but honestly, it feels more like a threat than politeness. She bows slightly, acknowledging his greeting, but her expression is unreadable. This is getting intense. And then, the redhead makes her entrance, dripping in jewels and looking furious. No way this will be good. She's clearly upset, and you can tell she's about to cause a scene. This is her territory, after all. However, our girl isn't backing down. She's ready to face whatever comes next. She's a queen, okay? Lord Seleth is questioning why this party is happening. He only goes to official events, so something's up. He asks if today is a special day, and our girl basically says she threw it to celebrate everyone. But she's really throwing it instead of the king, who's too busy to attend. A total power play. Seleth admits he'd normally decline an invitation like this, but he's here now, and it's sus. He's laying it on thick, talking about how a party like hers provides an opportunity for celebration. And then, he casually mentions he came to add to the gaiety. Straight up shady, bro. He's making it clear he's taking the king's place, and our girl is not impressed. Seleth is so smooth, trying to act like this is all about politeness, but it's a warning. She bows, acknowledging him, but her expression is stone cold. This dude has no idea who he's dealing with. However, it's clear she's playing a dangerous game, and Seleth is definitely watching her every move. Seleth's family apparently wanted to bless the union. This marriage, and give the kingdom a break from its problems. But then this dude, Lord Seleth, straight up snickers and says he expected nothing less from the war hero, playing up the patriotism. He's being super condescending, implying our girl only threw this party for appearances, but then asks for a glass of wine. Seleth admits they didn't expect a celebration this grand, but he's clearly fishing for info. And honestly, it's annoying. This dude is straight up meeting with someone, sipping wine, and laying down a rule. Nothing they discuss reaches the king. He's about to lay something huge on whoever he's talking to, promising them assurance before he begins. He's wondering what it will take to get this person on his side, staring intensely while they talk. He drops the bomb. He wants to join forces with them, whatever that means. Someone else is listening in, hidden away, watching this whole exchange go down. He reveals the truth. A recent supply shortage is the core of everything, but it feels like a total deflection. But honestly, this truth feels super flimsy, like he's leaving out a massive piece of the puzzle. He's making it clear that no word of their meeting will reach the king, raising major red flags. Our girl is about to enter into a dangerous alliance with this dude, and it's all very suspicious. However, it's clear he's hiding something big, and she's probably walking into a trap. The palace sends officials to investigate the supply shortage at the port, promising answers are coming. But our girl's husband isn't interested in kingdom business. He straight up tells them he's there to hear about Daf, his wife, not logistics, and honestly, it's a power move. He lays down the law, no discussing this with him, and no going behind his back to the king. This dude is territorial. But the official tries to push back, claiming the palace already decided to investigate, and our guy isn't having it. He interrupts, swallowing hard, and the tension is thick. You can practically see the power struggle unfolding. Our girl's husband looks like he's about to explode, and the official seems to realize he's stepped in it. He decides to excuse himself, clinking his glass, and the atmosphere is so awkward you could cut it with a knife. He apologizes, but it's clear this dude is retreating, sensing he's pushed too far, and honestly, good for him. And just like that, the conversation is over, leaving our girl's husband looking absolutely furious, and the official totally flustered. Everyone's gathered, and someone asks about the princess. But it's not good news, apparently. This dude, the husband, explains the princess is still suffering from trauma caused by the former lady in waiting's neglect. They confirm she hasn't been able to get out of bed, and her health is getting worse with each passing month. No way! But someone else chimes in, saying her condition isn't improving, it's actively declining, and things are serious. They reveal the House of Cladene can't even begin to fix what's happening to her. This is a whole other level of bad. Our girl's husband is clearly furious, and the tension is building, but he's trying to maintain control. The officials are trying to downplay it, but he isn't letting them. He wants answers, and he wants them now. He demands to know everything, cutting off the official before he can finish his sentence. Straight up intimidating. The official backs down, realizing he's messed with the wrong person, and the room falls silent. He's protecting his wife, and it's intense. But this whole situation is spiraling, and I have a bad feeling. Someone points out the princess hasn't reported anything to the palace. Super suspicious, right? The husband's advisor asks if anyone's heard about it, and the tension is building fast. The husband jumps in, straight up declaring his wife is fully recovered, and everyone should chill. He paints this picture of her being healthy enough to run around the mansion, but it feels off. But this other official isn't buying it, questioning why she's skipping the party tonight. Good question. The husband's advisors suggest they call her by her proper title, Countess Cladena, and it's a power move. He explains they decided it was best for her to avoid parties for now, just as a precaution. But is that the whole story? He adds that she needs to be acting of her own free will, not under anyone's orders, and wow, that's a loaded statement. He's implying someone is controlling her, and the husband's face is unreadable. This is getting intense. But the advisor is clearly fishing for information, hinting at secrets the princess is hiding, and our girl is caught in the middle. The husband wonders why this dude keeps questioning him about the princess, and honestly, it's a valid point. This official tells him to stop nitpicking, but the husband flinches. Something is seriously wrong. The husband turns to the official, and bro, his expression is icy cold. This is about to escalate. He accuses the official of prying into his wife's affairs at a private gathering, and it's a full-on takedown. But it gets worse. He accuses the official of overstepping his authority, and the tension is palpable. He's laying down the law, making it clear no one messes with his wife, and the official looks stunned. The husband's gaze is intense, unwavering, and this dude is definitely getting the message. However, the official tries to play it cool, but the husband's stare is making him sweat. He's making it clear this isn't just about etiquette. He's protecting his wife, and it's fierce. The husband's gaze is absolutely piercing, and this official knows he's been warned. Game on. He straight up tells the official he's not royal, just someone who carries out orders. Talk about a power move. But then, our husband declares this will be their last conversation, and slices the official with something hidden in his sleeve. The official is bleeding everywhere, and the husband starts chugging wine, like a lot of wine. He keeps drinking, saying it's regarding his wife, and honestly, it's a terrifying display of dominance. He finishes the wine, then drops the bombshell: the official has no authority, no right to interfere. However, the official recovers enough to feign concern, claiming he was just worried about the princess. He says he may have overstepped, and it's a total save. This dude is smooth, but our husband isn't buying it. The official's explanation continues, but the husband's face is stone cold, and he looks completely unconvinced. He's saying he was simply concerned for Lady Cladonay, and we see them both sitting, but it's a total lie. And honestly, our husband is playing a dangerous game, but he's clearly in control of this situation. This official tells our husband Lady Cladonay is recovering, but he's clearly holding something back. He spills that her body is slowly deteriorating from whatever ails her. No way, that's brutal. Our husband's face is a total storm cloud, and you can feel the rage building inside him. He's staring down this official, and it's intense. This dude is about to get destroyed. Okay, so our girl is apparently named Misa Cladonay, a super important name, apparently. She straight up asks Lady Crispin for help, like she's got a plan brewing and needs a powerful ally. But the princess is so fragile, she can't even make eye contact with anyone. It's honestly heartbreaking. Then this other woman bursts in, declaring she'll become the ruler of Esquire. It's a total power grab. This dude, the husband, hears it all and is not impressed, calling it preposterous nonsense. Lady Crispin doubles down, saying the princess is incapable of a real conversation, basically treating her like an animal. She continues, saying the princess is essentially little more than an animal, and it's brutal. No way. The woman overhears this and just collapses. It's a dramatic moment for sure. But the husband, he's not backing down. He's completely disgusted with this whole situation. However, the princess is clearly devastated, and we're left wondering what happens next. It's intense. So the husband asks if she just woke up one day and regained her senses, like it's that simple. But the princess insists this has happened before, both then and now, which is weird. This other woman steps in, saying her story is completely unbelievable, and honestly, she's not wrong. She points out that enduring abuse for over a decade requires insane mental strength and impeccable acting skills. The husband is skeptical, thinking the princess is playing him, but she denies it, straight up calling him a fool. She claims Margrave Cladonay will vouch for her identity, trying to redirect the conversation. However, the husband wonders if the Margrave brought her here to use her resemblance to his wife for a scheme. The princess refuses to be part of it, especially if people discover she's an imposter. It's a risky move. She's adamant about not getting involved, and we're left wondering what this whole plan even is. But the husband isn't buying it. He thinks she's trying to play innocent, and the tension is THK. This dude, the husband, is laying down the law, no children ever, and our girl looks genuinely shocked. The other woman is straight up refusing, demanding to know how the princess can make such a request. Our girl doubles down, saying it's a hard thing to ask, and the other woman looks completely floored. She's trying to apologize, but claims it's difficult to explain, and the husband is not having it. The other woman admits this whole situation is confusing, but insists she's telling the truth. However, the husband is convinced this is all new information for her, and she's playing a game. She's stammering, saying she's not sure how to explain, and honestly, it's not a great look. But she's desperate, insisting she'll do anything to avoid having a child. It's intense. The husband is reeling, clearly confused, and the princess is just a mess right now. Our girl is begging him to believe her, but she's barely holding it together. This is a disaster. The husband reaches for our girl, but she flinches back, totally spiraling. Something is seriously wrong. She's babbling about feeling unwell, and the husband is already offering to get a doctor, concerned. But this feeling, it's not sickness. It's something far more terrifying flooding over her. Her eyes snap open, glowing red, and she's straight up screaming. It's a full-blown flashback. It's horribly familiar, and we realize this isn't about avoiding a child. It's about a past trauma. The memories are overwhelming, and she's reliving something awful. It's heartbreaking to watch. No way. She's back in that room, experiencing it all over again, and it's brutal. We see glimpses of a horrific scene, and it's clear this dude was a monster, torturing her. Our girl is utterly broken, reliving the abuse, and it's absolutely devastating. She's completely lost in the memory, and honestly, this explains everything. She's completely overwhelmed, heart pounding, and a strange heat rises through her body. It's intense. Her body reacts violently, a painful burning sensation erupting beneath her skin, but she doesn't understand what's happening. The flashback fully consumes her, and we see a silhouette of our girl writhing in agony. It's a terrifying sight. Badum, her heart screams, echoing the trauma, and she's lost in the past. This is brutal. She's desperately trying to process what's happening, but it's too much, and she's begging for someone to hear her. Her eyes are blazing red, and she remembers. It wasn't just about avoiding pregnancy, it was about surviving this dude's torture. She's reliving the only times she's ever felt this way, and it's a horrific reveal. It's all coming back. We see the source of the trauma. She was forced to face birds, a twisted form of abuse from her brother. No way. The memory is a vortex, and she's trapped, reliving the nightmare over and over. It's absolutely devastating. But thankfully, the husband is already calling for a doctor, realizing something is seriously wrong. Our girl needs help. This dude is straight up losing it, grabbing our girl and practically dragging her. It's intense. But the red-haired woman is now having it, desperately trying to pull him off, yelling for him to stop. Our girl is spiraling, screaming, "Not you, please." She thinks he's her brother. It's heartbreaking. She's confessing her mother suffered the same fate, devoured by birds, and honestly, it's a terrifying connection. The husband is shocked, realizing what she's saying, and rushes forward. He's trying to protect her. But the red-haired woman is losing control, shouting at him to stay away, begging him not to take him away. She's pleading for forgiveness, trembling, while our girl is totally broken and overwhelmed. It's a mess. Another woman appears, seemingly shocked by what's happening, but her expression is kinda unreadable. TB. The husband is demanding to know what's going on, and the red-haired woman is completely distraught. And just when you think it can't get worse, the red-haired woman is screaming, "This is a total disaster." Someone whispers about a scream, and the red-haired woman glances around, instantly sensing something is wrong. She asks if someone is under attack, and honestly, the tension is THK right now. Our girl is reliving the Foundation Festival, and it's clear she acted dramatically. But what happened? But things are spiraling fast, as the red-haired woman is clearly losing it. This is a total breakdown. Okay, so this dude, Misa's husband, is straight up confused. He's asking where she is. Then bam, a completely different woman appears, and everyone is losing it, asking what on earth is going on. It's chaos as everyone wonders what's happening, but our girl, the princess, is apparently behind this disguise. She tries to explain, but the other ladies are whispering and clearly side, eyeing the whole situation. This dude gets super close to the blonde lady, and she's below Shandile. Talk about awkward tension building. Someone calls out Miss Elisa, and the princess starts fidgeting with her necklace, looking stressed. The blonde lady is freaking out, and the princess is scratching at her necklace, like it's burning her skin. But here's the twist. She's not just fidgeting, she's trying to remove something from the necklace, and it's clearly bothering her. The husband tries to speak, but the blonde lady cuts him off, saying they don't have time. She's realizing something huge. She didn't recognize this woman, and she's seriously questioning how that happened. But then, a voice echoes, warning anyone who looks at the blonde lady that they'll be cursed with misfortune. Our girl admits she never bothered to really look at her, which is a choice, honestly. She lets out a little laugh, and this dude's expression shifts. It's unsettling, to say the least. He plays along, saying of course. But his smile doesn't reach his eyes. Something is definitely up. Then, straight up out of nowhere, someone wonders how he regained his sanity. They're questioning if he was sane to begin with, and it's a wild accusation considering everything going on. This is a total turnaround. Everyone is shocked, and the husband is looking right at the blonde lady. But here's the kicker, she's remembering a warning about not looking her in the eyes, and it's clearly hitting her hard. She's blurting out that everyone has secrets, and it's a weird attempt to connect with the blonde lady. But the blonde lady straight up calls her out, guessing she's rushing home to avoid the Count Palatine. Our girl is visibly shaken, tears welling up, and the blonde lady is observing her closely. The blonde lady assures her she'll tell Margrave Clatine why she left so suddenly, and it feels ominous. This dude, the husband, is saying she can leave everything to him, but his expression is terrifying. He reaches for her, and everyone is noticing she's been crying. It's a total mood shift. The blonde lady cries "Mother" as he touches her, and everyone is floored. He calls out Eric, and the room goes silent. This is a name nobody expected. The other woman's face is unreadable, but she's definitely reacting to the name Eric. No way. The husband is clearly connected to the blonde lady, and it's a huge reveal. The husband is wiping away her tears, and she's asking why, completely confused. It's a total power move. But the blonde lady interrupts, revealing she knows this dude's real name, Eric, and it's a massive shock. He's trying to play it cool, but the husband's face is falling apart as the blonde lady lays it all out. She's accusing him of neglecting his wife, and honestly, she's not wrong. This is brutal. The husband is staring daggers, and the blonde lady is holding her head high. She's not backing down. He's questioning why she's saying all this, but she's clearly laying a trap, and it's working. The blonde lady's stepping forward, and our girl thinks she's hallucinating. This is getting intense. He's taking steps toward her, and she's desperately hoping it's not another trick of the mind. He points out she's been crying, and the blonde lady just looks at him. It's a tense standoff. However, he's responding to the blonde lady, and it's clear he's scrambling to explain himself. Okay, so the husband's all "I was negligent," trying to smooth things over with the blonde lady. It's a total backtrack. But the blonde lady isn't having it, insisting she demanded they come to the party in the first place, and things are getting heated. However, someone else steps in and says they were supposed to meet at the fountain, and it's a huge reveal about who's been missing. Turns out our girl went off on her own without telling anyone. Classic runaway bride move, honestly. The husband is suddenly all business, declaring their priority is getting her out of there ASAP. He's literally reaching for her, offering an escape, and she looks completely relieved. Finally, a safe move. He offers to escort her and Misa to the carriage, just in case, which is a super vague threat, TB. They all start walking, and it's a tense group. The husband, the blonde lady, and a couple of other onlookers. However, the husband stops, claiming he needs to finish some business at the party. What is he up to? He's leaving them, and our girl is probably wondering if this whole thing was a setup. Straight up suspicious. The mother is laying down the law, telling the husband to go, and he actually listens. He bows, says goodbye, and then no. He's grinning like he's about to pull something. He bursts out laughing as he watches them leave. This dude is seriously unhinged. He reaches out, stopping the carriage, and honestly, it's a power move. He's talking to the blonde lady, and it sounds like he already knows what's going on. He assumes they're talking about Lady Lacane and Duke Salakay's. He's connected it all? He reveals they always intended to reveal the truth, but Salakay's figured it out way too fast. The carriage rolls on, and it's clear he's playing a long game. He hopes this doesn't mess up their plans, which, okay, super shady. He's totally scheming, and our girl is about to walk right into it. No way. This dude is straight up concerned, asking why our girl was crying earlier. Talk about a mood swing. He's intensely focused on her, asking if she's suffering from something, and she's clearly freaked out. She stammers, trying to explain, but he cuts her off. This is getting intense, and she's losing control. But he doesn't let up, insisting he's much more concerned about Ever, and honestly, it's a power play. Okay, so the party is POPN, everyone's chatting, but it's all about our girl. They're whispering about her sanity. She's standing there, totally composed, while everyone speculates if she's still losing it. But honestly, she's playing them all. This dude, her brother, is glaring at her from across the room. He thinks he's winning, but she's 10 steps ahead. Her husband catches her eye, and you can see the calculation in his gaze. He knows she's faking, and it's kinda hot. But hold up, things take a dark turn. She's flashing back to being cornered, surrounded by shadowy hands and abuse. Everyone thought she was a madwoman, but now it's hitting them. She was entirely sane while enduring all of that. No way! And then bam, she's remembering everything. The fear, the helplessness, and her husband is Rijichichiari. She's totally breaking down, but her husband reaches out, and it's not to hurt her. He's offering a hand, a lifeline. Her eyes are wide with shock and maybe a little hope, like she's finally letting someone see the real her. She's completely vulnerable, and honestly, this is where things are about to get real. She's asking him, her husband, to say something, anything, and it's heartbreaking because she's completely broken. We flash back to her being utterly degraded, sacrificing her dignity just to survive, and it's brutal, honestly. She remembers being tormented by her brother, this sadistic tyrant, and wonders what someone in her position would even die want to say. A sword, a symbol of everything she's lost, lies discarded, hinting at a past fight or maybe a future one. Her husband and another man are there, and she's clearly reeling, struggling to process everything that's happening. The red-haired dude is staring at her, and he's straight up confused. He feels something strange when he thinks about her. He's having a full-blown internal crisis, asking himself why he feels so weird around her, and it's kinda intense. He clutches his head, overwhelmed, and it looks like he's about to lose it. This is getting messy. He's admitting he's having indecent thoughts, and it's a huge reveal. This dude is falling for her hard. He's completely undone, practically falling apart, and it's clear this unexpected attraction is throwing him for a loop. Someone's eavesdropping, and it's the Count Palatine. This dude is always lurking. He overhears them talking about the princess, and he's immediately suspicious, thinking she's playing a game. The two men confidently declare they have her right where they want her, but our girl is about to flip the script. The Count Palatine is convinced everything will go according to plan, a classic villain monologue moment. He's watching the red-haired guy and suddenly realizes there's a reason he came to this party. It's all connected. He thinks he's figured it out. The princess returned to the palace is part of a larger scheme, and it's driving him wild. He wonders if he's right, and his gaze lands on the red-haired guy, who looks like he's about to explode with secrets. The red-haired dude is clutching a glass of wine, clearly shaken up, and he's questioning everything. He's wondering if the princess will actually return to the palace, and honestly, we're on the edge of our seats. His expression is intense, and you can tell he's realizing something huge is about to go down. This is going to be good. The Count Palatine is laying it all out. They're planning to use military force against the war hero. But the head of the Clattenay house straight up says no, and insists there's a traitor in their midst. He's giving this smug little smile, and honestly, it's super creepy. He reveals they'll happily let the royal doctors handle the princess, claiming it will soothe her. However, another noble throws shade, saying they just want to remove the princess from the house of Clattenay. The red-haired dude is looking conflicted, and you can tell he's realizing something's off. He's piecing things together, and it's clear this whole situation is way more complicated than it seems. The Count Palatine is convinced he's uncovered the truth, and he's practically gloating. He thinks the princess return is a setup, and the red-haired guy is involved. No way! The red-haired dude is clutching his wine, looking totally shaken, and we're left hanging. Cullen and another dude are at the palace, knocking, and the housekeeper gasps when she sees them. They ask to come in, and the door swings open, revealing a woman clearly shocked by their arrival. She's asking what's happening, if it's about the princess, and the red-haired Cullen is giving intense eye contact. Cullen asks a question, and the woman stammers, saying she'll be something, but can't finish the sentence. Cullen straight up grabs the housekeeper, and she's losing it, asking what's going on. Another servant rushes in, yelling hello. But the focus is on some seriously disturbing things hanging at the window. Red streamers are flying everywhere, and this dude Cullen is like, "So this is your first time seeing these, huh?" Everyone's shocked, but the servant starts crying and blurts out that Lord Clattenay put those things up. Cullen and the other noble are reeling. They have no idea why, and the servant is a mess, sniffling and upset. The housekeeper faints, and honestly, we don't blame her. That's a lot to take in. Cullen and his companion look at each other totally stunned, and then they just walk away. The remaining servants are scrambling to get out of the room, saying they've finished cleaning and are leaving now. They're seriously rushing out, and it's clear they do not want to stay a moment longer. Okay, so Cullen and this other guy are looking at the streamers, and it hits them. These are for Countess Clattenay? Apparently, this dude Cullen has been super worried about the autumn migratory birds returning soon, which is odd. He explains that summer birds are easy to shoo away, but autumn birds, a whole different story. Our girl is impressed. No way. The captain thought ahead about the birds. I had no idea he'd come up with something like this. Someone is asking about Lord Clattenay, and it's super sus right off the bat. This dude, a servant, looks totally freaked out while answering like he's hiding something major. He's afraid to admit Lord Clattenay isn't there, and straight up says he's gone, which is a red flag. Our girl, the princess, hears this news and is visibly shocked. Badum, sound effect confirms it's a big moment. Everyone around her is reeling, and you can tell they're all bracing for bad news. The maid and another woman are losing it, shouting for master, as if something terrible has happened. The princess's companion is furious, demanding to know why they can't just say Clattenay went outside. She accuses them of making it sound like they assassinated him, and honestly, she's not wrong to be suspicious. Another woman thinks the missing lord is actually Eric, which is a total curveball. She's clearly upset, and our girl looks glum. Something's definitely off with this whole situation. Okay, so the maid reveals they discovered the princess has additional psychological episodes. No way! Apparently, Lord Cladonay thought it'd be best to tell his master about her state. Shady. The maid and another lady are practically begging Cladonay to keep it quiet, and our girl's companion is now having it. She's like, if Gela trusts someone, I trust them, and the princess is totally questioning everything. The companion asks if she's alright, but the princess insists she's fine. Yeah, right, we know that's a lie. She admits it was a close call and things could have gone south quickly, but plays it cool. The princess imagines the rumors that would have spread if she'd lost it in the ballroom. Talk about a disaster. But the other lady is still stressed, and our girl looks super concerned, sensing something's deeply wrong. The companion and princess are having a moment, and it's clear she's hiding how bad things really are. The princess insists she's okay, but the maid looks skeptical. This whole situation is giving me chills. This dude, the master, tells her she needs rest and absolutely no going outside, even in disguise. She meekly agrees, but the blonde lady straight up looks terrified, and it's kinda obvious why. The princess tries to play it cool and introduces herself, but the blonde is clearly rattled. The master doesn't seem fazed at all, like not even a little, which is super weird. His companion points out he's not surprised, and then drops a bomb he already knows about her body. He says no one knows their own body better than themselves, which is a choice of words, honestly. The master turns and walks away, and the companion says they don't need intermediaries anymore. He waves to the blonde, and our girl is left staring after him. This is getting intense. He's finally going to explain her condition as her doctor, and he plans to do it in detail. But something tells me this treatment won't be what anyone expects. The master starts a review session and tells our girl to sit. Her legs must be hurting, he says. He warns her to especially avoid birds, because they'll worsen the poison's effects, but the companion interrupts. She insists they've already taken care of the birds situation, and then this dude pulls out a book. He asks if she recognizes it, and the companion looks instantly worried. Something's up. It's a record of the former head lady in waiting's drugs, and honestly, that's a terrible sign. The problem is, the book only lists ingredients, and there's no antidote listed anywhere. The companion realizes the former lady in waiting probably didn't bother with an antidote, since she used the drugs for torture. She sighs, and then we cut to the princess looking utterly defeated. This is rough. But the master is smirking, a truly creepy grin, and you just know he's enjoying this. He's reveling in the fact that she's trapped, and our girl is starting to realize how dangerous this situation is. This dude straight up starts summarizing the poison, complete with a peace sign and a whip sound effect. So extra. He explains the poison has two ingredients: salvinorin, a herb from Sedit, and an unidentified substance labeled PNO2. But here's the kicker: salvinorin draws out a person's deepest fears and recreates them as vivid hallucinations. No way! He continues, saying whatever she fears most will appear as lifelike visions, and then the image cuts to a terrifying bird. The companion gasps, realizing all her symptoms were caused by that salvinorin herb. It's all starting to click. It's a total mind game, and our girl is realizing just how deeply this master has messed with her head. However, the effects of the salvinorin should have worn off a month ago, but they haven't. This dude, the master, explains it's because of the second ingredient, PNO2, and honestly, it's super suspicious. He doesn't even know what PNO2 is, but he remembers a woman from Sedit, the king's concubine, giving her a book. The concubine apparently said something about the book when she gifted it to Lady Manel, and now everyone's connecting the dots. They realize the letters PN might come from Pyru, which is Sidit's word for poison. Talk about a red flag. Our girl is reeling, and it's clear she's finally understanding the depth of the manipulation she's been through. If the number at the end of the poison indicates its rank, it's a really strong and rare concoction. Yikes! Then, they realize the PNO2 substance is actually maintaining the salvinorin's effects, so it's not fading like it should. They start brainstorming, and it hits them. If they can neutralize PNO2, they might be able to break the poison's hold. A gorgeous red flower appears, glowing with power, and they're hoping it holds the key to saving our girl. Fingers crossed. Margrave Cladonay is straight up demanding answers, and our girl is about to drop a bomb. We're diving into some serious political intrigue here, as the story title card tells us. This dude Cladine is playing it cool, asking if she's upset, but it's a total front. She calls him out, revealing she knows his secret. No way, she's so brave? He tries to act unfazed, claiming she's mistaken, but we all know he's sweating bullets. He tries to play it off, but our girl is watching him with intense scrutiny. Cladine insists he's not bothered, and honestly, the denial is so obvious. But then, he drops the "after all" line, and her expression is giving me chills. Her eyes are locked on him, and you can feel the tension building. Something's about to go down. She's clearly processing something, and I'm on the edge of my seat, wondering what his secret is. Cladine reveals they originally planned to tell Lady Crispin first. Wow, talk about a power move. But Lady Crispin is totally blindsided, and asks why they didn't tell her sooner. Cladine explains he believed she would understand better than anyone else, and our girl is reeling. He straight up says simply hiding in fear isn't enough. This dude is intense and expects action. Our girl is clearly not having it, and her expression is giving major "I'm about to lose it" vibes. Cladine doubles down, insisting she needs to be stronger, and honestly, it's a bit much. However, Lady Crispin cuts him off, her voice laced with anger and frustration. She demands to know what he wants her to do, and the tension is absolutely palpable right now. Cladine's face softens, and he's clearly trying to regain control of the situation. He gives her a pointed look, and I swear, this is about to get messy. So, Cladine inherited his position, but it wasn't exactly handed to him on a silver platter. Turns out, his father was a commoner, a total outsider who clawed his way to the top. We get a flashback to a young, alone Cladine, and it's clear his upbringing was rough. He vows a commoner won't take the Duke's seat, and honestly, it's a little unsettling. He's staring right through Lady Crispin, and it's obvious he's sizing her up and judging her. He claims to see something and then doubles down, saying he really sees it. This dude is straight up scrutinizing her, and the tension in the room is insane. Lady Crispin is clearly uncomfortable, but she's trying to maintain her composure. Good for her. But Cladine is relentless, and she's finally starting to crack under the pressure. And just when you think it can't get worse, he gives a knowing smirk. No way, this is good. Cladine casually asks if she's pushing things a little too much, but the vibe is so off. Then, the Duke, her husband, walks in, and Cladine's eyes lock onto him, like he's sizing him up. This dude straight up declares there's nothing stopping him from spreading rumors about Lady Crispin, her wife. Cladine then drops the bomb he's not a virtuous man, and our girl is visibly unsettled. He steps closer, and honestly, it's a power play and it's working. He claims he doesn't offer risks without proper compensation, and the tension is building fast. Then he reaches out and adjusts her collar, all while confessing he always wanted to get closer to her. Shh. Cladine's gaze is intense, and it's clear he's playing a dangerous game with both of them. The Duke is standing there, stone-faced, and I'm worried he's about to explode. But Cladine just smirks, knowing he's gotten under everyone's skin. This is getting good. The Duke is laying it all out. Rumors about the king are spreading, and House Cladine is behind it. He's totally grilling the red-haired woman, accusing her of knowing about a suspicious merchant ship at the port. This dude is relentless, claiming she'd have investigated delayed military supplies too, but honestly, he's reading her like a book. He's laying a trap, suggesting even if the court dismisses the rumors, they'll grow suspicious. Sneaky. Then, he drops a bombshell. He actually saw this merchant ship while investigating the delays. He says he noticed it while checking why military supplies for the kingdom were so delayed. It's a setup, I can feel it. But the red-haired woman isn't backing down, and her smile is kinda terrifying. TB. The Duke's face is unreadable, but he's definitely calculating his next move. This is intense. However, the Duke's expression shifts, and he's clearly connecting dots, realizing this is a deeper game. He's staring intently at her, and you can tell he's piecing everything together. No way she's getting away with this. Okay, so the Duke reveals the crew on that ship. Straight up mercenaries from famous foreign guilds. He says anyone who's never left the capital wouldn't even recognize these guys. It's a huge deal. But then the Duke drops a memory. He was stationed on the border during the war with Sidit, and he was watching them. He kept a close eye on the crew, suspecting the royal palace was plotting something shady, and honestly, good call. Turns out, they arrived at the Salakay's mansion, and the Duke's got a smug little smile about it. The red-haired woman asks what happened, and the Duke just lays it on thick. It was all by the king's command. He explains food and valuables were being imported from overseas to boost the royal treasury. Sneaky, sneaky. Our girl is straight up furious, and the Duke is just casually watching her reaction, like he expected this. He's clearly enjoying this confrontation, and it's kinda terrifying how calm he is. The Duke's face is unreadable, and the red-haired woman's response is nothing. Total silence. The Duke explains the House of Salakez was the only one on the shipping records. Makes sense, right? But the red-haired woman isn't buying it. She's like, I don't see the problem, which is shady AF. She points out it's well known the House of Salakez imports goods for the royal treasury. She's connecting the dots. However, the Duke stays cool as a cucumber, and honestly, this dude is playing a long game. This dude is convinced someone within the Cladonay house is working against him, and he's got his suspicions up. He's staring intently at Lady Manel, clearly analyzing her every move, and honestly, it's kinda creepy. Lady Manel and another woman are walking together, and our guy is zeroing in on them. He believes Manel knows something. He corners Manel, demanding she tell him what she's hiding, and she's straight up denying everything. He pushes harder, convinced she's holding back, and she's getting seriously flustered, clutching her chest. But just as she's about to crack, another woman, the head lady, in waiting, interrupts, claiming innocence. Manel tries to deflect, saying it's not her, but our guy isn't buying it. He's laser focused on the head lady, in waiting. The head lady, in waiting's face is all tight and controlled, but she's definitely hiding something, and we can see it. No way, the head lady in waiting is spitting blood, trying to maintain her facade, but it's falling apart. She's about to reveal the truth, but what is it? This is getting intense. Our girl is in for a wild ride. Manel's helper claims she only helped the Count because she was threatened. Talk about a curveball. She's stubby as she can explain everything to our guy, but he's totally not feeling it. She insists she never intended to betray him, and is trying to play the innocent card. She begs for forgiveness, but he demands to know why she didn't tell him anything from the start. She flinches, and we see a glimpse of that icy blue eye. This dude is not pleased. He's about to reveal something, and it sounds serious, like a broken promise kind of serious. He pulls his sword, and the head lady, in waiting, is straight up terrified, gasping for air. He declares she failed to keep her promise, and honestly, this is getting messy. She cries out, and the sword is coming down. No way! This is a total betrayal! But hold up, it looks like he's intervening. This is a twist we didn't see coming. He accuses her of wanting a foothold in both Cladonay and the palace, playing both sides like a chess game. She's speechless for a beat, but then explains she only wanted to ensure the safety of her household. He's not buying it though, and declares that households who betray him are normally executed on the spot. But then, total reversal. He says he won't punish an outsider, especially one from the royal palace. He's still holding that sword, and it's trembling. This dude is clearly conflicted, but trying to maintain control. He lays down a rule by the standards of his household. She should be punished, but he won't do it. He insists she has nothing to fear, and that he won't punish her. It's a strange save, honestly. He's still keeping that sword close though, like he's ready to change his mind at any second. She's visibly relieved, but also totally confused by his sudden change of heart. Our girl is safe for now, but something tells me this isn't over, and this dude has a plan. He's all regal and fancy, but straight up tells her he's going to take additional measures. Ominous much. He demands to know about her brother-in-law, asking why she sent him away, and insists on the truth. He pushes further, wanting to know what she's hiding and if her family or friends are involved. This dude pulls a sword on him. No hesitation, just straight up aggression. What is happening? Her brother-in-law tries to talk to explain, but she cuts him off, promising to reveal everything. She's spilling the tea now, saying if she'd known he had a son, and honestly, the tension is insane. She fully admits she has a son, finally, and we get a sweet flashback panel of the little guy. He's demanding answers, and she's confessing everything. But it's clear she's terrified of what he'll do. She gulps, clearly bracing for the worst, and curses her son's father under her breath. She admits she has a son, and it feels like a huge turning point. But what does this mean for everyone? She's begging him to spare her brother-in-law, straight up terrified of the consequences if her husband finds out. But this dude isn't hearing it. He's demanding she explain why she sent him away, and threatens to reveal everything. She confesses she asked him to go to a monastery to protect her family, because her husband would disown them all if he knew the truth. Her brother-in-law tries to intervene, but she cuts him off, promising she'll take the blame. However, her husband isn't buying it. He wants to know if there's more to the story, if anyone else is involved. This dude raises his sword and attacks her brother-in-law. No warning, just pure aggression. Talk about a power move. She's pleading for mercy, begging him to stop, but he's focused on getting information about the antidote. He needs help to get the antidote from that woman Sedate, and drops a bomb. Countess Cladine is still poisoned. He reveals he suggested they talk to Sedate, and that he'll leave a secret signal for her to recognize at the palace. And honestly, this feels like a trap. Our girl is being played, and I have a bad feeling about this. She reveals Lady Manel ordered her to take the princess to Count Palatine, and threatened to expose her if she didn't comply. But someone overhears. A servant bursts in, claiming Lady Manel is a dangerous woman. This dude wants to immediately summon her for questioning, but our guy shuts it down instantly. He turns away, refusing to even acknowledge the servant, and orders everyone to keep this conversation secret from Edile. Instead, he commands them to do exactly what Lady Manel requested, whatever that is, and we're left hanging. He's staring intensely at someone off-panel, and says the next time they report to the palace, we're there to follow whatever instructions she gives, and honestly, this is a terrible idea. He finishes speaking, demanding they follow Lady Manel's instructions. It's a total power play. But he's not done, revealing he's already sent a secret message to Sedate, hoping she'll help. Our girl realizes this whole situation is rigged, and she's being manipulated, but she plays along. He's so confident, believing he's in control. However, she's secretly plotting her next move. Okay, so Eric and Cladine are at this massive estate, and it's giving major fairy tale vibes. He's just ordered a whole wardrobe for her, like a ton of new dresses and everyday wear, because he's a sweetie. He asks if she wants to wear one of the new gowns today, and she agrees, super chill about it. Cladine's maid starts getting everything ready, and our girl is just there, kind of blankly staring ahead. But then, Eric starts staring at her, like really intensely, and Cladine is clearly thrown off by it. She wonders why this dude is giving her the death glare, and straight up asks him, Eric. Eric doesn't even answer, just keeps looking at her with this intense expression. Total power move. Cladine is completely confused and asks him to stop staring, but it's kinda awkward and tense. The maid announces she's finished with Cladine's hair, and honestly, the timing is perfect to break the tension. Eric finally breaks his stare, but it's clear he's got something on his mind, and Cladine is picking up on it. Cladine asks why he's staring, and Eric just drops a bomb. He wants to look at her as much as possible. He orders someone to fetch her dress, and the maid sprints away. Seriously, it's fast. Eric suddenly suggests they have tea with Jella before going to the garden, totally changing the subject. He pulls her close, and she's visibly shocked, but he's all intense and possessive. He confesses he just wants to keep watching her, but then, he throws in a condition. From now on, he demands she not smile when she's out, especially not in front of others. Cladine is reeling, and she touches her face, like she's trying to figure out what's happening. He's leaning in close, and she's blushing, but honestly, this feels less sweet and more controlling. He's basically saying he wants to monopolize her attention, and she's starting to realize this dude is a little intense. Eric thinks Cladine is too tired to notice anything, and straight up assumes he can get away with something. But hold up, Sir Cullen collapses right in front of them, and it's a total mess. Everyone's freaking out, questioning if he's even alive, and someone mentions he spent all day catching birds. Weird. They try to get Sir Cullen to get up, insisting they still need to catch birds, which is a choice. He's barely conscious, and they're basically dragging him, but honestly, this whole situation is chaotic. No way, they just toss him into the trees. This is getting out of hand. Someone calls out his name, but he's clearly out of it, and it's a total disaster. And then, they're all just abandoning him in the woods. Seriously? However, it turns out they're pretending he's down, and it's some kind of training exercise. Our girl is totally confused, and the whole thing feels like a setup. But what are they planning? Cladine's maid, Jella, is getting orders from Eric, and our girl is suspicious. She thinks they're going to a lot of trouble just for her. Eric straight up tells her not to worry about the knights, and to just enjoy some time with him, which is a little creepy. He's so confident, casually directing everyone, and then, no way, he picks Cladine up bridal style. Jella gets a thank you. Then Eric carries Cladine off, dismissing the knights, and honestly, this whole scene feels staged. The knights bow as they walk, and he tells Cladine to have fun, which is a super weird thing to say. They're walking, and she's clearly uncomfortable, But then she tells him to put her down and asks to walk holding hands. She wants a normal moment, and bro, it's a sweet request, but Eric's face is unreadable. What's he planning? He finally complies, and they start walking hand in hand, but the whole thing is dripping with tension. But it's all a setup. He's leading her towards something, and she's realizing this whole romantic walk was a distraction. However, she's determined to enjoy the moment anyway, and she's holding his hand tight, even if it's a trap. She smells smoke, but then notices the scent of flowers and grass is even stranger when mixed together. Eric calls out Miesa, and our girl is immediately on edge. Something's up with this dude. He's staring at her, and then he grabs her hand, telling her to look, and it's super intense. He reveals he wanted to bring her here when the autumn flowers were in bloom, and it's kinda romantic, but we know better. He says he's glad they made it before the flowers faded, and she's trying to play along, but she's clearly suspicious. She points out he seems to love the flowers embroidered on his bib, and he's just watching her. He casually says she might like this place as well, and our girl is totally lost. What is he getting at? She's speechless and he's just smirking. This is giving major villain vibes. She's definitely unsettled, and it's clear she's waiting for the other shoe to drop. Something's about to go down. Bro, this whole scene is a trap, and our girl is right in the middle of it. I'm stressed. She's completely captivated by the scene. It's beautiful, and she admits it, but she's still on high alert. He says the world shows him nothing but warmth and wonder because of her, and honestly, it's a little too perfect. He reaches for her, and she flinches, but he's just gently placing a flower in her hair. So sweet, but sus. She's stunned, because she never liked flowers, but she plays along, trying to figure out his game. He leans in close, and she's totally frozen. This dude is way too intense and she doesn't trust it. She's flustered, and he's looking at her like she's the only person in the world. It's a total power move. He's getting closer, and she's starting to panic. Something is definitely about to happen, and it's not good. She tries to pull away, but he's got her cornered, and he's whispering her name. It's creepy AF. He's about to kiss her, and she closes her eyes, bracing for something, and it's super dramatic. He actually goes in for the kiss, and our girl is totally caught off guard. No way she saw that coming. He's pulling her into a tight embrace, and she's actually leaning into it. Wait, what? She's lost in a field of flowers, totally carefree, and it's honestly a little unsettling after everything. He's holding her close, whispering how she's brought light into his world, but she's still suspicious. Rightfully so. She's completely surrendered to him, closing her eyes, but this feels like a trap, and I'm screaming internally. Okay, so this dude, the Duke, is straight up plotting how to hide Misa, our girl, because she's super sick. He suggests stashing her away in the countryside, but it's all a scheme to make it look like she's gone naturally. Lady Manal immediately agrees, thinking they can just quietly disappear Misa, and everyone will assume she's recovering peacefully. But the Duke's got layers, bro. He's already thinking about covering his tracks and making sure no one suspects foul play. He needs a lady in waiting to go with Misa, someone who can keep up the charade of her being alive and well. He announces they've forbidden anyone from entering Misa's bedroom, which is a Haji red flag and everyone knows it. The Duke explains if Gela isn't around, people will get suspicious, and honestly, it's a pretty smart move. He stresses they need to be careful, especially around Lady Manel, and you can see he doesn't trust her one bit. The Duke confirms his plan, and it's clear he's playing a dangerous game, trying to control everything. He finishes his explanation, and honestly, this whole situation is giving me major bad vibes. Okay, so Edel, Misa's loyal lady in waiting, steps forward, volunteering to accompany Misa, and honestly, it's a power move. She lays it all out. Both the Duke and Lady Manel seem super suspicious about who they trust, and that's a red flag. Edel straight up declares she's the only one they can rely on, and the confidence. It's radiating off the page. She claims she's been with the Cladone family longer than anyone and assures them she won't breathe a word. But Lady Manel isn't having it. She's totally shocked by Edel's bold claim, and you can see the tension building. Edel's got this icy stare locked on Lady Manel, and it's clear she's daring her to question her loyalty. The Duke, though, is playing it cool, observing the exchange between these two women. He's a master manipulator. He's probably loving this drama, seeing who will crack first, and honestly, it's kinda scary. Lady Manel tries to recover, but Edel's dominance is obvious. She's totally taken control of the situation. Edel finishes her statement, declaring herself the only one they can truly count on, and it's giving me chills. The Duke worries Misa is pushing herself too hard with all the extra duties, and honestly, it feels off. He says they have no better candidate, and offers her the position, hoping she'll take it. It's a setup, we know it. Misa accepts, and the Duke visibly relaxes, saying it'll take a weight off his chest. But something's definitely brewing. She says she's exhausted from the increased workload, but this dude Kyle straight up dismisses it. He's so smug. Kale insists he's fine, but his expression is all kinds of guarded, and you can tell he's hiding something. Another servant steps forward, agreeing with Kale and reinforcing that Misa needs to rest. It's sis, I tell you. Miisa thanks them, but her eyes, they're calculating, and she's clearly playing a role. But then she subtly glances at Kale, and it's like a silent challenge. She's testing him, seeing if he'll call her out. Kale meets her gaze, and there's a tension between them that's so thick you could cut it with a knife. He just gives a short acknowledgement, and honestly, that's enough to confirm he's playing along with the charade. A few days later, a storm rolls in, it's pouring, and the atmosphere is heavy. Kale arrives at some secluded place, saying she's probably waiting for him inside, but it feels off. He tells the person he's with that he appreciates their help, but honestly, that gratitude feels forced. They reach the entrance, and Kale declares this is the place. It's creepy, and the thunder is loud. He's all hooded and mysterious, and a close-up reveals his expression is intense, to say the least. Kyle's inner monologue reveals he's been planning this meeting, and he expects Misa to be there. He's clearly anticipating something, but Misa's plan is still a total mystery, and I'm stressed for her. Kale thinks he's in control, ready to confront her, but our girl is always one step ahead. He's convinced she'll be waiting, and fully expects to see her, but honestly, I bet she has a surprise for him. Kale steels himself, ready to face whatever Misa throws at him, but I have a feeling this is gonna be a wild ride. Kyle's all smooth, offering help to whoever he's talking to, but it feels off, like a performance. He tells them not to linger, then gives a nod, and honestly, it's super dismissive. Then, this dude drops a bombshell. He wants to apologize for how he treated Misa last time. He claims his words were just a tactic, a way to rationalize his actions, but it's a weak excuse. Kale admits he was a coward, unable to help the princess, and it's a huge reveal. No way. He's walking away now, and it's like all the pieces are clicking into place. But what's the real game here? The rain is coming down hard, masking everything, and honestly, it's the perfect cover for whatever's about to happen. Kale thinks he's distancing himself from the situation, but our girl is always several steps ahead. He's realizing his past actions were calculated, and it's a total power play. This dude is cold. But Misa isn't letting him off the hook. She's showing him exactly how much of a coward he really is. Misa is killing it, all smiles and sweetness, but she admits it's too late for apologies. Kale's suddenly there, looming over her, and the atmosphere just shifts, super tense. He's hoping she'll have a good life, but then the door gets open. What is happening? The door slams shut, and honestly, it's a power move. He's taking control even now. Rain is absolutely purifying, and it's like the world is mirroring the chaos unfolding inside. SPLH, he's getting drenched, footprints marking his path. This dude is getting soaked. Another SPLA setch, and it's clear he's not just wet, he's being deliberately targeted. We get a close-up of his face, and he's not happy, but he's trying to maintain composure. Spilach again, and it's right on his expensive coat, complete with that fancy emblem. Everything rambulas, and Misa's face is a mix of anger and is that relief? No way. Boom. Misa straight up throws a fit, acting all shocked and outraged. What a queen. She calls out Margrave Cladony's name with a sly ha, and it's clear this isn't a genuine question. Kale jumps in though, scolding whoever is staring at her with shock and anger. Talk about protective? But Misa isn't having it. She's letting Kale know it's too late for polite gestures. She's icy. Someone's clearly asking if the princess finished paying her respects to the king, which is a weird question right off the bat. She's walking, step by step, through the palace in the pouring rain, and it's super ominous. Our girl says she has a report for His Majesty, and keeps stepping forward, each footfall echoing in this massive place. But then this dude, the king, walks up with his entourage, and announces they need to prepare for guests. He casually mentions rumors have been going around, and straight up expects she knows about them. She confirms she's heard the whispers, and says she came to deliver good news, like this is no big deal. And she continues walking, step by step, and honestly, it feels like she's about to drop a bomb. She wants those rumors dealt with ASAP, which is a little aggressive. but we love a queen who gets things done. This dude continues walking, and you can tell he's hiding something behind that polite smile. However, it's clear she's playing a game, and she's got a plan to deal with whatever's going on. She's laying it on thick, promising to beg his forgiveness for whatever's happening. But she's not being sincere. However, she's also continuing the investigation on the port of Nias, where the rumors started, apparently. She's clearly trying to play the helpless card, but the king is completely unfazed. He cuts her off, saying there's no need for her to do anything at all, which is super sus. She's confused, asking what he means, and honestly, we are too. He drops a bomb. He's already entrusted the matter to Fabrian, and she's okay. Fabrian? That name means something. She remembers he's the son of a lady in waiting. Apparently, this Fabrian's mom begged to bring him into the palace during the former king's reign, which is wild backstory. This dude is straight up using Fabrian as a shield, and our girl is realizing it's a power play. She's piecing it together. He's letting Fabrian handle things, and that's a huge deal. Someone overhears the king talking about Fabrian, and they're immediately suspicious. Like, how did this low-born dude get so much favor? The king walks up to his aide, and it's clear he's noticed he's been overworked, which is weird. He claims he can't let his aide burn himself out, so he's going to start delegating work to Fabrian instead. Our girl is not buying it. She realizes this is a straight-up attempt to strip her aide of his authority. She tries to play it cool, but inside she's freaking out because this dude is clearly plotting something. The aide seems to sense the king's intention too. He looks totally bewildered and unsure what to do. The king starts walking away, and his aide follows, looking absolutely defeated and questioning everything. No way. The king just casually drops that the aide is getting too old for all this work and needs to step aside. He and his aide walk off, leaving a couple of guards behind, and she's left fuming over the entire power play. She's left standing there, stewing in her anger, and you know, she's already planning her next move. He approaches her, all smooth talk about how much she's grown. But it's immediately creepy, honestly. He crushes a yellow flower underfoot and straight up calls her an ignorant fool. Talk about a mood swing. This dude grabs the flower remnants and basically admits he's the only reason she's still on the throne. He's squeezing the petals, and she's realizing this isn't a friendly chat, it's a threat. We get a close-up of his face, and bro is radiating pure menace like a total villain. He's holding the crushed flower, and it's clear he's been plotting this for years. Cut to him looking down at a crown, and he's declaring he won't let anything ruin his plans. She's determined not to mess things up, but it's too late. He's already got a plan in motion. Everything goes dark, and it's like, okay, what's happening now? Fortunately, he's revealing his next move. He's going to get the princess, right in the palm of his hand. He's declaring he'll take her throne and show everyone who the Zeka real ruler is. Talk about a power grab. But his aide is like, hold up, is Anika even awake? Clearly worried about the princess. Someone reports Anika is resting in a secondary palace, and then Rambiali, a storm starts brewing. This dude, the emperor, asks if anyone will fetch her, and honestly, it feels super ominous. He's staring out at the rain, demanding to know exactly where she is right now. He and his men walk away, leaving a couple of guards behind, and she's left fuming over the entire power play. She's left standing there, stewing in her anger, and you know she's already planning her next move. He approaches her, all smooth talk about how much she's grown, but it's immediately creepy, honestly. He crushes a yellow flower underfoot and straight up calls her an ignorant fool. Talk about a mood swing. This dude grabs the flower remnants and basically admits he's the only reason she's still on the throne. He's shocked. She's never stayed away from the main palace this long, and it's clearly throwing him off. A rumble shakes the palace, and this dude is instantly on edge, questioning what's happening. He wonders what caused this sudden change in her, but honestly, it's a trap, we know it. Suddenly, the glass conservatory explodes and it's total chaos. No way! She just plops down onto a couch, seemingly unfazed by the destruction, and it's so dramatic. He's all very well and promises to help her escape, but there's a huge however coming. He admits he can't guarantee help anytime soon. What a convenient excuse, bro. But it gets worse. He reveals Misa might have unexpected symptoms while he's busy, and it's a threat. He finishes by naming Margrave Cladine, and it's clear this is about more than just escape. It's a power play. Straight up, he's using her as bait, and our girl is walking right into it, but she's playing along. She lays it all out. Her only wish is to escape this place right now. This dude acts all innocent like, why else would I have called you all here? Seriously. He claims he'll be the only one facing repercussions, but our girl isn't buying it for a second. But before anyone can react, a rumble shakes everything, and she just says wait. So ominous.